This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to recommend Pompeii, The Life of a Roman Town by Mary Beard, an analysis of the myths and realities surrounding one of the most famous disaster sites in the world. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 101, And All Was of Little Value. We date the reign of Septimius Severus from the moment he was hailed emperor by the Pannonian legions in April 192, but it wasn't until February 197 that he could really relax comfortably on his throne. During the intervening 5 years, he had been forced to sit perched on the edge of his seat, as he parried the thrusts of first Didius Julianus, then Pescennius Niger, and finally Claudius Albinus. But following the defeat of Albinus at Lugdunum, the empire ran out of men willing to get in Severus's way. Rome was now his, and his alone. But where other men might have been able to enjoy what they had won, Severus soon discovered that it was the chase, far more than the object itself, that had excited his passions. Though he would rule the empire for another 14 more or less successful years, the morning of the final battle with Albinus was probably the last time Septimius Severus found himself really excited to greet the new day. Upon his return to Rome following the brief but decisive campaign against Albinus in Gaul, the now undisputed emperor set about transforming the imperial order. As I've said previously, Severus and his descendants had no use for the romantic fictions of the Augustan Principate, and what remained of the Republican charade survived their reign only out of inertia. The Senate still gathered, and consuls were still named, but the leading men of Rome were reminded of their powerlessness, with a bluntness not felt since the days of Domitian. Naturally, this led most of them to dislike Severus a great deal, but the emperor could not have cared less. Rich and vain old men were not his concern. He was in office by virtue of the fact that the armies were with him. He knew that, and they knew that. So when he needed to use flattery to achieve his ends, it was the army that he flattered. And when he needed to use money to achieve his ends, it was the army that he paid. Everyone else was irrelevant. But even with his single-minded focus on keeping the army happy, the common citizens of the empire generally supported Severus. The reign of Commodus, with all its mad corruption, was still fresh in everyone's mind, and so, simply by virtue of the fact that he ran a pretty sane and relatively honest ship, Severus earned the people's respect, even if in the end he never quite earned the people's love. Of all the long-term stamps Severus put on the empire, nearly all relate in some way to the place of the legions in the political order, and it was his reign that provided the crucial bridge between the enlightened despotism of the previous century and the raw military dictatorships of the next century. As we've already seen, he reorganized the Praetorians into a force of some 50,000 crack troops, and in so doing, altered their mandate from being the emperor's personal bodyguard to being the emperor's personal army. Refusing to forget about the regular soldiers who would not be chosen to serve in the expanded Praetorians, Severus then nearly doubled the annual pay of all the men left out on the frontiers. In this, Severus found himself once again paralleling Domitian, who, you'll recall, used a similar wage increase to guarantee that an officer's call to revolt would always fall on deaf ears. The long-term effects of the raise, though, would be to further cleave the interests of civilian and soldier, as it became more and more of a burden for the former to pay what the latter expected. And not only were the troops being paid more, but by the end of Severus's reign, there were more of them to pay. Before his death, Severus had ballooned the active service up to 33 full legions, with increases in local auxiliaries to match. Rome had not seen this many active duty soldiers since the days of Octavian and Antony, and they all swore their allegiance to Severus and Severus alone. Well, not only Severus, also his sons Caracalla and Geta, and also the man Severus put in charge of his newly reformed Praetorian Guard, Gaius Fulvius Plautianus. For a while, they swore allegiance to him too, a development that everyone in the Severan inner circle came to view with alarm. Everyone, except the emperor, that is. Plautianus was Severus's maternal cousin, and the two men had been close friends for years. When Albinus was vanquished, Severus finally had a free hand to conduct the affairs of state his way, and one of his first unfettered acts was to appoint Plautianus Praetorian Prefect in 197. This promotion effectively elevated Plautianus to the position of Severus's second-in-command. Caracalla and Geta, while officially Severus's heirs, were still only 9 and 8 respectively, and in no way ready for official responsibility, so it fell to Plautianus to help Severus run the show, and from the get-go, his influence was felt. In contrast to the period following the defeat of Niger, where Severus took great pains to avoid executing the Syrian governor's supporters in the Senate, he was convinced to follow up his final victory over Albinus with a spate of political executions. With Plautianus's help, Severus drew up a list of friends, non-entities, and enemies, with the aim of promoting the first, ignoring the second, and liquidating the last. Though they did spare many, Severus and Plautianus executed some 20 to 30 members of the Senate who had openly supported the governor of Britannia. Thrown onto this list for good measure was also Pertinax's father-in-law Sulpicianus, the only man left alive in the empire who had ever publicly aimed at becoming emperor. We can't have that lying around now, can we? The purge whetted Plautianus's appetite as he personally took control of the estates of all the dead senators. Suddenly, he had power and wealth beyond his wildest dreams, and naturally, he wanted more. Over the next few years, the governing relationship between Severus and Plautianus grew to reflect the former's disdain for the tedium of imperial governance and the latter's insatiable lust for more and more power. Severus began to defer to his prefect on practically any matter of domestic importance, and Plautianus was only too happy to take responsibility for the everyday maintenance of the empire. From his perch atop the newly enlarged Praetorian legions, Plautianus became the de facto dictator of Rome. If you wanted something done, you had to go through Plautianus, and if you ran afoul of the prefect, there was no appeal. Severus, in his own words, loved and trusted the man more than any other in the empire. Plautianus exploited this trust to the hilt, settling personal scores, confiscating whatever property he took a fancy to, and generally using the imperial bureaucracy as a means of personal enrichment. With Plautianus captaining the ship of state for him, Severus was free to indulge in pastimes that interested him far more than running the government, namely, war and conquest. So far, apart from his brief campaign in Parthia, all Severus's great victories as emperor had come against his fellow Romans, a legacy no general was eager to leave behind. So Severus decided he needed to do something to bolster his historical credibility. Having already achieved a string of easy victories in the east following his triumph over Niger, the emperor decided that Parthia would once again be a great place to pad his resume. His official casus belli for war came in 198, after the Parthians moved some forces to their western frontier as a delayed response to his previous invasion of their territory in 195. Citing the threat to Roman interests, the emperor headed to Syria to oversee an offensive into Mesopotamia. As was Severus's style, actual leadership of the initial campaign was handed over to a highly capable subordinate, in this case, a general named Letus. And in case you're wondering, the answer is no. I don't know if this Letus was related to the conniving Praetorian prefect so recently executed by Severus. This Letus had served Severus throughout the civil wars, and is credited in some histories with being the man who turned the tide at the Battle of Lugdunum, after Severus had been swept up in the nearly disastrous retreat of his left wing. He had been posted in the east following the battle, and in the intervening year had been skirmishing with the Parthians in and around the Euphrates River. When Severus arrived, Letus was more than ready to be let off his leash, and a fleet was ordered built to ferry the Syrian legions down the Euphrates River. Following the footsteps of Trajan and Avidius Cassius, the Romans sailed down the Euphrates, sacking Babylon, Seleucia, and Ctesiphon along the way. As usual, the Parthians were no match for the sudden Roman invasion, and, as before, the victories came easy. The next year, Letus and Severus led the legions across the river into the heart of Mesopotamia. They met little resistance until they came to the strategically important city of Hatra. Unlike the more westernly Parthian cities, which were often quickly abandoned by the Parthian king and then reoccupied later when the coast was clear, Hatra was actually, militarily speaking, a key Parthian asset. Centrally located, it served as a launching pad to points all throughout Old Persia. Losing Ctesiphon, even if it was technically the capital, was one thing. Losing Hatra was quite another, and as a result, the Romans met obstinate resistance to their siege. The legions were forced to retire before the arrival of winter, having little to show for their efforts but dead bodies and destroyed equipment. Over the winter, there was a shake-up in the high command, as Severus grew increasingly paranoid about Letus, who was brilliant, charismatic, and beloved by the troops. It was rumored that his legions would not march unless Letus gave the signal, a rumor that, whatever its validity, really rubbed Severus the wrong way. And when you rub a Roman emperor the wrong way, the consequences are often dire. Along with another officer thrown in for some minor slight, Letus was accused of some imagined crime or another, seized by imperial agents, and executed by Severus in late 199. With his able commander gone, the next year, Severus personally led the legions back across Mesopotamia to Hatra, planning to sack the city or die trying. In the end, he did neither. Hatra once again held out against the Roman attack. After most of his siege engines were destroyed and most of his men lay dead or wounded, Severus withdrew back across the Euphrates with the winter of 200 approaching. Weary of banging his head against the walls of Hatra, Severus did what any good leader would do. He declared victory and left. Severus celebrated this victory by erecting the now famous Arch of Septimius Severus in 202, famous in part because it's still standing in Rome, depicting his triumphs in the east and generally glorifying the Severan family. The arch is indeed impressive, and architecturally, it stands up well to the Arch of Titus and the columns of Trajan and Marcus Aurelius, but the underlying campaign itself doesn't hold a candle to the victories of his predecessors. The Arch of Severus is a glorious mountain erected atop an inglorious molehill. While Severus was off playing the part of conqueror, Plautianus was back in Rome playing the part of emperor. He considered himself well above the law, confiscating whatever he liked, exiling or killing whatever he didn't. Pretty soon, even Severus's allies began to grow concerned about the unchecked hubris of good Plautianus. But throughout this period, any attempt to convince the emperor that his prefect was turning into something of a monster was met with a dismissive hand. The basic problem was that Severus trusted Plautianus more than any of the men who denounced him, so he always believed the prefect's side of any story. But despite his best efforts to remain in denial, it seems that eventually the steady drip of complaints began to have their effect on the mind of the emperor, and when he returned from the east, he began to notice things that reinforced his nascent suspicions. When coins were minted, Plautianus now included himself on the list of acceptable likenesses. When the Praetorians took their oath of fidelity, a promise of personal loyalty to Plautianus had been inserted into the ceremony. When statues of the imperial family were commissioned, Plautianus made sure that statues of himself were carved as well, and sometimes he went so far as to order that his be made slightly larger than those of Severus and his sons. All of these little pieces began to fit together in Severus's head, and a picture started to emerge that looked an awful lot like the man his other advisors had been warning him about for years. Cassius Dio finally tells a brief story of a highly embarrassing moment for the emperor, when Severus ordered a bailiff to call a particular case to trial, but the bailiff, practical man that he was, that is, he took seriously his own self-preservation, replied that he wasn't going to bring any case to trial without Plautianus's permission. The parallel to Letus's men maybe refusing to march without their general's okay was obvious, and while Severus no doubt played the incident off well, the question now hung out there in the open. Who was really in charge around here? But still, the emperor persisted in his denial through 202, when he married Caracalla to Plautianus's daughter Plotina, and through 203, when he made Plautianus consul. But in late 204, the wheels finally came off the bus. Because the thing is, while Severus loved and trusted Plautianus, the rest of the Severan family hated his guts. Severus's wife Julia Domna and Plautianus despised each other, and each took every private opportunity offered to disparage the other to the emperor. Caracalla, meanwhile, suspected Plautianus of plotting to undermine his rightful inheritance, and took his rage out on Plotina, who he hated by extension. Only 14 at the time of the marriage, Caracalla was already showing his sociopathic tendencies, and made it quite clear that when his father died, and he became sole emperor, that he was going to kill his new wife and father-in-law as his first order of business. Now it seems possible, even probable, that Plautianus was indeed looking to ace Caracalla out of his inheritance. But if Caracalla was looking to guarantee that Plautianus was looking to ace him out of his inheritance, well, violent death threats are just about the way to go. So I think it's safe to say that whatever Plautianus's intentions had been, he was now definitely plotting to keep Caracalla off the throne. After all, his life depended on it. Rumors then reached Caracalla of Plautianus's intensified scheming, and the young prince took it as confirmation that he had been right all along, and decided that he needed to act sooner rather than later to deal with the troublesome prefect. What he settled on was a frame-up job that was so comically transparent, it is shocking that Severus even believed it. Doubly shocking, in that whatever doubts had been growing quietly in his mind, Severus had for years proven himself to be constitutionally incapable of distrusting Plautianus. Why did Severus decide that now was finally the time to give up on his once-beloved colleague? The answer seems to lie in a conversation between the emperor and his brother, Publius Septimius Geta, while Publius lay on his deathbed. Free of any fear of reprisal, Severus's brother laid out in stark detail the crimes and ambitions of Plautianus, and this time, with the denunciation coming from an even more trusted source than Plautianus, Severus finally changed his mind. So when Caracalla contrived to flame Plautianus for attempted assassination, Severus was ready this time to believe the charges, even if they were complete fabrication. In January 205, Caracalla went to a few centurions in the Praetorian camp and convinced them to interrupt an imperial banquet with forged proof that Plautianus had ordered them and 8 of their associates to assassinate Severus. Cassius Dio relates the absurdity of the plot by saying Plautianus would never have dared to impose such a bidding upon 10 centurions at once, certainly not in Rome, certainly not in the palace, nor on that day, nor at that hour, much less would he have written it. But Severus, already stewing over his brother's words, was in a mood to believe the worst of his former favorite. Plautianus was called to the palace and confronted by the emperor. In the midst of the prefect's denials, Caracalla, perhaps fearing the denials would be all too believable, since they were, after all, true, rushed forward and struck Plautianus in the face. He then drew his sword, but was prevented from killing the prefect by Severus, who ordered that the deed be done instead by a nameless subordinate. Plautianus then, like so many hubris-ridden Praetorian prefects before him, was unceremoniously executed and his body thrown into the streets. As a nod to their once happy partnership, Severus eventually ordered the body retrieved and buried, but the dead prefect's property was confiscated, and his family, including Plotina, were exiled to Sicily. When he finally became sole emperor in late 211, Caracalla made good on the promise he had made, and ordered all of them, especially his hated ex-wife, strangled to death. Following the death of Plautianus, the succession issue became in one sense more clear, and in another, more cloudy. The likelihood that anyone would be able to stand between the sons of Severus and their birthright was now almost non-existent. That much was the clear part. What clouded the picture was the bit about the sons of Severus, plural. In the mind of their father, the joint rule of his sons would be the best possible state of affairs, so that's how he wrote up his will. But it seems hard to understand how he came to this conclusion. Apparently in his mind, allowing the boys to become co-Augusti would eliminate the odds of a bloody dynastic struggle flaring up. But in this, he had it completely backwards. Everyone knew that Caracalla and Geta hated each other. There was simply no way they would be able to share power peacefully. They were oil and water. If Caracalla said up, Geta said down. If Caracalla said go, Geta said stop. If Caracalla rooted for one charioteer, Geta rooted for another. The only way to elicit an identical answer to a question would be to ask them, "Is your brother worthless?" Because both would answer a scornful yes. Far from avoiding a dynastic struggle, Severus's plan of joint inheritance guaranteed it. Whatever fraternal bond the boys had shared was finally shattered by the execution of Plautianus, the hatred of whom had been about the last thing they shared in common. The death of the prefect is also blamed for a, loosening of morals on the part of the boys. When he was still wielding his very real and very threatening powers, Plautianus acted as a psychological check on the sons of Severus, keeping them directly fearful on the one hand of the prefect, but also indirectly fearful of losing favor with their father, who could always turn to Plautianus if he caught wise to the fact that his boys had far more in common with Commodus than they did with Augustus. But with Plautianus gone, it was time for the teenagers to let it all hang out. Who else was their father going to turn to? Disdaining any real responsibilities, both boys became obsessed with chariot racing, drinking, gambling, and everything else that happens in the wee hours of the morning. The ironic thing is that when you got right down to it, they were pretty much the same terrible person, even if hinting at this fact was liable to get you killed. Severus watched all this with alarm and began to despair for his heirs. He also began to despair for himself. Plautianus, however personally unscrupulous he may have been, had always shielded Severus from the mundane details of empire. But now that the prefect was dead, Severus found himself snowed under by a staggering amount of paperwork. So it was with great relief that he greeted news from Britannia in 208 to the effect that the natives there were getting restless. Here was a chance to kill two birds with one stone. The distraction of a good old legionary campaign would do wonders for his own mental health, and hopefully the rigors of military life might whip his wayward sons into shape. So he dug Caracalla and Geta out of wherever they were sleeping it off, and happily informed them that they were all going on a father-son camping trip to Britain. The boys, now 19 and 20, were appalled at the idea of fighting a war in the frozen north, but their father could be a very persuasive man, so off they went. Next week, we'll follow the Severans on their family bonding trip to Britain, where, among other things, they will attempt to exterminate an entire race of people. Their genocidal aims will be halted only by the death of Septimius Severus in early 211, whose passing, further, gave control of the empire to Caracalla and Geta, who will go down in history as a pair of Commoduses, to match the one Commodus Severus had once upon a time criticized Marcus for not smothering with a pillow. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment, with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again is audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going there, you will qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book. You can also keep going with one of their monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to recommend a book that came out a few years ago called Caesar's Legion, the epic saga of Julius Caesar's elite 10th Legion and the armies of Rome, by Stephen Dando Collins. I think the title pretty much says it all. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 102, The Common Enemy of Mankind. Last week, we left off with the imperial family packing for their camping trip to Britain. You'll recall that in 208, Septimius Severus had seized on a relatively minor military uprising as an excuse to get himself and his sons out of Rome for a bit. Getting away from the capital would, for Severus, mean getting away from the banality and pettiness of government, while for his sons, it would mean getting away from the temptations that they had been all too recklessly indulging in. They were the co-heirs to the throne, and yet, so far, at 19 and 20, they knew far more about chariot racing and what the best kind of hangover cures were than they did about, say, running a multi-ethnic empire with mortal enemies surrounding it on all sides. Like many a stern father who had had to struggle for every dollar and honor that he had ever won, Severus was afraid that his sons were turning out soft and unserious, and he knew just how to cure that. A good old-fashioned military campaign. Up at dawn, Spartan meals, lots of marching, sleeping in tents with the ever-present threat of violent death hanging over your head. Yes, sir, that was just what the doctor ordered. They arrived in country in 209 after having raised a new legion to help them wage what Severus hoped would be a strenuous, but not necessarily difficult war. After all, the emperor was at this point looking to add one more great victory to his resume before dying, so in picking to go out fighting in Britannia, it is probable that Severus thought the deck would be pretty much stacked in the Roman favor. And to further that point, there was no doubt in anyone's mind that this would be Severus's last campaign. He was suffering from the effects of old age, and in particular, an onset of gout that required him to be transported in a litter everywhere. His doctors cannot have been pleased that their patient was planning to go marching around Britain, but Severus, ready after a long and trying life for the sweet release of death, was no doubt looking to die with his boots on. The particular natives in question, who had gotten restless, were a confederation of Caledonians living beyond Hadrian's Wall up in modern-day Scotland. They had been stirring up trouble for some time, but ever since Albinus had dragged the British legions away from their posts, they had grown bolder still. Now, Severus had not neglected to set things back in place following his victory at Lugdunum, but still, Hadrian's Wall was crumbling and now manned mostly by new recruits. Severus and his sons arrived on the scene with backup, including a newly raised legion, a bunch of Gallic auxiliaries, and an offshore fleet to keep the Caledonians cut off from outside trade, and in mid-209, the Romans advanced north of Hadrian's Wall for the first time in a long time. They marched around doing their level best to draw the Caledonian army into battle, but there was just one problem with this strategy. The Caledonians refused to fight. Well, it's not that they refused to fight, it's just that they refused to fight in a big old battle that would look spiffy on another Severan triumphal arch. Instead, the Caledonian forces scattered to the hills and embarked on a classic guerrilla campaign. They sprang up out of nowhere and disappeared just as quickly, picking off isolated Roman companies, harassing supply lines, interfering with communications, and generally making life miserable for the legions. Severus was looking for one last shot at glory, and what he got instead was a 2-year war of attrition against an enemy he could never stop from poking him in the head whenever his back was turned. Enraged at his own frustrated impotence, the emperor responded to all of this by ordering genocide. The legions marched back and forth across the country, destroying whatever villages they came across, and killing every man, woman, and child they could find. Severus was mostly hoping his campaign would provoke the regular Caledonian forces enough that they would come out of hiding and battle him in the open. But if that didn't work, well, then eventually the Caledonian race would be exterminated, and where the Romans made a desert, they could once again call it a peace. But Severus would never get the chance to finish the job. While planning the next phase of his extermination campaign, the emperor's real wish was finally granted, and he died after a brief illness in February 211 AD. Septimius Severus was 65 years old, and we say that he ruled the empire for just about 18 years, even though his claim to the throne had been hotly disputed there at the beginning. The final campaign in Caledonia had been a disaster. The Romans had lost something on the order of 50,000 men, and the Caledonians, while somewhat chastened, had by no means been brought to heel. The only lasting benefit of the war to the empire was that along the way Hadrian's Wall had been reconstructed, a project that led later Romans to call the wall the Severan Wall, rather than Hadrian's Wall as we know it today. But really, Severus could have just ordered that done without having to waste all the blood and treasure his war in the Highlands had just cost the empire. But speaking of that, I guess there was one other benefit to the failed campaign. At this point, the Romans stopped trying to conquer Scotland, which was probably a prudent move. As for Severus's other suspected motive for starting the war in the first place, so that his sons could have some sense beaten into them, well, that didn't work at all. Their friends back home were relieved to find Caracalla and Geta emerge from the war no worse for the wear. They were just as licentious, lazy, and shallow as they had been before they left. Despite going out on such a low note, the reign of Septimius Severus has generally been viewed favorably by history. There is no getting around the fact that his militarization of the government would come back to haunt the empire, especially the effect his wage increases and lavish donatives had on the discipline of the troops. But he also took over an empire that had been run into the ground fiscally, politically, and morally by Commodus, and he did a pretty good job stabilizing it. Aside from Plautianus, his administration was free of corruption, ran efficiently, and always tried to keep the overall health of the empire as its primary object. In almost every way, Severus left Rome better than he found it. And though that's not necessarily saying much, after all, it's hard to do worse than Commodus, it is saying something. Severus ruled with an iron hand, but he was not a bloodthirsty tyrant. He left that to his sons, who soon enough just became the one son. The feud between Caracalla and Geta, not unexpectedly, hit a rolling boil the minute Severus died. Fear of their father was just about the last thing keeping the boys in check, and without the old man around anymore, it was just a matter of time before the sons of Severus became the son of Severus, if you catch my drift. The dead emperor's body was still warm when Caracalla made the opening move. He tried to induce the legions to ignore Geta's claim to the throne, and instead hail him as sole emperor. But, knowing that his younger brother, he was always going to be in the weaker position politically, Geta had for years cultivated the favor of the troops. Caracalla had always been a bit harsh and standoffish, so in contrast, Geta had styled himself as easygoing, generous, and a friend to the common soldier. His work paid off, and Caracalla's initial power grab was rebuffed. If Severus wanted both boys to rule, then by God, the legions were going to honor the dead emperor's final order. Geta joined a steaming mad Caracalla at the head of the legions, and together they were proclaimed Augustus. Things only went downhill from there. With no desire to continue their father's feudal campaign in the north, the new emperors canceled the war and headed back to Rome. While en route, they did not sleep under the same roof, nor did they ever eat at the same table. Colleagues in name only, in every other way they were bitter rivals. Back in Rome, they took up residence in the imperial palace and built a physical monument to their mutual enmity. After taking up residence in opposite wings of the palace, they divided their two halves with hastily constructed barricades manned on each side by armed guards. The two brothers never met in private, and when they were forced to appear together in public, they were joined by a host of armed guards. There was absolutely no missing the point that each brother expected the other to try to kill him. After a few months of this, it became clear to everyone that the mutual paranoia was simply not sustainable. The empire needed a functioning government, but its two leaders were so worried about each other that they had time for little else. Finally, someone proposed a novel solution, that they simply divide up the empire the same way that they had divided up the palace. Geta would head east and set up court in Antioch or Alexandria, while Caracalla remained in Rome and governed the west. As a practical expedient, it seemed like a great idea, but many old hands in the Senate feared the next logical step in the process would be to break up the empire not just administratively, but literally. And a single unified empire was the whole point. It was what made Rome glorious, and what made it civilization, and everything else barbarism. To tear it asunder would be to destroy what every previous generation of Romans had worked so hard to establish in the first place. Plus, there was the added suspicion that such a tearing asunder would not come peacefully. In other words, that this great idea was nothing more than a recipe for brutal civil war between East and West. Chief among the opponents to this plan was the co-emperor's own mother, Julia Domna. She was horrified, and not a little bit furious, that her two sons would be so immature and petty that they were basically contemplating wrecking the empire rather than face the horror of having to serve alongside one another. So in December of 211, she aimed to broker a peace between them. Of all the crimes Caracalla committed in his 6-odd years on the throne, I think that this first one was by far the most heinous. It's not just that he killed Geta, which, yeah, he's about to. It's the fact that he did it right in front of their mother, in her apartment, while at a meeting she had arranged to try to get them to work through their differences peacefully. I just cannot imagine how big of a bastard you'd have to be to use that occasion to kill your brother in front of your own mother. Caracalla and Geta agreed to the private meeting with their mother, agreed to come alone, and agreed to come unarmed. They were in the middle of hashing things out when an armed gang of Caracalla's men burst through the door and made straight for Geta. Julia tried to stand between the attackers and her youngest son, but was pushed aside, and in the process her hand was wounded. The assassins, because that's what they were, then stabbed Geta to death, at the clear urging of Caracalla. Julia, bleeding from her own hand and covered in her son's blood, thus had to face the further horror that her other son was the one who was behind it all. Caracalla assassinating Geta was simply the logical conclusion to an irreconcilable feud, and, probably, if Caracalla hadn't have gotten to Geta, Geta would eventually have gotten to Caracalla. But how he did it, and where he did it, and who was around when he did it, breaks every law of decency that I can think of. So I say boo to Caracalla. Boo. But now Caracalla had a bit of a problem. As I said, Geta was always more popular with the troops, and in particular, the men of the Praetorian Guard liked him a heck of a lot more than his dour older brother. So just as soon as he was sure Geta was dead, he ran down to the Praetorian camp, and the only thing he could think of to win their support. He lied his head off. He told the assembled guard that both he and his brother had been the target of an attack, and while he had managed to escape, that poor Geta was dead. Caracalla threw himself at the mercy of the Praetorians and begged them to protect him from those dirty villains who had murdered his beloved brother. The guard was distraught over the news that Geta was dead, and, perhaps swallowing their own suspicions, agreed to keep the remaining son of Severus safe. With the Praetorians having bought his story, Caracalla then set out to do everything he could to make them doubt whether he had been telling them the truth. Rather than simply letting his hatred of Geta die when Geta died, Caracalla became obsessed with erasing his brother from the history books. Coins that bore his brother's likeness were rounded up and recast. Any statue or painting or mosaic of Geta was destroyed, and Caracalla even went so far as to deface the reliefs on the Arch of Severus, literally scratching out Geta's face from any scene in which he appeared. But this, of course, was not enough. Geta had been popular across the social spectrum, and many in his inner circle would suspect Caracalla of treachery and be looking for revenge. So Geta's friends and associates, the families of Geta's friends and associates, and the friends and associates of Geta's friends and associates, all became caught up in one of the largest bloody purges in Roman history. Caracalla's purge, in both breadth and depth, far exceeded anything anyone had ever contemplated. Thousands and thousands and thousands of people died, most of them having been guilty of nothing more than being within 6 degrees of separation from his hated brother. Things went on like that for about a year, but after he had sufficiently earned himself the fear and loathing of just about every citizen of Rome, Caracalla decided to take his show on the road. As Gibbon poetically noted, previous tyrants like Tiberius and Nero and Commodus had tended to stay put in and around Rome, which limited the scope of their depravity to the capital itself. But when Caracalla decided to tour the empire, he made himself the common enemy of mankind. In 213, he traveled to the Rhine to put down a brief uprising of Germans, and after easily winning a series of skirmishes, he took the lofty title Germanicus Maximus. Caracalla's penchant for assuming such lofty titles would eventually rival that of Lucius Verus, and along the way, Caracalla would add Parthicus and Alemannicus to his list of names. One of the sons of Pertinax would actually find himself executed around this time, after punning on one of the Roman names for the Goths, suggesting that Caracalla should award himself the title of Geticus as well. The emperor was not amused. Caracalla returned to Rome briefly, and then headed east to inspect the provinces. Along the way, it is reported that he demanded the cities and towns he passed through erect great buildings or theaters or baths in his honor, and at their expense. And then, after crippling the municipal budgets, he would either bypass them completely, or he would order the structure toppled for not being up to his standards. At every stop, he would suck up all the available money and food and drink, and then throw lavish parties that no one was invited to. One of his more charming habits was to refuse to eat seafood unless he was far enough inland that importing fish became very expensive. Then, he'd demand the locals bring him oysters for dinner, or else. By 215, Caracalla had cut a swath of destruction all the way across the empire, and had lately taken up residence in Alexandria. Now, over the course of the last few years, what had once been a secret had become an open secret, and had once been an open secret was now a more or less acknowledged fact. After his terrifying purge of anyone connected to Geta, most people sort of took it for granted that Caracalla had been behind Geta's murder after all. Caracalla had steadfastly denied these charges, but as time went by, his story morphed into, well, yeah, I did it, but it was in self-defense. Basically, Geta had tried to kill me, but I killed him first instead. No one believed a word of it, and Caracalla was now as much mocked for his shifting alibi as he was feared for his cruelty. Then, the always independent-minded citizens of Alexandria decided to greet the arrival of the emperor with a little play satirizing the crime that had made Caracalla the sole emperor, a performance which sent him into an insane rage. In his fury, and basically to prove that his cruelty far outweighed his usefulness as a punchline, he ordered a general slaughter of the citizens. It is reported that before it was over, something on the order of 20,000 people lay dead in the streets. Caracalla justified this massacre to the Senate by simply noting that he felt it was the whole city of Alexandria who was guilty, not just those who had performed the offensive show. He did not elaborate on how that could possibly be true. Caracalla would do all this, be that evil basically, because he had taken to heart his father's dying advice. Well, 2/3 of his father's advice anyway. He had pretty well ignored the whole be harmonious with your brother thing. But enrich the soldiers, scorn all other men, that Caracalla took almost too literally. He had increased the pay of the soldiers beyond even what his father had so recently raised it to, and took every opportunity he could think of to deliver to his troops lavish surprise bonuses. Whether or not they loved or even liked the emperor was now beside the point. There was no way they were going to revolt against him. The man was a living slot machine who paid out after every poll. No matter how vicious the emperor was, that would be the scorn all other men bit, the army was with him. In time, though, the troops went from pleasantly accepting the bonuses to impatiently expecting them. While Caracalla was alive, they got what they expected, but once he was gone, the precedent set would prove to be devastating to his successors. The empire simply couldn't afford to pay the legions what Caracalla had taught them to expect. The coming crisis of the 3rd century will in part anchor itself on this poisoned root planted by Caracalla. Having tortured his own people enough for the time being, in 216, the emperor apparently decided to look beyond the frontiers of the empire for fresh victims. In a particularly galling incident, reported by Herodian, Caracalla appears to have accepted a peace offering from the Parthian king, and then went even further by agreeing to marry the king's daughter in order to secure a lasting friendship between the two great empires. Caracalla and his entourage then crossed the Euphrates and marched overland to an agreed-to meeting place where the couple would be wed. The Parthians had no reason to suspect treachery, and arrived ready to celebrate a marriage that would have profound and hopefully happy political implications. But Caracalla had never had any intention of marrying the foreign princess, and when the two families got together, Caracalla ordered his men to slaughter the Parthian wedding party and burn the city to the ground. The Parthian king managed to escape with his life, but everyone else was killed in the surprise attack. Caracalla then marched back across Mesopotamia, looting and burning the countryside on his way back to Syria. Then he fired off a dispatch to the Senate, announcing that the entire Parthian Empire now bowed at his feet. This was a bit of an overstatement to begin with, but beyond that, Caracalla neglected the whole part about his own murderous duplicity. Oh yeah, they should feel free to call him Parthicus from now on, though. Next week, a life of chilling sadism will finally catch up to Caracalla. He was simply too dangerous to too many people to not have one of them finally decide to knock him off. In the end, it will prove to be one of his Praetorian prefects, a man named Marcus Opellius Macrinus, who will turn to murder after finding himself in the rather uncomfortable position of having a soothsayer prophesize that he is destined to wear the purple one day. Since prophecies like that were liable to get a man killed, Macrinus will quickly decide to beat Caracalla to the punch. And the funny thing about it is that in trying to steer clear of the deadly implications of this prophecy, Macrinus would make it all come true. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 103, The Equestrian. Caracalla had donned the purple in early 211 AD, at the age of 23, and from that moment on, he dedicated himself to the task of being a brutal, unforgiving, and moody tyrant towards everyone except his soldiers. He was as bad as they come, and I think the only reason we don't put him down as the worst emperor of all time is that, for one, he wasn't emperor for that long, and two, most of the really terrible things he did were merely exaggerated extensions of what his father had already done. He didn't have the time or the imagination to take a healthy empire and really wreck it the way that, say, Commodus had done, which is what it takes if you want to be considered the worst of the worst. I don't see Caracalla's reign, then, representing a turning point in the history of Rome, but I do see it as representing a breaking point. His time on the throne became a sort of malevolent high watermark that future emperors alternatively tried to dial back from or ratchet back up 2, depending on their dispositions. Caracalla, in his enrichment of the soldiers and his scorning of all other men, inadvertently set a standard that everyone would point to down the road as either a cautionary tale or as a shining beacon of light. Things can never again be like they were under Caracalla. Things must go back to the way they were under Caracalla. The former argued by the old men of the Senate, the latter by the hard men of the army. This running argument was a major current in the tension that would define the coming crisis years. When put succinctly, the argument sounds like this: is the army the tool of the state, or is the state the tool of the army? Caracalla, for his part, probably was not acting from any deeply thought-out political philosophy, nor probably did he care a whit that future generations would fight over his legacy. He just wanted to enrich the soldiers and scorn all other men. Like I say, no imagination at all. But before we get to the business of bringing a violent and ignoble end to a man who deserved just that, we should swing back and briefly touch on 3 things. The first trivial, the second architecturally interesting, and the last fairly momentous. First, I can't believe I didn't mention this before, but yeah, how did Caracalla get his name? As I said in episode 100, he was known as Lucius Septimius Bassianus until his father became emperor, at which point his name was changed to Marcus Aurelius Antoninus Caesar. His contemporaries, including the historians Cassius Dio and Herodian, generally shorthanded this to simply Antoninus. The name Caracalla, not really used in his lifetime, and really not used in his presence, was a nickname that referred to a particular type of Gallic cloak that the emperor habitually wore. As the years passed, it became easier to label him with that distinctive cognomen, rather than Antoninus, which was a name practically every emperor adopted, so as to associate their reign with that now clearly past golden age. The same sort of thing happened with Caligula, who was referred to in his own time simply as the Emperor Gaius. The second thing, the architecturally interesting thing, are the baths of Caracalla, which the emperor ordered built in 212 and which were completed in 216. This massive, massive complex in the southeast of Rome was one of the last great construction projects of Roman antiquity. Before too long, Constantine will drag the imperial capital to Byzantium, and Rome itself will fall on hard times. Even in Italy, the dominant imperial cities will become Milan and Ravenna, depending on the decade, leading to a general disinclination in spending money to gussy up a city past its prime. The complex, which sprawled over 33 acres, was by far the greatest and most ambitious bathhouse in bathhouse-crazy Rome, and more than any of its predecessors, was a full recreational facility. Sports rooms, baths of all kinds, grottos, libraries, gardens, the works. The thing was, and its ruins still are, quite a sight to behold. It cost a pretty penny, and no doubt displaced a lot of residents and businesses, but I think we can be pretty sure that that wasn't of any interest at all to Caracalla. One of the other last great building projects in ancient Rome, the Baths of Diocletian in the northeast of the city, copied profusely from the design of Caracalla's baths, which at that point had been operating for 50 years. Both baths continued to operate well after the nominal fall of the Western Empire. The last thing, the momentous thing, was that in 212, shortly after becoming emperor in his own right, Caracalla extended citizenship to every free man in the empire. Slaves were still slaves and women were still women, but by the stroke of a pen, or maybe the hammering of a chisel, every free man within the borders of the empire became a citizen of Rome. What had once been a valued prize, a prize so valuable that wars had been fought over who could have it and who couldn't, was now as common as the beggar in the street. But before you start getting the wrong idea, no, Caracalla did not issue his edict of universal citizenship because he was feeling the moral tug of equal justice or something like that. No, as Gibbon says, by the time Caracalla issued the order, Roman citizenship was far more a burden than it was a privilege. Universal citizenship increased the tax base. Period. End of story. But even though it was now more of a burden than it was a privilege, that did not mean that citizenship did not still come with privileges. However base and immediate his motivations had been, Caracalla's edict was a landmark moment in the history of Rome and the history of Western civilization. In an instant, one of the greatest legal distinctions of all time was blown to pieces. They were all Romans now. Well, except for the women and the slaves, but they don't count. When Caracalla left Rome in 213 AD to travel the empire and become the common enemy of mankind, it was the last time the people of Rome would ever see him. He was still in the east in 217, taking a victory lap after his triumph over the Parthians, when he met that violent and ignoble end I was just talking about. As I mentioned in passing last week, Caracalla posed too great a danger to too many men to not have one of them get desperate enough to attempt assassination. Not that I am in any way advocating a determinist reading of history, but the life and times of Caracalla just scream when he'll get assassinated, not if he'll get assassinated. The when finally came when an oracle in North Africa started blabbing to anyone who would listen that Marcus Opellius Macrinus, one of Caracalla's Praetorian prefects, was destined to wear the purple. Everyone knew that prophecies like that were extremely dangerous, even during the reign of a relatively mild prince, but to have it floating around during the reign of a violent paranoid like Caracalla, well, that was basically a death sentence. The prophet in question was rounded up and brought to Rome for questioning, and the Praetorians tried everything to get him to recant. Threats, bribery, torture, but the oracle stuck to his story. Eventually, the Praetorian officers in charge of the investigation were obliged to send a report off to the emperor, who was traveling around Syria with the imperial court in tow. At this point, the invisible hand of destiny, also known by its more common name, the Lucky Break, stepped in, giving Macrinus a chance to save his own skin. The report in question arrived with a bundle of other business, and Caracalla, never much for mundane governance, handed the entire untouched bundle to the good prefect Macrinus, with instructions for him to take care of the trivial matters and brief him if, by some miracle, there was actually something interesting in there. Macrinus retired to his quarters and began working through the dispatches when he came across a particular report from the Praetorians back in Rome. I can only imagine that Macrinus muttered a fair share of curses under his breath as he read what the oracle refused to unsay. At a minimum, those few brief sentences were going to cost Macrinus his long and successful career. More likely, though, they were going to cost him his life. Macrinus had been born in modern Algeria around 165 AD, and, like Septimius Severus, was the son of an equite. But unlike Severus, he did not have influential uncles in Rome, and so he was never recommended for senatorial status. As a result of his status, he never held any of the traditional posts up-and-coming Roman politicians usually hold, and never held any position of authority in the legions. But he nonetheless distinguished himself as an able administrator and routinely secured important posts within the imperial bureaucracy during the reign of Septimius Severus. As you've probably noticed, there were essentially two paths to public prominence in the Roman Empire. One was to be a great soldier, which Macrinus was not. The other was to be a great lawyer, which Macrinus, over the years, established that he most assuredly was. It was on the strength of his prowess as a jurist, then, rather than on the strength of his prowess as a fighter, that Caracalla named him Praetorian prefect shortly after becoming emperor. The appointment of a civilian to what was essentially a military post was not uncommon at all, and in fact, emperors, the good ones anyway, liked to represent both paths to prominence in their choice of prefects. One old military hand to keep the troops in line, and one capable bureaucrat to handle all the administrative work that had accrued around the guard over the years. Whether or not Macrinus was aiming this whole time to become emperor himself one day is unknown, but I would have to say that it's pretty doubtful. Over the years, prefects had aspired to be emperor in all but name, but their equestrian status, the very thing that qualified them to be prefect, disqualified them from being emperor. Sejanus had made probably the most concerted effort to get around this by marrying into the Julio-Claudian family, but most other ambitious prefects simply considered that final step a bridge too far and were content to wield power behind the throne. The empire had seen Italian emperors and then Spanish emperors and then even African emperors, emperors who were the sons of emperors, emperors who were the sons of equites, and even an emperor who was the son of a freedman. But all those men, by the time they donned the purple, were listed on the senatorial rolls. Which is why it was patently absurd that this loose cannon oracle was predicting the reign of an equite named Marcus Opellius Macrinus. But no one could get the silly nutcase to shut up, so, absurd or not, Macrinus had to take the implications of the prophecy seriously. With no way of keeping the information from Caracalla forever, and Cassius Dio reports that the emperor had perhaps already heard rumors about the prophecy, Macrinus's kill or be killed instincts took over, and he initiated a conspiracy to assassinate Caracalla. He was likely not too worried about negative blowback for the regicide he was contemplating. It's not like Caracalla was a beloved figure, even in the army. They only liked him because he continued to pay them. So the main concern was simply where, when, and by whom the deed would be done. We don't know exactly how the murder exactly happened, despite the rich detail we find in the histories describing it, because those reports conflict with each other, and were most likely third-hand accounts of third-hand accounts anyway. The most commonly told version, probably because it was endorsed by Gibbon, is that in April of 217, Caracalla's entourage was on its way to a temple near the eastern frontier, and, specifically, very near the site of the disastrous Battle of Carrhae, when the emperor called for a pit stop. Macrinus had already convinced a disgruntled soldier, most likely disgruntled at being passed over for promotion, to be his assassin, and with the emperor all alone by the side of the road taking care of business, Macrinus signaled for the disgruntled soldier to approach the emperor on some invented pretense. As the head of the imperial bodyguard, the other praetorians took their cues from Macrinus, and when the prefect seemed unconcerned about this single soldier approaching the emperor, they too relaxed their vigil. The soldier came up alongside the emperor, and without warning, pulled out a dagger and began stabbing Caracalla to death. The assassin was instantly dropped by an archer in the bodyguard, but the damage had been done. Caracalla's bloody corpse lay motionless in the dust. He was 29 years old, and had ruled the empire for just over 6 years. Just like practically every other time an emperor was assassinated, the death of Caracalla opened up a power vacuum that needed to be filled, and filled fast, or everything was going to go to hell. Without having the time to work things out in advance with a ready, willing, and able Nerva or Pertinax, Macrinus had gone ahead and killed Caracalla without a shadow emperor waiting in the wings, which usually means big trouble. Word quickly spread of the emperor's death, and the legions, especially the legions in the east, where most of the imperial court currently resided, suddenly found themselves once again in the business of king-making. The Senate, who were supposed to have the final authority in these matters, found itself too far away from the action, and too weak anyhow, to get a word in edgewise. For 3 days, candidates were nominated and rejected by the legions for various reasons, until, with fearful desperation beginning to creep into everyone's hearts, the Praetorians decided that it was time for them to put their weight behind one of their own. The senior prefect, a man named Adventus, begged off the job, but Macrinus, perhaps swayed by the prophecy that had got them all into this mess in the first place, accepted the drive to make one of the Praetorian leaders emperor. He had put on a pretty good show of surprise and grief following the murder of Caracalla, and so no one suspected that he was in fact the man behind the man who had killed the emperor. With the Praetorians united, the rest of the legions resigned themselves to Macrinus, and in what would have been an unthinkable reality just a few days before, Rome found itself with its first ever emperor of equestrian rank. Back in Rome, The Senate too resigned itself to Emperor Macrinus. They were so happy to be rid of Caracalla that they probably would have supported inanimate carbon rod for the job. But beyond just being not Caracalla, Macrinus did bring to the table some nice attributes. He was an accomplished lawyer, and as prefect, he had always been fair and judicious with the Senate, so the overall feeling was that basically, the Empire could do a lot worse. I mean, it just had, right? In time, they would come to regret their decision, not really for anything Macrinus did while in office, though they did nail him for a few things that he did while in office, but because it dawned on them one day that they had set a terrible precedent in allowing someone outside the senatorial club to take the job. But at the beginning, it was all, yay, Caracalla is dead, long live Macrinus. The brief reign of the Equestrian Emperor is notable for one other small bit of trivia. He would be the first emperor never to set foot in Rome while in office. When the rapid succession of barracks emperors comes marching down the road pretty soon, this will become more and more the norm. But up until this point, every emperor had spent at least part of their reign in the capital. But only in office from April 217 until June 218, Macrinus would simply never get the chance. The new emperor sowed the seeds of his own destruction right from the very beginning. He had been ruthless enough to kill Caracalla, but he was unable to extend that ruthlessness to the rest of the Severan family. In an attempt to appear liberal and generous and guilt-free, he refused to purge the imperial family, and at first even allowed them to remain in Rome with their standing more or less unaffected by the fact that they were no longer technically the imperial family anymore. Taking up residence in Antioch, Macrinus thus allowed a group of people suddenly booted from power, free reign in Rome to connive their way back in. It's not that the Severans had any great love for Caracalla, or any reason at this point to suspect Macrinus of having killed him, but as emperor, Caracalla had been the linchpin that held them all fast to power, and now that he was dead, they were suddenly adrift. It should come as no surprise, then, that they conspired like mad to pin themselves back down. After he started receiving reports that the Severans were in fact plotting against him, Macrinus finally ordered them exiled from the capital, back to their maternal home city of Emesa. But really, not to sound cruel, if he wanted to stay emperor, he should have killed them all. They had no less plan for him, and he should have known that. Julia Domna, for her part, did what Macrinus could not do, and, facing exile from the capital, decided that enough was enough. She went on a hunger strike and died shortly thereafter. Life had taken a harsh turn for the Empress following the death of her husband, and this last insult to her dignity was too much to bear. Probably a good thing that she died too, as it spared her from witnessing the further depravities of her extended family. Said depravities mostly arose at the instigation of Julia's sister, Julia Misa, who, by virtue of her relation to the Augusta, had lived a rich and untroubled life, but, much to her chagrin, she had never tasted the real power her sister had once wielded. Julia Misa wanted that power, and had no compunctions about how she was going to get it. She had already been eyeing the fortunes of her two grandsons, who were the only males in the extended Severan family, and as such, stood as very likely candidate to succeed the childless Caracalla, should he remain childless. With Caracalla dead, those two boys now stood as the only real heirs to the House of Severus, the legitimate imperial House of Severus, that had been betrayed and exiled by that treacherous equite Macrinus. That these boys would become a rallying point for discontentment could have been seen from a mile away. The two boys in question were the only sons of Julia Misa's two daughters, and together they all packed up and headed back to Emesa in 217. The elder boy was named Varius Ovidius Bassianus, and at this point he was 14 years old. His younger cousin, named Marcus Julius Gessius Bassianus Alexianus, was himself only 9 at the time of Caracalla's death. The fact that they hadn't reached manhood yet is probably what saved them both, as even at this point in history, the Romans looked sideways at murdering children. But really, Macrinus not killing them both when he had the chance turned out to be a blunder of the first order. Because soon enough, Macrinus will be dead, and history will come to know those two young harmless pups as his imperial successors, who we know as Elagabalus and Alexander Severus. But before we get to that, we should get back to Macrinus, and his attempt to stabilize the empire, his own claim to the throne, and the fortunes of what he hoped would be a new dynasty all at the same time. In case you're wondering, things will not go smoothly. Caracalla had, as you can imagine, left the empire in pretty dismal shape. His persistent draining of the treasury to heap rewards upon the legions had created a twofold problem for his successor. One, there was very little money left in the imperial treasury, and two, the army expected to keep receiving the same kind of lavish donatives they had received under the late emperor. When Macrinus got into power and recognized the fiscal mess the empire was in, he immediately tried to scale back the soldiers' pay to a reasonable level, which immediately ticked them off something fierce. It didn't help that he had promised them the moon when they agreed to support him, but I can forgive Macrinus a little on that front because, come on, campaign promises aren't worth the paper they're printed on. The other pretty massive problem Caracalla had left for Macrinus was his utterly disastrous forays into foreign affairs. Locals in Dacia were upset about hostages Caracalla had taken. The people of Armenia were angry about Caracalla's imprisonment of their popular king, and the Parthians, well, the Parthians were understandably annoyed at that whole fake wedding real massacre thing we talked about last week. In trying to set all of this right, Macrinus took the angle of least resistance, and in so doing, earned himself the scorn of both the Senate and the legions for appearing weak. He returned the hostages to Dacia, appointed the son of the man Caracalla had imprisoned to take over the throne of Armenia, and in Parthia, well, Parthia was a bit more difficult. They had come barging west with a pretty good-sized army, on a mission of vengeance, and the lifelong Juris was forced to don armor to go out and meet them. The legions were by this time pretty cocky about their ability to handle the Parthians, who were about to completely fall apart and be reformed as the much more powerful Sassanid Empire. So they were dismayed to find that after one inconclusive battle, Macrinus was suing for peace. They were doubly dismayed when they discovered that it was the Romans who would be paying the Parthians to prevent further hostilities. And it was a huge sum of money that they were going to be paying them. And hey, aren't you the same guy who said you were too broke to pay us? So now not only are you proving to be kind of a cheapskate, but it turns out that you're a coward to boot, and a liar. You are not who we signed up for, sir. The sinking of his standing with the legions was soon matched by the sinking of his standing with the Senate. Macrinus, who had once seemed at least an acceptable alternative to Caracalla, was now proving to be nothing of the sort. It did not help that Julia Misa, who still wielded considerable informal influence, had instigated a pretty vicious whisper campaign against the now she probably guessed had killed her nephew. Julia played the moment perfectly. Just when Macrinus' reputation was bottoming out, and everyone was wondering how they were going to ditch this loser, Julia offered them a solution. She announced that her eldest grandson, 14-year-old Varius Avidius Bassianus, was actually the biological son of Caracalla and the true heir to the imperial throne. When intelligent men did the math, they perhaps did not necessarily buy wholly the theory that at the tender age of 14, Caracalla had fathered a child with his maternal cousin, but hey, stranger things have happened, and Macrinus seems pretty much like a non-starter, so you say the boy is the true heir to the throne? Well, let's go with that. Next week, they'll go with that. But what that turned out to be was about 100 times worse than Macrinus. And almost immediately after the teenager history calls Elagabalus won the throne, even the legion that had been the first to support him, was ready to revolt against him. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There's no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book. You can also keep going with one of their monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to recommend The Ghosts of Cannae, Hannibal, and the Darkest Hour of the Roman Republic by Robert O'Connell, an accounting not just of the battle itself, but of its generations-long impact on the course of Roman history. Just released a few days ago, you will not be surprised to learn that it has shot to the top of my reading list. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 104, Here Comes the Sun. So I need to start this week with a brief correction. In the episode before last, while I was discussing Septimius Severus's campaign in Caledonia, I mentioned that one of the lasting consequences of the war was that Severus helped reconstruct Hadrian's Wall, leading the Romans to actually call it the Severan Wall. This is not true at all. What he actually did was reoccupy and reconstruct the Antonine Wall, which had been abandoned around the time Marcus Aurelius became emperor. Roman historians did thereafter call this fortification the Severan Wall, but they never ever called Hadrian's Wall that, because Severus never ordered any major reconstruction of Hadrian's Wall. Sorry for the mix-up, and thanks to Lane Brown for bringing this flub to my attention in the comments section. So, moving on. I think it's possible that in another time and place, Marcus Opellius Macrinus might have made a pretty good emperor. He was smart, able to make difficult decisions, and had always been an excellent administrator. Even the things he actually did that caused everyone to lose confidence in him proved to be more or less the right call in the long run. Wasting the empire's dwindling resources in an attempt to defend the honor of Caracalla was bad policy, and Macrinus knew it. So he refused to do it. The dead emperor had picked fights all over the place, and rather than digging in on those fights, Macrinus asked everyone to please form an orderly line, and one by one described to him the nature of their grievance with Rome. Then he gave them whatever they wanted to make the issue go away. Macrinus knew full well that in each case, Rome, that is, Caracalla, had been the guilty party, and, ever the lawyer, he knew that it would be far more damaging for these things to go to trial than to just settle out of court right now. But things get tricky when it's an emperor committing needlessly provocative crimes. Because when an emperor does something, it is Rome doing something. And so, like it or not, when you refuse to defend Caracalla's honor, it looks very much like you were refusing to defend Rome's honor. And in the honor-crazy classical world, that was simply not acceptable. In trying to mop up after Caracalla, Macrinus was making Rome look weak, spineless, and even cowardly. I think it is fair to say that, as the old saying goes, most Roman leaders would rather be strong and wrong than weak and right. Weak and right may mean right today, but it also means that they'll think they can push you around tomorrow. Strong and wrong means that everyone is still afraid to mess with you. Macrinus chose to be weak and right, and as a result, he was not long for the throne. But still, I think Macrinus might have survived and even thrived had he not had two big factors working against him. Factors that another emperor, say Hadrian, who also brazenly ignored everyone's notion of being strong, did not have to deal with. First, Macrinus was essentially a usurper, without anything resembling a claim to the throne, legal, sentimental, or otherwise. It had always been hard to toss aside even ridiculously terrible emperors like Commodus or Caligula, because they came with a lofty imperial pedigree. But tossing aside a man without history and of such low rank like Macrinus, just say the word. Second, by this point in Roman history, The discipline of the rank-and-file troops had deteriorated to the point that honor and duty took a backseat to cash and prizes. I think their general attitude during the 3rd century is best summed up in a quote from the inimitable Dwight K. Schrute. "I feel like part of what I'm being paid for here is my loyalty, but if there were somewhere else that valued loyalty more highly, I'm going wherever they value loyalty the most." Once the legions decided that someone else was going to value their loyalty more than Macrinus, his days were numbered. After a year spent paying off Rome's enemies, while simultaneously refusing calls to pay off Rome's armies, Macrinus left the door wide open for someone to step forward and challenge his claim to the throne. In the spring of 218, that challenger appeared right on cue. Caracalla's maternal aunt, Julia Misa, aided immeasurably by a crafty eunuch named Gannes, had spent the few months they had been in exile working single-mindedly to get her family back into power. She quickly recognized Macrinus' 2 big weaknesses, his lack of any real claim to the throne and his perceived stiffing of the soldiers, and exploited both to the hilt. To attack the first weak point, she announced that her grandson, Varius Avidius Bassianus, who I will call Elagabalus from here on out, was actually the son of Caracalla, and thus was the only man in the empire with a legitimate claim to the throne. To attack the second weak point, she simply promised that any legion supporting her grandson would be rewarded handsomely for the trouble. On May 16, 218 AD, the 3rd Legion, stationed in Syria, decided to roll the dice and openly declared their loyalty to the true emperor, young Elagabalus. When Macrinus learned of the rebellion, he immediately dispatched a sizable contingent of his Praetorian legions to nip the rebellion in the bud. But when messengers arrived back to report on what had happened, Macrinus was shocked to learn that rather than cowing the 3rd Legion and taking Elagabalus into custody, the Praetorian rank and file had instead joined the uprising. Themselves as disappointed in Macrinus as anyone, the Praetorian soldiers had turned on the senior officers and killed them before declaring their loyalty to Elagabalus. Now, suddenly, Macrinus had a full-blown crisis on his hands. He scrambled to keep the rest of the legions in line, and belatedly promised them the lavish donatives he had thus far been holding back. But it was too little, too late. The 2nd Legion saw which way the winds were blowing, and defected to Elagabalus soon after the Praetorian mutiny. Now Elagabalus controlled 2 full legions, as well as the cream of the Praetorian Guard. The fact that all the rest of the legions in the empire were still nominally with him was cold comfort to Macrinus, because in the microcosm of Syria, where a major confrontation was now inevitable, he was about to be outnumbered. About 3 weeks after the 3rd Legion declared for Elagabalus, that final confrontation arrived. Outside of Antioch, Macrinus gathered what troops he could still muster to fight for him, and lined them up against the legions of Elagabalus, who were led into battle by the eunuch Gannes. In the ensuing battle, the 2 sides were pretty evenly matched, but the superior command of Gannes won out against the less capable Macrinus. There is still some debate as to whether the battle in and of itself should have been decisive. After all, Macrinus still had the rest of the empire with him. He had even convinced the Senate to declare Elagabalus and Julia Misa enemies of the state. Plus, whatever their personal feelings towards Macrinus, the legions of the West may not have been as keen on backing a 14-year-old Syrian boy as the Eastern legions had been. But in the battle, 2 things happened. First, Elagabalus apparently displayed a degree of courage during the fight and had rallied a flagging cavalry charge, while second, in contrast, Macrinus had fled the field the minute things began to go against him. This only deepened the impression that Macrinus was a coward, and whatever little faith people were still willing to invest in him fled the field along with the emperor. The now disgraced Macrinus tried to flee back to Rome to regroup, but he was caught by agents of the Severans in Cappadocia and executed. He was 58 years old and had ruled the empire for just 14 months. This left Rome in the hands of 14-year-old Elagabalus. With no other viable candidate stepping forward, and with amnesty promised the Senate, who had, after all, just declared him a public enemy, the senators accepted the legitimacy of the boy shortly after the Severan victory at Antioch. Now, we often call young Elagabalus the first Eastern-born emperor, but in fact, he was half Syrian, half African, just like Caracalla and Geta had been. The reason he is often saddled with this distinction is that because, unlike any of his predecessors, this new emperor was culturally Eastern. Wherever they came from originally, the men who became emperor, by the time they became emperor, were fully Roman in their manner of speech and dress and tastes. But not Elagabalus. He was truly a Syrian, something the Romans back in Rome were about to find out. After the defeat of Macrinus, Elagabalus and his entourage, or should I say at this point, Julia Misa and her entourage, which included Elagabalus, took their sweet time making the trip back to the capital. They passed the winter of 218-219 in Bithynia, and only with the autumn of 219 approaching, more than a year after the initial revolt of the Third Legion, did they arrive in Rome. But to prepare the Romans, and the Senate especially, for the coming of their new master, a portrait of Elagabalus had been delivered to the capital with instructions to hang it in the Senate house, where it would oversee all proceedings. The picture was mostly meant to help them all recognize Elagabalus when he finally arrived, as most people had no idea what he looked like. But all the senators saw was a horrifying glimpse of what was to come. The portrait showed Elagabalus dressed in silken robes, adorned with rings and other jewelry, and, is that makeup? Is that kid wearing eyeliner? Though Roman austerity had long ago been vanquished by the might of luxury and decadence, there were still a few old taboos rattling around, and a man wearing silk robes and makeup was definitely on that list. But appearances aside, the Senate was also inflamed by Elagabalus' disregard for another taboo. Traditionally, the key powers invested in the emperor, the tribunician authority, the proconsular superauthority, were just that, invested in the emperor by the Senate. Whether it was an exercise in rubber stamping was beside the point. The emperor had to ask, and the Senate had to give. In assuming power, though, Elagabalus and his advisors had not asked. More steeped in the traditions of Oriental despotism than they were in the traditions of the Roman Senate, the men surrounding the new emperor had simply declared that Elagabalus now held all the powers of imperial office. This rankled the Senate to no end. Coupled with the disturbing portrait of the Syrian dandy hanging on the wall, well, let's just say that the reign of Elagabalus was not getting off to a great start. And it wasn't just the stuffed shirts in the Senate who were regretting the rise of the boy emperor. The legions who had raised him up and were on hand to witness Elagabalus' day-to-day conduct were shocked at the boy's behavior. Raised with all the privileges that came with being a member of the imperial family, Elagabalus, not unlike Caracalla and Geta, had been spoiled rotten. He had no boundaries, no sense of prudence, and displayed no evidence whatsoever of holding any inhibitions. He dressed as he liked, wore the perfumes that he liked, and frequently consorted with any man, woman, boy, or girl that struck his fancy. It didn't take long for many in the legions, officers and soldiers alike, to begin to doubt the character of this proto-Commodus they had helped to win the throne. In a telling sign of the kind of loyalty Elagabalus commanded once people really got to know him, 2 eastern legions, including the third, which, as you'll recall, had been the first ones to support him, both attempted revolt before Elagabalus even made it to Rome. The mutinies were put down, and in the process, the third legion, the one that had been first to declare for him, was completely disbanded, which is not exactly a promising omen. Elagabalus and his extended family finally arrived in Rome in the autumn of 219, and right off the bat, Julia Misa, through Elagabalus, ensured that the Severan dynasty was firmly re-entrenched in the hearts and minds of the Romans by forcing the Senate to deify both Caracalla and her sister Julia Domna. She then finally got her own taste of real authority by graciously accepting the title Augusta, which the Senate had generously foisted upon her and Elagabalus's mother. But that was not enough for the new Augusta, and she crossed way over the line, pretty far over the line even for the line-crossing happy court of Elagabalus, by forcing the Senate to allow her and her daughter to sit in on senatorial sessions. Women had never been allowed to take part in these proceedings, and though Livia and Agrippina had both been allowed to listen in, they were both safely hidden from view by a curtain. But Julia Musa was aiming to become the most powerful woman the empire had ever known. She considered Elagabalus to be merely a puppet, and planned to control every aspect of the imperial administration herself, and if that meant crashing another taboo, so be it. But young Elagabalus had no intention of being merely a puppet. He was emperor, not his mother or his grandmother. What he said was the final word, and what he wanted would be what the empire got. He was a typically headstrong 14-year-old, and much to Julia Musa's dismay, she found herself, along with everyone else, subject to his whims. The thing that perhaps tipped the scales away from Julia Musa and made Elagabalus so hard to control was that in addition to being the spoiled son of wealth and power, he had also inherited the high priesthood of the sun god Elagabal, which filled the teenager with the sense that he was a quasi-divine figure. We need look no further than the fact that he assumed the name Elagabalus to prove how much the young emperor felt that his role as high priest defined him. At the end of the day, it was probably more important to him than his role as the head of some mortal empire, a fact that would become all too apparent to the citizens of said mortal empire. Rome, as you know, was a highly superstitious society, and one that took its various cults and temples and ceremonies very seriously. The gods they worshipped had been the gods who transformed Rome from a disreputable little village of vagabonds into the master of the Western world. That was not a thing to be taken lightly, and it was important that credit was always given where credit was due. But in Elagabalus's mind, there was only one god, the sun god Elagabal, who also became known as Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun. The new emperor, obsessively pious as he was, announced shortly after arriving in Rome that henceforth all temples in the city would be rededicated to Elagabal, because all the gods, Jupiter included, were simply inferior aspects of the one true god. The rituals and cults that had defined Rome, and in the Roman mind kept them safe, were suppressed. In their place, Elagabalus instituted dozens of variations of sun worship, with the capper being an hours-long ceremony the emperor himself performed almost daily, and that he required the Senate not just to attend, but to take part in. To the Romans, this was not just blasphemy, it was dangerous. Everyone feared what Jupiter's reaction would be when he discovered that the Romans had ceased to make offerings in his names, and that the rituals he prescribed had been abandoned. Compounding the sense of outrage that was bubbling up in Rome was the private life of young Elagabalus. Well, maybe private life isn't the right term, as it was, in every sense, a very public life. Were he alive today, it is likely Elagabalus's identity would be classified as some variation of transgender. He took both male and female lovers, but most of the time dressed in clothing that would have been considered highly effeminate. Famously, his most stable long-term relationship was with his chariot driver Hercules, and it tickled the emperor to no end to refer to himself as Hercules' wife or Hercules' queen. And this was really where his conduct became a source of shame for the population. As we've noted previously, homosexual relations in Rome were widespread and not particularly controversial. But that was as long as you were the dominant partner. To have the emperor take on the passive role, dress as a woman, and cheerfully answer to the title of queen, well, that was way outside the bounds. Even when he assumed the regular old gender role of straight husband, he infuriated Roman sensibilities. Over the course of his brief reign, less than 4 years total, he took no less than 5 different wives, abandoning them and sometimes returning to them with alarming speed. Most offensive, though, was his decision to marry a Vestal virgin, so that together they could produce divine children. Obviously, this made a mockery of the virgin part of the Vestal virgins, and, if it went unpunished, the Romans feared this sacrilege would bring who knows what terrible fortune upon the empire. All of these outrages, his flouting of sexual taboos, his destruction of traditional Roman religion, and his habit of appointing low-born friends and lovers to key administrative posts, began to wear so thin that the fabric started to tear. Julia Misa, who had been the driving force behind the boy's elevation in the first place, quietly began to reconsider her position. She found herself on the outs with the boy, unable to control the puppet she thought she had so skillfully carved. Her daughter seemed content to let the boy follow his whims wherever they may take him, happy to trade power and influence for the luxuries of imperial court life, and so Julia Misa began making plans to abandon them both. Giving up on Elagabalus, she turned to her other grandson, Alexander Severus, to see what he was made of. In contrast to Elagabalus, Alexander was a quiet, serious boy who seemed much better suited temperamentally for a long-term stay on the throne. Elagabalus, on the other hand, utterly indifferent to how many people he was pissing off, was clearly going to run into a dagger one of these days. If Julia played her cards right, she might be able to position Alexander as the successor to Elagabalus, and so, when Elagabalus finally ran into that dagger, she would still have another shot at being the real power behind the throne. In 221, she managed, after a bit of coaxing and pleading, to convince Elagabalus to name his cousin Caesar, and, at least for now, make Alexander the heir to the throne. This way, if anything, God forbid, should happen to you, then the throne will remain in the family. Naturally, when you have children of your own, this can all be rearranged, but for now, it's just a smart insurance policy. Think of your mother. They'll probably kill her if the throne falls into the wrong hands. Coincidentally, as soon as Elagabalus agreed and Alexander was made Caesar, the assassination attempts began. There was no shortage of conspirators ready to take a shot at Elagabalus, and the shots started coming fast and furious as 221 rolled over to 222. Elagabalus managed to escape the first few tries, but it was becoming obvious that not only did he have enemies, but those enemies filled the ranks of the Praetorian Guard. Having the best seat in the house to witness all of Elagabalus's depravities, and being forced to obey all of his orders to boot, the Praetorians probably hated him more than anyone else, and Elagabalus soon realized that he really couldn't trust them anymore. Especially because they all seemed to love his cousin Alexander so much. And come to think of it, maybe my grandmother didn't want me to name him Caesar so he could be my heir, just in case. Maybe she wanted me to name him Caesar so he could be my replacement. Furious at being duped into appointing his own replacement, Elagabalus immediately wrote Alexander out of his will, and revoked the title of Caesar in March of 222. Suspicious of everyone at this point, he then let it be known that Alexander had actually died, just to see how people would react. The Praetorians flew into a frenzy. Not yet convinced that Alexander was dead, they threatened to riot if Elagabalus did not produce the boy alive and well right this instant. Elagabalus took note of the rage exploding out of the Praetorian camp, and was pleased that he had flushed out their true feelings. But he was not so pleased to discover that he had sort of let the genie out of the bottle. The Praetorians refused his orders to stand down, and they continued to threaten the emperor with deadly force if he didn't produce Alexander, right this instant. Afraid of what they might actually do to him, Elagabalus had no choice but to comply. Accompanied by his mother, Elagabalus escorted Alexander to the camp, and when they all made their entrance, the Praetorians began to cheer. Completely ignoring the emperor and his mother, the Praetorians raised Alexander on their shields and bore him to the head of the line and acclaimed him Caesar. Elagabalus interrupted this celebration by reminding the Praetorians that Alexander was not, nor would he ever again be, Caesar, and that as the emperor, his word was final. This was a big mistake. The Praetorians turned on him with hate in their eyes, and Elagabalus suddenly realized how much danger he was in. He and his mother tried to flee, but they were quickly seized by the angry guard. Without ceremony or hesitation, they were both killed and their bodies dragged through the streets in disgrace. Elagabalus was only 18 years old, and he had ruled Rome for just shy of 4 years. His reign had been a strange detour that in the end had very little impact on the course of Roman history. All his religious reforms were cancelled immediately, all of his friends and consorts were thrown out of power, and life more or less returned to normal. As usual when it comes to the bad emperors, it is difficult to pick through the various histories to determine which stories about Elagabalus are true and which ones are false. Everyone had an axe to grind with the mad little teenager from Syria, and the only tool anyone had left was character assassination. So did he really smother dinner guests to death under a massive pile of flower petals? Probably not. But the infuriating obsession with Sol Invictus was real enough, as was probably a lot of his scandalous social life. But again, how much and which particulars are true is tough to discern. He was bad enough and dangerous enough that he was betrayed by his grandmother and abandoned by the Praetorian Guard, but then again, I can think of perfectly selfish reasons for everyone to have acted just the way they did without Elagabalus needing to be a horrible monster for them to do it. Julia Misa was angry the boy wouldn't listen to her. The troops, maybe, had been promised more money if they backed Alexander. But in all likelihood, the stereotype of Elagabalus the crazy hedonist was not invented out of whole cloth. These things come from somewhere. And everyone in Rome sure seemed pretty happy when he was gone. Next week, we'll get into the tragic reign of his successor, Alexander Severus, who tried in every way to be the polar opposite of Elagabalus. He was smart, conscientious, dedicated, and made a habit of listening to those who needed to be listened to, and ignoring those who needed to be ignored. Young Alexander always showed maturity and vision beyond his years, but the era into which he was born refused to reward his unimpeachable character, and instead used it as an excuse to stab him in the back. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 105, The Last Princeps. The reign of Alexander Severus was the calm before the storm. The clouds had begun to gather with the death of Marcus Aurelius, and they had only grown darker and more ominous as the empire endured first Commodus, then a succession of imperial assassinations, then a three-way civil war, then a humorless military dictatorship run by Septimius Severus, and then finally the cruel debauchery of his heirs. When Elagabalus was killed by the Praetorian Guard in 222, it seemed like the lightning and the thunder and the rain was about to start. But then a curious thing happened. The dark clouds just sort of hung there in suspended animation. No thunder, no lightning, no rain. Not yet, anyway. For 13 years, the Roman Empire was granted a stay of execution. The provinces flourished, the rule of law prevailed, and the burdens of life were eased. But in the end, it was just a stay of execution, not a full pardon. And when Alexander Severus was assassinated in 235, the thunder and the lightning and the rain finally arrived. When discussing the very worst emperors in Roman history, it is common to point out that the most striking similarity between Caligula and Nero, and Commodus and Caracalla and Elagabalus, was how young they all were. The old man of that group is Caligula, who was all of 25 when he came to power. In fact, when you go back through the rolls, there are basically no examples of a Roman leader under the age of 30 being anything but a train wreck. The exception that proves the rule was, of course, Scipio Africanus, and he appears to have used up almost all the wisdom and talent the gods had ever planned on granting the under 30 set. In 222, though, Alexander Severus, ascending to the throne at the age of 13, broke this string of underage train wrecks. Somehow, he managed to scrape together whatever leftover residue of youthful competence Scipio had not sucked up for himself, and he used it to rule the empire with something approaching wisdom for more than a decade. Probably the biggest determining factor in Alexander not becoming a horrible train wreck was his mother. A fact that I'm sure will make every mother out there nod their head in agreement and make every teenager out there roll their eyes in annoyance. But guys, it's true. As different as Alexander was from his cousin, so too was his mother, Julia Mamaea, different from her sister. Julia Mamaea loved her son and wanted him to be happy, but was not so indulgent that she just let him do whatever he wanted. She took very seriously the fact that as emperor, Alexander had very serious responsibilities. She had seen up close the corrupting power of, well, power, and so did her best to shield her son from its worst effects. As we will see, Julia Mamaea was no saint, and her own faults would become a big problem for the regime, but she was smart enough to know that her son would never last in power if he was allowed to give himself over to the pleasures of power while abdicating the responsibilities. And of course, standing over Julia Mamaea's shoulder the whole time, making sure that she did right by her son, was her mother, Julia Maesa, who would be damned if she was going to let some hormonal teenager blow the deal for her a second time. At 13, Alexander had neither the experience nor the education to run the government all by himself. Even with his mother and grandmother pulling the strings, there was simply not yet enough innate authority emanating from the boy to hold the regime together. So Julia Mamaea went out a-calling on the most influential families in Rome and quickly organized a governing council composed of 16 widely respected senators. This had the effect not only of granting the new regime access to wisdom and experience they would not have been able to conjure on their own, but more importantly, it had the effect of co-opting the Senate. Bringing these 16 senators into the imperial fold meant cooling a potential hotbed of sedition and buying Alexander time to get on his feet. But, and this is where the Severans really played it smart, the governing council did not become just some blue-ribbon photo op. They were given real, actual authority, and every day debated and resolved the real issues facing the empire. Alexander sat at their head, and as emperor, he had the final say in everything. But the men of the council were not only listened to, they were usually deferred to. The senators on the council acquitted themselves admirably, and Alexander was able to sort of ride his advisor's good sense all the way to Legitimacy City. He was lucky to have among their number 2 men of note who helped steer the ship of state wisely during these early years. First, the great jurist Gnaeus Domitius Annius Ulpianus, who we know today as Ulpian, and the historian Cassius Dio, whose 80-volume History of Rome has provided a lot of the material that your humble podcast is based upon, especially these last few episodes. I'll deal with Cassius Dio a bit more in a second, but right now I want to focus on Ulpian, who was the predominant force during Alexander's first year in office. He had been born around 170 and had risen quickly up the political ranks until he became a member of Septimius Severus's advisory board. He remained a high-ranking imperial official after Severus's death, and somehow managed to emerge from Caracalla's regime with his reputation intact. In fact, his reputation was so intact that when Elagabalus took power, Ulpian was banished from Rome for fear that he would prove to be a pain in the new emperor's far less virtuous backside. With Elagabalus's death, Ulpian was immediately recalled by Julia Mamaea to serve on the council she was putting together to run the government for her son. Upon his return, Ulpian was named Praetorian Prefect and tasked most especially with untangling the knot of corruption and vice that had infected both the army and the imperial bureaucracy. Well above and beyond his distinguished political career, though, Ulpian is best known as a legal scholar of the First Order. Throughout his life, he wrote endless commentaries on the laws of the empire, and his work was so highly regarded that when Justinian was compiling his definitive body of civil law, the writings of Ulpian represented a full third of Justinian's Digest, the companion book to his more formal Justinian Code, which compiled authoritative legal opinions and gave them the force of law. But despite the esteem within which he was held by emperors, he wound up despised by the Praetorian Guard, and unfortunately was about to meet his mortal end. The first order of business for the council was to reverse the complete takeover of Rome by the sun god known as Elagabalus or Sol Invictus, and reinstate traditional Roman religion. As we will see down the road, this did not mean banishing the sun cult completely. It just meant that any temples expropriated by Elagabalus were returned to their original deities. Indeed, the worship of Sol Invictus remained popular, and as previously noted during the History of Rome Christmas special, the popularity of the Feast of the Unconquered Sun perhaps played a role in the Christian decision to celebrate the birth of Christ on December the 25th. Once the council got Rome right with the gods, they then went through the roles of the bureaucracy and reviewed every single man Elagabalus had appointed during his 4 years in power. Those found to be unqualified or corrupt, which is to say practically all of them, were immediately purged and replaced by men of far greater merit. Before Alexander's first year in office was up, the Romans were back to performing the religious ceremonies they had always performed, and the government was back in the hands of men who knew what they were doing. Following the initial obvious moves to strip away the layers of Elagabalus's legacy, the council then set about instituting more ambitious reforms, because they were not just dealing with the tainted legacy of Elagabalus, they were also dealing with the tainted legacy of Caracalla. Caracalla, you'll recall, had declared everyone in the empire a citizen, so that they would all qualify for taxes that as mere subjects they had been exempted from. This had put an enormous financial burden on the provinces, and was slowly eating away at their local economies. The big problem was that money that should have stayed at home was being shipped to Rome. Local municipalities were having a hard time raising revenue, and local merchants were having a hard time finding anyone who could afford their goods and services. And it's not like the money headed to Rome was being sent back in the form of imperial reinvestment. No, it was just landing in the emperor's pocket, and God knows what he was doing with it. So, soon after the governing council was formed, they initiated a mass cut of the insanely high tax rate that had been levied on the provinces. They balanced this reduction in imperial revenue by simply cutting back on all that lavish God knows what that Caracalla and Elagabalus had been up to. But their spending cuts, while well-intentioned, struck a nerve that was dangerous to strike: the army. The troops had been taught to expect salaries and donatives and bonuses that far exceeded what the treasury could actually afford. So when Alexander and his governing council attempted to realign military spending and fiscal reality, well, let's just say that the average soldier didn't care much about fiscal realities. He just knew that some skinflint back in Rome was holding out on him. The army had been corrupted completely by the unsustainable excesses of previous emperors, and now that someone who could tally up a debit column and a credit column and then compare the two was in charge, the army was in for a rude awakening. But actually, what happened was more like the governing council was in for a rude awakening when they discovered what happened when they tried to reduce soldier pay. The pushback claimed its first victim in 223, just a year after Alexander took office. Despite Ulpian's merits, or perhaps because of them, the Praetorian Guard quickly came to hate him for his annoying combination of frugality and discipline, and after a year of watching their privileges whittled away, the rank and file of the Guard finally snapped. We don't know what the last straw was, but in early 223, there is no other way to put this, the Praetorians went berserk. For 3 days, Rome was engulfed by riots between the Praetorians, who clamored violently for the head of Ulpian, and the general population, who loved him and attempted to defend him from the much better armed Praetorian cohorts. Finally, though, the civilian mobs were broken up on the third day, and Ulpian was left exposed. He managed to make it to the imperial palace, but despite the entreaties of Alexander, the soldiers murdered Ulpian right there at the feet of the young emperor. Their bloodlust sated, the Guard returned to their camp, and calm returned to the city. Unfortunately for Alexander, though, and much to his embarrassment, there was little he could do about the riots or the murder. If he tried to come down on the Praetorians right away, they would just kill him as they had Elagabalus, and find someone new to rule the empire. Though he was popular with the Guard, he was not popular enough, and he knew it, so he had to endure the humiliation of watching his own bodyguards disobey direct orders, beat and kill innocent civilians, and then murder his chief advisor right in front of him. He identified the leaders of the insurrection, though, and in time, he promoted them away from Rome to positions in the provinces, where they were duly punished for their past crimes. Once Ulpian was disposed of, though, the Guard seemed to return to their senses, and Alexander's regime appeared safe for the time being. But they were soon dealt another blow, and in 224, Julia Maesa, the guiding light of the Severan comeback, died, leaving Alexander without his most cunning advisor, and leaving his mother in sole charge of Alexander's emerging character. In guiding her son, she took the most direct route she could think of, and physically limited the young emperor's access to those whom she did not approve of. The sycophants who always wind up circling power like flies around garbage were kept out of the palace, and Alexander was only allowed to spend time with teachers and senators and advisors who had been pre-screened by Julia. Also well aware that idle hands are the devil's plaything, she refused to allow Alexander to simply lay about in the palace all day. Instead, she forced him, not necessarily against his will, as it is difficult to distinguish his will from his mother's at this point, to go down to the forum and preside over the daily legal trials. As emperor, he was expected to be the supreme judicial authority in the empire, and he needed to get himself acquainted with the rigors of doing a good job at it. Naturally, he was advised by expert lawyers when making his decisions at first, but in time, he learned how to be an impartial judge, and throughout his reign, he always paid careful attention to his duties as the final arbitrator of justice. 224 AD is also notable for another significant development in the history of Rome, and, for that matter, the history of the world: the collapse of the Parthian Empire and the rise of the Sassanids. For 400 years, the Parthian Empire had successfully ruled the remains of the old Persian Empire, and, when it was united, it was more than a match for their neighbor to the west. But their devolved governmental structure and highly contested dynastic struggles meant that more often than not, the Parthian Empire was not united. In the early 200s AD, a royal family down in the southwest of the empire, that is, they were among the kings who the Parthian king of kings ruled, began to get ambitious about their fortunes. They muscled out other aristocratic families, and pretty soon were the dominant power in the region. With the Parthian royal family engaged in yet another dynastic struggle back in the eastern half of the empire, the eldest son of this family, a man named Shapur, established an almost completely autonomous kingdom near the Red Sea. After a dynastic struggle of their own brought his brother Ardashir to power, the new king forced neighboring provinces to swear fealty to him and his family. Now that he was operating across borders, the Parthian king finally took notice of what was going on, and sent one of the neighboring governors to crush Ardashir. But Ardashir won the battle handily. So the Parthian king decided he needed to go put this upstart in his place, and personally led an army to do just that. But in the ensuing battle, Ardashir not only crushed the Parthian army, but killed the king in the process. In 224, Ardashir entered Ctesiphon and had himself crowned King of Kings. With Ardashir's victory, the Parthian Empire, as it had been known, came crashing down, replaced by what we call today the Sassanid Empire. The name Sassanid likely derives from the name of Ardashir's grandfather, who was the one who initiated the ambitions of the family. For the next 400 years, the Sassanids would rule an empire that at its height would extend from Egypt to India and from Saudi Arabia to Russia. We will have much more to say about the Sassanids as we move forward, so for now, I'll stick with the particular machinations of its first king, Ardashir. Not unlike Vologases, who kicked off a war with Rome in the 160s AD, because he took his string of domestic victories as proof that he was indestructible, Ardashir was similarly convinced of his own irresistibility. Following his crowning as the new King of Kings, he marched around the old dominions of the Parthians and established his own, far more centralized authority. By 230, he felt secure enough at home to begin looking beyond the frontier. No one would ever accuse Ardashir of thinking small, and when he surveyed his new country, he believed that what was really his birthright was all the territory that had once encompassed old Persia. This meant Syria and Egypt, and really, everything possessed by Rome as far west as the Hellespont. So, yeah, he believed big. But I'll come back to Ardashir and his coming invasion of Rome next week, and for now, we'll get back to Alexander as he tried to hold his own empire together. In 225, probably figuring that it was never too soon to begin producing legitimate heirs, Julia Mamaea arranged for her now 16-year-old son to marry the daughter of a prominent senator. But soon after the wedding, Julia discovered something horrible. Alexander actually liked his wife, and wanted to spend time with her. This, of course, cut into Julia's own time with the emperor, and was no doubt all kinds of threatening to her position as the preeminent woman in Alexander's life. So in 226 or 227, Julia made a move to restore balance to the universe. First, Alexander's father-in-law was accused of trying to turn the Praetorians against the young emperor, and for this crime, he was executed. Whether or not he actually did what they say he did is still an open question. And then second, in the aftermath of the scandal, Alexander's wife was exiled to Libya. The emperor was heartbroken, but he refused to go against his mother's wishes. This inability to stand up to his mother was the downside of Alexander's naturally mild temperament. This temperament was mostly great for the empire. He never slaughtered people at the drop of a hat, or plundered estates whenever the fancy struck, or started wars for no reason. But he also could never bring himself to challenge his mother, even when she began to become a liability. For these reasons, the reign of Alexander, as good as it was in comparison to his predecessors, was not all roses. Though the dark storm clouds still seemed to be biding their time, they were also constantly swirling and shifting, and generally making everyone nervous. Alexander's move to try to correct the exorbitant pay of the soldiers was a source of constant concern, as uprisings and mutinies broke out to the tune of at least a couple of rebellions a year. These incidents were kept local and isolated, and put down one by one as soon as they cropped up. but there was definitely something to worry about in the pattern of often violent disobedience in the legions. Making matters worse was the fact that the Praetorians were not exempt from mutiny, as they had already so amply demonstrated when they rioted against Ulpian. So the imperial family had to remain on guard, not just against insurrection in the provinces, but also insurrection in their own backyard. This fear took down the second great member of Alexander's governing council in 229, when Cassius Dio was exiled from Rome following threats by the Praetorians that they had grown tired of the sarcastic historian. Dio had been born in 155 in Bithynia into a wealthy family, and after enrolling as a senator during the reign of Commodus, he served in a variety of administrative posts during the reign of Septimius Severus. He became so trusted by the emperor that his political career was capped by stints as the governor of both Africa and Pannonia, two of the most important provinces in the empire. After Severus's death, Dio seems mostly to have retired from public life, and spent the bulk of his time completing an 80-volume history of Rome. Written in Greek, the history begins with the arrival of Aeneas in Italy, and went right up to the present day, that is, the reign of Alexander. Though only fragments remain of the monumental work today, the history by Cassius Dio is one of the most important resources we have in piecing together the story of the Roman Empire. When Alexander, and with him some semblance of sanity, came to power, Dio returned to public life to serve on Alexander's council, and it is said that he was held in particular esteem by the young emperor. That esteem is what made it so difficult for Alexander to react to the latest threats emanating from the Praetorian camp. The guard did not like Dio, and they wanted him gone. But at first, Alexander tried to buck them and back his favorite historian. To demonstrate his loyalty, he and Dio shared a consulship in 229, but that only inflamed the guard even further. Facing a bloody coup or abandoning his friend, Alexander was forced to choose the latter. Following their shared consulship, Cassius Dio was sent back home to Bithynia, where he died soon after. But Alexander would not have long to mourn for his dead advisor. In 230 AD, word came of a shocking development in the east. The new king of Parthia, wait, is it even still Parthia anymore? Had suddenly decided that he was going to invade Roman territory. He had gathered a massive army on the banks of the Tigris and was making periodic raids into the empire. And this wasn't small-time banditry either. By the looks of things, the new monarch of the East was planning something huge. Next week, Alexander will get his first taste of war. After the young emperor fails to settle things peacefully, he will need to muster an army to take on the most serious foreign threat to the empire since the days of the Marcomannic coalition. But before we go this week, I want to let you all in on something that the history of Rome has been working on for the last few months that is so close to being finalized that I'm going to go ahead and reveal its existence now, a little bit in advance of a formal announcement that I'll be making very soon. No, it's not a book, not yet. But how about this? An official History of Rome Roman History Tour. All I'm going to say about it right now is that if you've ever thought about wanting to plan a Roman history-themed vacation and were thinking maybe May 2011 sounded like a good time to go, well, then you should hold off for a minute on booking tickets until you have a chance to check out the details of the official History of Rome Roman History Tour. Those details will be coming shortly, and I can't tell you how excited I am about it because, with a little luck, I'll see you in Rome. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book. You can also keep going with one of their monthly subscription options and get great deals on all your future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to recommend How the Irish Saved Civilization by Thomas Cahill, which tells the important story of how many of the ancient texts that this very podcast is based on managed to survive intact through the darkest period of the Dark Ages. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 106, Barbarian at the Gate. The first 8 years of Alexander Severus's reign proved to be a relatively quiet and prosperous time for the empire. The period was not totally without problems, as evidenced by the periodic mutinies in the army, but compared to what had come before, and what was going to come after, the mid to late 220s AD was pretty much heaven on earth. Taxes were low, the frontiers were quiet, and the imperial regime was stable. That period of relative calm, however, is about to come to an abrupt end. In 230 AD, the new Sassanid king Ardashir, who we introduced last week, made the bold decision to begin attacking the Roman Empire. He was an aggressive and ambitious leader, and it is reported that his ultimate objective may have been to completely dislodge the Romans from the east, which was an aggressive and ambitious goal to say the least. He amassed an army on the banks of the Tigris River, which at the time had been serving as the de facto Roman Parthian border, and began raiding the Roman positions in Mesopotamia. At the very least, Ardashir planned to reclaim this critical region, which had again fallen under Roman control during the reign of Caracalla. Ardashir's raids sent alarm bells ringing across the empire, as observers of Eastern politics knew that Ardashir and the Sassanids were a dangerous new power looking to make their mark on the world. Despite calls for him to immediately order a counterattack, Alexander responded, not unreasonably, by sending envoys to Ardashir to figure out what was going on. He was castigated for this timid response by many in the legions, who accused Alexander of being a decadent coward, afraid of fighting. But Alexander wanted to be sure this wasn't all some misunderstanding before he started a war. Trying to end conflicts with words rather than swords is not a terrible policy. As the oft-cited Winston Churchill quote goes, to jaw is always better than to war. But in the coming years, Alexander would continue to do things that confirmed the perception that he was unwilling to fight even a justifiable war, and this would be his undoing. The envoys met with Ardashir and reminded the king of all applicable treaties and territorial claims, and then informed the Sassanids in no uncertain terms that they were encroaching on Roman land and thus risking war. They went on to say that the emperor was more than happy to forget the whole thing, as Ardashir was new to the job and maybe didn't realize what he was doing, but he had to stop his activities right now and stay on the east bank of the Tigris. Ardashir thanked them for their message and told them that he knew exactly what he was doing, that he was going to keep doing what he was doing, and what are the Romans going to do about it if they're so tough? The envoys hastily sent word to Alexander that the Sassanid king had refused to yield, and so Alexander, out of political and moral necessity, mustered an army and prepared to march east. Unlike Lucius Verus, who had taken his sweet time traveling to Antioch the last time the eastern provinces had been under attack, Alexander marched quickly. On his way through Illyria, he drafted a chunk of the Danube legions into his expeditionary force, and, with an impressive army at his back, he arrived in Antioch in 231, ready to begin drilling for the expected campaign. As his army prepared for war, Alexander once again tried for peace. With the Eastern legions strongly reinforced, and the emperor himself present on the scene, Alexander hoped Ardashir would see the error of his ways and back down from the confrontation. But again, though it was probably a prudent overture, The legions were disgusted with Alexander for continuing to jaw when he should be making war. They accused the emperor of being too addicted to the comforts of Rome to defend the empire honorably. I'm willing to give Alexander the benefit of the doubt as to his motivations, but given his later conduct, it's not exactly implausible that the young emperor really was just trying to get out of having to endure the hardships of a military campaign. While he waited for Ardashir's reply, the emperor and his lieutenants struggled to hold the assembled legions together. Discontentment with Alexander's leadership had become second nature to the soldiers, who were annoyed not just with the constant peace offerings, but also with the fact that Julia Mamaea was right there with her son, in his tent, controlling him, and by extension, them. Not only was it bothersome that they were being led by a woman, or a boy being controlled by a woman, which is somehow just a little bit worse, but Julia in particular was not a beloved figure in the army. As I hinted at last week, Julia's conduct eventually became a liability for Alexander, and it was during the Eastern campaign that this became apparent. The big problem was that Julia Mamaea loved money. Not the things money could buy, but the money itself. She loved money in the way that Ebenezer Scrooge loved money. She loved to acquire it, and she hated to spend it. So while Alexander's regime is often praised for its modesty, in that they didn't spend exorbitant amounts on food and clothes and parties, they often slipped too far the other way and were accused of excessive miserliness, especially by the legions. They had watched their pay cut and their donatives cancelled, and every little comfort they had accumulated over the years stripped away, and all the while they had watched Julia Mamaea carefully collect and then sit on tax revenue. The emperor wasn't too broke to pay the legions what they thought they deserved. He was just too stingy. But everyone knew that it wasn't the emperor who was stingy, it was his mother. That lady in the tent over there, she's the one who keeps our rations standard and our camps rough. And she's the same lady who's telling her son to make peace with the Sassanids rather than punish them for their transgressions. No, it is fair to say that the legions didn't like Julia one bit. So Alexander's eastern army was plagued by mutiny. The soldiers coming out of Egypt seemed particularly insubordinate, but the men of the Danube legions were right behind them. They were unused to the Syrian climate, and disease broke out almost as soon as they arrived. Far from home, they began dropping like flies. Supposedly, they were there to fight a war, but instead the emperor was futzing around trying to call the whole thing off, which meant that maybe they had been dragged out to this godforsaken desert for no reason, and now they were maybe dying for no reason. This, as you can imagine, was not a recipe for happy soldiers. So it was perhaps lucky for Alexander that Ardashir again rebuffed his advances. In reply to Alexander's latest peace offering, the Sassanid king demanded that the Romans completely withdraw from their eastern provinces and cede all territory east of the Hellespont to the Sassanids. So yeah, I guess the time had come for war. In 232, Alexander and his generals divided up the legions and set into motion their plan for a three-pronged invasion of Parthian territory. Wait, are we still calling it Parthia? Who is this that we're even fighting these days? One arm was to head north and take the route through Armenia to Media. The second arm would circle around the south and then plunge north, well east of where Ardashir would be expecting an invasion force to appear. The main army, led by the emperor himself, would march through the middle, directly at the heart of the enemy. The point of all this was to divide Ardashir's attention with attacks on multiple fronts, so that he would split his forces, and all three of the Roman arms would enjoy a numerical advantage. It was a great strategy in theory. In practice, it didn't work out quite as planned, especially since Alexander never led the key attack on the middle of Sassanid territory, leaving his two wings exposed to Ardashir's forces. The whole operation got off to a shaky start anyway, though, as the northern trek through the Armenian mountains turned out to be far more difficult than the Romans were anticipating. But after an arduous journey, they emerged from the mountains more or less intact, and immediately besieged the key cities of Medea. This assault had the intended effect on Ardashir, who was compelled to peel off a significant portion of his troops to deal with this crisis in the north. In the south, things went much better for the invading legions, at least at first, and just as planned, they marched north from the confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, and, much to Ardashir's surprise, the Sassanid king suddenly had to deal with a Roman army deep in his own territory. Leaving behind what he hoped would be enough men in Medea, Ardashir rushed east with the rest of his troops to deal with the new front the Romans had opened up. So far, everything was working out exactly as the Romans had hoped. The Sassanid forces were divided and strategically scrambled. All that was left was for Alexander to lead the main Roman army across the Tigris, and the Sassanids would be overwhelmed. But this last crucial step was not taken. It seems that Alexander had come to believe that things were going so well that his part of the plan was now unnecessary. The soldiers under his command, eager to get in the fight, were appalled, and now convinced beyond any doubt that their leader was either a coward or a weakling dominated by a cowardly mother. This decision not to invade would have disastrous consequences. The force marching up from the south believed that the emperor had already invaded, and thus that their west flank was totally protected. But without Alexander's army getting in the way, Ardashir was able to take a straight line to the unsuspecting legions, and then hit them with a force far in excess of anything they had prepared for. Believing themselves safe on the left, the legions had been sloppy in their defenses, and so when Ardashir appeared on the horizon with a huge Sassanid army behind him, they were taken totally by surprise. Surprise is such a coveted element of war because it so often leads directly to total victory, and in this case, the point was proved decisively. After an improvised attempt to defend themselves failed, the surprised legions were overrun and cut down to the last man. Back in Roman territory, news of the disaster was met with grief and fury by Alexander's army. There was absolutely no reason why their comrades should have been hung out to dry like that. Here they were, the largest of the three divisions, sitting on the sidelines twiddling their thumbs, while out there, men were dying for a lack of support. The damage done to Alexander's reputation was incalculable. But what was done, and the emperor, realizing that the initial invasion plan was now busted, ordered the northern arm back to Antioch, where the Romans would regroup and reassess their position. But this order only exacerbated the Roman problems, as the march back through Armenia during the winter of 232-233 was even harder than the march in had been. Men died of disease and exposure and hunger, and the army that finally arrived back in Antioch was a broken shell of what it had once been. Alexander was spared the painful process of trying to figure out how to salvage victory from the humiliation of defeat, when scouts arrived with the unexpected news that Ardashir had decided to disband his exhausted army. Like the old armies of the Roman Republic, the Sassanid army was an unprofessional force of temporary draftees. Ardashir's running them this way and that over the course of the last few years had led to his own internal problems, as men complained that their farms and businesses were falling into disrepair back home. Rather than risk a full mutiny that would destroy his so recently won legitimacy, Ardashir released them all from service. Besides, it wouldn't hurt to take a few years off to recuperate from this initial encounter with Rome. Ardashir was playing for the long game, and was simultaneously emboldened and chastened by this first war. The next time he took on the Romans, he would be stronger and smarter. The sudden disbanding of the Sassanids was a godsend for Alexander, and it allowed him to extract himself from the east with his dignity somewhat intact, because at the very least, he would be able to argue that the Romans, despite their setbacks, had actually won the war. But though this line worked on the Senate and the general population, the army wasn't having it for a second. They knew what had really happened, and they were really ticked off about it. Compounding their anger was a message from the west that Germanic tribes had taken the opportunity provided by Alexander's redeployment of the Danube legions to cross the frontier and raid Roman settlements. When the men of the Danube legions found out what had happened, they absolutely redlined. They had been dragged from their homes out to this stupid desert, ravaged by disease and hunger and thirst, all in the name of fighting some war that they never even got into because Alexander had kept them sitting on the sidelines. Those who had gotten to fight had been pointlessly marched through Armenia and back until they were almost all dead. And now on top of everything else, the very fact of their absence had led their families back home to be slaughtered by marauding Germans. Pissed off does not even begin to describe the mood of the Danube legions. Both to head off a full-blown insurrection, and because it was the right thing to do, Alexander quickly picked up the army he had stationed in Antioch, and, leaving behind a few garrisons to keep an eye on the Sassanids, marched the rest west to drive back the Germans and exact a little revenge. As he marched through Moesia and Pannonia, he redeposited some of the various Danube troops back in their home camps, and allowed them to clean up the mess that had been made in their absence. The rest of the army kept marching with Alexander all the way to the Upper Rhine, where the German incursions had been heaviest. But once situated in Germany, Alexander quickly reminded everyone that at the end of the day, he really, really did not want to lead an army in battle. After crossing the great river on a pontoon bridge and a showy display of force, the emperor sent word to the various German chiefs offering terms of peace, which included payments of cash and other considerations in exchange for a cessation of hostilities. This was the last straw. The legions Alexander had brought with him from the east described to their western comrades what had happened in Syria, and they all agreed that history was repeating itself. The Germans had plundered Roman territory, and Alexander's response was to offer them more treasure. This growing anger didn't even yet take into account the fact that with their reduced pay, the men were clamoring for an invasion of Germania so they could do some plundering of their own. Over the winter of 234-235, the rank and file mumbled and grumbled to each other, and the possibility of rebellion went from secret desire to open conspiracy. The only thing standing between Alexander and assassination was that the men had no leader willing to head their revolt. In February 235, though, that all changed, and a general named Maximinus Thrax was about to become the first barbarian emperor of Rome. The career of Maximinus is fascinating for all kinds of reasons, not the least of which because he is the one character who really stood out to me the first time I read any part of the Decline and Fall back when I was a kid. The rest of Gibbon was just indecipherable gobbledygook that I couldn't make heads or tails out of, but when he started talking about this gigantic barbarian who as a teenager easily bested the strongest men in the legions and then rose up the ranks to become emperor, well, that I understood. What I didn't understand at the time was what a momentous event his claim to the throne represented in the broader sweep of Roman history. Maximinus Thrax had been born in the early 170s AD, and tradition holds that he was the son of a peasant family in Thrace, hence the Thrax, which roughly makes his name Maximinus the Thracian. But it is also possible that he was born and raised in Moesia. As with the exact location of his birth, his heritage is similarly a matter of some debate. The Historia Augusta, now beginning to slip into unreliability, claim that he was born of a Gothic father and a Sarmatian mother, but most other Roman writers describe him as being Thraco-Roman, that is, a fully settled and Romanized Thracian, rather than a barbarian, in the sense that his parents came from communities beyond the frontier. He was first noticed during the reign of Septimius Severus, when the emperor was returning from one of his eastern campaigns, probably the first one following his victory over Niger in 194. Legend has it that after halting the day's march, the legions decided to engage in some friendly sport with the locals. Young Maximinius showed up and proceeded to toss every soldier the legions threw at him. Severus was impressed, But he was even more impressed the next day, when the young man jogged alongside his horse until the emperor agreed to let him join the legions. And the emperor was even more impressed when, after jogging for God knows how many miles, Maximinius still bested the dozen or so soldiers Severus ordered him to wrestle as a final test. Maximinius made an excellent soldier. He was, after all, a head taller than just about every other man in the army. He is described as being 8 Roman feet tall, which is basically 8 modern feet tall, and while I find that very hard to believe, I'm willing to believe that he was significantly larger than his contemporaries, not unlike Charlemagne, who is also described as being a gigantic 8 feet tall. But despite his excellence as an infantryman, he was never slated for higher command, and for a long time looked destined for the standard 25 years service and a gold watch. But over time, he did rise up the ranks, and when Alexander Severus took over, his governing council recommended the Thracian for a slot running the training of new recruits in Pannonia. In this post, Maximinius thrived. He was stern and demanding, but he also reveled in leading by example. Whatever he expected his men to do, he did himself first. He never sat back and ordered his men around. He always got down in the mud with them and shared in the hard, dirty, and exhausting work of learning how to be a Roman soldier. This teaching style endeared him to each successive wave of recruits, and pretty soon, a majority of the men serving along the Danube had been personally trained by Maximinius Thrax, and so a majority of the men serving along the Danube loved him to death and would have followed him to hell and back. When the Germans began overrunning the border in 234, Maximinius was put in charge of a legion, and he was already working hard to counter the German menace when Alexander arrived on the scene a few months later. We don't really know what his level of involvement was with the growing mutiny prior to February 235, but we can say for pretty certain that Maximinius had no love for Alexander. Though the young emperor was the man who had finally given Maximinius a real shot at power, the Thracian had long ago developed a hatred for the Roman aristocracy, and soft, refined Alexander was the undisputed leader of the Roman aristocracy. The rich old men of Rome had never let Maximinius forget his humble origins, nor had their slaves failed to treat him as something beneath even their own lowly station. He found the capital to be nothing but a snake pit of backstabbing weaklings who pretended that they were better than everyone else. By 235, Maximinius was dedicated to his soldiers, and they were dedicated to him. The rest of the empire, politicians, civilians, whatever, were simply in the way. So when Alexander once again tried to make peace before Rome had made its point, this time offering money to boot, it is easy to believe that Maximinius did not exactly clamp down on seditious activity in his camp. But still, however he felt, we still don't know whether his troops' decision to declare him emperor in February 235 was orchestrated in advance or actually came as a surprise. Whatever the prearrangements had been, when Maximinius rose to address his troops one wintry morning, the men spontaneously hailed him emperor and demanded that he agree to the job. After the requisite amount of protest, Maximinius reluctantly agreed, and the rebellion against Alexander Severus was on. After doubling everyone's rations and promising a large donative if the rebellion was successful, Maximinius ordered his troops to begin marching on Alexander's camp just a few miles down the road. Messengers from Maximinius's army arrived in advance of the main force, and after announcing the rebellion, attempted to convince Alexander's soldiers to join up. There are a few versions of what happened next, with one stating that Alexander spoke to his men, promised them all kinds of bonuses if they stuck with him, and actually had gotten them mustered in the field before any defections took place, while another version has the emperor left totally in the dark about everything, and not learning of the plot until Maximinius's executioners pushed their way into his tent. Whichever way it went, as soon as Maximinius arrived, Alexander's soldiers defected en masse and swore their loyalty to the Thracian. Not one to beat around the bush, Maximinius ordered a tribune to lead a few centurions into Alexander's camp to find and kill the emperor. The assassins found the young emperor in his tent, with his mother and a few loyal advisors by his side, and after very little struggle, the Severans all lay bloody on the floor. Alexander was 26 years old, and had done his very best over the 13 years he ruled the empire. The death of Alexander and the rise of Maximinius represented a major turning point for the empire. Over the last 137 years, beginning with Trajan and ending with Alexander, the average reign of an emperor was just over 12 years, and that includes the short reigns of Pertinax and Didius Julianus. For the next 50 years, beginning with the elevation of Maximinius and ending with the elevation of Diocletian, that average will plunge to something like one emperor for every 2 years, depending on how you do the math. And that doesn't include the fact that for a while there, the empire was split in 3, as major breakaway kingdoms in the east and west threatened to destroy the unity of the Roman Empire forever. No one could have guessed it at the time, but the assassination of Alexander Severus marked the beginning of a period where the very survival of Rome was very much in doubt. Foreign invasion, domestic strife, plague, and famine would all conspire to bring the Roman Empire to the brink of extinction, a possibility they had not faced since Hannibal had come marching out of the Alps 4 centuries earlier. Finally, remember when I said last week that I would be making an official announcement about the History of Rome tour pretty soon? Well, here it is. The History of Rome tour is set for May 2011, and I couldn't be more excited. We have designed a 10-day trip that takes us from Rome to Istanbul, and hits as many highlights as we could possibly cram in along the way. We'll spend a few days in and around Rome, before snaking down through Capua, to Pompeii, to Tarentum and Brindisi, and then over to the city the Romans called Constantinople. The itinerary is too packed for me to just rattle off everything right now, so for the full details, I'll direct you to the website that we've set up, historyofrometour.com. That again, historyofrometour.com. We have guides and lecturers and experts lined up to walk us through every one of our stops, answer our questions, and generally make sure that we don't miss a single thing while we're there. The package also includes hotels, transportation, breakfasts, some group dinners, admission to all the museums and historical sites, and even the transatlantic airfare, if you live in the U.S. and need that sort of thing. And of course, Mr. and Mrs. The History of Rome will both be along for the ride. Space is limited, and we're going to have to run this on a first-come, first-served basis, but I will tell you that we've discussed what happens if more people want to go on the trip than we have space for, and, after agreeing that that would be a great problem to have, the answer came back a resounding, we'll do multiple trips. So all the info is at historyofrometour.com, the itinerary, the costs, and an FAQ page that will start populating as soon as we figure out what questions people are frequently asking. I'll also post a permanent link at thehistoryofrome.typepad.com. One other thing I'll mention is that I'm going to be plugging an announcement of the trip onto the back episodes, so that people who aren't all the way caught up will know what's going on. This shouldn't alter any episodes that you've already downloaded, but I just wanted you all to know what I'm up to. The History of Rome Tour, May 2011. Sign up right now. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 107, The Year of the Six Emperors. As I've mentioned a few times now, the death of Alexander Severus marked the end not just of the Severan dynasty, but also a whole epoch of Roman history. The political, economic, and social bonds of the empire had been degrading for some time, and when Alexander died, they seemed to snap completely. For the next 50 years, the loyalty of the armies would turn on a dime. Powerful imperial usurpers would pop up with alarming frequency. Barbarian hordes would maraud across the provinces, and the civilian population would be trapped in the middle. Those not ravaged by war would be ravaged by the disease, the famine, and the economic depression that would accompany the crisis years of 235 to 284 AD. During this period, everything that had represented the power, the prestige, the very legitimacy of the Roman Empire was called into question. No precedents were too ancient to violate, no assumptions were too deep to challenge, and no nightmares were too scary to come true. To put it bluntly, Rome probably should have fallen right then. We should be talking about how the assassination of Alexander Severus marked the end of the Roman Empire, that the weight of internal division, external invasion, and economic catastrophe was simply too much to bear. There would have been no shame in it. The empire had dominated the Mediterranean world for the last 400 years at least. Was this not a fair time to finally slip away? But that's not what happened. Instead of marking the end, the crisis of the 3rd century simply marked a change, like the Second Punic War or the collapse of the Republic before it. Just as with those periods, the Rome that came out of the crisis was different than the Rome that had gone in, but it was still Rome. And just as with those earlier upheavals, it was hard for Romans at the time to recognize what a whirlwind they had entered. When you heard that Saguntum was under siege, or that an alliance had been formed between Crassus, Pompey, and Caesar, you didn't immediately think, well, it looks like we're entering a tumultuous period of political, economic, and social reformation. No, you probably thought, well, that's kind of an interesting development, and went about your day. This too was true of the Romans in 235, when they heard that Maximinus Thrax had overthrown Alexander. It was an interesting development, and probably not a good one, but things will probably go on like normal, right? Wrong. Setting the precedent for the next 50 years of military turmoil, the very first thing Maximinus did after becoming emperor was double the pay of his soldiers. It was an expedient designed to ensure their loyalty, but it was a decision that would come back to haunt Maximinus, as he was forced to send out a network of agents across the empire to drum up the necessary revenue so he could afford the raise. And if there is one thing that will get you hated very quickly, it's sending violent tax collectors into people's homes to strip out anything that looks shiny. The second thing he did was immediately relaunch the campaign against the Germans that Alexander had been so reluctant to get going. It goes without saying, then, that the very first people negatively impacted by the elevation of Maximinus were the Germans. In the spring of 235, the provinces had not yet been taxed to death, and the Senate had not yet had their ranks thinned by Maximinus's dangerous paranoia, so the fact that Rome had a new emperor was, for most people, not yet a life-altering event. But the Germans, well, they had gone to bed for the winter, believing that they were about to be paid a great deal of money so that the boy Emperor Alexander would not have to fight them. And when they woke up in the spring, they found out that a giant Thracian general had taken control of the legions, and rather than offering them immense wealth, he was offering them only grim death. That had to have been a bit jarring. Maximinus led the legions across the Rhine on a punitive campaign that served two useful purposes. First, it would remind the Germans that there were still consequences for raiding Roman territory. And second, it would provide the plundering opportunity his men had been clamoring for. Maximinus knew that the Senate wasn't going to be happy about his coup, and that was all right with him, as long as the armies of Rome were with him. Giving the men a chance to work out some of their aggressive energy in the pursuit of treasure would bind them even closer to Maximinus than they had been before. But though the rank and file were with him to a man, Maximinus still had to worry about his officer corps, many of whom were either Alexander loyalists or aristocratic malcontents. And Maximinus was right about one thing. the Senate really didn't approve of the ascension that they had just been forced to approve. Powerless to deny Maximinius the prize he had seized, they dutifully ratified his election. But I think it's fair to say that no one in the Senate, even the enemies of the Severans, wanted to see this hulking brute of a peasant emperor lording over their noble empire. So over the course of the campaign in Germany, Maximinius had to thwart at least 2 murderous conspiracies, one of which was organized by elements in the Senate itself. Naturally enough, these attempts made Maximinius a bit paranoid, and, coupled with his long-simmering hatred for the upper classes, he found himself quickly on the road to Purge City. From his camps in Germany, he started marking down suspect senators, equites, and military officers who he felt rather too Severan not to attempt some kind of revenge for his murder of Alexander, or too senatorial not to attempt to put the barbarian emperor back in his place. And one by one, they were fired, exiled, or killed. Whatever their ultimate fate, in all cases, they were reduced to poverty, and their wealth transferred into the open purses of his soldiers. Interestingly, one of the provincial governors who Maximinius passed over, as being neither too Severan nor too senatorial, was the old proconsul of Africa, Marcus Antonius Gordianus Sempronianus. Interesting because, in a few short years, the man we call Gordian I would find himself leading the rebellion that would eventually topple Maximinius's regime. But the drawing up of prescription lists was only a hobby for Maximinius, and it was always done after he was done doing what he did best, leading soldiers in battle. He spent all of 235 in the field against the Germans, and eventually won a hotly contested battle in the mire of a swamp that brought the German resistance to its knees. It was enough of a victory that Maximinius donned the lofty title Germanicus Maximus, and to help celebrate his triumph, he gave his young son the title Caesar, and named him heir to the empire. With campaign season coming to an end, Maximinius headed back to what had become his adopted home province of Pannonia, and set up winter quarters. In his 3 years as emperor, Maximinius never would set foot in Rome, preferring instead to rule from the frontiers, and unlike Macrinus, who technically holds the distinction of being the first emperor never to appear in Rome, Maximinius did not snub the capital because he was unavoidably detained, but rather because he openly disdained the capital and everything it stood for. The next few years pass with some obscurity in the historical record. We know that Maximinius stayed on the frontiers, focused on defending the empire's northern border, while directing an extensive network of tax agents to canvass the provinces and squeeze as much from the citizens of the empire as they possibly could, by hook, crook, or extortion. Maximinius took the money they scrounged up and delivered it to his grateful troops, who were glad to see that they once again had an emperor who had his priorities straight, enriched the soldiers, and scorn all other men. In Rome itself, and really in all the major urban centers of power, the leading men of the empire were watched like hawks for any sign of seditious activity. If that sign appeared, well, that was when people disappeared. Needless to say, Maximinius Thrax was not the most popular emperor of all time. The general population hated him for his oppressive tax policies, and the elites hated him for constantly picking off their friends and colleagues. All that this growing powder keg needed was a spark, and the whole thing would blow up in Maximinius's face. In March of 238, the powder keg was finally lit in the province of Africa. The local population, rich landowners, middle-class businessmen, and poor laborers alike, had all finally had enough of Maximinius's extortion. When they weren't being bullied and threatened by imperial tax collectors, they were forced to endure the summary judgments of a court system that had been thoroughly corrupted. Basically, the naked theft perpetrated by imperial agents was being declared legal and proper by judges paid to always decide in favor of the regime. After a particularly galling judgment was issued, a few victimized landowners decided to pursue their grievances by other means. They returned to their estates, armed their workers, and came marching back to the city, where they located and killed the official who had ruled against them. The uprising was cheered by everyone not in imperial employ, and pretty soon, the whole province was in revolt. Meanwhile, sitting in the provincial capital of Carthage, probably enjoying a nice cup of tea and wondering what book he was going to read next, was Gordian I, the 79-year-old proconsul of Africa. He had been passed over by Maximinius's paranoid eye for good reason, and was as unlikely an imperial usurper as the Romans ever produced. He had been born way back in 159 to an equestrian family, and had been made a senator during the reign of Septimius Severus. He was, for his times, a unique figure. Disinterested in war and politics, he devoted much of his time to intellectual pursuits, and had written volumes on every subject under the sun. His lone public achievement of note came when he served as aedile, and he earned the love of the people for throwing a particularly awesome series of games. Though he had, over the course of his career, commanded a legion now and then, and had even served as governor of Britannia, Gordian was a bookworm and a scholar, not a soldier or a politician. Which is why when the people of Africa showed up at his doorstep, demanding that he become emperor and lead them all to victory against the hated Maximinius, he was likely wondering when he was going to wake up from this strange dream. But it was no dream, and despite his protests that, among other things, he was way too old to be leading a rebellion, the people persisted and began to make menacing noises that he better lead their rebellion or else. So Gordian accepted, on the condition that they also elevate his son, who for convenience we'll call Gordian the Younger, to be his co-emperor. Whatever vigorous action this rebellion was going to require would be much better handled by a 46-year-old Gordian than a 79-year-old Gordian. So on March 22nd, 238 AD, the second and third emperors of the year of the six emperors were proclaimed, and the revolution was on. About a week and a half later, word reached Rome of what had happened in Africa. The senators quietly conferred with one another about the news, and agreed to meet in a closed session at the Temple of Castor to decide what to do about this most interesting development. Themselves as fed up as the people of Africa, they decided after an intense meeting to ratify the elevation of the two Gordians. They emerged from the temple and announced to a cheering crowd that the Senate of Rome now officially recognized the two Gordians as the lawful sovereigns of the empire, and that both were to henceforth enjoy the title Augustus. Understanding the effect their declaration would have on Maximinius, who they also declared was now a public enemy, the Senate also announced that an executive council of 20 eminent senators had been created to prepare for the defense of Italy, which was sure to be invaded the minute Maximinius learned what they had done. Further committing themselves to the rebellion, the Senate dispatched messengers to all the provinces of the empire, encouraging the local magistrates to join in the uprising, and then, sealing their pact in blood, they tracked down the highest-ranking official in Rome loyal to Maximinius, his praetorian prefect, and had him assassinated. But though the standard raised by the Gordians was being flocked to, the Gordians themselves were about to become the first victims of the imperial backlash. There was only one Roman legion stationed west of Africa, and that one legion was not controlled by the Gordians. Neighboring the province of Africa was the small imperial province of Numidia, which had been peeled off from Africa proper during the reign of Septimius Severus, and that was where the sole African legion was based. Numidia was controlled by a general who was either loyal to Maximinius, a personal enemy of the Gordians, or possibly both, and when he heard that Africa was in revolt, he immediately marched his legion to Carthage to put down the rabble. The Gordians knew all about that one legion in Numidia, and after being invested with the purple, Gordian the Younger set about raising a militia to help defend Carthage from attack. But a hastily raised militia of civilians was never going to be able to withstand a true legion composed of professional soldiers. The Africans had all the passion and dedication and heart in the world, but in the end, all of that bounced harmlessly off the shields of the Numidian legion. On April 12, the legion arrived in Carthage, and Gordian the Younger rode out at the head of his amateur army to meet them. The engagement was quick and decisive. The militia was broken apart easily, and Gordian himself was killed in the fighting. Inside the city, the elder Gordian heard what had happened to his son, and, resigned to his fate, chose to commit suicide rather than fall into the hands of the Maximinians. It was an ironic end for a man who had spent most of his life avoiding both war and politics. After the requisite week-and-a-half waiting period, the senators in Rome heard what had happened to their champions in Africa, and the color drained from their collective faces. Maybe they had been too quick to embrace the rebellion. In the heady rush to overthrow Maximinius, they had not stopped to fully think through the consequences of their action. They once again met in closed session, this time in the Temple of Concord, to discuss their situation. Nothing stood between Maximinius's Danube legions in Rome, except for some hastily raised militia commanded by, a few rich old senators? Wasn't this exactly the situation the Gordians had just faced, but on a much larger scale? And look how that had turned out for them. Death on the battlefield or suicide in the parlor seemed to be the only choices left to them now. So maybe we should send our apologies to Maximinius for the misunderstanding, offer our supplication, and beg forgiveness. But before they got too far down this road, a senator rose and reminded them of something that they all knew, but were afraid to say. Their fates were sealed. There would be no mercy from Maximinius. They were all dead men. Then, following one of those rousing, let us hang together, for surely we will hang separately speeches, the Senate agreed that the only honorable thing left to do was carry on with the rebellion. So they chose from their ranks of the 20 senators on the Executive Council 2 men who they agreed would be their new sovereigns, Marcus Claudius Pupienus Maximus and Decimus Caelius Calvinus Balbinus, the 4th and 5th emperors of the year of the 6 emperors. The 2 men were chosen due to their seniority, but also due to the particular skill set each brought to the office. Pupienus was a lifelong soldier who had made his fame and fortune serving in the legions. He had been appointed to 2 consulships, had once been prefect of Rome, and by the time of the rebellion, he was one of the most prominent men in the capital. Balbinus, on the other hand, had made his name as a man of letters. An orator and poet and lawyer of great renown, he had also served 2 consulships, and was admired by the other senators not just for his brilliance, but for the fact that his loyalty was to the Senate, not to the legions. It was determined that Pupienus would immediately make for Ravenna, where he would spearhead the military defense of Italy, while Balbinus would remain in Rome and take care of the daily administration of the capital. It was a neat division of labor that seemed the perfect answer to the empire's woes, but in reality, the partnership would not last the year. The Senate once again emerged from their sequestered session and announced the elevation of Pupienus and Balbinus to the citizens of Rome. Unlike their declaration ratifying the elevation of the Gordians, however, this latest announcement was not met by thunderous applause, but rather by boos, jeers, and the occasional flying object. The people had been enthusiastic about the ascension of the Gordians because the Gordians had always been popular with the general population. People still raved about the games the elder Gordian had thrown. But now they were being offered a couple of old patrician senators who had never done a thing for them and were likely never to do a thing for them? The citizens of Rome felt that their interests had just been tossed overboard by the Senate, and so they made their displeasure known, loudly. They cried out that the only way this new senatorial regime would have any legitimacy at all was if they also elevated another Gordian to the purple. The only other Gordian available was a 13-year-old boy, who was the grandson of Gordian the Elder and the nephew of Gordian the Younger, which I suppose means we could call him Gordian the Youngest, but instead we call him Gordian the Third. Afraid that unrest in Rome would undermine the war effort, the Senate saw little reason to deny the people's request, and young Gordian was named Caesar and junior colleague of Pupienus and Balbinus. He was the 6th of the 6 emperors of the year of the 6 emperors, and by the end of the year, he would be the only one left standing. Once the senatorial regime was accepted by the people, Pupienus headed to Ravenna to coordinate the defense of Italy. He had very little time to prepare, as it was assumed that the Danube legions would come pouring out of the Alps any day now, and, had Maximinius broke camp the minute he heard about Gordian's initial revolt, he probably could have marched unchallenged all the way to Rome. But Maximinius did not immediately break camp. He was, after all, a soldier trained practically from birth to believe that the defense of the frontiers was his only purpose in life. So rather than immediately pack up the Danube legions and march on Italy, Maximinius spent a few crucial days arranging troop deployments so that he would not leave any space for opportunistic Germans to squeeze through. This moment of fidelity to the integrity of the empire was likely one of the key factors in Maximinius ultimately losing both the throne and his life, as it gave the Italian cities crucial time to prepare for his invasion. But once the border was arranged to his liking, Maximinius packed up the bulk of his men and marched on Italy. The few days' delay had done nothing to dampen his temper, and it was a furious, vengeance-driven emperor who led his troops through the Alps and into the Po Valley. He was going to cut a swath right through Italy on the way to Rome, and when he got to Rome, he was going to kill every senator he could find. The insolence of that pathetic body was just too much to bear. It was time to exterminate the whole disgusting lot of them. But Maximinius wouldn't make it to Rome. He wouldn't even make it out of the Po Valley. Not alive, anyway. Next time, Maximinius and his troops will indeed come pouring out of the Alps, but rather than cutting a swath through Italy, they would be stopped short by the stern resistance of the citizens of Aquileia. Maximinius had always assumed that the Italians were a weak lot, made soft by years of peace, but he was about to discover that the old Roman obstinacy was alive and well. Rather than simply roll over, Aquileia chose to fight, something Maximinius had not really anticipated. Unable to break the siege, the frustrated anger of the Thracian emperor would eventually be released on his own men, and when they had taken enough of his lashings, they would return the favor by taking their own frustrated anger out on him. The siege of Aquileia would finally end not with the city sacked, but with Maximinius's head posted on a spike in front of the city gates. I say next time because I'm taking Labor Day weekend off, but we'll be back in 2 weeks for the death of Maximinius, the short and turbulent reign of the senatorial co-emperors, and the surprising emergence of young Gordian III as the sole emperor of the Roman Empire, a possibility I'm sure was not really on his radar when the year began. I'll close this week with a brief note on the History of Rome tour, which is fast becoming the History of Rome tours. The response has been fantastic, to say the least, and we are working double time to schedule additional trips so that everyone who wants to go can go. I don't have any firm details just yet on when those might be, but hopefully we'll have it all in place here pretty quick. And of course, beyond this initial itinerary we've created, we've been kicking around some other ideas for future tours that I think you're going to find very, very cool. So even if this first go-around wasn't going to work for you, I want you to know that maybe we'll have something soon for you, too. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you now know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options, and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to recommend another book by Stephen Dando Collins, The Great Fire of Rome, The Fall of Emperor Nero and His City, an account of the famous fire of 64 AD and the events that surrounded it. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 108, Gordian's Knot. Last week, we left the upstart senatorial regime of Pupienus and Balbinus preparing for a showdown with Maximinus Thrax and his veteran Danube legions. While Balbinus kept an eye on Rome, Pupienus had ridden north to Ravenna to lead the defense of Italy. But when the final showdown came, neither of the senatorial emperors were there to witness Maximinus' fall. Neither was 13-year-old Gordian III, who was destined to outlast them all. When they emerged from the Julian Alps into Italy, Maximinus and his legions found the Po Valley deserted. Fearing the wrath of the Thracian general, the local inhabitants had fled to the various walled cities of northern Italy, where they hoped to at least ride out the storm. Luckily for the frightened Italians, the storm didn't make it very far before dissipating. The first major city in Maximinus' path was Aquileia, and when he arrived in April 238, he demanded the Aquileians throw open the gates for their lawful sovereign. But the citizens refused, and, led by two of the senators who had been appointed in the opening days of the revolt to serve on the Emergency Defense Committee, prepared to make a stand. Enraged by this disobedience, Maximinus set siege to the city and planned to make an example of it to the rest of Italy. But Aquileia was well fortified and managed to repulse Maximinus' initial attacks. This, as you can imagine, sent the emperor into an even deeper rage. It was right around this point that the stern discipline of Maximinus, which had always been one of the main reasons his men respected him, began to become instead one of the main reasons why they hated him. He flew off the handle at the slightest provocation, issued punishments far in excess of crimes, and generally put everyone on edge. Blinded by the fury of all this defiance, Maximinus quickly drove his men from love to hate. Further degrading the morale of the troops was the paucity of supplies they were able to scrounge up in the countryside. Most everything edible had been carted behind the walls of the city, so it was the besiegers, as much as the besieged, who found themselves afflicted by hunger, thirst, and exhaustion. Encamped miserably outside of a city that refused to yield, Maximinus' army began to question the judgment of their emperor, especially as he was rampaging around the camps ordering executions for the slightest infraction. Once they began to question Maximinus' judgment, they began to question their own loyalty to him. After all, what were they doing? Besieging a city they had been sworn to protect? How did that make sense? In the ranks of the Praetorian Guard, these doubts took on a murderous tone. Maybe if they took out Maximinus, they would be pardoned for their involvement in his regime and allowed to just go back to work. At the end of April 238, a group of officers agreed to do what was necessary. They surprised Maximinus in his tent and killed both the emperor and his son. Then they posted the head of their dead leader on a spike and stuck it in front of the gates of Aquileia, signaling to the city that the siege was over. Maximinus Thrax was 65 years old and had ruled the empire for just over 3 years. Though he had provided for a vigorous defense of the frontier, his single-minded support for the legions, at the expense of every other aspect of Roman society, got the ball really rolling on the crisis of the 3rd century. When the inhabitants of Aquileia saw the disembodied head of Maximinus sitting atop a spike, they immediately raised a cheer and opened the gates of their city to the weary legions camped outside. Soldiers and citizens mixed freely and provided comfort to one another, agreeing that it was only the madness of the barbarian emperor that had made them enemies. It was a really touching scene that would have been even more touching had it had any lasting impact at all. had this actually been a defining moment, where the soldiers realized that their job was the protection of the empire, not the acquisition of immense wealth at the expense of the empire. But this touching moment of contrition was made possible only by the fact that the soldiers had lost. Had Aquileia's defenses been just a little less staunch, or had there been just a little more food to eat, the soldiers of Maximinius's army would have been more than happy to go on and sack Rome itself. But the going got tough, so they abandoned their general and begged for mercy. This is a cycle that will play out again and again in the years to come. When the legions are up, they will demand gold and obedience, and when they are down, they will demand forgiveness and charity. Sometimes, it will take a little while for a particular set of legions to follow through on the full cycle, from arrogance to contrition and back to arrogance again. But sometimes, they flip back just as soon as they were out of immediate danger. The men of Maximinius's Praetorian Guard, for example, who had organized his assassination, for the good of the empire, were just months from assassinating his successors, for the good of the empire. From his headquarters in Ravenna, Pupienus ordered the Danube legions back to their camps in the north, and, when it seemed like everything was hunky-dory again, he returned to Rome. The last few months had been a whirlwind, but it seemed like the upshot of it all would be that he and Balbinus, appointed in haste at a moment of crisis, would now be rulers of the Roman Empire. Who knows? With their reign setting a new precedent, the Senate might find itself recovering some of its old power. The armies were humbled, and the Praetorians were in their corner. A new day was dawning. But it would prove to be a false dawn. Back in Rome, the scene was ugly and getting uglier. Balbinus had taken charge of the capital following his elevation to the purple, and though he was a master jurist and poet and orator, he turned out to be in over his head as an administrator. The political upheavals of 238 had caused numerous disruptions to the services that most Romans took for granted, and Balbinus had been unable to sort it all out and get things running smoothly again. Adding to his heartburn was the fact that rabble-rousing demagogues were using the uncertainty to argue that the people ought to recover some of their old power as well. After all, would defeating Maximinius really deliver them from tyranny if the Senate, and the Senate alone, reaped the political benefits? Riots broke out, and street fighting became distressingly common. Pupienus returned home to find Rome even more chaotic than it had been when he left, and immediately he blamed his colleague for the mess. The new ascendancy of the Senate might have stood a chance had the men they put in power gotten along, but it quickly became apparent that Pupienus and Balbinus had neither love nor respect for one another. Pupienus saw Balbinus as a soft aristocrat who knew nothing about the realities of the world, and Balbinus saw Pupienus as little more than an uneducated soldier who, well, knew nothing about the realities of the world either. When the immediate crisis passed, whatever unified front the two emperors presented was shattered. Adding to the general chaos, in June, a hugely destructive fire broke out in Rome. Now, fires in Rome were nothing new, nor were they anything you could just snap your fingers and put out. But the population took the opportunity to rail against the new emperors and their ineffectual response anyway. The new emperors then decided that the best way to react to all this railing was to simply blame each other for everything. By July of 238, Pupienus and Balbinus had divided up the imperial palace like Caracalla and Geta before them, and were barely on speaking terms. In case you were wondering, no, this does not end well. The new senatorial regime would finally come toppling down at the hands of that old imperial boogeyman, the Praetorian Guard. Since a few of their members had so helpfully assassinated Maximinius just a few months before, the Praetorians had been kept largely intact after power was transferred from Maximinius to Pupienus and Balbinus, which turned out to be a huge mistake. When everything shook out, the same officers who had so willingly carried out Maximinius's commands were still in charge, and despite their recent regicide, they were still gripped more or less by the same worldview, namely, that the Praetorian Guard was at the center of the universe, and everyone else revolved around them. But the Senate and the new emperors didn't see it that way. And not only did they not see it that way, but they actively tried to prove the Praetorians wrong. So rather than being rewarded for delivering the empire from tyranny, the Guard found themselves cut out of the loop, their bonus demands ignored, and their egos generally trampled on. It didn't take long for the Guard to decide that it was high time they reminded everyone who was really at the center of the universe. On July 29, one of the prefects led a group of murderous soldiers to the palace, where they planned to reassert the authority of the Praetorian Guard. Luckily for the assassins, the co-emperors, holed up in their respective wings of the imperial residence, each assumed that the attack had been instigated by the other. They were so busy with their own rivalry that it never occurred to them that some third party might target them both. United, they might have stood a chance, but divided, they both fell to the quick assault. Within the hour, both Pupienus and Balbinus lay dead. Both were in their mid-60s and had ruled the empire for just about 4 months. The sudden murder of the two emperors came as a complete shock to the Senate, the people, and the armies of Rome. But it came as the greatest shock of all to young Gordian III, safely ensconced in his own house in the city. The Praetorians had not rushed into their assassination plot without thinking things through, and Gordian's position as Caesar and heir seemed like the perfect cover for their crime. As I mentioned last week, the boy was in place because the people had demanded his inclusion in the new regime, so all the Praetorians had to do was leave the kid untouched, and everything would just work itself out naturally. Young Gordian was already in the people's favor, so the Guard wouldn't have to worry about a popular backlash, and since the new emperor was also only 13 years old, they wouldn't have to worry about him having too much of a mind of his own either. In Gordian, they saw the potential for a popular puppet who they could make dance whatever dance they saw fit. As soon as Pupienus and Balbinus were dead, the Guard made a great show of acknowledging Gordian III as their sovereign. The people cheered, the Senate groaned, and life went on. Like the recently deceased Alexander Severus, young Gordian III found himself declared emperor before he had the education or the experience necessary to rule properly. It was thus left to his mother, Antonia Gordiana, who was the daughter of Gordian I and the sister of Gordian II, to navigate her son through the snake pit of Roman politics. As wily a politician as Julia Mamaea had been, Gordiana somehow managed to play the Praetorians and the Senate off each other, and while the former wielded considerable influence, they found themselves still answering to a cadre of senators who formed the de facto governing council that controlled the empire during the first few years of Gordian's reign. The Praetorians had not become the puppet masters they dreamed of being, but neither were their sensitive egos trampled to the point that they really wanted to do something about it. Plus, the murders of Pupienus and Balbinus had been made possible in part by the existence of the popular Gordian waiting in the wings. If they killed Gordian, well, that wouldn't trigger thankful applause so much as it would trigger vengeful riots. Thus, an uneasy peace took hold in the city. The people were happy with their young prince, the Praetorians were temporarily held at bay, and the Senate kept a watch on daily administration. But everyone had an eye on everyone else, and they were all waiting for the other shoe to drop. But when the other shoe finally dropped, it wasn't to shatter the peace, but rather to cement it. In 240, a brief revolt broke out in the province of Africa, led by an aristocrat named Sabinianus. He sought to use the same revolutionary spirit that had animated his countrymen 2 years before to his own advantage. But Sabinianus tried to simply declare revolution, rather than riding some pre-existing momentum, and his revolt quickly petered out. Though Gordian's regime was never in any danger, it was a reminder to those closest to the young emperor that another rebellion could break out at any time. But rather than being led by some nut with delusions of grandeur, it could be led by some provincial general whose delusions of grandeur were not delusions at all. Or it could be led by a Praetorian prefect. It's not like these things haven't happened before. So Gordiana and her associates looked around for a way to marry the disparate factions of the empire together so that their purposes would be united. And they hit upon a brilliant solution, a literal marriage to bring them all together. In 241, Gordian appointed a new Praetorian prefect named Gaius Furius Sabinius Aquila Timesitheus, and shortly thereafter married his new prefect's daughter, Tranquillina. The combined weight of the promotion and the marriage instantly made Timesitheus the most powerful man in the empire, and for the rest of his life he would be the de facto emperor of Rome, which was just fine with practically everyone. Timesitheus had been born around 190 BC into an Equestrian family, and had begun his public career in earnest during the reign of Elagabalus. Through the emperorships of Elagabalus, Alexander Severus, and Maximinus Thrax, Timesitheus had served in posts, both civilian and military, and all across the empire he had established a reputation for being honest, efficient, and capable. When Gordian ascended to the throne, Gordiana brought Timesitheus into her son's inner circle, and obviously, he impressed them enough that they basically gave him the keys to the empire a few years later. The appointment was a masterstroke. Timesitheus was loyal to the emperor, respected by the Senate and the provincial legions, and, most important of all, served officially as prefect of the Praetorian Guard. Everyone felt that in Timesitheus they could trust. As an unexpected bonus, the marriage between Gordian and Tranquillina proved to be a happy one, and as 241 AD came to a close, the reign of Gordian III looked like it was shaping up to be a long and prosperous one. But just as the empire was uniting internally, it was suddenly presented with an external threat that would help undo all the goodwill that had just begun to coalesce. Since the ceasefire with Alexander Severus in 233, the Sassanid king Ardashir had mostly pulled back from his western dominions and focused his attention on solidifying control over the east. But in the late 230s, he renewed his ambition to push the Romans back across the Hellespont. But by this point, Ardashir was an old man, and he knew that he would not live to see his dreams fulfilled. So around 240, he elevated his 25-year-old son to serve as co-regent. 2 years later, Ardashir would be dead, and the ambitions of the Sassanids would pass fully to Shapur, who in time would become one of the most notorious of all the enemies of Rome. He would lead the Sassanids with a martial vigor that would turn the Eastern Empire into a perpetual war zone, and cause the distracted and divided Romans to become even more distracted and divided. The culmination of his war with Rome, of course, came in 260, when he will deal the Romans a humiliating blow by capturing the Emperor Valerian alive. But that is for a later episode. In the early 240s, the ambition of father-son still focused on the limited objective of winning back control of Mesopotamia. In 240 and 241, they led their forces in a series of invasions that saw the Sassanids win back control of Cary, Nisibis, and Hatra, all three of which had been lost to the Romans, while the Parthians had been distracted by the fall of their empire. From these fortified positions, the Sassanids then began to press across the frontier into Syria, which caused all sorts of alarm bells to ring out across the empire. Back in Rome, the news sparked immediate preparations for war, and in 242, Timesitheus marched east to personally lead the Roman response. Though the Sassanids had enjoyed an unchecked string of successes, their victories were the result more of Roman complacency than superiority of arms. When Timesitheus arrived in Syria, complacent Rome transformed into aggressive Rome, and I think we all know what happens when that happens. At some point in 242, Ardashir died, leaving Shapur to deal with the Roman counterattack by himself. It would be an experience he would not soon forget. In 243, Timesitheus led his army out to meet the Sassanids on the plain of Racina, and the professional legions triumphed over the amateur Sassanid forces. Caria and Nisibis were retaken, but in their conquest of Hatra, the Sassanids had destroyed the city, so there was nothing left but rubble to reclaim. Shapur was driven back to lick his wounds, but Timesitheus was not planning on granting the Sassanid king much of a respite. The de facto emperor of the Roman Empire wanted to prove to the Sassanids once and for all that poking at Rome was just about the dumbest thing they could ever possibly do. But, ever loyal to Gordian, he requested the true emperor of Rome come east to oversee the subsequent campaigns and share in the glory Timesitheus had planned for the empire. And by the fall of 243, Gordian was situated in Syria, with a front-row seat for the coming humiliation of the Sassanids. But the humiliation would never come. While in camp, plotting out what his next moves would be, Timesitheus was overcome by an unknown illness and died shortly thereafter. The political balance that had been established when he simultaneously became Praetorian Prefect and father-in-law of the emperor died with him. Without his best advisor to rely on, Gordian decided to pull up short and declare that driving the Sassanids out of Mesopotamia was victory enough for now. In reality, he had more pressing concerns, like whether he could find someone to serve as Praetorian Prefect who would prove as capable and as loyal as Timesitheus. After some soul-searching and more than a little behind-the-scenes nudging, 18-year-old Gordian finally decided to appoint Marcus Julius Philippus to fill the vacant prefecture. This would prove to be the worst decision Gordian III ever made. That Philip the Arab would soon be Emperor of Rome should give you some indication as to why. Philip had been born about 50 miles south of Damascus in 204 into a prominent family of emigrated Arabs, hence the Arab part of Philip the Arab. And though we know very little about his early life, it later became rumored that he spent his life as something of a brigand. It seems unlikely, given the status of his family, but the story of his unsavory beginnings fill out a part of the legend of Philip the Arab, and so I offer it to you with all the relevant qualifiers. What is interesting about Philip is that he was not the driving force behind his own ambitions. Rather, it was his brother, Gaius Julius Priscus, who dreamed of empire. After serving in a number of important posts, including a second-in-command spot in Egypt, Gaius got himself appointed to the Praetorian Guard after the ascension of Gordian, and shortly thereafter got his brother a spot in the Guard as well. The charismatic and ambitious Gaius soon won the ear of young Gordian, and when Timesitheus died in 243, Gaius pushed to have his brother Philip declared prefect in his place. I haven't seen any particularly definitive answer as to why Gaius chose to have his brother elevated instead of taking the job himself, and it may be that Gaius was simply one of those ambitious men who preferred to rule from the shadows rather than wielding power right out in the open, where it is most dangerous. Whatever the reason, Philip was declared prefect, and the Arab brothers found themselves filling the power vacuum left by Timesitheus. Whether they were already planning what would come next is another open question. But what is not an open question is that less than a year later, Gordian will be dead, Philip will be emperor, and Gaius will become his de facto colleague. Next week, we'll deal with the murder of Gordian III and the elevation of Philip the Arab to the throne. Next week will also mark a pretty heavy milestone in the history of Rome, because 4 years after his ascension, Philip will find himself ruling Rome on the occasion of her 1000th birthday. Founded, as we all know, in 753 BC, the year 248 AD marked year 1000 on the Roman calendar, and to celebrate, Philip would throw a party that would go down as one of the greatest the empire had ever seen. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 109, The New Millennium. In 243 AD, 18-year-old Gordian III lost the man who had helped make the first few years of his reign a success. With Timesitheus in place, the empire had enjoyed the fruits of a capable administrator, without having to ingest the poisoned seeds that often accompany those fruits when they're provided by too powerful an underling. Had Gordian's father-in-law and Praetorian prefect lived, there might have been conflict down the road as Gordian came of age, but we need not trouble ourselves with that question, because that's not how it went. How it went was that things were going great for Gordian until Timesitheus died, and then everything went to hell. There are a couple of different versions about what happened between 243 and 244 that led to Philip the Arab becoming emperor, but the basic facts are these. Timesitheus died, Philip was appointed Praetorian prefect, then Gordian died, and Philip became emperor. Other than that, the record is contradictory, but the different stories used to explain these basic facts break down into roughly three categories. 1. Philip was completely innocent in everything that happened. 2. Philip started out innocent, but wound up guilty. And 3. That Philip was guilty right on down the line. To take the last first, the story goes that Philip and his brother Gaius conspired to kill Timesitheus. That is, the mysterious illness that killed Gordian's father-in-law was actually poison. Then, once Philip was prefect, the brothers conspired to kill Gordian and have the guard elect Philip emperor. Call that version Philip the Arch-Machiavellian. Version 2 is that Timesitheus died of natural causes, and it was only after Philip became prefect that he and his brother decided to make a play for the empire by killing Gordian. Call that version Philip the Opportunist. The last version is that Philip had nothing to do with either death and was as surprised as anyone to find the Praetorians elevating him to the purple. Call that version Gordian the Lucky. The Romans themselves clearly believed some combination of Philip the Opportunist and Philip the Arch-Machiavellian, and the characterization of Philip as a complete innocent likely wouldn't exist were it not for the curious case of the missing battle. In early 244 AD, Persian histories describe a battle taking place in Mesopotamia between the Romans and the Sassanids that is almost nowhere described in the Latin record. The Persian version has it that Shapur led an attack against the legions, and that not only were the legions defeated, but that Gordian himself fell in battle. It is easy to dismiss this version as being propaganda invented by Shapur to embellish his own record, but it is not exactly out of the question that the Romans would try to bury the truth that the legions had been beaten and Gordian had been killed in battle, for propaganda reasons of their own. I'm not going to pretend like I can settle this issue myself, and officially, the cause of Gordian's death remains unknown to this day. But as I said, the Romans themselves certainly believed that Philip assassinated the young emperor, and I'm going to stick with that interpretation. Besides, there is a very low likelihood that, covered-up defeat or no, Gordian would have been anywhere near a battlefield at that point in his career. So the generally accepted version among the Romans is that after the war with the Sassanids was shut down following the death of Timesitheus, that Philip assassinated Gordian while the imperial court was traveling around near the Euphrates River. With the emperor dead, no one else ready to make an immediate bid for the throne, and Philip right there on the scene, the Praetorian Guard followed the precedent set by Macrinus' men and elevated their prefect to the top spot in the empire. Word quickly spread, and before anyone could do anything about it, Rome had its second emperor of equestrian rank. The lack of a good credible record makes it hard to figure exactly the order of events, and doesn't do much to explain how exactly Gordian died, or why there was so little initial resistance to Philip's ascension. So at the end of the day, we have to simply accept the fact that Gordian died, and Philip became emperor, and that he then reigned for 5 years. We at least know that much. Like his equestrian predecessor Macrinus, Philip was worried about having to deal with a war in the east right at the outset of his reign, and so shortly after becoming emperor, he brokered a more permanent ceasefire with the Sassanids. While Shapur had been beaten soundly by Timesitheus, Philip was wary of pressing the Roman case beyond the Euphrates, especially since he needed to head west and consolidate his hold on power. Plus, there is that missing battle out there that may or may not have been enough to convince the Roman high command to sue for peace. Philip sent ambassadors to the court of Shapur in 244, and once again, the Romans agreed to purchase a peace that they had no interest in fighting for. Shapur accepted the terms, either grateful for having been let off so easily, or satisfied that the Romans were admitting a justified defeat, and for a while, the Eastern Front went quiet. Philip left his brother Gaius in Syria, and granted all the authority a co-emperor might expect. Gaius then enjoyed a 5-year run as the unquestioned ruler of the Eastern Empire, while his brother took over the West. Philip was probably back in Rome at the end of 244 or the beginning of 245, and once he arrived, the Senate granted him the title Augustus and named his son Caesar, 2 declarations I'm sure that came only after suitable promises from Philip that he meant them no harm, and suitable threats from the Praetorian Guard that maybe he did. At roughly this same time, the Senate asserted just a little bit of independence by pushing through the deification of Gordian III over Philip's objections. Objections that arose, most suspected, from Philip's guilt over how he had murdered the boy. Philip's short reign would prove to be a microcosm of the wider crisis period within which it was set. His years in power were defined by internal rebellion and external invasion, and were it not for the fact that he oversaw Rome's 1000th birthday celebration, which we'll get to in a moment, his imperial career would lack any sort of truly memorable moment at all. This does, however, afford us a nice opportunity to turn our attention to one of those external menaces that would help make the crisis of the 3rd century the truly existential emergency that it was. I am speaking, of course, of the Goths. There is a lot of confusion out there about who exactly the Goths were, when they appeared, how they appeared, and who or what a Goth actually was. So I think it would be a good idea to try to pick apart a few of the theories about their origins, so we can have as clear an understanding about this great northern menace to the empire as we possibly can. In time, the Goths would split into 2 main branches, the Visigoths and the Ostrogoths, the former being the ones who first sacked Rome in 410 AD, the latter being the ones who set up a successor kingdom in Italy following the fall of the Western Empire. But right now, they were still more or less a single unified people. The Goths first show up in the Roman record around 238 AD, just as the empire was dealing with its year of the 6 emperors. While the Romans were occupied with their civil war, this new barbarian horde scorched down from the Ukraine, right past the Danube, and sacked the city of Histria, which was situated on the banks of the Black Sea. The size and the force of this invasion was so shocking that the provincial legions barely had time to react before the Goths had come and gone. For years, the assumption had been, occasional raids aside, that the tribes beyond the Danube were no match for the legions, and so, focused on the domestic situation, the Roman soldiers were simply not prepared to deal with the kind of aggressive threat the Goths posed. But now, they were all on notice. There are 2 main competing theories about where the Goths came from. The first states that they originated in Sweden, were pushed across the Baltic by a shifting climate sometime between 400 BC and 180, and then slowly migrated south until, by the 200s AD, they were firmly situated in the modern Ukraine. The other theory is that the Goths actually originated in the Ukraine, and that, like the Franks, became a military powerhouse when local tribes combined into a super-confederation, whose wide banner eventually supplanted their old tribal identities. Wherever they actually came from, by 238 AD, they were standing on Rome's doorstep, and more than ready to come banging through the door. There was a rumor going around, you see, that the Roman Empire was a paper tiger, that it was rich beyond imagination, and protected only by a reputation they had stopped deserving a long time ago. In just a few years, the Goths would come to believe beyond a shadow of a doubt that Rome was in fact theirs for the taking, when they utterly routed a Roman army, led personally by the Emperor Decius, who would die in the fighting. But that's for next week. This week, we will simply note the opening forays of the Goths into Moesia and Dacia, both of which dealt with persistent raids after the Goths discovered how easy it was to march around the Roman border provinces. Dacia especially stuck out like a sore thumb. Not particularly well settled or well garrisoned, Dacia was an easy target for the Goths. The Romans knew how difficult the province was to defend, going all the way back to Hadrian, who tried to abandon it following Trajan's death. But political pressure and the glorious memories of Trajan's campaign had kept the region on the far side of the Danube within the empire. But it would not survive the crisis of the 3rd century. In the midst of Aurelian's campaign to rebuild the shattered empire, Dacia would become a strategic casualty. By that point, 270 AD, everyone recognized that the province had become little more than an unlocked backdoor into the empire, and its continued incorporation as a province was far too dangerous to allow a little pride in past glories to get in the way. While Philip kept one wary eye on the Goths, he had to keep another on the internal revolts that kept springing up across the empire during his 5 years in office. There are reports of at least 4 separate instances of provincials, citizens, or soldiers attempting to overthrow Philip and Gaius. In the east, Gaius especially provoked revolutionary ire with his heavy-handed governance. Tax collection was harsh, and at least 2 of the revolts of the late 240s occurred in the east and were directed at Gaius. Some evidence even suggests that the last of these actually wound up claiming Gaius's life, but as with Gordian III, the actual circumstances of Gaius Julius Priscus's death remain unknown. After 4 years of uneasy rule, everything finally came to a head in 248 AD. That year simultaneously delivered both the high point of Philip's reign and the beginning of the revolt that would eventually lead to his downfall. The high point came in April, a month which the Romans had long had circled on their calendars, as it was believed to mark the 1000th anniversary of Romulus's founding of Rome. The citizens of the capital expected a party, and Philip happily delivered a magnificent set of secular games to celebrate. Now, to our modern ears, the name might seem to suggest that the secular games were a set of games that had no religious overtones. But that's really just an ironic coincidence of naming, as the secular games were, like everything the Romans did, a highly religious affair. The secular games get their name from the Roman concept of saeculum, which represented the absolute upper bounds of a potential human life. When a saeculum cycle ended, which the Romans calculated to last 100 to 110 years, the reasonable belief was that there would have been a complete turnover in the living population in the meantime. That is, whatever arbitrary day you pick to start the cycle, when you go 110 years in the future, everyone who had been alive at the beginning, from the oldest man to the youngest baby, would be dead. The secular games thus held a particular fascination for the Romans, as they represented a set of ceremonies and celebrations that, theoretically at least, no one had ever seen before or would ever see again. The origin myth of the games reached back into the misty days of the early kingdom, when a Sabine man, trying to save his sick children, was commanded to conduct nocturnal sacrifices to the Celtic god Dis Pater and the Greek god Persephone, both of whom were strongly associated with the underworld. Over the course of 3 days, he conducted the necessary ceremonies on the Campus Martius. His children lived, and he was then left with instructions that the ceremonies should be repeated once per saeculum from that day forward. How closely the Romans held to this injunction is unknown, but when the high priests of Rome consulted the Sibylline books in 249, while the First Punic War was raging, they were told that the prescription for what ailed them was to renew the secular sacrifices. This set was dutifully followed up in the 140s AD, but then, when the cycle next came round, Rome was too caught up in the fall of the Republic to remember. After Augustus became emperor, though, he decided he wanted to throw games better than anyone had ever seen before or would ever see again, and got the idea to revive the secular games in 17 BC. He revamped the ceremonies, instructed the priests to sacrifice to proper Roman gods, and introduced daytime sacrifices to accompany the traditional nighttime ceremonies. He also introduced the games, the banquets, and theatrical performances that came to be most closely associated with the event. Augustus was not reviving an ancient tradition just to mumble some words at midnight. He wanted to throw the biggest party of anyone's lifetime. After the secular games of Augustus, though, the theoretical underpinnings of the ceremony took a hit when Claudius decided to throw his own set in 47 AD. He had good reason to throw his games early, but Suetonius notes that Claudius was much mocked for announcing festivities that none had seen before and none would see again, when plenty of people had been around when Augustus had said the same thing. The good reason for Claudius's secular games, though, was to celebrate the revolution of a different 100-year cycle, as 47 AD marked the 800th anniversary of the founding of Rome, and Claudius didn't want the birthday to pass unnoticed. From that point on, there were 2 cycles of secular games, basically negating the whole not before, not ever again mystique, but the various emperors were not going to let an opportunity to associate their name with this most rare of ceremonies pass. So one cycle followed Augustus and led to games thrown by Domitian in 88 and Septimius Severus in 204, and another cycle following Claudius and the birthdays of Rome, which led to games thrown in 148 by Antoninus Pius, and this last set thrown by Philip the Arab in 248. The next time either cycle came around, though, the empire was already undergoing Constantine's push to Christianize, and like a dozen other pagan celebrations, the secular games were neglected. So when Philip announced his games and said that no one would ever see their like again, he, at least, was telling the truth. Philip's games included the usual sacrifices, accompanied by citywide theatrical performances and gladiatorial contests that saw 1,000 men and God knows how many thousands of exotic animals killing and being killed for the crowd's amusement. When it was all over, everyone agreed that the event had lived up to its billing. No one had ever seen anything like it before, and they could expect to never see anything like it again. Philip was the toast of Rome. But Philip was not the toast of the province of Moesia. The troops along the lower Danube had dealt with the brunt of the initial Gothic invasions, and so far they had not had much success against this new barbarian menace. It appears that in response, the regular soldiers of the legions were clamoring to take the fight across the Danube and into the territory of the Goths. The invasion would offer the men a chance to exact some revenge for their lost honor, but perhaps more importantly, it would give them a chance to plunder a heretofore unknown source of wealth. The empire hadn't really had a good sizable influx of slaves since the Marcomannic Wars, and the thought of selling off 100,000 Goths into slavery was a mighty big incentive to fight another big war in the north. But Philip was content for now to keep the legions in their camps. A northern war might sound good when it's pitched by grunts and to grunts, but up in the high command, they understood that the likelihood of success was low, and the likelihood of doing irreparable damage to the northern defenses was high. But that didn't stop the grunts from talking, and in time, it didn't stop them from revolting against their cowardly leadership. In mid-248, while Philip was back in Rome celebrating the capital's birthday, the legions stationed in Moesia rebelled, and declared a man named Tiberius Claudius Marinus Pecatianus their new emperor. There had been revolts before, but this one seemed particularly serious, as it involved the legions of such a critical region. As Philip and his advisors scrambled to come up with a response plan, though, a man took to the floor of the Senate and declared that there was nothing to fear. The troops in Moesia, he announced, would quickly come to regret their hasty rebellion, and would probably kill their new leader in just a matter of days. With Philip thinking he might have to go so far as to resign his office just to restore peace, he was naturally intrigued by the certainty of the old senator's prediction, and thought the man a genius when, just a few days later, word came that the rebellion had in fact collapsed, and Pecatianus was dead. This was how Gaius Macius Quintus Decius earned the everlasting love and respect of Philip the Arab. Decius had been born in 201 in Lower Pannonia, and had spent his entire life serving the empire as a distinguished senator. He had been consul in 232, and had served as governor of Lower Germany, Moesia, and Hispania Tarraconensis, all key provinces with significant troop deployments. It appears that he was in Spain during the tumultuous year of 238, but had he not been, it seems highly likely that he would have been elected one of the 20 senators of the Emergency Council. During the early years of Philip's reign, Decius had been prefect of Rome, and by 248, there was really no one in the Senate, with the possible exception of Valerian, more accomplished and respected than Decius. His bold and correct reading of the situation in Moesia only increased that standing. But just because the rebellion had collapsed, it did not mean that Philip and his regime were out of danger. The troops may have lost their nerve this time, but that did not mean that they had lost their nerve forever. Clearly, a firm hand was needed along the Danube to restore discipline and make sure that things like this didn't happen in the future. And who better to send on this mission than wise Decius, who seemed to know the troops better than they knew themselves? So Philip ordered Decius to Moesia, where he was to whip the legions back into shape and prepare them for the critical task of defending the empire from a Gothic threat that looked only to be gaining strength with each passing year. When looked at one way, that Decius was respected, capable, loyal, and smart, the decision to send him to Moesia was an obvious one. But when looked at another way, taking into account that Decius was easily more popular than Philip, and was about to be given command over the largest and best fighting force in the empire, the decision to send him to Moesia turns into an absurd blunder. In any event, the next time the two would face each other would be at the heads of opposing armies, so yeah, maybe Philip shouldn't have gone and done that. But that is for next week. I want to close this week by addressing one little piece of historical trivia that was believed for centuries but has since been more or less abandoned. The fact that Philip the Arab may have been the first Christian emperor of Rome. This rumor mostly took root as a result of Eusebius describing an incident in his ecclesiastical history that has Philip attempting to visit a church shortly after becoming emperor, being denied entry by the bishop, and then confessing his sins to gain admittance. His subsequent toleration of Christianity, in contrast most especially to his successor Decius, served as further circumstantial proof that Philip was in fact a member of the flock. But weighing the scales down on the other side are big known facts, like Philip's embrace of his role as Pontifex Maximus, and the pagan ceremonies he officiated during the secular games, both of which would have been big no-nos had he been truly Christian. With regards to Philip's relationship with the Church, I am content, then, to believe that given his upbringing in the Christianized East, that he probably had more sympathy to and connection with the Christian communities than most of his imperial colleagues, but it doesn't seem plausible that he himself was a Christian. Philip's positive relationship with Christianity, though, does offer an interesting insight into the subsequent persecutions of Decius, who would wind up issuing an edict shortly after he became emperor, demanding citizens of Rome offer sacrifices to the pagan gods. Decius may have issued his edict to get the troubled Roman Empire back on the right side of the gods, but he may also have issued it as a means of persecuting allies of Philip, as Decius looked to consolidate his own rule. Next week, we will explore the anti-Christian policies of Decius, but only after we cover his accidental rebellion against Philip. It seems that good Decius had every intention of restoring discipline to the troops along the Danube, but upon arriving, was greeted with an ultimatum that he either lead them in a new revolt or die right there on the spot. Loyal to Philip, but not suicidally loyal to Philip, Decius agreed to their demands and immediately about-faced and headed back to Italy, this time at the head of an army. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you will qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book that you downloaded. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. Since we're getting into the period where barbarian migrations will play more and more of a role in our story, I'm going to recommend this week The Invasion of Europe by the Barbarians by J.B. Barrie, which is based on a series of lectures by the Cambridge historian and should give us a great deal of background as we move forward. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 110, A Gothic Horror. We left off last time in 248 AD, when a short-lived rebellion in Moesia prompted Philip the Arab to send the respected senator Gaius Decius to the Danube to get the situation back under control. Sending out Decius was supposed to help secure the future of Philip's rule, but instead, it was the catalyst for his demise. Decius arrived in the north and began making the rounds, inspecting this and telling someone to tuck in that, and all the while believed that he really was going to spend the next year or so restoring discipline to the Danube legions. But the Danube legions had other ideas. They had flinched from their first rebellion, possibly because Pecatianus was too much of a nobody to be taken seriously as emperor, but Decius, well, you could really picture him draped in the purple. So, with their grievances still unaddressed, they decided to make another play at revolution, this time with Decius as their leader. In the spring of 249, the troops surprised their new commander one morning by hailing him as emperor. They demanded that he lead them to Italy, where together they would unseat Philip and force the Senate to recognize Decius as the new master of Rome. Philip's dishonorable peace with the Parthians, coupled with his unwillingness to confront the Goths, had caused them to lose all respect for the man, and they strongly hinted that come hell or high water, they were going to replace Philip with someone. If Decius wanted the job, they were willing to give it to him. If not, then, as Philip's loyal agent, they were going to kill him. Reluctantly, Decius agreed to lead them. His noble reluctance is always noted in the histories, but it's worth remembering that he was not so reluctant that he refused what they were offering. Leaving behind the troops necessary to garrison the frontier, Decius led, or followed as some of the histories imply, the rest of the men on a march to Italy, where they planned to confront Philip and force him to abdicate. Word reached Rome soon after that the troops were on the move, and Philip scrambled to assemble a defense force. There was no such thing as a nice, quiet abdication at this point in Roman history, and Philip knew that if he wanted to keep his head, he was going to have to keep his throne, and if he wanted to keep his throne, he was going to have to fight for it. The preparations were no doubt fraught with desperation. Philip knew full well he wouldn't be able to raise enough troops to match the size of Decius's force. But the year of the Six Emperors had proved that Italy could ward off an angry legionary force given the right amount of luck and determination. So it's not like Philip necessarily believed he was preparing for some suicidal last stand. But luck and determination were not on Philip's side. Decius was no Maximinus Thrax, and Philip was no hardy brotherhood of senators valiantly defending the honor of Italy from an evil tyrant. So, the story played out differently this time. In the summer of 249, Decius and Philip faced off near Verona in northern Italy. Despite frequent letters swearing fealty to the emperor, Decius was unable to calm the temper of his men, and however he felt in his heart, that all took a back seat when it came time to act. The two sides joined in a short battle, and Philip's army was easily routed. It is unclear whether he and his son were killed during the fighting itself or a few days after their defeat, but within a week of the battle, Philip was dead, and Decius was on his way to Rome to have the Senate ratify his ascension to the throne. Philip the Arab was 44 years old and had ruled the empire for 5 years. As I said, Decius was no Maximinus Thrax, and the Senate was more than happy to raise one of their own to the purple. In addition to the title Augustus, they also gave Decius the honorific Trajanus, a hopeful nod that the new emperor would prove to be as wise and as capable as the great Trajan had been. Decius sent the legions who had carried him to power back to the Danube, while he himself stayed in Rome to consolidate power and take stock of the empire he now led. The Moesian legions received a healthy donative for their day's work, temporarily stilling their desire for a war with the Goths. Eventually, though, they would get their war, and soon come to realize that maybe they shouldn't have been quite so eager to take on the northern barbarians. This moment of realization probably came right around the time they were all being hacked to death in a muddy, bloody swamp. When Decius was done taking stock of the empire, he declared that he did not much like what he saw. The Sassanids had been dishonorably paid off in the east, the Goths menaced the north, and Rome itself was a cesspool of vice and corruption. The Roman Empire had lost its way, and the new emperor was determined to get it back on the right track. The main problem, Decius decided, was not shifting demographics or economic fluctuations or the threat of foreign invasion, but rather the loss of public virtue. That virtue, which had helped Rome win the favor of the gods, had been abandoned, and so the gods had abandoned Rome. To help the empire get back on the good side of those supernatural forces that obviously determine the course of earthly affairs, Decius dreamed up two major initiatives. First, he was going to demand that every citizen in the empire offer sacrifices to convince the gods that Rome had not forsaken them. And second, he was going to revive the long-abandoned office of censor, so that someone would be in place to regulate and legislate public morality. Taken together, Decius figured that this would be enough to please the gods and prevent them from heaping any more misery on the Romans. It seems, though, that, given what's about to happen, the gods were not at all impressed by these offerings. Decius started in January of 250 by issuing his famous edict that every citizen of the empire must offer a sacrifice to the gods on behalf of the emperor. The edict seems innocuously pious enough, but it was well known that a certain minority of citizens were going to have a big problem with this seemingly simple request, and it is completely plausible that Decius's idea of getting back on the good side of the gods had nothing to do with sacrifices at all, but instead had everything to do with the complete suppression of Christianity. The mechanics of the edict were simple. A magistrate would announce that everyone in his municipality had, say, 30 days to offer the proper sacrifices, and then you would be issued a ticket after having performed said sacrifices. The officials would then come around after the 30 days were up and make sure everyone had their ticket, and if you didn't have it, well, that was treason, and treason meant torture and death. Across the empire, Christians heard about the edict, immediately recognized it as being totally incompatible with their belief system, and tried to figure out what exactly they were going to do. Some broke right away, made the necessary sacrifices, and either left Christianity behind forever, or asked for forgiveness after the fact. But most refused, and hoped that the Roman authorities would not pursue any heavy-handed reprisals. What was the big deal if a few Christians didn't take part in these pagan rituals? They paid their taxes and kept out of trouble, and for the last few years that had been more than enough to keep them flying below the imperial radar. But Decius had no intention of pursuing a policy of toleration, and when the first batch of Christians let time expire without making a sacrifice, Decius recommended to the local authorities that they go ahead with the torture and the executions. Like a wave spreading across the empire, defiant Christians were rounded up and killed as the deadline for sacrificing came and went in each new province. Over the course of 250, thousands of Christians, both prominent and obscure, were executed, including Pope Fabian, who set the tone for the faithful by accepting martyrdom at the end of January 250, not long after the edict was first issued. Perhaps revealing what this was all really about, Decius then prevented the Christians from electing a new bishop of Rome, and the office remained vacant until the emperor left the capital to go fight the Goths 18 months later. Not to get too far off into ecclesiastic history, but when a new pope finally was elected again, it set off a minor schism within the church over the question of how exactly to treat those Christians who had made the sacrifices and now wanted to return to the church. Did they need to be rebaptized, or was sincere repentance enough? And this was a heavy question that caused a great deal of angry debate. So, while not succeeding in eliminating Christianity, Decius did do much to sow some serious discord within the church. While the persecution of Christians raged across the empire, Decius made a play to further reintroduce the Romans to the virtuous ways of their forefathers by reviving the office of censor. But rather than claiming the title for himself, as previous emperors had done, Decius picked a man he thought worthy of the job, and offered Publius Licinius Valerianus the opportunity to lead Rome's moral revival. But Valerian, as we know him today, thought long and hard about the offer, and in the end risked the wrath of the emperor by declining to take the job. Not only was the task shaping up to be an impossible one, hey, you see that water over there? Make it run uphill, okay? But the censorship was, when you read the fine print, an incredibly powerful office. To don the title of censor would be to don a title that would make Valerian practically the equal of Decius, and that was a very dangerous place to be. He could see that in time, that kind of power would probably make Decius violently paranoid, even if it had been his idea to begin with. Valerian was a smart guy. The job was impossible, and the position was just too dangerous. No good could come of it, so he declined. He told Decius that the office was too august to be held by anyone but the Augustus himself, and asked instead for a regular old military posting in Germany. Decius granted the request and let Valerian slip away with his head intact. We do not know whether the emperor planned to let the matter drop completely, or whether he was dead set on bringing the censor back to Rome, because shortly after Valerian's refusal, the Goths once again invaded the empire, bringing an end to Decius's experiments with public virtue. In late 250, a Gothic king named Cniva, that's the pronunciation I'm going with, led an army across the Danube and began running amok in Thrace and Moesia. Though we call this army the Goths, they were actually a far more cosmopolitan force than the name suggests. Cniva raised a standard that Germans and Sarmatians, and even a healthy number of Roman deserters flocked to. So while we call them the Goths, Remember that a number of different nationalities all fought for Cneva, not just the Goths themselves, though they were the thick trunk of the invading army. Cneva's forces overran the border defenses easily, which was what prompted so many Roman soldiers to desert, and after extracting a large payment from Marcianopolis not to sack their city, the Goths were soon laying siege to the city of Nicopolis. Provincial leaders begged Decius to personally lead a relief army to evict these most unwelcome guests, and Decius, recognizing how dire the situation was, immediately began preparations for the march north. In early 251, he was on his way along with his 24-year-old son Herennius, who Decius had induced the Senate to make his co-Augustus shortly before their departure. This new father and son team was supposed to destroy the Goths and then go on to found a great new dynasty. But instead what happened is that they both died and went down in history as the first emperors to fall in battle against a foreign enemy. Now the Persians will tell you that that honor really belongs to Gordian III, but let's not concern ourselves with that for now. The Goths had not taken Nicopolis by the time Decius and his reinforcements arrived, so Cneva abandoned the siege and headed off for greener pastures. But for the Romans, this was not about simply coming to the aid of Nicopolis. It was about throwing the Goths out of the empire entirely. So Decius and his army pursued Cneva across the countryside. No slouch when it came to strategy and tactics, the Gothic kings saw the Romans coming hot on his heels and decided to use their headlong charge against them. Decius was pushing his troops hard on the assumption that Cneva was running as fast as he could, but what the Gothic king was actually doing was turning his army around and pointing them straight back at the unsuspecting legions. Believing the Goths to be nowhere near them, the Romans set up camp for the night, and though guards were of course posted, no one was expecting to be doing any fighting for at least a couple of days. But then, out of nowhere, the full Gothic army appeared over a hill and came barreling at the Roman position. Caught completely off guard, Decius tried to keep his men in line, but the shock of the attack scattered the legions, and the subsequent retreat involved a lot more running than the emperor probably would have liked. Satisfied that he had spooked the Romans off the chase, Cneva then headed off to the nearby city of Philippopolis, which he planned to sack before the Romans were able to regroup. The Goths were, after all, here to plunder the wealth of the empire, not engage the legions in unproductive battles. But by not following up on his surprise attack, Cneva allowed Decius time to reform his embarrassed army. The emperor rebuilt their confidence by leading them against a series of much smaller German forces who were attempting to join Cneva's invincible army, and pretty soon they were feeling okay about themselves again. Cneva's invincible army, though, was only invincible when fighting in head-to-head battles. When it came to laying siege to cities, they lacked the kind of sophisticated equipment necessary to do the job right, and the siege of Philippopolis, like the siege of Nicopolis, took longer than it was supposed to, and while the Romans regained their strength, Cneva saw the strength of his own army slowly slipping away. But eventually, the citizens of Philippopolis could hold out no longer, and they were forced to surrender their city. In the subsequent sack, it is reported that 100,000 men, women, and children were killed. Cneva, emboldened, then grabbed Titus Julius Priscus, the governor of Thrace, who may or may not have been in on the whole thing and been the one who betrayed Philippopolis to the Goths, and proclaimed Priscus emperor of the Roman Empire under the generous protection of the Gothic king. This attempt to seize the empire in one fell swoop was short-lived, though. Not only did Priscus die shortly after becoming emperor, cause of death unknown, but Decius and his reinvigorated army arrived on the scene and slowly began to surround the Gothic position. Aware that the siege had depleted his forces dangerously, Cneva decided it was time for the Goths to make their getaway. They piled their carts high with accumulated treasure and made a run for the northern border. Confident both in his numerical superiority and just the superiority of the legions in general, Decius chased down the fleeing Goths and made every effort to fight them as soon as possible. A decisive battle would prove to the Goths that messing with Rome got you nowhere, and would prove to the Romans themselves that the dominance of the legions was still a matter of fact, not a matter of imagined reputation. But boy did he wind up proving just the opposite. The mistake Decius made was that he was so eager to engage the Goths that he basically ceded the decision of where the battle would take place to Cneva. The Gothic king chose a spot just south of the Danube near the town of Abritus, and arranged his men in 3 lines, strategically positioning the 3rd line just behind some marshy swampland, so that the front Gothic ranks kept the site screened from the Romans. I won't say that the battle was already decided before the first spear was tossed, but allowing Cneva to pick the time and the place of the battle was a fatal blunder. Remember, kids, if there is one thing the history of warfare has proven again and again, it's that, like real estate, the name of the game is location, location, location. Don't let your enemy pick the battle site. Chances are the spot he will pick is a spot that complements his strengths and negates yours. If he offers battle someplace you're not sure of, avoid the temptation to fight it out, and instead focus on drawing him into a spot of your choosing. I can promise you, you will like the results a whole lot better. Just ask Decius. According to legend, the Battle of Abritus started ominously for the Romans, as Herennius was struck by an arrow and killed in the opening minutes of the fight. Decius, however, used the shocking death of his son as a way to rally his men, crying out, "Let no one mourn. The death of one soldier is no great loss to the Republic." This stirring scene is of course apocryphal, but I figured I'd pass it along since that was the way the Romans told the story to each other. Regardless, the moment was soon forgotten as the legions plunged into the damp hell that awaited them in front of that 3rd Gothic line. The legions pushed the Goths back, and pushed the Goths back, and pushed the Goths back, leaving the Romans with the impression that the battle was now going great. The 1st Gothic line broke, and then the 2nd gave way, and the Romans pursued the fleeing barbarians with reckless abandon, sure that victory was just within their grasp. But the legions pursued the fleeing Goths right into the marshlands, and right into Cneva's trap. Bogged down in the marsh, the Romans were surrounded by the last Gothic line. Fierce combat followed, but the terrain was too much for the Romans to overcome, and the battle turned into a slaughter. Decius himself disappeared in the fighting, and his body was never recovered from the swamp. He was 50 years old, and had ruled the empire for 2 years. The governor of Upper Moesia, a general named Trebonianus Gallus, was left in command of the remnants of the Roman army, and soon after the battle, he negotiated a peace with Cneva. The Goths would be allowed to leave Roman territory unmolested with all the treasure they had accumulated, which, yeah, it's not like the Romans could have stopped Cneva from doing anything he wanted anyway. But the Roman general also worked out a deal that would pay Cneva an annual tribute in exchange for the Gothic king agreeing to stay out of Roman territory. This last bit became the source of a later rumor that Gallus had actually conspired with Cneva before the battle to ensure a Roman defeat. But given all the other circumstances of the battle and his later conduct, there is no reason to believe that Gallus had anything at all to do with the defeat at Abritus. The Battle of Abritus was one of the most shocking setbacks in Roman history. Though not quite as existentially terrifying as Cannae, the results of the battle still came as a mortal shock to the folks back home. The emperor was dead, his army destroyed. Who or what is going to protect us now? Decius had set out to prove that the Romans were still the biggest kid on the block, and had wound up proving exactly the opposite. And this new Gothic terror filled the Romans with a dread they had not really felt since the days of Hannibal. How are we going to survive if our supposedly invincible legions are so easily destroyed? There was no ready answer, and the citizens of the empire began to live with a fear in their hearts that they had never experienced before. Really, at that moment, it did not seem like the end was that far off. I want to end this week with a quick note on the tours. The first trip, as I already mentioned, is sold out, but we do have some space available on trips 2 and 3, which will run from May 17 to May 26, and from May 28 to June 7, respectively. It will be exactly the same itinerary, just over a different span of days, so if the first set of dates didn't work out for you, or you thought you had already missed your chance to go, then by all means, come along on one of the other trips. I should also note that we have removed the transatlantic airfare from the tour package. Once we started to get a feel for what would work out best for everyone, especially since so many international travelers will be along, it became obvious that the airfare to Rome and from Istanbul was more of a hindrance than a help to most people, so we made the decision to drop that part of the package. We will by all means help everyone make the proper arrangements, but just know that the price you see no longer includes those tickets. So, thehistoryofrometour.com. Act now, because, as they say, good seats are still available, but won't be forever. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There's no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book download. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all your future audiobook purchases. This week, I am going to recommend picking up The Rise and Fall of Alexandria, Birthplace of the Modern Mind, by Justin Pollard and Howard Reed, documenting the history of one of the most important cities of the Roman Empire. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 111, Phase 1 complete. The Battle of Abritus forced the Romans to deal with something they had never before had to face, the death of an emperor in battle. Up until now, emperors had died of natural causes, or they had been assassinated, or they had committed suicide, but never had they fallen to an enemy's sword. The gods struck down emperors, or the Romans struck down emperors, or emperors struck down themselves, but they were not knocked off by some common barbarian warrior. It simply wasn't done. But while this humiliating blow to the national psyche was immense, the Romans did not have long to dwell on their misery, because there was one big practical problem the death of Decius had left them with. Who would rule now? The elevation of Decius' son Herennius to the rank of co-emperor just a few months earlier was supposed to have solved this problem, but he too had died at Abritus, leaving the empire not just without a leader, but without a leader in its darkest hour. To extract the empire from this predicament, the Senate and the army both came up with solutions to the problem of who would rule. Unfortunately, they were different solutions. The army naturally chose to elevate one of their own, specifically the senior-ranking officer left on the scene after the disaster at Abritus, Gaius Vibius Trebonianus Gallus. Back in Rome, though, the Senate chose to stick with the hereditary rights of Decius' family, and elected Gaius Valens Hostilianus Messius Quintus, Decius' youngest son, who had been left behind in Rome while his father and brother had gone off to fight the Goths. The big justifiable fear after Decius' death was that some kind of civil war would break out at a moment when a lack of internal unity might prove fatal. And with the Senate and armies backing separate candidates for the throne, that seemed to be the deadly path Rome was headed down. But the inevitable confrontation between Hostilian and Gallus never arrived, in part because Gallus decided that circumstances demanded that someone take the high road and offer a compromise. Sitting in a tent out near the Danube, surrounded by the remnants of an army that had just been annihilated by the Goths, Gallus recognized that this was no time for a civil war. If he wasted the time and energy of what was left of Decius's army on some power grab, the Goths could just sweep down, conquer the Middle Empire, and split Rome in half. So while he made it clear to the Senate that he planned to accept the army's acclaim, he also made it clear that he had no problem with Hostilian serving as his co-emperor. He was able to come to this magnanimous conclusion because, 1, he had always been on excellent terms with Decius and his family, and did not instinctively see Hostilian as a rival, and 2, the age difference between them, Hostilian was still a teenager, meant that Gallus would always be the senior Augustus. Accepting Hostilian, then, was more like accepting an heir than a true colleague. Plus, it's not like the Moesian legions were in any condition to force their demands on anyone. Though it seems a bit crazy to think about, Trebonianus Gallus was a rare figure at this point in Roman history. He was an emperor of fully Italian extraction. Since the fall of the Flavian dynasty, the imperial office had been populated by Spaniards and Africans and Thracians and Illyrians, but only on a few rare occasions was the emperor of Rome actually an Italian. Now, of course, we can't read too much into this, as many of these emperors, the Trajans and Hadrians and Severans of the world, either came from Italian families transplanted into the provinces, or from provincial families who had married into important Italian clans. But still, it is worth noting that an emperor born in Italy to an Italian family had, by the 3rd century, become something of an endangered species. Gallus was born into a senatorial family of Etruscan origin, and had spent his life working his way up the cursus honorum, serving in civilian and military posts across the empire. At some point, he became an associate of Decius's, and when Decius became emperor, he immediately appointed Gallus to govern the province of Upper Moesia. The appointment underscores the close working relationship between the two men, as the governorship of Upper Moesia was no honorary ambassadorship to Tahiti. This was, after all, a territory not only being harassed by the Goths, but which had also been ground zero for the rebellion that had put Decius in power in the first place. The degree to which Decius trusted and respected Gallus is obvious, and the new governor quickly became trusted and respected by the men under his command as well. A full bronze statue of Gallus still exists that depicts a large, barrel-chested man with close-cropped hair, cutting an imposing figure. He was not some aristocratic dandy the Moesian legions could hope to push around. Not that they had time for such bullying. Gallus took over in 250 AD, and for the next 18 months he led the Roman response to the increasing Gothic raids. Sometimes he was successful, and sometimes he wasn't, but no one could argue that Gallus wasn't exerting maximum effort in an attempt to stem the barbarian tribe. When Cneva invaded with a full force, though, the Moesian legions were simply unable to do anything to stop him, and Gallus was one of those provincial leaders who told Decius in no uncertain terms that the lower Danube needed reinforcements and fast. He then served as one of Decius's key generals during the campaign against the Gothic king, and wound up being one of the few to escape from Abritus alive. As I said at the end of last week's show, Gallus took over what was left of the legions and came to an understanding with the victorious Cneva. The Romans would not hinder the Gothic retreat back across the Danube, and henceforth payment would be made annually to the Gothic king to prevent him from attacking in the future. Though later Romans would castigate Gallus for this ignoble peace, modern scholars seem more than willing to give him a pass. He was in an incredibly difficult position, and doing the best he could to save the empire from further humiliation. The rumor that he and Cniva were in cahoots started up a few years later, but no one at the time, and no one now, really believes that those smears hold much water. The men of the Shattered Legions who had just elected him emperor certainly didn't think he was a traitor who had just gotten most of them killed. Otherwise, they would have torn him limb from limb, rather than giving him the keys to the empire. The peace deal with Cniva is evidence that Gallus was of a mind to walk the Romans away from the Battle of Abritus without making things any worse than they already were. But the external threat posed by the Goths was not the only source of potential peril. Gallus also had to make a choice about how to deal with the Senate's elevation of Hostilian. In this, too, Gallus showed that he was more interested in making sure things didn't get worse than he was in just about anything else. So he sent a letter to the Senate informing them that their choice of Hostilian was a fine one, and that he would be happy to share the imperial insignia with the son of Decius. The Senate was no more disposed to start up a civil war than Gallus was, and immediately accepted the compromise. With the Goths temporarily sated, Gallus and a few key advisors made their way back to Rome to meet with Hostilian and the Senate, so that together they could work up for a plan on how to stabilize the empire, which was clearly teetering on the brink of something. When he arrived back in the capital, Gallus and Hostilian were acclaimed as the co-Augusti of Rome, and Gallus's son Volusianus was named Caesar and eventual heir to the throne. The partnership between Gallus and Hostilian, though, wouldn't last the year. In the summer of 251, Hostilian mysteriously vanished from the historical record, and we can only guess at what happened to him. Gallus conspiracy theorists claim that the young Augustus had been offed by the evil betrayer of Abritus, but the consensus opinion seems to be that Hostilian fell victim to a new plague that had chosen this inopportune moment to appear on the scene, the Cyprian plague, so named because its effects were described in detail by Saint Cyprian, the Bishop of Carthage. As with the Antonine plague, there is some debate over which particular disease ravaged the empire for the next 20 years, but again, as with the Antonine plague, smallpox appears to be the likely culprit. If there is one recent cliché that I have really come to loathe, it is the cliché of the, quote, perfect storm. Everyone these days wants to describe everything as a perfect storm, making it hard to distinguish when an incredibly rare confluence of events produces something historically destructive, and when someone just wants to use the phrase, a perfect storm, to lend whatever minor crisis they're describing some dramatic heft. Really, I promise you, the overuse of a perfect storm is a big pet peeve of mine. With that in mind, the crisis of the 3rd century was a perfect storm. The empire was already being ravaged by external pressures stronger than it had known in centuries, violent internal political division, economic depression, soaring taxation, and now, on top of everything else, a massive plague was breaking out. You guys, this is what a perfect storm looks like. At the height of the Cyprian plague, which ran from 251 until sometime after 270, 5,000 people died every day in Rome, and the bodies piled up faster than they could be buried. Manpower shortages inevitably resulted in the fields and in the army barracks, leading to further economic depression, famine, and anemic border defense. This at a time when the last thing the empire could afford was economic depression, famine, and anemic border defense. Besides Hostilian, the plague would eventually claim the life of the Emperor Claudius Gothicus as well, a man who was well on his way to leading Rome out of the darkness when he died prematurely in his camp. Really, I will never stop marveling at how the Roman Empire was able to survive the 3rd century. Everyone always wants to know why Rome fell, but I think the more fascinating question is how it managed to survive as long as it did. Over the course of the next few episodes, I hope to get to the bottom of that particular mystery. Seriously, these were bad times that the Romans should not have lived through. Though the Romans had been focused for the last few years on the threat in the north posed by the Goths, it was during the short reign of Gallus that they were reminded that the Sassanids still posed a major threat in the east. Shapur had been biding his time after making peace with Philip the Arab back in 244, but once word trickled over to the Sassanid king that the Romans were getting battered around by a Gothic invasion, it did not take him long to call an army back into the field and point them west. The strength of Rome was at a low ebb, and now was the perfect opportunity to maybe peel off some of that old Persian territory his family had been coveting all these years. The results of Shapur's campaign would prove as disastrous to the Romans as Cniva's campaign had just been, and when the Romans finally got around to responding, the results of that campaign would prove to be even more disastrous still. Bad times. Bad, bad times. As is so often the case in Roman history, Armenia lay at the center of this latest outbreak of hostilities between East and West. The chronology on all of this is a bit muddled, but it appears that Shapur used a dispute over Armenian succession as a pretext for invading the Buffer Kingdom. After marching around unopposed and placing his own man on the throne, Shapur then shocked everyone by directly invading the Roman province of Syria. As had just happened in the north, the eastern legions were so used to simply keeping watch without any real fear of direct attack that the sudden invasion caught them completely by surprise. Shapur captured key legionary garrisons and sacked important cities, including, amazingly, Antioch itself. After his string of victories, Shapur chose to withdraw from Syria as winter descended, rather than attempt an occupation at this early stage in the game. Rome may be weakened, but it certainly wasn't defenseless. The easy success of his initial foray into Roman territory, though, had to have had Shapur's mouth watering. Back in Rome, the surprising news of this marauding Sassanid army was met by an equally surprising reaction from the Emperor Gallus: relative indifference. He ordered the Syrian legions to regroup and defend themselves properly the next time Shapur came calling, but other than that, he made no move to travel to Syria himself or to raise emergency reinforcements to help shore up the eastern front. This latter bit is at least somewhat understandable, as the north was already stretched dangerously thin, and the plague was making recruiting difficult. But there's no getting around the fact that Gallus did not seem much moved by the danger posed by the Sassanids. Perhaps had he lived, he would have done as Valerian eventually did, and led the counterattack personally. But Romans at the time whispered that perhaps there was more soft Italian in Gallus than he liked to let on, and that the luxuries of Rome were seducing him away from his responsibilities. Discontentment with Gallus, as you can imagine, began to grow apace from this point on. With all of this swirling around, bad news once again came down from the Danube in 253. Cniva let it be known that he was unhappy about the payments he had been promised, and if Gallus didn't do something about it, the Gothic king was going to consider their peace treaty null and void. It is unclear whether the Romans were actually withholding the funds they had promised, or whether Cniva was simply trying to extort more cash from his weakened opponent, but the word went back up to give the Gothic king no more than he had already been given. Cniva, insulted, made preparations for a new invasion of the empire. After Gallus left for Rome, the man put in charge of the northern border was Marcus Aemilius Aemilianus, a general of North African extraction who had been appointed to a legionary command in Moesia by Decius and promoted to overall command by Gallus following the disaster at Abritus. Aemilianus faced the frightening prospect of dealing with the same Gothic army that had just whipped the Romans handily, only this time with fewer men and more raw recruits. The odds, needless to say, were not in his favor. When Cneva did cross the Danube in 253, though, the Gothic king let his arrogance get the better of him, and Aemilianus was able to surprise the Goths and deliver a smashing victory for the legions. This time, it was Cneva who found himself leading off the wounded remnants of a once mighty army, and the world was reminded that the Romans were not done for yet. Aemilianus was an overnight sensation, and for having done what two emperors had been unable to do, the exuberant troops honored their general the best way they knew how. They proclaimed him emperor. And if you think that by acclaiming their fourth emperor in just 5 years, the Moesian legions were hitting the peak of their fickleness, well, let's just give it another 3 months. The news that the men who had proclaimed him emperor were now proclaiming someone else emperor finally roused Gallus from his apparent slumber. He sent an order up to Valerian, the commander of the Upper Rhine, and the man Decius had tried to make censor, demanding that Valerian lead his troops to Italy at once to help Gallus smack down this would-be usurper. The emperor then induced the Senate to declare Aemilianus an enemy of the state, and he gathered up a defense force and marched north to prevent the Moesian legions from entering Italy. But Aemilianus was well aware that time was of the essence, and while Gallus gathered his defenses, the Moesian general was already marching on Italy to cement his claim to the throne. The Danube legions had been weakened by war and disease, and if Aemilianus was to have any shot at all at unseating Gallus, he needed to strike before the emperor could muster all the forces at his disposal. If he was thinking in particular about the Rhine legions, then he was right to move fast. By getting to Gallus before the Rhine troops did, he was able to emerge victorious from something approaching an equal contest. Not that it did him much good. Fast or slow, when the Rhine legions did arrive, Aemilianus found himself done for anyway. But we'll get to that in a minute. Aemilianus was already in Italy and speeding down the eastern branch of the Flaminian Way when he was finally met by an army led by Gallus and Volusianus. There are two accounts of what happened next. The first states that Aemilianus defeated Gallus after a short battle, and that Gallus and his son then fled north to await the coming Rhine reinforcements. Their way was then cut short by members of the Praetorian Guard, who saw the wind shifting in Aemilianus' favor, and figured that they could get in good with the new emperor by bringing him the head of the old. They murdered Gallus and Volusianus, leaving Aemilianus' path to the throne clear. The other account is that there was no battle at all, and that Gallus' troops defected to Aemilianus before a single spear was thrown, leaving Gallus and Volusianus alone and unprotected, at which point they were executed by Aemilianus. Whichever way it happened, by the end of August 253, Gallus was dead. He was 47 years old and had ruled the empire for 2 years. The death of Gallus ushered in the glorious reign of Emperor Aemilianus, which began the moment Gallus died and ended the moment Valerian arrived in Italy with the Rhine legions. This glorious reign probably lasted about a month. When the new emperor arrived in Rome, he was greeted coolly by the Senate. Gallus had not been their first choice to lead the empire, and they were probably no more pleased with his lingering in the capital than anyone else, but he had gone out of his way to avoid civil war by proposing joint rule with Hostilian. Civil war was the last thing the empire needed, and here now was a man who had gone ahead and started one anyway. Aemilianus was not unaware of his standing in the capital, so when he arrived, he went to great lengths to convince the Senate of his benign intentions. He told the senators that he saw himself merely as a general, and that he had neither the time nor the inclination to be the political, economic, and moral leader of the empire. That, he said, would be the Senate's responsibility. He himself would be too busy defending Rome from its foreign enemies to worry about politics. He planned, he said, to be but an instrument of the empire, and more specifically, an instrument of the Senate. Their egos now more than satisfied, any opposition to Aemilianus washed away as they contemplated this enticing new dynamic he had proposed. A partnership between the military and the civilian authorities, rather than all power being claimed by a single man. It was a positively intoxicating thought for the power-starved Senate. But like I say, the glorious reign of Aemilianus only lasted a few weeks. Valerian had never stopped moving south after the death of Gallus, and he now entered Italy in mid to late 253, with an eye not on saving Gallus, but revenging him. Aemilianus' position was now reversed, and just a few weeks after marching down the Flaminian Way to confront Gallus, he found himself marching right back up it again to confront Valerian. On the same eastern branch of the road, though a bit further south, the two commanders met at the heads of their respective armies. Overawed by both the larger force from the Rhine and by the reputation of Valerian, the Moesian legions once again abandoned their master in favor of another and defected en masse to Valerian. In the process of this defection, Aemilianus was cornered and killed by his own officers, so that there would be no misunderstanding where their new loyalties lay. Aemilianus was in his early 40s and had enjoyed the novelty of calling himself emperor for just about 3 months. The death of Aemilianus closes out the first phase of the crisis of the 3rd century. This first phase, running roughly from 238 to 253, set the tone for the remainder of the crisis. The legions elevating and abandoning emperors, the Goths invading from the north, the Sassanids invading from the east, the Cyprian plague sucking the life out of Rome's army and economy, and in general, the bonds that had held the empire together fraying to the breaking point. During the middle phase, all of these factors would combine to explode Rome into an anarchic mess. Lasting from 253 to 268, this middle phase will be defined by the reigns of Valerian and his son Gallienus. Now, in the context of the times, the 15-year combined reign of Valerian and his son seems to indicate a level of stability, but in fact, it masks instability on a scale that would only be matched during the final decades of the 400s AD, as the West fell apart completely. Those of you who have read ahead know that not only did imperial usurpers rise and fall faster during this middle phase of the crisis than at any other period in Roman history, but also that beginning in the 260s, the empire would actually spend about 15 years divided into thirds, after new kingdoms in the northwest and east successfully broke away from Rome. The final phase of the crisis, which lasted roughly from the death of Gallienus in 268 until the elevation of Diocletian in 284, was the recovery period, during which a series of vigorous emperors from Illyria battled back through the chaos to re-establish the supremacy of Rome, both internally and externally. Next time, we'll open the middle phase of the crisis with the elevation of Valerian and his son Gallienus. Though Valerian was at the time one of the most respected men in the empire, his destiny was unfortunately to go down in history as an imperial embarrassment. To his credit, he immediately opened up a war in the east to punish the Sassanids for their sack of Syria, but when he was captured alive by Shapur in 260, his name became synonymous with the general felling of once mighty Rome. There will be no episode next week as I am headed down to the Austin City Limits Music Festival, but we'll be back in 2 weeks to see just how bad we can make things for the Romans. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you will qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to recommend another classic non-Roman history book, The March of Folly by Barbara Tuchman, the classic study of how the responsible agents of state often pursue policies that run absolutely counter to their own interests. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 112, Captured Alive. In the autumn of 253 AD, the troops supporting short-lived Emperor Aemilius Aemilianus abandoned the man they had so recently elevated to the purple, and defected en masse to Valerian. I think we can forgive the Romans for at first not investing too much emotional energy in this newly appointed emperor, because, after all, in the 18 years since the assassination of Alexander Severus, the empire had seen 11 different men claim the title Augustus. There was absolutely no reason to believe that the new emperor would not simply come and go along with all the rest. But when Valerian descended from the Alps, he wound up bringing with him 15 years of relative stability at the top of the political pyramid, at least in a sense. Sure, the western provinces of Gaul, Britannia, Hispania, Germania Superior, Germania Inferior, and Raetia would break away in 260, losses that would be matched in that year when Syria, Egypt, Palestine, and most of Asia Minor came under the control of the city of Palmyra. But the middle of the empire, Greece and the Balkans and Italy, would, from 253 to 268, be the domains of Valerian and his son, Publius Licinius Ignatius Gallienus, and their reign will form the bridge between the old empire of Augustus and Hadrian and Marcus Aurelius and the coming empire of Diocletian and Constantine and Theodosius. Now, whether the fractured stability of Gallienus was more dangerous than the unified political anarchy that preceded him is a question scholars still debate today. As soon as Valerian's claim to power was recognized by the Senate in October 253, he wasted no time inducing them to further elevate his son Gallienus to the rank of co-Augustus. Having two emperors was a critical part of Valerian's plan for the empire, and indeed, the rapidity with which he began to pursue that plan have left some questioning whether or not the new emperor had dragged his feet a little getting out of Germany. That maybe, after receiving the distress call from Gallus, that Valerian decided to simply let Gallus and Aemilianus fight it out, which would allow him to sweep down and brush aside whoever was left standing after the showdown. But whether he was actively planning for what he would do when he became emperor, or whether he just had an idea of what he would do if he became emperor, there was very little separating Valerian's elevation to the throne and the announcement that he was heading to Syria to reassert Roman power in the east. The main point of rising up Gallienus was so that Valerian could be sure that the Western Empire was left in loyal hands while he focused on the Eastern Front. This division of the empire followed the previous division of Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus a century before, though this time it was the senior Augusti who went east, with his junior partner remaining in Rome. One of the big problems we have in dealing with the crisis of the 3rd century is that establishing a definitive chronology through the chaos is almost impossible. What sources we have are contradictory and full of biases and outright fabrications. For example, even when we deal with a momentous event like Aurelian's evacuation of Dacia, all we can say is that it happened sometime between 271 and 274. Everything else is just guesswork. We can make good guesses, but they are nonetheless still guesses. Just how crossed up the history of the mid-3rd century can get begins to really become apparent during the joint reign of Valerian and Gallienus. For the next little while, dates are going to fall in ranges, and a lot of question marks are going to surround where people were and when they were there. We know basically what happened, and basically what order it happened in, but sometimes, well, we really don't. That all being said, probably by early 254, Valerian was headed to Syria to survey the damage wrought by the recent Sassanid invasion. Gallienus, meanwhile, headed up north to the Rhine on a mission to repel Germanic incursions that had begun the minute Valerian picked up the legions guarding the border and marched them to Italy. The pattern of these northern invasions would become a familiar one over the next 20-odd years, and highlight the cyclical nature of the 3rd century crisis. Anytime border troops were called elsewhere to deal with some emergency, barbarians beyond the frontier would invade the under-garrisoned territory left behind, forcing troops from elsewhere to be called in and plug the gap, leading to invasions in whatever territory those troops had just left behind, and so on and so on. Then, whatever territory was left holding the bag would have to look to their local commander to engineer a defense, and if he succeeded despite imperial aid, his troops would generally hail him as emperor, precipitating a civil war, forcing the existing emperor to come put down the uprising, and then the cycle would start all over again. Valerian's withdrawal of the Rhine legions to help him win power in Italy precipitated the beginning of one of these long cycles. Germanic tribes took the opportunity to pour across the border and raid the wealth of Gaul. The junior emperor's arrival in country seems to have brought an end to the pillaging, and between 253 and 255, Gallienus seems to have won a number of, if they can't quite be called battles, then at least significant skirmishes that forced the various tribes to withdraw back across the Rhine. Valerian, meanwhile, passed through the Balkans and marched across Asia Minor on his way to Syria. While he was on the move, the Goths and other associated tribes beyond the Danube appear to have prudently waited for the imperial army to pass before they renewed their forays into Roman territory. As soon as Valerian was gone, though, various independent Gothic groups once again began descending south in search of the great wealth of the Roman Empire. Valerian, though, had much bigger things on his plate than the Goths, who, though they had done damage to the empire's ego, were still small potatoes compared to the truly existential threat posed by the Sassanids. Where the Goths were dangerous rabble, the Sassanids were a well-organized rival civilization in the fullest sense of the word, and their attacks on the east threatened not just the rich provinces of Syria and Asia Minor, which accounted for a great deal of imperial tax revenue, but also the all-important province of Egypt and its critical grain supply. Valerian planted his court at Antioch, and for the next few years he rebuilt the Syrian capital and the infrastructure of the surrounding countryside. At some point, he retook the border city of Nispus, and by 257, things were mostly back to the way they had been before Shapur's great raid of 253. The Sassanid king could only sit back and watch the Romans regroup, as the presence of the emperor and his army were enough to make him think twice about simply repeating his invasion of a few years before. Of course, with Valerian in Syria and Gallienus in Gaul, the Danube frontier became the odd man out, and, as I just said, Gothic armies began to once again pour south across the river. Sometime around 255, this new invasion forced Gallienus to march in from the west and reinforce the Middle Empire. With the emperor on the scene, or should I say, with the resources the emperor brought with him on the scene, the Romans were able to once again plug the Northern League and push the Goths back across the river. But as Gallienus campaigned in the Middle Empire, the West inevitably slid back into chaos, forcing the junior emperor to head back to Gaul. Hoping to keep everyone in line after he was gone, Gallienus elevated his son, Valerian II, to the rank of Caesar, and left the young man as the figurehead of record for all the Danube provinces. Actual administration of the provinces, though, was, critically, left in the hands of a general by the name of Ingenuus, who we will have cause to deal with in just a moment. The invasion Gallienus rushed back to deal with eventually became serious enough to draw all three members of the imperial tripartite to the Lower Rhine. Valerian took a gamble that he would be able to leave the east in the hands of subordinates without triggering an invasion by Shapur, and, with Syria mostly rebuilt, he headed to Gaul in 257 to personally oversee the situation. That gamble would not pay off. As soon as Valerian left, the Sassanids were once again on the move. Obviously, this raises the question, what in the world could have been so serious that it brought Valerian all the way back from Syria to face? The answer lies in a superconfederation of Germanic tribes making their first, but certainly not last appearance in the history of Rome, the Franks. The Franks, who in time would become the reason why we call France, France, and not Gaul, were, as I just said, formed out of a collection of Germanic tribes who lived primarily along the Lower Rhine. Likely included among their number were the Batavians, who, you'll recall, revolted against Roman rule while the empire was occupied with the Year of the Four Emperors, the Chatti, who Domitian so successfully propagandized victories over, and elements of the Cherusci, the tribe Arminius had led to victory in the Teutoburg Forest. This new confederation was formed gradually over the years, as the various Germanic leaders realized that they were getting nowhere fighting amongst themselves. The new Frankish supergroup was by no means a unified whole at this point, and the various barbarian kings still exercised a great deal of autonomy. But this new spirit of Germanic cooperation would in time become one of the answers to the question, why did the West fall when it did? As long as Rome was able to keep the tribes politically and militarily fractured, they had very little to fear. But once they joined forces, well, let's just say that there's a reason we call France France and not Gaul. In 257, Valerian Gallienus and Valerian II all appear to have been in the modern city of Cologne, along the Lower Rhine, dealing with the sudden Frankish onslaught. Though the Franks were pushed back like all the other invaders of the mid-250s AD, at least one group kept moving forward, and eventually crossed the Pyrenees into Spain, sacking the undefended coast towns of the deep interior. But with all three emperors posted on the Rhine, the rest of the empire began to slip quickly back into what was becoming its natural state: chaos. In the north, a Gothic tribe hit upon a novel idea that their compatriots would use to great effect in the years to come, constructing a fleet to carry them down the Black Sea coast on a raid of Asia Minor. With the Franks mostly contained, Valerian left Gallienus in charge of Gaul, while he himself headed east. But the emperor wound up having no time to pause on this new Gothic invasion, and instead replanted Valerian II as imperial figurehead along the Danube, while he continued on to Syria. He was forced to keep moving, because word had reached him that far from leaving well enough alone, Shapur was attacking Roman territory with renewed vigor. The next 2 years get really tricky for historians trying to cobble together a chronological narrative, as Valerian chose this moment to revive Roman persecutions of the Christians, leading eventually to the death of Saint Cyprian, the bishop of Carthage, in 258. Cyprian was a voluminous writer, and his collected correspondence has proved to be an invaluable resource to head to when we want to double-check when an event happened or whether it happened at all. Cyprian's writings act as a tiny little lighthouse in the distance, helping us navigate our way through the historical fog. But then the Romans went and killed him, leaving us with only random inscriptions, some coins, and gut instinct to lead us the rest of the way. So, thanks for that. There are three big things that happened during this 2-year period that we have trouble dating and putting in order: the Battle of Edessa and Valerian's subsequent capture by the Sassanids, the death of his grandson Valerian II, and the revolt of Ingenuus along the Danube. Some sources claim that Valerian II died of natural causes, and that when Ingenuus heard that Valerian had been captured, he decided that the imperial family was now weak enough to revolt against. Others claim that the ambitious Ingenuus decided to revolt simply because Gallienus and Valerian were both occupied elsewhere, that he killed Valerian II to kick off his campaign, and only later learned of Valerian's capture. Finally, we have the common version whereby it was the news of Valerian's capture that led Ingenuus to kill Valerian II and revolt against Gallienus. I don't have a good answer for which of these versions is actually correct, and I don't think anyone else does either. But a consensus seems to have grown up around the idea that Valerian II died under suspicious circumstances in 258, right around the time news reached the Danube that Valerian had joined the Sassanids in battle. In this telling, it is the news of war in the east that got Ingenuus's imagination running wild, rather than the news of the emperor's defeat. In this telling, there is a bit of a lag between the death of Valerian II and the official beginning of Ingenuus's revolt, but that when the commander on the Danube did have himself declared emperor, that Gallienus rushed over from the Rhine to put down the revolt before word of his father's capture reached the west. This all leaves 260 AD as the watershed year when the empire really melted down, with news reaching Gallienus almost simultaneously that the Sassanids had captured his father, and that his own withdrawal from the Rhine had triggered a new invasion by the Germans. The defeat of Valerian at Edessa in the east, and the Germanic invasions in the west, were, of course, the two events that led directly to the empire breaking into thirds, a state of affairs that would persist for more than a decade, until Lucius Domitius Aurelianus, the unconquered restorer of the world, put the pieces back together again in the early 270s. To deal with poor Valerian first, we must follow the emperor east in 258, after dropping Valerian II off in Pannonia. The emperor probably passed through Antioch on his way to the city of Edessa in northern Mesopotamia, where he planned to stage his coming counteroffensive. But this counteroffensive would never really get off the ground, as a nasty bout of the Cyprian plague broke out amongst the legions in 259, and Valerian's forces were left thin and weak as a result. Shapur decided to take advantage of the situation by marching on Edessa and challenging the emperor directly. Though we know very little about the details of the battle, it is reported that despite the toll taken on the legions, they still outnumbered the Sassanids by an almost 2-to-1 ratio, leaving Valerian confident that he would still be able to steamroll Shapur's forces. But, for whatever reason, in the battle that commenced on the plains outside Edessa, the Romans were utterly routed, and practically the entire army Valerian had brought with him were either killed or captured. We don't know how exactly Valerian fell into Shapur's custody, but the traditional Roman version has it that after the battle, Valerian arranged for a meeting with Shapur to hammer out the terms of a settlement, and after arriving at the Sassanid court, the emperor was seized by the treacherous Persian king and taken prisoner. The alternative is that Valerian was simply tracked down during the battle and seized, making it easy to see why the Romans would prefer a version of events that allows the humiliating capture of their emperor to be painted as a result of a double cross, rather than trying to explain how an honorable Roman could have allowed himself to be taken alive. As with just about everything to do with this period, there are two versions of what happened next. The boring version is that Valerian and his senior officers were treated well by Shapur, and lived out the rest of their days as comfortable, if involuntary guests of the Sassanids, until the emperor's death in 264. The more salacious version is that the no-good wicked Persian king took every opportunity to humiliate the captured Valerian, and used the Roman emperor daily as a stepping stool to get in and out of his royal litter. Then, when Valerian finally died, his body was flayed and stuffed, and posted in the Persian court as a trophy for all of the East to mock and gloat over. Once again, it is easy to see why the Romans would prefer to paint the Sassanid king in the worst possible light. But barring a time machine, we'll never know the true fate of Valerian. We do know that he died in Persian custody, and that for a variety of reasons, no attempt was ever made to rescue him or pay a ransom for his return. He was in his mid-60s when he died, and had ruled the empire for 7 years. Those variety of reasons why nobody came looking for him had to do mostly with the fact that while the Eastern Empire was going to hell in a handbasket, the middle of the empire was going to hell in a handbasket, and the Western Empire was going to hell in a handbasket. In the final calculation, the life of one captured emperor was simply not worth the time and expense, not with so much hell being crammed into so many handbaskets. When news reached Gallienus that Ingenuus was in revolt, he was forced to immediately withdraw a significant portion of the Rhine troops from the border to help him put down the rebellion. As he had previously done with Valerian II, Gallienus left his second son, Salonius, in Cologne as imperial figurehead, under the protection of the commander, Marcus Cassianus Latinius Posthumus, and sped off to the Danube. Leading the suppression effort was a man who, at this point, Gallienus had supreme confidence in, but whose own ambitions would in time lead to his master's death, the general Aureolus. As commander of the imperial cavalry, Aureolus led the charge into Pannonia, where the sudden appearance of Gallienus's army took the wind out of Ingenuus's sails, and the usurper either died in battle, was killed by his own troops, or committed suicide after realizing that his cause was hopeless. The upshot of all this, as I just mentioned, was that Gallienus's new position on the Danube led to a significant invasion of Germanic tribes along the Rhine. Along the lower portion of the river, the Franks poured across the frontier as Posthumus scrambled to hold them off with what forces he had been left with. Meanwhile, a huge group of Alemanni, a tribal superconfederation similar to the Franks operating along the Upper Rhine, poured through the under-garrisoned gap between the Danube and the Rhine, but rather than making for Gaul, as would have been expected, they instead decided to head directly into Italy. Obviously, this invasion of the home province was Gallienus's top priority. He ignored calls to go avenge his father in the east, who he just learned had been defeated and captured, reinforce Posthumus in the west, or stay put on the Danube and hold off the Goths. He chose instead to make with all haste to Milan in northern Italy, a city that, with Gallienus's help, was about to become one of the most important cities in the empire. The Alemanni crossed the Alps into Italy before Gallienus could get in their way, and they apparently raided all the way down to Rome itself before being turned back by a hastily raised militia. Not necessarily needing to embroil themselves in a prolonged siege of the imperial capital after having grabbed so much of northern Italy's wealth, the Alemanni turned around, but on their way back north they were met by Gallienus, who beat them decisively outside of Milan. One independent faction of the Germanic invaders escaped back through the Alps with their captured treasure, but the rest were stopped short, and those who survived the battle headed back home empty-handed. Though in the end it turned out to have no long-term ill effects, the invasion of the Alemanni was nonetheless a significant psychic blow to a population of Romans already dealing with a lot of bad news. But I guess that to say that the invasion had no long-term effects is misstating the case a bit. Yes, the invaders were beaten and driven off, but the time, energy, and manpower required to do so left every other region of the empire feeling like they had been abandoned by the emperor. In the east, the shattered legions were facing down a Sasanian army they could not hope to contain. In the west, Posthumus was being overwhelmed by the Franks, and in the middle, a Danube army just weakened by the battle between Ingenuus and Gallienus stared across the river at a host of tribes itching to take advantage of the emperor's recent withdrawal to Italy. With each of these regions left on their own, the various legionary commanders had to take it upon themselves to organize and direct local defenses, leading their troops naturally to give their commanders a rank befitting men who were now wielding supreme authority over their respective provinces. Imperator. Rather than receiving congratulations from his generals then for having driven the Alemanni out of Italy, Gallienus spent the weeks after his victory instead receiving notes that each of them had been proclaimed emperor by their troops. On the eve of his battle with the Germans, Gallienus had ruled an empire that stretched from Gibraltar to the Euphrates and from the Sahara to Scotland. The next morning, he found himself barely in control of Italy. Next week, we will watch the empire split into thirds. Though Gallienus was able to reassert his dominion over the Balkans, he had neither the money nor the manpower to do much about the East or the West, and they quickly devolved into autonomous political territories of their own. But this was not all bad news for Gallienus and Rome. Postumus's Gallic Empire, and the about-to-be-established Palmyrene Empire, were far more concerned with repelling foreign invasion than they were with domestic squabbles, and it turns out that they were both so successful at fighting off the Germans and Sassanids respectively that it is hard to see how Gallienus himself could have ever done a better job. Ironically, the temporary breakup of the empire was perhaps one of the key reasons it was able to survive at all. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 113, 3 Empires. Though I haven't yet stated it explicitly, I think the nature of the military campaigns the Romans have lately been engaged in against the Goths and the Sassanids and the Franks and the Alemanni collectively speak for themselves. The Romans are now on the defensive. For its entire history, Rome had always projected outward. When battles were fought, they were fought in enemy territory. When battles were won, they enriched the empire with new wealth and new subjects. When battles were lost, it simply slowed the rate of Roman expansion. But now, the battles are being fought in Roman territory. When these battles are won, the reward is little more than a temporary peace, and far from enriching the empire, even victory was now a net loss on the balance sheet, in men, in money, in economic impact. And when those battles are lost, well, the very foundation of imperial legitimacy was the ability to provide physical security for its citizens. So, you do the math. In 260 AD, this legitimacy was finally shattered by simultaneous attacks on all the major frontiers. When the central government proved itself unable to provide the security demanded by its people, the people abandoned the central government, and the Roman Empire broke apart. Now, one thing that we should clear up right off the bat is that while the administrative reach of Gallienus's government is about to be radically reduced, at no point should the rise of the Gallic and Palmyrene empires be viewed as a repudiation of Roman values. Postumus's Gallic Empire may have seceded from the Union, as it were, but it did not reject the values, forms, or ideals that union had been based upon. Right down to its Senate, annually elected consuls, and Praetorian Guard, the Gallic Empire was in every sense a Roman empire, pursuing Roman policies in a Roman fashion. In the East, the career of Odenathus was at all times acknowledged as occurring within the established structure of the empire. He was, for all intents and purposes, leading an independent kingdom, but both he and Gallienus recognized the expediency of allowing Rome to officially bless the new leader of the East, to cloak Odenathus's actions behind a screen of imperial titles and offices to make it seem as if the two men were partners rather than rivals. Odenathus never pressed for the title of Augustus, and Gallienus never attempted to assert control over the East, and this was a state of affairs that suited both just fine for the time being. That is all to say that the 260s did not represent the rise of native independence movements. The decade represented instead an estrangement between the governing elites of the three regions, all of whom bought into the basic Roman political ideologies that had dominated the Mediterranean for the last few centuries. As I noted in the introduction, the underlying legitimacy crisis that faced the empire in the 260s was that the central government was no longer able to provide the kind of basic security its citizens had grown to expect. The myriad foreign invaders successfully overrunning the borders and sacking the provinces were not just running off with the empire's wealth, they were running off with the empire's raison d'etre. Whether or not there was a set of policies Gallienus could have pursued to create a more unified, centrally guided response to the invasions is interesting to think about, but ultimately irrelevant. He did not do so, and was very likely unable to do so. And it's not like he was fiddling while Rome burned. He was beating off an invasion of Italy itself when the political structure of the empire began to fracture. He was doing everything he could, but there was too much to do. To take the west first, you'll recall that when Gallienus headed to the Danube to put down the revolt of Ingenuus, that he elevated his teenage son Salonius to the rank of Caesar, and left the defense of the western provinces in the hands of the eminently capable general Marcus Postumus. Postumus shared overall administrative authority with one of the Praetorian prefects who Gallienus had also left behind, a man by the name of Silvanus. Postumus and Silvanus divvied up responsibility for the region between them, with Silvanus running civilian affairs and looking after young Salonius, while Postumus controlled the army. And what an army it was. The ranks of the Rhine legions had already been thinned by the recent Frankish invasions, and Gallienus had now absconded with the cream of what was left to go off and fight Ingenuus. This put Postumus in a very tight spot, and put the troops remaining in Gaul on edge. How were they supposed to defend the entire frontier when they were this undermanned and this undersupplied? Into this atmosphere of fear and resentment stepped a fairly innocuous incident that would lead directly to the secession of the West. A raiding party of Germans was headed back towards the Rhine sometime in mid to late 260, when they were caught and defeated by Postumus. Well aware that he and the army he had been left with had been assigned a nearly impossible mission, Postumus decided to take the opportunity to reward his men, and ordered that the captured wealth of the Germans be distributed amongst them. This endeared Postumus to his soldiers, but it did not endear him to the men who the wealth had been stolen from originally. When Silvanus heard about all this, he ordered Postumus to send the property he had recovered back from whence it had come. But Postumus refused the order. After all, didn't his men deserve something for risking their lives in defense of the provinces? When Silvanus refused to back down, Postumus and his army took the next logical step. Logical in the context of the 3rd century, anyway. And Postumus was acclaimed emperor. He then wheeled around and marched on Cologne, where he planned to force Silvanus and Salonius to submit to his authority. The young emperor and his guardian attempted to resist, but the far superior resources of Postumus allowed him to overcome the city defenses and capture his rivals. Well aware that there was no turning back now, Postumus likely executed Silvanus and Salonius and announced that he was taking over control of the Rhine. His agents spread the word, and in no time, replies came back from the governors of all 3 Spanish provinces, all 3 Gallic provinces, and the island of Britannia, supporting Postumus's claim to power. Their willingness to support Postumus was premised on his ability to halt the Germanic invasions that Emperor Gallienus had deemed not important enough to attend to personally. It was not that they did not appreciate Gallienus's presence when he was around, it was just that there was no counting on him to stick around. Twice already he had surveyed the empire and deemed the problems of the West not as important as the problems along the Danube or in Italy. And it's not even that they were arguing that the emperor could or should have done something different. It was just that, well, they couldn't go anywhere. Their homes and families and estates and clients were all stuck here. Whether or not the Frankish invasions were the worst problems the Romans faced was immaterial. When your house is on fire, you want someone to put it out. You don't want someone to tell you that some other, more important building is on fire and that they need to go put out that one first. Postumus was promising to never leave and to focus on putting out the fire along the Rhine, and so they supported him. This mandate, though, meant that unlike previous usurping generals, Postumus could not immediately pack up the army and march to Italy on a mission to overthrow Gallienus. Part of the reason why he was able to rule for a decade over half the empire, which puts his tenure in office amongst the longest of the whole century, by the way, was because he never forgot that his primary responsibility was to protect the West from invasion. By focusing on that limited objective, he was able to rule practically unopposed for 10 years. Right away, he reorganized the political order of the West, and invited men of senatorial rank from the provinces loyal to him to meet in Gaul and form a new senate, who would, like their new emperor, focus solely on the administration and safety of the West. No Gothic invasions would distract them, no Sassanid power plays would draw them away. It was time for the West to look out for itself. Gallienus, of course, was apoplectic. He had spent the majority of his years in office dealing with invasions along the Rhine, and had only abandoned the western frontier when a revolt had broken out along the Danube, and when Germans had invaded the home province. What did they want from him? The empire was a big place, and to get all cranky because he couldn't provide them with his undivided attention 100% of the time was, in a word, childish. But as he sat in Milan mopping up after the Alemannic invasion, he quickly realized that as much as it burned him up, there was probably very little he could do right at that moment about Postumus. There was no doubt that as soon as he was able to, Gallienus was going to revenge himself upon Postumus. But right now, all those things that had drawn his attention away from the Rhine in the first place were still going on and still getting worse. When Gallienus looked at the big picture, the problems in the West were minor compared to the full-blown emergency that was currently marching across the Eastern Empire. Shapur had taken his capture of Valerian as an invitation to sack as much of the Roman Empire as he could get his hands on, possibly with the idea of softening the region up for eventual annexation by the Sassanids. According to some sources, the defeat at Edessa had cost the Romans something like 70,000 men, and though a great deal of those had been brought west by Valerian, the eastern legions were still a pale shadow of their former selves. And they had very little hope of reinforcement, as what imperial forces were available had been mustered by Gallienus to defend Italy. But all was not lost. As the Sassanids crashed into Syria, 2 Roman officials stepped forward to organize a defense. The first was a general named Ballista, or possibly Callistus, depending on what source you read, who took over the remnants of the legions and organized a pseudo-guerrilla campaign to harass Shapur's supply lines, pick off isolated detachments, and generally make life frustrating for the invading Sassanids. The other official was one of Valerian's chief financial officers, a man named Fulvius Macrinus, who had been left behind in Antioch, along with the traveling imperial treasury, when Valerian had marched forward to Edessa. With Ballista's help, Macrinus was able to keep the treasury out of Shapur's hands and use it to fund the effort to expel the Sassanids from Roman territory. For the rest of the year, the 2 men did everything they could to halt Shapur, and though they slowed him down, they were unable to prevent him from marching into Asia Minor on a campaign that Shapur's own propaganda claimed led to the sacking of 36 Roman cities. By the end of the year, though, constant harassment and the fatigue of his own men led Shapur to opt for withdrawal back to Sassanid territory. Laden with captured slaves and treasure, the Sassanid king was feeling pretty good about himself, and likely thinking that the next time he marched west, he might just make a play at staying permanently. Which brings us to Lucius Septimius Odenathus and the city of Palmyra. Palmyra was an oasis town located in the deserts between Persia and Syria, and it served as a key link in the east-west trade routes, acting as the last way station on the northern leg of the Silk Road. Not only did the city's isolated location allow it to grow wealthy from the duties and taxes levied on traders who had no other option but to pass through Palmyra, but it also allowed them to run a protection racket, supplying local muscle to help ward off desert thieves who might set upon an unprotected caravan. That there was something of a revolving door between the desert thieves and the local muscle is, of course, neither here nor there. Palmyra's location out in the middle of the desert also allowed it something that most cities in the ancient world had long since lost: independence. The age of the city-state had long ago given way to the age of the multinational empire. But Palmyra lay out in a nebulous gray area between Rome to the west and Persia to the east. As such, it was often claimed by both, but controlled by neither. As Parthian power had waned, though, Palmyra had more and more come into the Roman sphere, and many of its leading citizens had also been made Roman citizens. Emperors understood the economic importance of the oasis city, and wanted to make sure that the rulers of Palmyra were given every privilege and perk of status enjoyed by the leading men of Rome. As his name suggests, the family of Lucius Septimius Odenathus had been granted citizenship by Septimius Severus around the turn of the 3rd century, and though they were not technically Roman senators, they were recognized as being of senatorial rank in the economic sense of the term, if not in the strictly political sense. By the 250s, Odenathus was the leading man of Palmyra and acting as the city's chief executive. He had close ties to Rome, but the growing power of the Sassanids had left him and his city in a precarious position. The Romans were content to let Palmyra enjoy its nominal independence as long as the trade routes continued to function and the taxes on Roman merchants didn't get out of hand. But Sharpur seemed an altogether more ambitious sort. Odenathus had been worried for some time that the Sassanids would attempt to take over direct control of Palmyra, and with the Romans being dealt several defeats in a row at the hands of the Persians, his anxiety had to have grown immeasurably by the time Valerian was captured in 260. Some sources claim Odenathus made overtures to Sharpur, attempting to forge an eastern-looking alliance, but that the Sassanid king had rejected the notion of a treaty, clearly indicating that a takeover of Palmyra was coming down the chute. But others reject the notion that Odenathus made any attempt to bargain with the Sassanids, and that from the get-go, he believed that the fortunes of his city were best served when they were tied to the fortunes of Rome. Whatever the underlying reasons, when Sharpur made his way back to the east in 260 laden with treasure, he was met by an army raised and led by the Palmyrene prince. The result of the meeting was a complete rout of the unprepared Sassanid army. Sharpur thought himself 1,000 miles from anything resembling a real threat, and was as surprised as his men to find himself suddenly fleeing back to Ctesiphon after being smacked around by some cobbled-together army led by an obscure Palmyrene. By putting Sharpur to flight, though, obscure Odenathus vanished forever, replaced in the minds of East and West alike by legendary Odenathus. Legendary Odenathus went on to become one of the most unique figures in Roman history. His capital was Palmyra, technically beyond the Roman frontier, and though he held Roman citizenship, he was still considered by most Romans to be a barbarian. A smart barbarian and a cultured barbarian, but a barbarian nonetheless. There is always something to be said for promoting men of merit wherever you can find them, and any time the Romans faced a dire crisis, they always did well when they laid down their traditional class biases to elevate the most capable man to lead them out of the danger, whoever he might be and wherever he might come from. But the rank, power, and status gained by Odenathus was something altogether different. After defeating the Sassanids, this foreigner essentially leased the eastern provinces from its Roman owners. He never held the title, but he lived in the house, and he called the shots, all with Gallienus's technical blessing. Were he not viewed as the only thing standing between the Romans and a complete Sassanid takeover, nothing even remotely close to this arrangement would have been possible, and Odenathus probably would have been executed for even suggesting it. But desperate times call for desperate measures, and in these desperate times, the Romans gave themselves over to a Palmyrene prince who promised to keep the Persians at bay. As the West was giving itself over to Posthumus, and the East was giving itself over to Odenathus, there was one other trouble spot that Gallienus faced after his defeat of the Alemanni in 260 AD. Back on the northern frontier, the troops that had been left behind after Gallienus headed to Italy following his suppression of Ingenuus were dealing with a host of German tribes ready, willing, and able to overrun the Danube. As was the case with the Rhine legions, the Danube troops resented the emperor for dashing off after deeming their problems not sufficiently dire enough to remain in country with them. Again, their resentment may not have been rational. The emperor was, after all, going to defend Italy, the home province, the invasion of which probably was the most dire threat facing the empire at that particular moment. But that didn't stop them from taking the emperor's absence personally, and as they steeled themselves to fend off the Germans, they elevated one of their generals, a man named Regalianus, to the rank of emperor. As with Posthumus, the elevation was not taken by Regalianus as his cue to march on Rome and establish his authority over the capital. Instead, he took it as his cue to lead a vigorous defense of the Danube provinces, which he now considered his personal responsibility. So, there were now at least 3 men, Gallienus, Posthumus, and Regalianus, each claiming the title Imperator, and it is possible that they were already joined by 2 more, the sons of Macrinus in the east. It is hard to tell when, in this mishmash of events, Quietus and Macrinus the Younger were elevated to the rank of co-Augusti by the eastern legions at the behest of their father, but it probably came not long after Odenathus's victory over Shapur. It is not hyperbole to state that at this moment, the empire's executive leadership had never been as fractured, as local citizens and soldiers alike each looked to local commanders to see them through these dangerous times. In Italy, Gallienus still considered himself the ultimate master of the whole empire, and while his rivals focused on defending the borders, Gallienus focused on how to win back all that had so suddenly been stolen from him. Though the east and west would remain outside of his jurisdiction for the rest of his life, the Danube provinces were quickly brought back into the fold, as Regalianus was killed shortly after his elevation, battling a tribe of invading Germans. Gallienus immediately marched up from Italy to restore his mastery over the legion, and with the emperor on hand once again, the legions quickly fell back into line. One of the biggest problems facing Gallienus at this point was that events were unfolding so fast, and invasions occurring over such a wide area, that it was difficult to deploy legionary forces in a timely manner. For all his rushing about, Gallienus always seemed to be arriving too late to nip problems in the bud, and seemed to forever be showing up just in time to close the barn door after the horses had run off. This inability to efficiently reinforce hotspots was not just increasing the amount of devastation being wrought on the provinces, but, as we've just seen, it was also leading to an exponential increase in the number of usurpers challenging his rule. But if the provincial legions could be convinced that the emperor would be able to quickly provide help when they were attacked, Gallienus figured they would be less prone to supporting rivals. Right now, though, the legionary apparatus was too cumbersome to move quickly from one zone to another. So Gallienus hit upon an idea that, though it would not become official Roman policy for another generation, it would one day become a staple of Roman defenses in the 4th century: the mobile cavalry. Up until this point, cavalry units were attached to infantry legions, and they would all move around and fight together. But as quickly as the Roman legions could move, a couple of thousand foot soldiers are never going to be able to move as fast as a couple of thousand horsemen. What Gallienus did was collect all the various cavalry detachments and mass them together into a single force that would be run by a single commander and be answerable directly to the emperor. From this point on, wherever there was trouble, the emperor would order his mass cavalry unit to the scene, and in many cases, their mere presence would be enough to deter invaders. And not only did this cavalry serve as an excellent deterrent, it also served as a good psychological connection between the far-flung provincial legions and their emperor. They no longer felt they were being left to fend for themselves out on the frontier. Maybe the mobile cavalry wasn't based in their territory, but when they needed help, help was on the way. Gallienus strategically based this new force in the city of Milan, where they could keep an eye not just on Postumus, whose long-term ambitions were at this point unknown, but also on any Germans thinking about crossing through the Alps into Italy. They were also near enough the Danube frontier that if the Goths got itchy feet, and they would over the next decade, the mobile cavalry could spring into action and be on the scene in no time. It was an idea born of the particular circumstances Gallienus was facing at the time, with domestic revolts and foreign invasions cropping up all around him. But in time, the wisdom of a permanent mobile defense force would become obvious. Times had changed. Simply posting legionary garrisons along the frontier was no longer sufficient to ward off foreign threats to the empire. There are many reasons why Gallienus' reign is seen as a period of transition, and the mobile cavalry is just one obvious example. Next week, we'll get into a few more examples. In particular, Gallienus' relationship with the Senate and the growing divide between a political career and a military career would lead to the armed forces finally becoming a completely separate branch of the state. Rome had always intermingled its political leaders with its military leaders, and indeed, the most important function of the consul had, once upon a time, been to act as the commander-in-chief of the army. The days of combining military and civilian careers, though, was about to end, as the professionalization of the army, long established among the rank and file, was now finally reaching to the top of the chain of command. Henceforth, generals would now be generals, and politicians would be politicians, and only in the person of the emperor would they ever meet again. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 114, The Nadir of Our Fortunes. Last time, we left Rome in a state of disrepair. The east had been invaded by the Sassanids, the Danube had been invaded by the Goths, Italy had been invaded by the Alemanni, and the west had been invaded by the Franks. Unable to handle all of these foreign threats at once, and still reeling from the capture of his father, Gallienus watched helplessly as the legions across the empire elevated their own local commanders to the purple, breaking the empire into pieces. The son of Valerian would never again rule a united empire, though he would spend the rest of his life vainly pursuing the dream of reunification. Though we know that the East eventually fell into the hands of Odenathus and his wife Zenobia, when all the trouble began in 260, it actually looked like ex-treasury official Macrinus would be the man calling the shots in Antioch. You'll recall from last time that Macrinus and the general Ballista had organized a resistance to the Sassanid invasion following Valerian's capture, and when the Persians were finally pushed out, the Eastern legions naturally looked to the man with the money to continue leading them. Ballista seems to have been content to support Macrinus rather than compete with him, and so Macrinus became the dominant Roman official east of the Hellespont. But for some reason, possibly because he was a cripple, though I'm not entirely sure that that's accurate, Macrinus did not himself assume the imperial dignities. Instead, he induced the legions to elevate to the purple his two grown sons, Quietus and Macrinus the Younger. The two men were dutifully hailed as Augustus, following in the footsteps of the Rhine legions and the Danube legions, who had elevated Postumus and Regalianus respectively. But unlike these other two competing Augusti, the Macriani family had no intention of staying put in the east and simply keeping an eye on the Sassanids. Macrinus did not want to just defend Syria. He wanted to formally oust Gallienus and capture the whole empire for himself. In pursuit of this goal, he and his son Macrinus the Younger packed up 30,000 troops and marched them west to confront Gallienus. Now those numbers are likely exaggerated, but still, after the catastrophic losses suffered at Edessa, the removal of any soldiers at all had to have dangerously weakened the frontier defenses. I would like to say that the fact that the Macriani are about to get stomped into the ground by Gallienus is somehow divine retribution for leaving the east so undermanned. But Regalianus did right by the Danube, defending the empire rather than trying to capture it, and he died too. So, unfortunately, it seems that blind fate rather than karmic justice was doing the yeoman's work throughout the 260s AD. Macrinus had left his son Quietus in charge at Antioch while he and Macrinus the Younger marched on Italy in 261. They only made it as far as the Balkans, though, where they were met and defeated in battle by an army led by Gallienus' top general, Aureolus. Both Macriani were killed in the battle, but, perhaps more importantly, the battle cost the lives of way more troops than the empire could afford to lose. Things in the east probably would have spiraled out of control, had not Odenathus and Palmyra picked up the slack Macrinus had left behind. Leading a motley army composed of various eastern auxiliaries, his own Palmyrene heavy cavalry, and probably what was left of Valerian's legionary forces, Odenathus patrolled the border with vigor and kept Sharpor's imagination from drifting back to visions of conquest. Of critical importance to his own future career, Odenathus did not throw his lot in with the Macriani, and chose instead to remain loyal to the government of Rome. That did not mean that he went out of his way to defend the honor of Gallienus when the Syrian legions declared Macrinus the Younger and Quietus their new Augusti, but it did mean that when word came back that Gallienus had successfully fended off their challenge, that Odenathus took the opportunity to display his fidelity to the true emperor. The army he led far outshone anything left in the hands of Quietus and Ballista, and after camping his imposing forces outside Antioch, Odenathus ordered that Quietus be captured and executed. No one knows what happened to Ballista, as he simply disappears from the historical record without a trace around this same time, but the presumption is that he too was killed by either Odenathus or some other officer loyal to Rome. The rise and fall of the Macriani left the east, by default, in the hands of Odenathus. He held Roman citizenship and had obviously been a loyal ally, but he was seen by practically everyone as an outsider. After all, he did hail from a city beyond the frontier. But for the moment at least, the citizens of the East had very little time to indulge in prejudices. Odenathus was there, leading an army in defense of the empire. Who cared where he came from? Gallienus himself certainly did not seem to care much about Odenathus' origins, or, at this point, what his ultimate intentions may be. Unable to spare any resources to reinforce the East, let alone reassert his full control over it, Gallienus was, for the time being, willing to cede Odenathus dominion over the East, as long as the Palmyrene prince remained loyal to Gallienus and focused his attention on the Sassanids, rather than on accruing more territory for himself within the empire. These terms were amenable to Odenathus, and from 262 until his death in 267 or 268, the Palmyrene prince was the de facto ruler of the Eastern Empire. He was given the title Imperator, in the old military sense of the term rather than the more recent political meaning, but, as was the long-standing custom, the victories of the Palmyrene were technically credited to Gallienus, a subtle piece of propaganda which helped maintain the appearance of subordination on the part of Odenathus. Perhaps betraying his long-term goals, though, shortly after rising to power, Odenathus began styling himself as the King of Kings, just as would a traditional Eastern monarch. In most ways, the rise of Odenathus had very little effect on how the East functioned. It appears that the legionary garrisons were kept mostly intact, and that their commanders were for the most part left in place. The various municipal governments kept running just as they always had, and the lives of the citizens changed not at all. This is all to say that Odenathus ruled with a very light hand. There were no dramatic purges and no mass firings. The only time he really exercised his power was when he acted as the arbitrator of last resort, settling legal disputes or making the final decision on some infrastructure project. Other than that, he did indeed keep his attention focused squarely on the task of defending the provinces from attack. Indeed, the one major difference between life before Odenathus and life after Odenathus was the existence of this huge independent army roving around the deserts, weaving in and out of Sassanid territory, attacking when necessary and defending when necessary. This army was both the reason why Syria was not captured by Shapur and the reason why Gallienus stayed on the west side of the Hellespont. It was an efficient, disciplined, and highly mobile force. Over the course of the 260s, Odenathus did not just keep the Sassanids at bay, but he also pushed east and reasserted Roman dominion over territory that Shapur had annexed during the course of the past decade. There is a reason Odenathus receives near universal praise in the ancient histories, and it's because he seemed to be some quasi-divine savior sent by the gods to rescue the Eastern Empire at its darkest hour. With the Eastern question more or less settled, and the middle provinces back under his control following the death of Regalianus, the West now loomed as the last big finger pointing Gallienus and Rome in the eye. Where Odenathus had diplomatically parlayed his position into one that bore the imperial seal of approval, Postumus ruled in direct competition to Gallienus. Where the eastern provinces still recognized the overall legitimacy of the Roman emperor, and critically, the mints in Antioch still coined in Gallienus's name, the West had gone over to Postumus completely. The Gallic mints coined for Postumus, and celebrated his role as the protector of the West. This was an affront that Gallienus could not tolerate. There is, as with so much else to do with this period, some controversy over the date or dates of Gallienus's attempt to reconquer the western provinces. Some claim that there were two attempts, one in 261 in the immediate aftermath of Postumus's revolt, and another, more concerted effort in 266. Others claim that there was just one attempt, and that it occurred sometime between 263 and 265. Despite the confusion of the dating, though, the outcome remains the same. Gallienus was able to establish a permanent beachhead on the far side of the Alps, but he was unable to decisively defeat Postumus and reunite the empire. As usual, the man leading the attack for Gallienus was Aureolus, the captain of the cavalry. Starting from their headquarters in Milan, the imperial army marched up through the Alps and crossed over into Gaul on their way to the capital of Gallia Belgica, which also served as the capital of Postumus's Gallic Empire. Postumus had been made aware of the invasion by spies in Gallienus's camp, and was ready when the army led by Aureolus finally appeared. In the battles that followed, though, there is one clear fact that the ancient sources point out again and again. Postumus was beaten by Aureolus, but that, for whatever reason, Aureolus did not press his advantage, capture his enemy, or crush his enemy's army. Though there could have been any number of good reasons for his failure to deal a killing stroke, like that maybe his victories were not as complete as we have been led to believe, the consensus among the Romans was that Aureolus had made a secret pact with Posthumus. In this telling, Aureolus was already planning to eventually revolt against his master, and was looking for Posthumus' support when it came time to make his bid. If there was a deal, it wasn't a very good one for Aureolus. When, in 267, he finally did make his bid for the throne, his calls to Posthumus went unanswered. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Gallienus probably would have kept right on going despite these missed opportunities, had he not been shot with an arrow and forced to withdraw to seek medical attention. This brought on what Gallienus thought would be only a temporary halt to his campaign, but in fact, it would bring an end to his attempts to reconquer the West. As I just mentioned, some scholars think there were two invasions, the first ending with Aureolus' failure to capture Posthumus, and the second ending with Gallienus' injury. But most seem to think that it was all wrapped up in a single short war. The campaign was not a total failure, though. When Gallienus temporarily ceased hostilities, he had won back firm control of the Gallic territory abutting the Alps, meaning that the emperor controlled both ends of the key mountain passes in and out of Italy. Just as Gallienus would never recapture the West, Posthumus would never again have access to the Alps. This is the map that both men would bequeath to their successors, and eventually be the map from which Aurelian launched his own successful campaign to reunify the empire in 274. While Gallienus had lost control of the east and the west, he was still in control of the middle of the empire, and was not so consumed with foreign wars and internal squabbles that he failed to make his mark on the development of Rome. Well, actually, maybe it was because of all the foreign wars and internal squabbles that Gallienus wound up leaving his mark on Rome. The ancient sources uniformly dismiss Gallienus' reign as the absolute low point of the empire's history. He is often portrayed as indifferent to the fact that 2/3 of the empire had slipped away from him, and that he was far more interested in pursuing the perks and pleasures that came with being emperor than he was with fighting for what was Rome's. Highlighting the general content with Gallienus' rule is the myth of the so-called 30 tyrants. That is, the long list of men who rose up in revolt against Gallienus during his reign. Odenathus and Posthumus and Macrinus and Regalianus are all on the list, as is the prefect of Egypt, Aemilianus, who revolted in 262, and the commander of the garrison at Byzantium, who revolted around the same time. Even Gibbon is quick to point out that the 30 tyrants is a transparent piece of rhetoric, referencing the old 30 tyrants of Athens, the post-war government installed by Sparta at the end of the Peloponnesian War, and the list of usurpers offered by the Historia Augusta has been thoroughly debunked, with most of the men listed having never assumed imperial dignity or having never existed at all. Despite the exaggerations, though, there is no doubt that the sheer number of men challenging Gallienus' rule during the 260s, however many there actually were, points to near uniform disenchantment with his administration. Or does it? As we've mentioned elsewhere, the histories relied upon to establish narrative continuity for all our archaeological evidence were written by men of senatorial rank for men of senatorial rank, and the biases of that class dominate the portrayals of the various emperors. The Senate had no love whatsoever for Gallienus, as he famously delivered a major blow to their power and prestige. During the reign of Gallienus, the Senate was once and for all excluded from having anything to do with military affairs. Now, it is interesting to note two things about this development. One, despite claims to the contrary, it does not seem that Gallienus issued some dramatic decree banning senators from serving in the army, and two, that nothing he did was in any way a radical departure from the policies followed by Marcus Aurelius during the Marcomannic Wars. Gallienus' problem, as had been Marcus's problem, was that the situation was so critical that there was very little margin for error. Bringing in some rich, inexperienced aristocrat to run a legion in the middle of a war zone, simply because that was the way things had always been done, was a really good way to get that legion wiped out. Marcus had responded by elevating capable, experienced soldiers like Pertinax, Pompeianus, Pescennius Niger, and Maximianus, none of whom were of senatorial rank, rather than turning to self-entitled senators. Gallienus too followed this policy, and the men he turned to lead his armies were all career military men, who would in time go on to return the empire to something resembling its former glory, including Claudius Gothicus, Aurelian, and a young Probus. None of these men were of senatorial rank or aristocrats in any sense of the word, but they knew soldiering, and Gallienus trusted them, and that was all that mattered. And in the long run, it was probably better for Rome. As Gallienus shut out inexperienced senators from military postings, young, ambitious aristocrats were unable to gain even basic military experience, creating a feedback loop which led Gallienus and his successors to completely ignore the senatorial class from now on when looking to fill out the officer corps. Gallienus also introduced a subtle shift in the way that provinces were governed that further calcified the division between civilian and military leadership. The rank of legate, that is, the leader of a single legion, was rebranded as the legatus equitus, and now made unavailable as an office to a senator, reserved instead for career military men of equestrian rank. Senators were still duly appointed as governors of the provinces, but the legions of the provinces were put in the hands of men who knew what they were doing. In provinces where there was only a single legion, a situation that traditionally led the governor to double as that legion's legate, well, those were transformed into equestrian prefectures, a model invented by Augustus when he was trying to figure out how to maintain personal control over Egypt without having to worry about senatorial interference. All of these affronts to their dignity, whether they were justified or not, really rubbed the Senate the wrong way, and when the empire successfully emerged into the 4th century, the history of the 3rd century began to be reworked by conservative members of the senatorial class into a series of morality plays that had a clear cast of heroes and villains, with emperors like Claudius, Tacitus, and even Aemilianus painted as paradigms of republican virtue, while Gallus, Gallienus, and Aurelian were painted as cruel, lazy, or ineffectual, depending on the man. The Historia Augusta, for example, expends a great deal of ink praising Posthumus, who was, after all, nothing less than a traitor to Rome, in order to contrast him with the terrible, no-good Gallienus. Odenathus, as I've already mentioned, received similar glowing treatment. This is not to take away from the accomplishments of Posthumus and Odenathus, but it is interesting to note how much praise is heaped on the two men who did the most to divide the empire because of the Senate's lingering hatred for Gallienus. Despite this friction with the upper classes, Gallienus did manage to stay in power for 15 years, so he had to be doing something right. After the tumultuous years following the capture of his father, one of the main lessons the emperor took away was that if he was going to maintain his tenuous hold on the Middle Empire, and perhaps one day win back the East and the West, he was going to have to do a better job making sure that the army still under his command remained loyal to him, and did not jump to their local generals every time someone said boo. Now, it was not exactly a mystery how you kept soldiers in the 3rd century loyal to you, and Gallienus was no dummy. Thus, one of his lasting legacies was the founding of multiple mints across the empire. Up until this point, besides the main mint in Rome, there were only a few major coining centers in the provinces, making transporting soldier pay and promised bonuses both time-consuming and dangerous. So Gallienus founded at least 4 new mints near all the major military headquarters in northern Italy and along the Danube, which kept the soldiers paid in full and on time, and left them, as you can imagine, extremely well disposed towards their emperor. The downside of this increase in mints, though, was that it sped up a process that the Romans did not understand at all, but that we today are well acquainted with and very watchful of: inflation. Now, like most of you, I learned about inflation from the classic DuckTales episode Do, Re, Mi, when Huey, Dewey, and Louie got their hands on a duplicating ray and used it to duplicate some money so they could have enough to go buy a new bike. But of course, the duplicating ray had a glitch. Anything that gets duplicated will spontaneously duplicate itself after a brief period of time. Pretty soon, Duckburg was swimming in duplicated cash, lollipops cost a wheelbarrow full of coins, and the price of the new bike that had started all this had increased 100-fold. Uncle Scrooge was of course wiped out, as the coins he had so carefully hoarded in his money bin were now all worthless. Not a pretty sight. So, first of all, don't tell me that silly anthropomorphic cartoons have no educational value, and second, that this is exactly what happened to the Roman Empire as revenue failed to meet expenditures during the 3rd century. The imperial reaction was to simply produce more money so that they could pay off all their debts, leading to spiraling prices, savings being wiped out, and a reversion, eventually, back to primitive barter and payments in kind. Adding to these economic woes, that in the 260s were still looming on the horizon, was the fact that with the imperial mines running dry, and no new sources of silver and gold anywhere to be found, the emperors were forced to debase the coinage to keep up with the increased rate of production. Debasement was of course nothing new, but the process had thus far been pretty gradual, and the market had been given time to adjust. In the 200 years from Augustus to Septimius Severus, the standard denarius had declined its silver content from 98% to just about 50%. In the 50 years since the death of Severus, though, the silver content plummeted to just 1.5%. 1.5. This was a silver ratio so low that the denarius literally no longer resembled itself. The various emperors had done all of this in secret, of course, because, while they may not have understood inflation, they certainly understood the dangerous ramifications of making their coins intrinsically less valuable. But it did not take long for people to catch on. Despite multiple imperial declarations stating that all coins should be accepted at face value, savvy merchants of the 3rd century began adjusting their prices by the weight of their customers' coins, rather than simply counting the number of them. But as I just said, it took a little while for the effects of all these monetary shenanigans to be felt, and Gallienus mostly benefited from his printing of more money, despite the fact that it was bad money. As I've mentioned a few times previously, coins in the Roman Empire were a primary vehicle of imperial propaganda, and with each new batch of coins flooding out into the provinces, the citizens of the empire became awash not just in cash, but with the persistent drumbeat message that everything was fine, everyone was getting along, the empire was safe, the armies were happy, and the emperor was on the case. There were of course outward signs that all of this was perhaps not as true as the emperor would like it to be, but one rule of mass media is that if you repeat something enough times, a lot of people are going to start believing it. Gallienus repeated himself a lot, and with no opposing media outlets contradicting him, many citizens simply shrugged their shoulders and believed him. The 260s AD are often represented as the nadir of Roman fortunes. The empire was divided from itself, and men were rising up in revolt almost daily against an ineffectual emperor who seemed content to let it all burn. But this is an oversimplification, an exaggeration, and, bluntly, untrue. Gallienus, like Domitian before him, has been absolutely vilified. But when we look back with a more sober eye on the period, we find that he was not at all ineffectual, that he vigorously and actively defended the empire from foreign invasion and attempted to put the broken pieces of Roman society back together. He did indeed preside over a divided empire, but with everything Rome was facing, the temporary division probably wound up profiting the empire in the end. What did not profit the empire was Gallienus's monetary policies, which came back to haunt Rome in a big way. But even in this, it's not like Gallienus invented debasement or the overcoining of money. The son of Valerian was certainly not the best emperor. Indeed, he was about to be shown by Aurelian what a really good emperor can do when he puts his mind to something. But he certainly wasn't one of the worst either. Next week, we will get to the fall of this not great but not terrible emperor. Either by coincidence or fate, the death of Gallienus was matched almost simultaneously by the death of Postumus in the west and Odenathus in the east. Within the span of a single year, the three men who had dominated the lives of Romans everywhere were dead, leaving power vacuums in all three corners of the empire. While the west would fall into the hands of unworthy successors, the east would be claimed by the wife of Odenathus, the Palmyrene queen Zenobia, who would in time prove to be her husband's equal in every way. And had she not run up against Aurelian, it is very possible that she would have emerged as his better in every way. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again is audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book download. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all of your future audiobook purchases. This week, I am going to recommend Volume 1 of Simon Schama's History of Britain, based on the television series, which, when I watched it about a decade ago, no doubt planted a little seed in the back of my mind that maybe I'd like to write a comprehensive history of something someday. I loved the history of Britain. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 115, Phase 2 complete. As the 260s drew to a close, the political order of the Roman Empire had begun to settle a bit. Postumus was in charge of the west, administering the provinces in Gaul and Hispania and Britain, while out in the east, Odenathus had carved out a sphere of influence for himself that kept the citizens of Syria, Palestine, and Asia Minor free from worries about another Sassanid invasion. Probably steaming about the loss of influence on the outer rims of his empire, Gallienus, nonetheless, dedicated himself to the governance of the Middle Empire, and in addition to fending off the Goths, he tried to strengthen the internal economy and even promote some of the long-neglected arts and sciences. After so much chaos and uncertainty and violence, a new equilibrium had been achieved. It was not a perfect equilibrium. After all, none of the external menaces to the empire had been vanquished, they had just been temporarily stalled, and the empire itself, well, there were now 3 of them, weren't there? Not that it mattered. The new equilibrium is about to be shattered. It was out in the east that the balance first began to slip. Odenathus, like a latter-day Alexander or Caesar, had come out of nowhere with a personality so strong and a skill set so superior to his contemporaries that it was almost like he was playing on a different level than everyone else. It is not hyperbole to say that following the capture of Valerian in 260, the Eastern Empire stood on the brink of permanent occupation. Maybe the still immense resources of the Roman Empire would have fended off the Sassanids, But those resources had been halved by the breakaway of the western provinces, and the rest were being spent on the defense of the Danube. There seemed to be nothing standing in the Persians' way. Sure, Macrinus and Ballista had run a fairly successful guerrilla defense, but was there anything anyone could put in the field to actually beat Shapur in battle? The answer, as it turned out, was yes, and the answer was Odenathus. Right when it seemed like the end was nigh, the Palmyrene prince had swept in, and not only delivered a decisive victory against the Sassanid army, but he held them at bay for the next 7 years, just when moments before it seemed that there was nothing that could even trip Shapur up, let alone keep him home. Odenathus was, during the 260s, the indispensable man in the Eastern Empire. Without him, all would be lost. But of course, you know what de Gaulle said about indispensable men. The backdrop for the final chapter of the life of Odenathus was the 267 invasion of the Roman Empire by the Goths. In successive waves, they began pouring south by land and by sea, and no one seemed able to stop them. Thus far, Odenathus had naturally focused his attention on the east, as the Sassanids were his main concern. But seaborne Goths were now harrying the Black Sea coast of Asia Minor, and threatening the lands beyond the Taurus Mountains, which Odenathus considered part of his mandate. So, for the first time, he began making preparations to leave the eastern front and head north to face the Goths. But he never would get to face them. The indispensable man of the East did not die in battle or succumb to plague or go out in a blaze of glory. Instead, it seems that he fell victim to an assassin who was inspired mostly by a personal humiliation. The story that's most commonly related is that while off on a hunt with his royal entourage, Odenathus' nephew breached some bit of protocol. Maybe he took the first shot at something, or maybe he refused to allow some prized target to be taken by his uncle. Whatever he did, he was subsequently either chastised in too harsh of terms publicly, or possibly put in some kind of timeout when the party returned home. Whatever his offense and whatever his punishment, it all led the nephew to burn with resentment, and at a family celebration a short time later, the nephew, probably by way of poison, killed Odenathus and his eldest son. The nephew's role in the sudden and shocking death of the Lord of Palmyra was soon discovered, and he was put to death by Odenathus' now widow, Zenobia. A variation of the story has it that Zenobia herself was behind the murder so that her son Vabalithus would have a clear path to power. In this telling, the older son who died along with Odenathus was from Odenathus' previous marriage, and was thus standing between Vabalithus and the throne. Given the fact that this follows the familiar wicked stepmother trope that the Romans so loved, modern historians typically discount this version. Another version has it that Gallienus instigated the murder because he feared the growing power of Palmyra. But this too is usually dismissed for a number of different reasons, the main one being that the death of the Protector of the East opened up Gallienus' flank to the Sassanids right at the moment when he was preparing to go fight a major campaign against the Goths. Maybe if the murder had occurred when there was less imminent danger to the empire, we could indulge in that particular conspiracy theory. But really, Gallienus killing Odenathus at that moment would have been the height of folly. In the immediate aftermath of Odenathus' death, there was a great deal of confusion about who was now in charge. Odenathus' authority had been a personally held grant from Gallienus. So, did power now devolve back to the Roman governors, or did Odenathus' son inherit his father's titles? With everyone just kind of looking at everyone else, Zenobia stepped forward and simply acted as if her husband's death meant that of course Vabalithus would inherit all the power ceded to the family by Gallienus. But of course, since Vabalithus was still a young child, Zenobia herself would have to act as regent, which means that unless you have a mind to stop me, I am now in charge around here. With shrewd political sensibilities, and the backing of one of her husband's top generals, an experienced soldier named Zabdus, Zenobia was able to assume all the powers Odenathus had claimed before any other rival could even muster a counterclaim. Tied up on the Danube with the Gothic invasion, Gallienus couldn't spare the time or attention it would take to weigh in on the subject. He did send a trusted lieutenant east to make sure that the queen understood who was really in charge, but, signaling who she thought was really in charge, the emissary was treated with less dignity than a man of his rank would have expected, and he soon packed up and left in an angry huff over Zenobia's calculated haughtiness. This snubbing of Gallienus's men would eventually reveal itself to be the first step in Zenobia's long-term plan to establish a hold on what was slowly turning from the Eastern Roman Empire into the new independent Palmyrene Empire. As I just mentioned, though, Gallienus was too caught up with his own problems to deal with Zenobia's power play. Those problems were the same problems that Odenathus had been gearing up to face when he died: the massive Gothic invasion of 267. After watching some of their brothers achieve great success using a small fleet to pillage the Black Sea coast, a collection of Gothic tribes decided that what had worked on a small scale would work even better on a large scale. So they built or commandeered some 500 ships, and in early 267 they set sail south from the estuary of the Dniester River, without much more of a plan than to see what came along and then take it. They made their way down the west coast of the Black Sea and decided that they hadn't quite had their fill yet, so they passed into the Bosphorus with an eye on taking Byzantium. When the city proved to be a tougher nut to crack than they had hoped, though according to some sources they did indeed crack the nut eventually, they continued south through the Sea of Marmara and then made an attempt on the city of Cyzicus. Gallienus and the Romans were not sitting around idly as this Gothic fleet sacked the coastal cities of the empire, and the imperial navy based in Ravenna was launched on a mission to sink the invading barbarians. The Roman navy caught the Goths as they were occupied with Cyzicus, and the Goths, not being the best sailors in the world, were scattered by the much more competent Roman sailors. Though the naval battle in the Sea of Marmara was a decisive Roman victory, a sizable collection of Gothic ships managed to escape through the Hellespont intact. So, despite their best efforts, the Romans still found themselves scrambling after a Gothic army now loose in the Aegean Sea. As they sailed into the heart of Greece, the remaining Goths split into two groups, with one heading due south towards Crete and then Rhodes, while the other made for the mainland. It had been a good long time since the Greeks had had to deal with any kind of foreign threat, and the citizens of Athens and Sparta and the other old Greek city-states were shocked to find themselves suddenly scrambling to build walls around their cities in an attempt to fend off the Goths. The defense of Athens was led by a man named Dexippus, who, in the tradition of Xenophon and Thucydides, was a historian as well as a soldier and a statesman. Though only fragments of his work remain today, back when they were all still whole, late antiquity scholars relied heavily on the Greek historian's writings, which means that we owe him a debt of gratitude for helping shed at least some light on the convoluted 3rd century. When the Goths came knocking, though, helping some beleaguered future scholars was probably the last thing on Dexippus's mind. The Goths had appeared so suddenly that there was very little the Athenians could do to prevent the barbarians from overrunning their city, and Dexippus's fame as a soldier was earned not by preventing the Goths from sacking Athens, but instead by managing to revive the spirits of his neighbors and lead them in a decisive counterattack that finally drove the plundering Goths off. When they were done with Athens, the barbarians had headed south to the Peloponnese, where they sacked, among others, the city of Sparta. But as they headed back north, they were met by an army of irregulars raised by Dexippus, who put the surprised Goths into a hasty flight and drove them north right into the waiting embrace of Gallienus' approaching army. When he returned home, Dexippus found Athens was now a smoldering ruin, but, according to the famous anecdote, he also found that the great library had been left untouched. One of the Gothic chiefs had seen his men preparing to burn it down, and put a stop to their plan, telling them that it was better to leave the Greeks preoccupied with their books, so that they did not resume their previous warlike ways. When the imperial navy had sailed off to confront the Gothic fleet, Gallienus organized an army comprised of his mobile cavalry, the Praetorian cohorts, and units from the Danube legions. While the Goths sacked Greece, Gallienus was speeding in from the west. He might not have been able to save the Greeks, but he could certainly smack down the marauding barbarians when they inevitably made their way back north to their homelands on the far side of the Danube. Now, I'm sure you're as sick of hearing this as I am of saying it, but guess what? There's some confusion in the record about what happened next. The accepted version is that Gallienus intercepted the group who had been driven off by Dexippus and defeated them in a battle near the city of Nessus in Thrace. The problem is that Claudius Gothicus would win a very similar battle the next year, near the very similar-sounding city of Nisus, leading some to suppose that something might have gotten mixed up over the years. Maybe Claudius was given credit for Gallienus' victory, both because Constantine wanted to promote Claudius' memory and because everyone else wanted to damn Gallienus'. Or maybe Claudius' victory was the real one, and someone transposed a year leading us to think that it occurred during Gallienus' reign. Or maybe there were two battles, with Gallienus and Claudius each winning a key victory. That's the version I'm going to go with, because it poses the fewest problems in trying to reconcile all the disparate facts and theories about what really happened. So in the history of Rome, both emperors will get their cookie. Gallienus' victory was by no means a complete one, though, and the Goths were allowed to head home unmolested, as long as they gave up what they had taken and promised to take no more on their way back north. The emperor would not have long to bask in the glow of his semi-victory, though, nor would he have the chance to follow up with the other Gothic horde still loose within his empire. Unlike every other time Gallienus had marched out to battle, this time he did not follow the lead of his top general Aureolus. Instead, he left Aureolus in charge of the garrison at Milan, with instructions to keep an eye on both Postumus and the Alemanni, and make sure that neither took advantage of the emperor's absence. As soon as Gallienus left Italy, though, the only one who took advantage of his absence was Aureolus. For whatever reason, the emperor's favorite general decided that now was the perfect time to revolt. The motivations behind Aureolus' revolt are not at all clear, but broadly speaking, there are two schools of thought. Either Aureolus had always been trying to throw in his lot with Postumus, see his suspicious failure to defeat the Gallic emperor previously, or this was an entirely new idea, brought on possibly by the fact that he had been relieved of his command as the captain of the imperial cavalry and left behind to mind the shop while everyone else went off to fight the Goths. The man who took command of the cavalry, incidentally, was the man who was about to succeed Gallienus, Marcus Aurelius Valerius Claudius. When word came in 268 that his former right-hand man was now in revolt, Gallienus was forced to stop what he was doing, peel off most of the troops he had just raised to fight the Goths, and head them back to Italy. His eastern flank was already badly exposed by the death of Odenathus, and now Aureolus was exposing his western flank to a possible invasion by Postumus. Luckily for Gallienus, Postumus appears to have never indulged in ambitions beyond what he had already achieved. Despite Aureolus begging for aid, and even going so far as to use the mint in Milan to issue coins in Postumus's name, the Gallic emperor never lifted a finger to help Aureolus. There was just no profit in it. If he threw in with the usurping general, he risked everything that he had built. But if he did nothing, well, he risked nothing. And so he did nothing. When the imperial army returned to Italy, Aureolus and what troops he had at his disposal rode out to meet them, but they were easily routed and forced to flee back behind the walls of Milan. Gallienus settled in to lay siege to the city that he had just helped put on the map, and while he waited for Milan to fall, his officers began to talk amongst themselves. Though I did say last week that much of the supposed dissatisfaction with Gallienus can be traced back to the biases of the senatorial class, that does not mean that there was no dissatisfaction at all. It appears that a cabal of officers, many originating in Illyria, had begun to grow disenchanted with Gallienus' leadership. Just because defending the borders from invasion while simultaneously bringing Posthumus and the Palmyrenes to heel seemed really hard, well, that did not mean that it was impossible, and many of the career soldiers in the upper ranks believed that if they had a chance, that they could do a better job than Gallienus. Now this is of course a common belief among, well, anyone who isn't actually in charge, but in this case it may have been true. Aurelian, who was dealt almost exactly the same hand as Gallienus, was able to do in just 4 years what Gallienus had been unable to do in 8. So eventually, all this insubordinate talk became serious, and a plot was hatched. We will probably never know exactly how Gallienus was assassinated, nor who exactly was in on the plot, but the most dramatic account has it that the murder was the result of a clever ruse. Late in the evening, one of the conspirators burst into Gallienus' tent to tell the emperor that Aureolus was leading his men out of Milan on a night raid. Not even pausing to don his armor, Gallienus rushed out of his tent and mounted his horse to go assess the situation for himself, but as soon as he was caught alone and exposed outside the camp, he was cut down by the waiting assassins. It is of course debatable whether this particularly fantastic story is true, but there is no doubt that a conspiracy of top officers got together and killed Gallienus, maybe by the sword and maybe by poison, in 268 AD. Later revisions to history have Gallienus recommending Claudius as his successor, though it seems highly unlikely that Gallienus really spent his dying breaths making noble suggestions about the best man to succeed him. Gallienus was 50 years old, and had been emperor first with his father and then by himself for a remarkable 15 years. When Gallienus died, the officers did indeed rally around Claudius, the captain of the cavalry, which may help explain the later stories about, wink wink, Gallienus recommending Claudius for the job, and then the Senate fell quickly into line. If Aureolus thought the death of his former master would mean that he could extract himself peacefully from Milan, though, well, he was in for a bit of a surprise. Far from granting Aureolus amnesty, Claudius made it clear that everyone inside the city walls was as good as dead if Aureolus' head wasn't brought to him immediately. So, inside Milan, a similar conspiracy of officers dispatched with their chief, and then they came out to make peace with the new emperor, who, once Aureolus was dealt with, was feeling pretty magnanimous. He went so far as to order that Gallienus' family should not be harmed in any way, but the order didn't make it to Rome in time to stop the revenge-minded Senate from executing Gallienus' brother and Gallienus' son. Up in Gaul, Posthumus watched all of this with a mixture of satisfaction and concern. He had to have been pleased with himself for avoiding getting tangled up in the fight between Aureolus and Gallienus, which had now led to the assassination of both men. But a new leader in Rome meant new policies, and Posthumus had to have known Claudius, if not personally, then at least by reputation. And if Claudius's dissatisfaction with Gallienus in any way stemmed from the emperor's inability to reclaim the Gallic provinces, well, that didn't bode well for Posthumus at all. Fortunately, he would never have to face Rome's final attempt to recapture the West. Unfortunately, it's because he wound up, in the end, sharing the fate of Gallienus and Aureolus and Odenathus. Postumus's rule had been mostly unopposed, but brief revolts or mutinies had flared up here and there in keeping with the times. In either 268 or early 269, one of his officers along the Rhine decided to make a bid for the throne and had himself declared emperor at his home base in Mainz. Postumus quickly raised an army and marched in to put the usurper down, and in short order the revolt was squashed. The problem for Postumus was that now his soldiers wanted to sack Mainz, to punish the city for its disloyalty, yes, but mostly to carry off the wealth of the city for themselves. But Postumus was the emperor of everyone, and it really wouldn't do to let his army just go and sack one of the key urban centers of his domain, so he ordered the city left untouched. This ticked off his men something fierce, and in a fit of rage they cornered Postumus and killed him. The rash murder left the Gallic Empire without a leader, and after some confusion, one of Postumus's officers, a man named Marcus Aurelius Marius, finally stepped forward and attempted to seize power. But he only lasted a few days before being brushed aside and killed by a man named Victorianus, who came from an extremely wealthy family, and whose mother apparently opened up the family bank accounts to buy her son the throne. The near-simultaneous deaths of Odenathus, Gallienus, and Postumus brought to a close the second phase of the crisis of the 3rd century. At the beginning of Phase 3, their successors will duke it out to see whose vision of the future will reign supreme. In the East, Zenobia dreamed of creating a permanent, independent Palmyrene Empire. In the West, Victorianus dreamed of simply trying to hold together what Postumus had built. And in the middle, Claudius and his soon-to-be successor Aurelian dreamed of reunification. All three would have to deal with persistent threats to their frontiers, from the Sassanids and from the Goths, and from the Franks and from the Alemanni, all of whom dreamed their own dreams of what the fate of the Roman Empire ought to be. I hate to do this so soon after taking a week off, but there will be no episode next week, as the history of Rome is heading down south to San Antonio to cheer on Mrs. the History of Rome as she runs her half-marathon. But we will, of course, be back in 2 weeks for the short reign of Claudius, and then the totally impressive reign of Aurelian, who has fast become one of the history of Rome's most favorite emperors. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you will qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all your future audiobook purchases. This week, in honor of the coming rise of Zenobia, everyone's favorite Neo-Cleopatra, I'm going to recommend the new biography of the original, Cleopatra: A Life, by Stacy Schiff. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 116, Here Come the Illyrians. As I said at the end of the last episode, the assassination of Gallienus in 268 marked the beginning of the end for the crisis of the 3rd century. In the 33 years since the death of Alexander Severus, the Roman Empire had been on a pretty impressive downhill slide. Emperors were dropping like flies, barbarians were running amok, the empire had broken in 3, disease and famine were rampant. But inch by inch and mile by mile, the successors of Gallienus are about to pull Rome out of its skid and put it back on top of the geopolitical food chain. These successors were notable not just for their achievements, but also for the fact that they all hailed from the same part of the empire. Though I usually refer to the third phase of the crisis period as the recovery phase, it could just as easily be known as the era of the Illyrian emperors. If anyone out there is still clinging to the notion that the Roman Empire fell because it stopped being a Roman Empire, well, I can promise you that it would have fallen a whole lot earlier, had it not been for the succession of native Illyrians who pulled Rome out of the ditch that it had driven itself into. Claudius, Aurelian, Probus, Diocletian, Constantine, these are the men who salvaged an empire that looked like it was headed straight for the dustbin of history. The Roman Empire wasn't a Roman Empire anymore, and it was a good thing for the Romans that it wasn't. Despite his impressive-sounding name, Marcus Aurelius Valerius Claudius most likely had no aristocratic connections anywhere in his family tree. His origins are too obscure to say definitively, but like other young men from the Danube frontier who joined the legions, he probably came from peasant stock and was looking for a ticket to a better life that service in the army sometimes provided. Usually, it provided hardship, suffering, and an early death, but to the youths of Pannonia and Moesia, that can't have sounded too different from the lives they could expect to lead staying at home. At least in the legions, there was an outside chance you might get promoted to centurion or something, and pick up a few cash bonuses along the way. Born around 213, Claudius and his fellows would have entered the legions in the early 230s, and though we know these years as the moment when the empire slipped into crisis mode, for the common soldier, these were the years when, really, anything became possible. A legionary who showed courage, discipline, and who kept his wits about him in the heat of battle was likely to find himself not just in charge of a cohort, but a whole legion. And, after the ascension of Maximinus Thrax, maybe even the whole empire. Claudius was courageous and disciplined, and kept his wits about him in the heat of battle, and so he slowly climbed up the ranks. He had the further good fortune of coming into his own during the reign of Gallienus, when legions run by career military men, rather than the usual gang of aristocratic social climbers, was becoming the rule, rather than the exception. Claudius seems to have excelled everywhere he went, and as Aureolus faded as Gallienus's favorite general, Claudius stepped in and became one of the emperor's most trusted military advisors. When Aureolus was stripped of the all-important cavalry command, Claudius was quite literally handed the reins. Claudius's role in the assassination of Gallienus the next year has never been fully ascertained, but no one doubts that he was at least aware of the plot. Constantine's revisionist historians attempted to absolve Claudius of all guilt, but their claims are far-fetched to say the least. As the senior ranking general of the officer corps, he was not only the natural choice to succeed Gallienus, but also a man whose at least tacit consent would have been required for a plot to move forward. On a more personal level, he was also the senior-ranking Illyrian, and it was native Illyrian officers who were the prime movers in the plot to remove Gallienus. To think that Claudius did not know what his friends and countrymen were up to strains credulity. When the deed was done, the conspirators arranged for the men to proclaim Claudius emperor, and he accepted, no doubt feigning surprise. Having assumed power by way of a coup, though, Claudius was quick to distance himself from the assassins and promote the legacy of Gallienus. In stark contrast to the rewards they were probably expecting, Claudius singled out a number of the officers behind the plot to kill Gallienus and had them executed or exiled. The new emperor wanted the world to know that he did not approve of regicide, especially since he was now the rege who could possibly be cited. To further distance himself from the conspiracy, when Claudius traveled to Rome to cement his new powers, he took the surprising step of demanding that the Senate deify Gallienus. The Senate, of course, balked at this. Far from wanting to deify Gallienus, When Claudius's order came down, they were preparing to vote to damn his memory, a la Domitian. Forced to swallow their pride, which is of course what had made them so mad at Gallienus in the first place, the Senate instead voted to deify him, as Claudius instructed. His hands now relatively clean, Claudius took stock of the empire he had inherited. In the west, the Gallic Empire was still in the hands of Postumus, and looking as strong as ever. Despite being solidly separatist, though, the Gallic provinces maintained a non-aggressive attitude towards Rome, so, for the time being, they could wait. In the east, Odenathus' death had led to the rise of his widow Zenobia. There was definitely something that needed to be done about that. It was one thing for the east to be run by Odenathus, but his wife, this latter-day Cleopatra, no, that wouldn't do at all. What if she decided to do something crazy like take over Egypt? No, the east needed to be brought back under imperial control, and fast. But Zenobia too would have to wait. After all, had they not all just been involved in staving off a massive Gothic invasion when Aureolus had decided to revolt? Was that invasion even over yet? No? Well, that is going then to have to be priority A1. So, after spending a few months in Rome, Claudius ordered the troops in Milan back to the Danube, where either loose Goths from the previous invasion were still running around, or a whole new invasion force had come in, depending on which theory you buy into about the Gothic invasion patterns of the late 260s AD. Well, that is, he headed over to the Danube directly from Rome, as long as you believe that one particular theory about Claudius's movements during his 18-month reign. I happen to believe that theory, so that's the version of the story we're going with, but just so you know, there is another theory that has Claudius dealing with the penetration of an Alemanni horde into northern Italy before he went to the Danube to face the Goths at Nisus, but this just doesn't seem logical to me from the Alemanni's point of view. The theory I happen to believe is that Claudius went to the Danube, fought the Goths at Nisus, and while he was busy, the Germans made their move, and Claudius was forced to return to Italy to deal with them. To argue that the Alemanni invaded right away means arguing that they decided to charge headlong into an imperial army still encamped outside Milan, which maybe they did, but it just doesn't seem practical. Better to wait until the Romans withdraw the bulk of their forces back to the Danube, right? That seems like the savvy play. So Claudius marched the imperial army back to the Balkans, where the withdrawal of Gallienus the previous year had left the Danube provinces open to further Gothic attack. Scholars have gone back and forth about whether the threat Claudius rode off to face represented a continuation of the previous invasion, or whether the Goths had abandoned Roman territory, regrouped, and were now launching a second invasion. If there was a second invasion, it followed very closely the route taken in 267, with a massive Gothic fleet heading down the Black Sea coast, passing into the Sea of Marmara, and from there into the Aegean, sacking and pillaging all along the way. When Claudius entered the Balkans, a Gothic horde, that is, women and children along with the men, possibly 100,000 strong, was loose in the mainland. The Romans and Goths met outside the city of Nisus, and though we don't know the size of the army Claudius led, the Goths are said to have fielded an army somewhere north of 50,000 men. The battle that followed was an extremely hard-fought affair, but showing off that old Roman discipline, the Goths were finally broken when Claudius pulled the old fake a retreat, then whirl around and smash your surprised opponent trick. A trick likely led by his new cavalry commander, Lucius Domitius Aurelianus. The Goths were mostly killed or captured, but even a victory as great as the one at Nisus was not decisive. A sizable contingent of the Goths managed to break free and push west into Macedonia. Claudius wheeled his army around and caught the survivors trying to fortify themselves behind their own carts. When Claudius broke through these defenses, the Goths once again took flight, but as they had no provisions to speak of, the chase itself was taking more of a toll on their remaining numbers than the Romans were. They finally holed up on the side of a mountain, and found themselves immediately besieged and trapped. Disease and famine ripped through the Gothic ranks, and the chiefs quickly determined that they would not survive like this for very long. So they broke out again, and amazingly enough, the starving and exhausted Goths managed to penetrate the Roman line and point themselves towards home. But the final battle took too much out of them, and the last of the last survivors were quickly tracked down by the Roman cavalry, and with no strength left to fight, they gave up. The fate of these surviving Goths might surprise you, but the circumstances of the times demanded that the Romans break out of the old enslave and annex routine that had served them so well for so long. The combination of disease and famine, near constant warfare and economic upheaval, had left the empire, and particularly the Danube provinces, overworked and undermanned. So Claudius decided to initiate a policy that had been used occasionally in the past, but never in any sort of systemic way. He settled these conquered Goths inside the Roman Empire. This had the effect of eliminating them as a foreign threat, putting them to work to boost the Roman economy rather than suck it dry, and provide a new recruiting ground for the legions. For their part, the Goths were more than happy to be allowed entrance into this rich land that they had for so long coveted. Their brothers and sisters back north of the Danube were sure to take note of this shift in policy, though they would be well advised to also note that only defeated barbarians are allowed the privilege of Roman settlement. As we go forward, this policy of resettlement and enrollment of the able-bodied men into the legions will become standard imperial policy, and serve as one of the key strategies employed to maintain peace in the borderlands. It should always be remembered that the massive defeat, for example, at Adrianople, was caused not because the Goths were led into the empire by Valens, but instead because the migration was so badly mismanaged. As with most of Rome's victories these days, there was not long to savor the win at Nisus. After a 10-year hiatus, the Alemanni got the band back together again, and decided to launch a comeback tour through northern Italy. The presumption is that after their defeat near Milan around 260, the Germans felt that they had made a peace deal between themselves and Gallienus, without necessarily recognizing the Roman state itself as a party to the negotiations. So, when Gallienus died, well, that meant that it was now open season on Rome again. My assumption is that they waited for Claudius to withdraw back to the Danube before they made their move, but it could very well be that they invaded the minute that they heard the emperor was dead. Whatever the order of events, the outcome was the same. Claudius and his imperial army swept in and crushed the Alemanni at Lake Benicus. The reported numbers have it that Claudius needed just 35,000 troops to kill or capture half of the 100,000 men of the Alemanni army, which would be a stunning victory to say the least. But the enemy numbers probably refer to the whole Alemanni contingent, not just the fighting men, so it is likely that the battle itself was evenly matched. Regardless, Claudius sent the Germans running home, and established himself as basically the greatest thing to happen to Rome in a long, long time. In the span of just a few months, he had wiped the floor with the Goths, and then the Germans, and proved to the world that when it needed it, Rome still had it. Best of all was the fact that Claudius was leading the legions to all these victories personally, so there was no repeat of the whole victorious general gets proclaimed emperor dynamic that had kept dividing the empire immediately after its victories in the field. Rome's foreign enemies were knocked back on their heels enough that the emperor could begin thinking about the real prize, the reunification of the empire. Though the situation in the east was essentially the same as when he took office the year before, the situation in the west had changed dramatically. Postumus was dead, killed by his own troops, and the political stability of the Gallic Empire was in serious doubt. Postumus had been followed briefly on the throne by a man with the auspicious name Marcus Aurelius Marius, but his reign had been measured in days, and the western provinces were now being controlled by a noble named Victorinus, backed by the deep pockets of his mother, Victoria. Only, the western provinces Victorinus controlled were not the same as the western provinces that Postumus had controlled. The Iberian Peninsula took the death of Postumus as an opportunity to reconcile with Rome, and they switched their allegiance to Claudius, leaving Victorinus with only Gaul and Britain as his domains. So, after defeating the Alemanni, Claudius peeled off a good chunk of his army, handed it over to a lieutenant, with instructions to see how much more of the Gallic Empire could be brought back into the Roman fold. The answer was not all of it, as Claudius probably hoped, but was instead the not insignificant most of the Rhone Valley. It was progress, and Claudius no doubt looked forward to being remembered as the man who restored the empire. He left this important mission to a lieutenant because in mid-269, a new player in our game began to mass on the Danube border, looking like they were looking for trouble: the Vandals. As with the Goths, the true origins of the tribe that became known as the Vandals is obscure, but most scholars agree that they came from somewhere in Scandinavia and were settled northeast of the region between the Danube and Rhine rivers by the 1st centuries BC, far enough off from the empire that they were not major players in the early imperial battles against their German neighbors, though it is recorded that Marcus Aurelius made a separate peace with them during the Marcomannic Wars, as he was looking to isolate the tribes from each other. During the population shifts of the 3rd century, though, they found themselves pressing up against the borders of the empire, and, likely hearing of the success the Goths were having, they decided to take a crack at Rome themselves. Claudius and the rest of his army made for Sirmium, the capital of Lower Pannonia, which the emperor planned to make his headquarters during the coming offensive against the Vandals. But, if you listen closely to the section when I introduced the Cyprian Plague, you know how this story ends. In January 270, Claudius, who would shortly become known to history as Claudius Gothicus for his great victory at Nisus, came down with the plague, and he died. He was 56 years old and had ruled the empire for just about 18 months. Though his short reign was defined by military success against Rome's foreign enemies, Claudius's most enduring legacy was the cabal of Illyrian officers he brought with him to the forefront of imperial politics. Most of the major military commands were now in the hands of his countrymen, and for the next generation, these Illyrian generals would dominate the Roman Empire. Culminating in the reigns of Diocletian and Constantine, the Illyrian emperors breathed new life into a Roman Empire that had been at death's door. True, it would be a different empire that emerged on the other side, but it would still be an intact empire, and that was what counted. Antiquity was not dead yet. Claudius had been so consumed by his labors, though, that he never stopped to worry about the little matter of who would succeed him when he died. So, when he did die, the question was still hanging out there. As had happened when Decius died in the swamps of Abritus, the Senate had one idea about who ought to rule, and the army had another. But there would be no generous concord between these rival choices, as there had been between Gallus and Hostilian. 20 years of additional non-stop warfare had made the Senate beyond irrelevant, and ignoring them would not really introduce any sort of significant discord into the mix. As long as the armies were of one mind, the possibility of civil war was low, and the armies were of one mind. They wanted Aurelian. Back in Rome, the Senate elevated Claudius's brother Quintillus, but he never stood a chance, and neither Aurelian nor his legions were too much worried about what the Senate thought about anything. Lucius Domitius Aurelianus had been born around 215 in the province of Pannonia to a tenant farmer of absolutely no consequence. He was just a few years younger than Claudius, and so, like the now-dead emperor, Aurelian came of age just as the crisis of the 3rd century was heating up, and he thus spent his entire career embroiled in one war after another, and rising up through the ranks every time a vacancy opened up, which, during the tumultuous mid-200s AD, was often. By the time of Gallienus' assassination, Aurelian was one of the top 2 or 3 generals in the empire, closely associated with Claudius and the other Illyrian officers who had taken over the high command of the legions. Known by the nickname Hand on Hilt, or Sword in Hand, Aurelian was known for being tough, humorless, disciplined, and focused. He tolerated no fools, and likely would have been as hated an officer as the legions could spit out, were he not also fantastically talented and virtually unbeatable in the field. He took over command of the mobile cavalry when Claudius became emperor, and ran them against the Goths at Nisus, leading the offensive that initially broke the invaders, and then leading the pursuit that finished them off. He was unquestionably the number 2 man in the empire during the reign of Claudius, and when the emperor succumbed to the plague in early 270, there was no doubt in the army's mind who should replace him. Old Sword in Hand. They could not have chosen a better man for the job that lay ahead. When Aurelian assumed the purple in 270, the empire was not only still divided from itself, but in the east, Zenobia was making moves that signaled she had no intention of ever being brought back into the Roman fold. Perhaps as early as the last few months of Claudius's reign, Zenobia had ordered the Palmyrene army to enter Egypt and occupy Alexandria. At no point had Gallienus ever granted Odenathus access to Egypt, let alone hegemony over it, and Zenobia's move was nothing less than an act of war. The make-or-break point had come in the relationship between East and West, and the new Emperor Aurelian was absolutely dedicated with every fiber of his being to making sure that it did not break. Next week, Old Sword in Hand will begin his remarkable 5-year run on the throne, during which, step by step and day by day, he will refuse the bonds that held the empire together. The golden age of Rome was long dead. This was an age of iron, and Aurelian was a man of iron. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 117, Aurelian's Walls. During the big-time question blowout that was the 100th episode of the History of Rome, I listed my top 5 emperors as being Augustus, Diocletian, Trajan, Constantine, and Hadrian. This is a pretty conventional list, and apart from ordering and maybe subbing in Marcus Aurelius for someone, it's not going to cause much controversy. But one assumption that I made when putting the list together was that we were talking about career value rather than peak value. An obvious similarity between all the guys in my top 5 is that they each ruled for a long, long time. Trajan put in the shortest service time of the 5, and he still ruled for more than 19 years. You can make a big impact when you have 20 or more years to work with, and so it should come as no surprise that my greatest emperors are also some of the longest-serving emperors. But that's true as long as we're talking about greatest in terms of career value. See, when we sit around and debate who was the greatest pitcher of all time, or who was the greatest goalie of all time, or who was the greatest golfer of all time, we always need to make sure that everyone is on the same page. Are we talking about career value, or are we talking about peak value? That is, are we talking about the guy who did the most, scored the most, blocked the most, won the most of all time, or the guy who, at his peak, in his prime, was simply the best of the best. Maybe his career was cut short by injury, or he hit a wall when he turned 30 or whatever, but for a while, he was unhittable, undefendable, and unstoppable. Being the baseball fan that I am, I know the patron saint of peak value as Dodger pitcher Sandy Koufax. You will not see his name on the lists of most strikeouts all time, or most wins all time, or most innings of all time. But he put together 5 of the most dominant seasons that anyone has ever seen in the history of baseball. From 1962 to 1966, Sandy Koufax was the left hand of God, and his single-season statistics during this period are absolutely mind-boggling. I'm going to stop now so I don't spend the rest of the episode gushing about Sandy Koufax, and really, this is just a very roundabout way of saying that Lucius Domitius Aurelianus may not have been around long enough to accumulate the kind of all-time stats you need to crack into the top of the emperor's career value list. But from 270 to 275, oh man, he was peak value defined. If you sometimes have trouble remembering which emperor was which during the 3rd century and what happened during whose reign, just remember that Aurelian is the Sandy Koufax of Roman emperors. The rest, hopefully, should fall into place. Aurelian was in Thrace, serving as the captain of the mobile cavalry and doing advanced work for the coming campaign against the Vandals when Claudius died of the Cyprian plague in 270 AD. It did not take long for the officers of the imperial army to track down the dead emperor's second-in-command and offer him supreme authority over the legions and, by extension, the empire. Back in Italy, though, a word of Claudius's death immediately fired up the ambitions of a man by the name of Marcus Aurelius Claudius Quintillus, the younger brother of the dead emperor. Despite their frequent protests to the contrary, the Romans were as much enamored with blood ties as anyone else, and as he took over the role of paterfamilias from his brother, Quintillus had an eye on taking over the role of emperor as well. Now, everyone and their mother knew that the Danube legions were going to turn to Aurelian, and there were many in the aristocracy who feared the ascension of old Sword in Hand, the no-nonsense soldier who would likely have little room at his table for the Senate, who, let's face it, were chock full of nonsense. So they decided to back Quintillus's bid for the throne. And though the Danube legions were far and away the best of the legions, Quintillus, by virtue of his relation to Claudius, had been put in charge of the significant Italian garrisons, which included the Praetorian Guard, so it's not like his bid was backed by nothing but the Senate's hot air. Unfortunately for Quintillus, though, the Danube legions really were the best of the best, and they made his Italian army look like it was, well, made of little more than hot air. Aurelian accepted the acclamation of the legions, and upon becoming emperor, well, one claimant anyway, his first move was to turn the armies around and march them back to Italy to establish his authority over the home province. It was not an auspicious beginning to his reign, as he fell into the same trap that so many other 3rd century emperors had fallen into, leading the legions away from the frontier to consolidate power right at the moment when they were needed on the borders to consolidate victory. Claudius had put his foot into the backsides of both the Alemanni and the Goths, and a concentrated push against the remaining northern tribes might re-establish Roman power for a generation or more. With Claudius dead, though, that all now appeared to be in jeopardy. But Aurelian managed to smash his way out of the trap, rather than falling by the wayside like Decius and Aemilianus and Gallus before him. The northern tribes would take advantage of his withdrawal back to Italy, but they would come to regret it. Quintillus gathered his troops at Aquileia in preparation for the assumed invasion of Aurelian, but as they met and readied themselves, it became obvious quickly that this was starting to look an awful lot like a suicide mission. Eventually, the Danube legions, under the command of Aurelian, are going to come pouring down out of the Alpine passes. And then what are we going to do? Defeat them in battle? I don't think so. Accounts differ as to the fate of Quintillus, that is, whether he was killed by his own troops or committed suicide, but they don't differ in having him dead as a doornail when Aurelian arrived in Italy. The troops Quintillus had gathered, needless to say, swore allegiance to Aurelian the first chance they got. As with everything else to do with the 3rd century, the chronology of Aurelian's reign is very confused, and though we know the things that he did, we cannot hope to know exactly the order in which he did them. Right off the bat, though, it seems that he headed back to the Balkans, because the Vandals had taken his withdrawal of the legions as an open invitation to attack. The Vandals already posed enough of a threat that they were next up on Claudius's hit list when he died, and the disappearance of the imperial army only inflamed their passions, and before you could say the emperor is dead, long live the emperor, the Vandals were running amok in Pannonia. So after making sure Quintillus was dead and the troops in Italy were with him, Aurelian immediately charged back to the Balkans to push back the invading tribes. Aurelian's strategy for dealing with the Vandals was to order that anything that could be consumed by men and horse be drawn inside the towns and cities of the provinces to leave the invading Vandals without anything to eat. Once the lack of provisions began to drag the Vandals down, Aurelian swept in and crushed them in a quick battle. When the fighting was done, Aurelian allowed the remaining Vandals to return home, but with the stipulation that they hand over 2,000 cavalrymen to serve in the Roman army. With internal recruitment often coming up dry as a result of 20 years of famine, plague, and warfare, Aurelian knew that fresh recruits for his army were going to have to come from somewhere if he planned to reunify the empire, and the German tribes began to look like an excellent source of soldiers. The Vandal horsemen would not be the last, or even the largest levy Aurelian would lay on defeated northern tribes, and it was during his reign that the so-called Germanization of the legions, already underway in the form of temporary auxiliaries and sometime mercenaries, would really begin in earnest. On an ad hoc basis, the empire had always been able to get tribes from beyond the frontiers to fight for them, going back as far as Julius Caesar, but the process was about to become far more systematized and far more permanent. While he was overseeing the Vandal retreat, though, word came that the Alemanni, or likely just the Juthungi, one of their component tribes, was headed into Italy, the 3rd time now in just over 10 years that barbarians had set foot on the once perfectly safe peninsula of Italy. Leaving behind enough troops to remind the Vandals of their oath, Aurelian headed back to Italy, a trip that was becoming a nearly annual pilgrimage for the men of the Danube legions. When they reached the peninsula, Aurelian found that the Juthungi had overrun the Po Valley, sacked a number of towns, and were presently occupying the key city of Placentia. Aurelian made straight for the city, but in his haste to meet the enemy, he never gave his men time to rest, and when they finally arrived at Placentia, the legionaries were exhausted. Well, actually, that's not true. They never even reached the city. The Juthungi had set an ambush for the Romans, and right at sunset, the weary legions were ready to make camp and go to bed. But the Germans sprang out of the woods and put Aurelian and his army to a humiliating flight. Scattered and disoriented, it took some time to piece the legions back together, and in the meantime, the Juthungi pointed themselves south, aiming directly for Rome, which understandably put the Romans into a panic. The ambush at Placentia, though, was by no means a decisive victory for the Juthungi, and the embarrassment it caused Aurelian only ratcheted up his motivation to stop them. He regrouped his forces and gave chase, this time keeping a close eye on the Juthungi's movements and waiting for the right moment to strike. He found his moment on the banks of the Metaurus River, where he broadsided the Germans and ran them into the water, which swept a good number of them down to a watery grave. The battered Juthungi sent word to the emperor that they would like to parley for peace and safe passage home, but their attitude was not sufficiently deferential for Aurelian, and he rejected their entreaties. Without a guarantee of safe passage, the Germans were forced to head north, with Aurelian's army shadowing their movements and waiting again for the perfect opportunity to smash them up for good. This time, the opportunity came at Pava, where Aurelian forced the fleeing Juthungi into a pitched battle that they had no hope of winning. Completely defeated, the remaining Germans surrendered their captured booty and begged for mercy, which this time Aurelian allowed, if they gave their fighting men over to the legions. If they wanted to live, they'd have to fight for the empire, not against it. Some reports have this new influx of soldiers coming in at anywhere between 20 and 40,000 men. This was not small potatoes to an imperial army badly weakened by the previous generation's strife. With the frontiers finally quieted down a bit and Italy free of invaders, Aurelian was finally able to make his triumphal entry into Rome in early 271, almost a year into his reign. Sporting the new title Germanicus Maximus for his recent victories, it is likely that Aurelian was expecting, if not enthusiastic greetings from the citizens of Rome, then at least a warm embrace. But Aurelian's entry into the city seems to have actually sparked riots and street fighting, not seen since the days of the Flavian capture of Rome, some 200 years before. The causes for this mass uprising were threefold. First, there was the lingering effects of the panic caused by Aurelian's defeat at Placentia, which had everyone's nerves good and frayed. Second, was the disruption of the grain supply, which likely had been caused by Zenobia's capture of Egypt. And third, we have the massive fraud being undertaken daily at the main imperial mint in Rome, which is the reason the riots got started in the first place. As I mentioned a few episodes back, debasement of the coinage was a major problem for the Roman economy, and the damage done by official imperial policy was being hugely exacerbated by the conduct of the workers at the mint when it came time to actually produce the debased coins. Even the nominal amount of silver that was supposed to be going into the coins was having a hard time finding its way into circulation, and instead kept getting routed into the pockets of the workers and administrators of the mint, and, of course, the pockets of any official tasked with overseeing the process. Aurelian had already signaled that he planned to revalue the coins back up to a respectable level, respectable for the times being 5% silver in the denarius, and the mint workers were justifiably worried that when Aurelian found out that their additional graft was making things even worse than he thought, that he would be, well, displeased. And given Aurelian's fearsome reputation, displeased meant that heads were likely to roll, literally. So when Aurelian arrived in Rome, the mint workers took to the streets and began demonstrating against the new regime. Soon enough, they had ginned up their narrowly selfish cause into a general strike, and full-blown street riots broke out, egged on by senators and equites who had backed Quintillus and who hoped to drive Aurelian out of power before he had a chance to do any damage to their interests. Angry at the sedition and unwavering in his commitment to putting down the mob, Aurelian called in regular troops to back up the urban cohorts who were clashing daily with the enraged citizenry. Thousands were dying on both sides, but pretty soon, order was restored as the overmatched civilians were driven back into their homes. When the full story of how the mint riots got started came out, the citizens of Rome found Aurelian had passed well beyond displeased. A quick and ruthless purge followed that took the lives not just of the mint administrators, but also the senators and equites who had supported first their fraud and then their riots. When Aurelian's harsh justice was done being metered out, the emperor then took the unprecedented step of simply closing the Rome mint down for good. Though this extraordinary measure was undertaken specifically because Aurelian did not feel that he could now trust Rome to implement his reformist monetary policies, it had the effect of being one of the final nails in the coffin of Rome's political and economic relevance. A decade later, Diocletian would be able to come to power and avoid visiting the Eternal City for 19 years without any serious repercussions. But though Rome's practical power was waning, its power as a symbolic force was still immense. Even Diocletian could not deny that. And the recent string of Italian invasions had gotten Aurelian and his fellow officers thinking about how best to protect the living embodiment of the empire. For more than 200 years, the defensive strategy that had been invented by Augustus and brought to full realization by Hadrian had worked just fine. Post legionary garrisons on the frontiers, build walls to control cross-border movement, and focus militarily and politically on keeping the Rhine and Danube tribes divided from one another. For generation after generation, the strategy had worked out as well as anyone could have hoped, and with the frontier garrisons easily absorbing whatever foreign encroachments came along, there was little reason to worry about maintaining the local defenses of the towns and cities in the interior. But times had changed. Squeezed between Rome on one side and rising eastern powers like the Huns on the other, and we'll get to them soon enough, the German tribes were now well down the road towards regional unification, which rendered the old divide-and-conquer technique obsolete. It also meant that the various legionary garrisons now faced enemy numbers far in excess of anything that they had had to face before or were equipped to handle. It used to be that a legion or three could stop up any leak with ease, but now torrents of Germans in the hundreds of thousands were blowing past the completely outnumbered garrisons with impunity. Compounding this problem was the fact that, for domestic political reasons, emperors could no longer afford to place the kind of troop numbers necessary to combat these supersized invasion forces under the command of some random general. If a general had enough troops to face down the Alemanni or the Goths, then he had enough troops to steal the throne. Gallienus had recognized this problem, and made sure that he was always at the head of the most massive army the empire could put together, complete with its totally dominant mobile cavalry. But that meant that wherever this great imperial army wasn't, well, that is where the Germans would be. For Gallienus, and then Claudius, and now Aurelian, this meant an awful lot of rushing around, trying to expel invaders after they had already invaded. In terms of grand strategy, it meant that the Romans had completely lost the initiative, which, yeah, was bad, but on a purely practical level, it really meant that the great cities of the empire, including Rome, were now completely vulnerable to attack. That the imperial army would maybe be able to arrive next month and try to reclaim the captured goods from some raid and punish the raiders usually came as cold comfort to the citizens of the raided city. If the outer walls of the empire, those built by Domitian and Hadrian, were no longer enough to keep foreign invasion at bay, then the empire needed new walls. Walls that would allow communities to stave off defeat until the imperial army could arrive and drive the invaders off. What the empire needed was city walls. On their own initiative, many cities near the frontiers had already upgraded their defensive walls. But Aurelian now put the imperial stamp of approval on the idea of permanently fortified cities by ordering a massive wall circuit built around Rome itself. As Rome's power had grown, so too had the city grown, and the old Servian walls, built in the aftermath of the Gallic sack way back in the 4th century BC, had ceased to function as any sort of real defensive barrier. The majority of the city now lay beyond its scope, and for essentially the entire imperial period, Rome was an unwalled city, and one so far from the front lines that no one gave it another thought. Now, they were thinking about it all the time. During his brief stay in Rome in 271, Aurelian wasted no time sketching out plans for a new fortification circuit that would include areas like, say, the Campus Martius, which once upon a time had been an empty field, but was now a bustling urban area that housed some of Rome's most important civic buildings, including the Pantheon and Pompey's Theater. The new wall circuit, eventually dubbed the Aurelian Walls for obvious reasons, would grow to be 19 kilometers long, and eventually enclose an area of 13.7 square kilometers. As originally built, the walls were 3.5 meters thick and 8 meters high, though in the 400s AD, when the going really got rough, the height was doubled to 16 meters. Every 100 Roman feet there was a 26-meter-tall guard tower, so that eventually there were over 350 of these fortified towers looming over the city. In the end, there were 18 heavily defended main gates that limited access to the city, and 5 postern gates, which were essentially secret doors that allowed defenders to sneak in and out of the city without the enemy noticing. Because Aurelian's overriding concern was that the walls be completed as fast as possible, his engineers were ordered to incorporate as many existing buildings as possible into the design, so as little new construction as possible would be needed. Normally, a project so overtly military as the Aurelian walls would have been built by soldiers, but given the circumstances, Aurelian could not spare a single legionary, and he had to rely on civilian conscripts to do almost all the work, leading to irregularities in both the quality of the work and the aesthetic design of the different sections, as different crews worked double time to complete their designated zones. The whole circuit took just 5 years to complete, but even the record time Rome went from being naive and open to jaded and shut tight was too long for Aurelian, who died just before the last gaps were bridged. It was left to his successor Probus to formally dedicate the completed fortifications. I have posted some pictures at thehistoryofrome.typepad.com to give you an idea of the size and scope of these impressive new defense systems. The Aurelian walls were solid proof that Rome was undergoing a permanent transformation. For centuries, the empire had been a bubble, with everyone living inside the bubble, nonchalantly coming and going without a care in the world. Now, that bubble was burst, and at any moment, a barbarian horde could come pouring in over the horizon. The ever-resilient Romans, though, had no intention of ceding their lives and territory simply because the old defensive lines were broken, and in place of the one huge bubble that they had lived in for so long, they built hundreds of tiny bubbles that dotted the provinces. When Aurelian built his walls around Rome, it was a signal to every other urban center to do the same. So now, though the barbarians were still able to cross the borders of the empire with ease, they would no longer find easy pickings on the other side when they did so. As the frontiers of the empire were reduced to mere theory, the Romans drew back the practical lines of defense right to their city limits. It was a strategic retreat that allowed Rome to regain the initiative. It said to the barbarians, "Okay, you're here, but now what are you going to do? We've hidden everything of value behind these walls, and you completely stink at siege warfare. Your move." Next week, Aurelian will make his next move. Confident that he had set the center of the empire on a path to true security, he cast his sights on the great prize that had been dancing just out of Rome's reach for the last decade, the reunification of her empire. Zenobia's capture of Egypt was absolutely unacceptable, and despite the official partnership that existed between Rome and Palmyra, there was no doubt that the two powers were now headed towards war. Aurelian planned to not just initiate the final conflict, but to win it outright. Palmyra would be laid low, and the East would be brought back into the empire. Of this, Aurelian had absolutely no doubt. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book. You can also keep going with one of their monthly subscription options and get great deals on all your future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to move away from Rome a little bit and recommend Marathon, The Battle That Changed Western Civilization by Richard Billows. I don't know how much Rome's development would have been arrested had the Persians conquered Greece, but my suspicion is that it would have been a lot. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 118, The Palmyrene Wars. Ever since the death of her husband in 267, the Palmyrene Queen Zenobia had shown herself to be a formidable new player in the great game of power politics. In an age where every soldier was a potential emperor and every territory a potential new kingdom, Zenobia had not only held on to the power and land she had inherited from Odenathus, but little by little, she managed to expand upon it. The power and prestige of Rome was at an all-time low, and Zenobia was taking full advantage of the Eternal City's eclipse. She was shrewd and ambitious and capable, and had the ball of fate bounced this way instead of that, she might just have permanently severed Rome's claim to the east. Empires evolved and devolved all the time, and by Zenobia's estimation, the sun was setting on Rome's almost 350 years of dominance over the eastern Mediterranean. Standing between Zenobia and a new independent Palmyrene empire, though, was an Illyrian emperor named Aurelian, who, like his brother officers, was obsessed with the idea of reuniting the empire. It had become their almost religious mission in life, and nothing was going to stop them. Certainly not some Oriental queen. Consumed as he was with Germanic invasions and riots in Rome, though, Aurelian was at first unable to deal with said Oriental queen, even as she thumbed her nose at Roman authority. Probably upon receiving the news that Claudius was dead, Zenobia and her top general Zabdus had taken the opportunity to lead the Palmyrene army into Egypt, expel the Roman garrison, and occupy Alexandria. Whatever official or unofficial understanding existed between Rome and Palmyra, the status of Egypt was never in play. It was a Roman province to be held by a Roman prefect, duly appointed by a Roman emperor, just as it had been since the days of Augustus. In other words, her invasion of Egypt was way, way out of bounds. But, matching her own audacity in seizing Alexandria, Zenobia then pretended like nothing at all was amiss. After the brief power struggle following Claudius's death confirmed Aurelian was the new master of Rome, Zenobia dutifully issued coins from the Alexandrian mints, featuring Aurelian's name and image. True, the back of those coins feature the image of her young son Vabalithus, who, it should be recalled, Zenobia was ruling through, but her son was not presented as Augustus, as Aurelian clearly was. Further, official documents in the East were issued using letterhead that presented Aurelian's name first and Vabalithus' second. You see, nothing is amiss here. Rome and Palmyra are partners in power, and as is just and as is right, Rome is and will remain the senior and dominant partner. But while officially downplaying Palmyrene independence, Zenobia was clearly not planning to stop with the annexation of Egypt. The Palmyrene claims to the Eastern Empire had always been a weird mixture of personal prerogative and sanctioned superauthority, and as I mentioned a few episodes back, it is likely that the governance of Syria and its various municipalities had been left in the hands of the same local officials who had been running the show prior to the rise of Odenathus. Now Zenobia sought something a little more concrete. Working through agents and allies in the various cities of Syria, especially Antioch, she arranged for each in turn to begin the process of formally recognizing Palmyra as their political master. Through skillful diplomacy, Zenobia was able to secure direct control of Syria while avoiding the use of military force. Following up on this success, she initiated the same process in Asia Minor, and pretty soon, half of Anatolia had come around to recognizing Palmyra as their capital. These subtle power plays, though, were not lost on Aurelian. Zenobia could issue all the coins and declarations under Aurelian's name that she wished, but it was obvious that it was all so much kabuki. The alliance Gallienus had made with Odenathus had been born of a particular set of circumstances facing Rome at a time of emergency, and the mere fact of its perpetuation, now that the emergency had passed, was already a daily slap in the face to the proud officers of the Roman high command. Zenobia's attempt to revise and extend the power of Palmyra was not just insulting then, it was an act of war. So in 271, Aurelian gathered up his imperial army and marched them out of Italy, beginning a journey that would eventually see them march all the way to the gates of Palmyra and back again, and then back to the gates of Palmyra. And I can tell you, when Aurelian has to go back the second time, he really, really isn't going to be happy about it. But before the legions could begin their march to the east in earnest, they had to settle the situation in the Balkans. And despite the fact that the invasions of their countrymen were now routinely ending in defeat at the hands of the legions, some Gothic tribes were still keen on the idea of raiding the empire for its wealth. So, as Aurelian reached the Danube frontier, he found the provinces once again littered with Gothic invaders. This batch, though, was nothing like the massive waves that had come down south in the 260s, indicating that Gothic power had been significantly affected by the previous decade's misadventures in Roman territory. But there were still enough of them on the loose to require Aurelian to stop short and deal with them. He was entirely successful in his efforts, and the Goths were driven back across the river. An interesting footnote to this brief Gothic campaign is that the tide of battle was turned when the Gothic king leading the invasion was killed. The sources have this Gothic king being named as some variation of Canabudus, which is similar enough phonetically to a certain Gothic king who, 20 years before, had destroyed the legions at Abritus and killed 2 emperors, to make some wonder if King Canabudus and King Caniva were not in fact the same person. If they were, then his death would have been sweet revenge for the Romans, much like Galerius's future capture of the Sassanid royal family will come as sweet revenge for the Persian imprisonment of Valerian. As concerned with the future security of the Danube frontier as he was with the future security of Rome, Aurelian likely took this moment to initiate his controversial plan to dramatically tighten up the Roman defensive line. The province of Dacia, sticking out like a sore thumb north of the Danube, had only avoided Hadrian's consolidation of Roman holdings some 150 years before, because the blood, sweat, and tears that had gone into winning it was still fresh in everybody's mind. To give it up would have been an affront to the memories of those who had just fought and died to take it. So Hadrian was forced, against his better judgment, to leave it be. Also, it had some pretty sweet gold and silver mines. But the mines were dried up now, and in every way, Dacia was a lead weight around Rome's neck. It added over 500 miles to the military perimeter of the empire, without offering any kind of strategic or tactical value in return. The mountainous province had never been colonized or Romanized properly, and, bottom line, hanging on to Dacia put the empire in greater danger than it needed to be in. The empire was already in great danger. It didn't need to be in greater danger. So Aurelian ordered the evacuation of the province. He was careful to make the process as steady and organized as possible. That is, he didn't just go around blaring a siren telling everybody to grab what they could and get out, but he made it very clear that in the near future, the order was going to come for the troops on the Dacian frontier to abandon their posts and re-entrench on the south bank of the Danube. Anyone left in Dacia would be on their own. Some, living lives far closer to their, quote, barbarian enemies than their Roman neighbors, did indeed stay put, but most everyone else packed up and headed south. When the order finally came to remove the Roman troops, a collection of Goths was ready and waiting to move in. Their migration into Dacia came with the approval of Aurelian, who worked out a deal involving trade rights and certain other concessions in exchange for these new Dacian Goths to agree to act as a military buffer to other Germanic tribes. The new frontier line was thus not only shorter and easier to defend, but it came equipped with a buffer zone that absorbed the brunt of many a potential invasion force. The evacuation of Dacia was as sound a policy as Rome had seen in a long time, but there was no mistaking the fact that good old Terminus, the implacable Roman god of boundaries who, once planted, refused to be moved, had now been moved. That did not bode well for the future. Probably because he was not totally insensible to the optics of abandoning a fully incorporated province, Aurelian carved out of Moesia a new province, which he dubbed Dacia. Now, he could plausibly argue that he had not abandoned Dacia so much as moved it south of the Danube. See? There it is right there on the map. Okay, maybe he couldn't plausibly argue that, but it is worth noting that a province called Dacia still existed after Trajan's territory had been abandoned. The main point, though, was that while a Dacia still existed, the old Dacia was now gone. It had long been a backdoor into the empire, exploited endlessly by Rome's enemies, and Aurelian had now locked that door. Rome was safer and more secure for his decision. With walls being built around the cities of the empire and the long Danube frontier now left far more manageable, Aurelian could finally turn body and soul to his divinely ordained mission. Aurelian's priority list in 271 looked like this. Number 1, retake Egypt. Number 2, reassert Roman control over the rest of the eastern provinces. And 3, knock Palmyra down a peg or 5. His own army was too cumbersome to quickly deal with the first priority, so Aurelian ordered one of his officers, possibly the future Emperor Probus, to gather up a fleet and sail immediately for Alexandria. With luck, Probus, or whoever it actually was, there are good reasons to believe Probus was actually in Gaul through this whole period, would be able to land in Egypt and drive off the Palmyrene garrison before Aurelian even set foot in Syria to handle the business of priority number 2. Once Egypt was retaken, the imperial army could focus all of its energy on regaining control of Syria. Priority 3 would then be a foregone conclusion. The preparations underway in the imperial camp did not pass unnoticed by Zenobia. Knowing that Aurelian was likely coming no matter what her next move was, the Palmyrene queen decided to go all in, abandoning any pretense of partnership with Rome and issuing coins and orders under the auspices of Vabalithus alone, who was now styled, finally, Augustus. The Palmyrene court then advanced to Emesa, where Zenobia set up a forward base from which to confront Aurelian when he emerged into Syria. With a little luck, the cities of Asia Minor that she had recently brought into the Palmyrene fold would stick with their new eastern benefactor and resist the advance of Aurelian, leading the Roman emperor to either become bogged down in profitless sieges or continue on without secure supply or communication lines back to the west. Either outcome would have worked out to the Palmyrene advantage, and it would hopefully be a much worn-down Roman army that Zenobia and Zabdus would have to face. But Aurelian, as I think I've mentioned, was a no-nonsense kind of guy. He had no time for prolonged sieges, and no intention of continuing without ensuring that all of Anatolia was subdued. So, much to Zenobia's chagrin, Aurelian picked a third option from the hat. Forced the cities of Asia Minor to capitulate with minimal fighting, and then proceed safely and securely on to Syria. The further west you went, the looser the ties to Palmyra, and as Aurelian advanced east, the cities that he approached opened their gates without a fight. Aurelian had a fierce reputation, and there was very little doubt that should he be defied, that the emperor's wrath would be swift and deadly. Aurelian was well aware that his reputation was preceding him, and he used it to great effect, but to no greater effect than when he finally reached a city that attempted to hold out. Moving south towards the Cilician gates, the imperial army reached the city of Tyana. Closer now to the center of Palmyra's power, the leaders of Tyana made a calculated decision to hold out against Aurelian, and hopefully find great rewards for themselves in a new Palmyrene empire. But resisting Aurelian and enduring a prolonged siege was not on the to-do list of everyone in Tyana, and the city was quickly betrayed into Aurelian's hands. Everyone held their breath. Here was a city that had essentially spit in the face of Rome. How bloody was Aurelian's retribution going to be? The soldiers prepared to do some serious sacking, the citizens prepared to endure some serious sacking. But Aurelian emerged from his tent, and to the surprise of everyone, announced that there would be no reprisals, no sacking, no punishments. Instead, a general pardon was declared. According to the official legend, Aurelian had been visited in a dream by Apollonius, the famous philosophical son of Tyana, who by the 3rd century was being put forward as a sort of pagan answer to the growing cult of Jesus Christ. According to the legend, on the eve of Tyana's capitulation, Apollonius visited Aurelian and told the emperor that if he desired to rule, that he must abstain from shedding the blood of innocents, and that if he planned to conquer, he must also plan to be merciful. Whether it was the ghost of a dead philosopher or the shrewd mind of Aurelian that led Tyana to be spared, the decision was a masterstroke. Further east, the leading men of the cities that had gone over solidly to Palmyra had rightly feared punishment at the hands of Aurelian, but the example of Tyana proved that the emperor was in a forgiving mood. As the imperial army continued southeast, cities that would have resisted out of a desperate belief that they were doomed one way or the other now threw open their gates. Each city was given the same light treatment, compounding a wave of capitulation that led Aurelian all the way to the doorstep of Antioch. The emperor's surprise decision to play off type led not just to a far easier campaign for his legions, but also it laid the groundwork for an amicable return of the eastern provinces into the Roman fold. Aurelian wanted to reunify the empire. Laying terrible waste to the countryside might allow him to occupy the east, but it would unify nothing. As the emperor continued his march, word came up from Egypt that the fleet he had dispatched to retake Alexandria had landed and easily expelled the Palmyrene garrison, meaning that Priority 1 was already now checked off the list. Watching her recently won political gains melt away, an undeterred Zenobia prepared for war, deploying Zabdas and the Palmyrene army between Aurelian and Antioch. Now, the Palmyrene army, especially the Cataphracts, their much-vaunted armored cavalry, was a force to be reckoned with in any situation. But fighting on their home turf against legionaries not used to combat in the heat of the desert appeared to make them invincible. But Aurelian was a master strategist and tactician, and he had a plan to defeat the Palmyrenes, and troops who were disciplined enough to pull it off. After a few days maneuvering around Antioch, Aurelian and Zabdas finally met in battle in May or June of 272. Knowing that defeating the Cataphracts was the key to victory, Aurelian employed the same ruse Claudius had used against the Goths at Nisus, a ruse Aurelian knew the devastating effects of firsthand, as he had been the general leading the cavalry that day. While the infantry on both sides shuffled their feet, Aurelian ordered his cavalry to directly attack the Cataphracts. At a prearranged moment, the Roman cavalry suddenly broke apart and began to flee from the field. With the Roman horsemen retreating in what appeared to be a panic, the Palmyrene Cataphracts gave chase, smugly convinced that they were about to secure their own legend by crushing the cream of the Roman legions. But you know what comes next. After leading the Cataphracts on a merry chase that wore out the heavily armored Palmyrenes, the Roman cavalry wheeled around at a second prearranged moment, and as one unit barreled straight into the surprised and exhausted Cataphracts, devastating their ranks and allowing only a few to escape with their lives. As soon as Zabdis learned the fate of his armored cavalry, he knew that the battle was lost. His infantry was no match for the Roman infantry, and wasting little time, Zabdis ordered a retreat back to Antioch. Inside the city, panic gripped the local leaders, who had, rashly they now realized, thrown their lot in with the enemies of Rome. Aurelian had thus far displayed almost supernatural clemency, but who knew how long that was going to hold out? Nervous as they were, though, the city fathers figured that as long as the Palmyrene army was there to protect them, that there was still hope. Which is why they were mortified to wake up on the morning after the battle to find that Zabdis, recognizing the inevitability of Antioch's fall, had packed up and marched his army in the direction of Emesa in the middle of the night. Aurelian entered Antioch unchallenged, and was greeted by a citizen body prepared for the worst. But again, Aurelian proved to be of a much higher mind than anyone gave him credit for. Another general pardon was issued, and Syria was back in Roman hands. With Priority 1 already accomplished and Priority 2 well in hand, all that was left was Priority 3, the crushing of Palmyra. Aurelian lingered in Antioch for a few weeks, waiting on reinforcements to ensure that he would only have to make one trip into the desert, and when they finally arrived, the emperor headed northeast to the city of Emesa, where Zenobia and Zabdis were holed up with the Palmyrene royal treasury and an army 70,000 strong. The significance of the coming battle, nor the significance of the coming battle site, were missed. Though it seemed like a lifetime ago, only 12 years had elapsed since Valerian had walked out to meet his fate on the same plains beside Emesa. Would Aurelian exorcise Rome's demons, or would the desert city become known to history as the slayer of emperors? In the battle that followed, Aurelian once again attempted to lure the Palmyrenes out with a fake retreat. But this time, his lines came too close to the Palmyrenes, and the chase was over before it got going. The Roman ranks, infantry and cavalry alike, were soon engulfed in bloody confusion. But the less disciplined Palmyrenes pushed their advantage too hard, which led to a breakup of their line, a breakup which was exploited to deadly effect by the Romans. First flanking and then surrounding the Palmyrenes, slaughter ensued. Zabdis and a few officers escaped back to the city, where they collected Zenobia and the rest of the royal family and dashed back to the relative safety of Palmyra. There was not even time to collect the treasury, which was music to the ears of the cash-strapped Aurelian. The rest was foregone conclusion. Aurelian secured the Palmyrene treasury and then followed his enemies back to their home city. Still defiant, Palmyra refused to yield just yet, and Aurelian was forced to begin a siege in the middle of the desert in the middle of summer. Now, being the oasis city that it was, Palmyra was well situated to hold out against the Romans and their dicey supply lines, but that was just in the near term. Long term, Zenobia recognized that they were going to need help if they wanted to get out of their fight with Rome alive. The only place they could possibly turn to for help, though, was, awkwardly, the Sassanids. The Persians were not likely to have forgotten that Odenathus had brought Palmyra to power by defeating and humiliating them, but in her desperation, Zenobia felt that she had no choice but to turn to them for aid. Unfortunately for the Palmyrenes, though, Shapur, the great king who had captured an emperor and sacked Antioch, was dying, and the Sassanids were divided and distracted by the question of who was going to succeed him. Under different circumstances, the Persians might have decided to go to war for Palmyra, but right now, it was out of the question. Zenobia, though, could not afford to take no for an answer, so she decided to risk everything by traveling to the Sassanid capital and making her case in person. By risking everything, though, she wound up losing everything. Aurelian was alerted to the fact that the queen had slipped out of the city and was heading east. A Roman cavalry detachment quickly caught up and overtook the Palmyrenes, and Zenobia, the Eastern queen who very nearly made herself the equal of a Roman emperor, was now his prisoner. The rank and file of the legions clamored for her death, but Aurelian would have none of it. After a generation of bad news, Aurelian was finally putting together a record the Romans could celebrate, and he planned to let them celebrate his victories with a good old-fashioned triumph. And what was a triumph without Rome's enemies marched through the streets of the Eternal City in chains? Back inside Palmyra, news of the Queen's capture sparked a brief fight between moderates and diehards about whether to capitulate. The war-weary moderates quickly suppressed the diehards, and the gates of the city were opened. As he had done for the entirety of his eastern campaign, Aurelian showed restraint when dealing with the citizens of Palmyra, announcing that there would be no bloody reprisals for their breach of faith. Unlike the cities of the empire proper, though, this time Aurelian allowed his men, who had thus far been denied any real spoils, a nice, organized sacking of the rich oasis city in the desert. And of course, the Palmyrene High Command could not be treated as lightly as the leaders of Antioch or Tyana. After a brief public trial, the leaders of Palmyra, including Zabdas, were put to death. The fate of Vabalithus is unknown, though by one account he's going to die on the trip to Rome. But he's not very important anyway. Zenobia was the real prize, and Aurelian had her. With the eastern half of the empire now back under Roman control, Aurelian could turn to the west. The dream of a reunited empire was still only half fulfilled, and next week, Aurelian will turn his full attention on the Gallic Empire. The death of Postumus had left the western provinces without a strong leader, and Aurelian reckoned that capturing Gaul would be a whole lot easier than recapturing Syria. And he was right. I want to close this week by letting you all know that the History of Rome has apparently been nominated for a podcast award. We are in the running for Best Educational Podcast of 2010, and the award will be decided by an internet vote. So I figure that if every one of you takes a second to go to podcastawards.com, that again, podcastawards.com, and vote for us, then we have a pretty good shot at me forever after referring to the History of Rome as award-winning podcast, The History of Rome. Kind of like the way Pabst has gotten so much mileage out of that one blue ribbon they won that one time. You can vote once a day, so feel free to go crazy, and let's win this thing. I also want to mention that the final nominees were selected based on the number of nominations each show got, which means that some of you out there took the time and effort to talk the show up, submit our name, and get us nominated. Thank you very much. And dare I say it? Yes, I think I will. It's an honor just to be nominated. podcastawards.com. Go vote for us. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 119, Restitutor Orbis. After a grueling march across the empire and an even more grueling summer campaign in the desert, Aurelian finally defeated Palmyra and captured Queen Zenobia in late 272 AD. Under different circumstances, a victory of this magnitude might have earned the emperor a rest from his labors, but no such luck. No sooner had Palmyra fallen than messengers arrived with the news that the Carpi, a Germanic tribe situated north of the Danube, had taken advantage of the emperor's eastern campaign and were now flooding down into Moesia and Thrace. Leaving behind a garrison under the command of a lieutenant named Marcellinus, the indefatigable Aurelian gathered up his equally indefatigable army and marched back to the Danube. An emperor's work is never done. Once Aurelian had left Palmyra, though, some of the leaders of the defeated city began to regret their surrender. Apparently, the ambitions of these leading citizens was only stifled when the emperor was right there on top of them. Now that he wasn't around, it was time to go back to dreaming about an independent Palmyrene kingdom again. These leading men quickly joined in a conspiracy that centered around Zenobia's youngest son, still basically an infant, but the best they could do on short notice. The men of Palmyra grew bold enough in their plans that they actually approached Marcellinus, the Roman garrison commander, offering him great rewards if he and his men joined their cause. The savvy Marcellinus told the Palmyrans that this was a very tempting offer, and that he would surely take some time to think the matter through fully. The Palmyrans left thinking that a nudge in the right direction is all it would take to flip Marcellinus. Marcellinus left thinking that he better send a message to Aurelian right away so that the emperor could come back and crush these ungrateful wretches. Aurelian was engaged along the Danube in an operation that required the presence of the imperial army, but not much more than that, when he received the note from Marcellinus about the conspiracy. The garrison commander assured Aurelian that he had bought the emperor some time by pretending to consider joining the revolt, but that his little game would not play forever. Aurelian sighed, packed up his army, and marched back to Palmyra, in a foul mood. Under the impression that the emperor was far away and fully engaged with a Germanic invasion, the Palmyrene shown themselves to be simultaneously overconfident and ill-prepared. While they lackadaisically got ready for war, they made contact with allies in Alexandria and induced a faction there to revolt in advance of the new Palmyrene offensive, which they all thought they had plenty of time to prepare for. It came as a mortal shock to everyone then, perhaps even Marcellinus himself, when Aurelian and his army appeared on the horizon right at the beginning of spring 273. A half-hearted effort was made to defend Palmyra, but nothing was in place and no one was ready. Aurelian took the city without a fight and once again marched in as its conqueror. As in his previous conquest, Aurelian showed himself unwilling to engage in a bloody free-for-all, and after executing everyone associated with the revolt, he let the rest of the citizens live. But he didn't leave them much to live with. This time, the emperor's clemency extended to living things only, and he ordered his men to level the city. A few of the more important religious buildings were left untouched, and still sit in the Syrian desert to this day, but the rest of the city was destroyed. Aurelian had no intention of making this trip to the desert a third time. To further guarantee this, the emperor rerouted all east-west trade routes so that they bypassed the city, leaving Palmyra economically and existentially strangled. Its citizens drifted off as refugees to start new lives in new towns, and the great oasis city in the desert was no more. Aurelian then turned on Alexandria, and quickly brought an end to the revolt there that had neither the men nor the resources to actually work without Palmyrene assistance. As with Palmyra, Aurelian did not take kindly to the Alexandrians revolting again so soon after being bought back into the Roman fold. He let his men off the leash and allowed them to plunder the city with savage abandon. It was during this punitive sacking that the royal quarter, which either contained or had contained the Library of Alexandria, was burned to the ground, leading some to lay the destruction of that great storehouse of knowledge at Aurelian's feet. But the jury is still out on when the library was actually destroyed, and probably will remain so until we invent ourselves a time machine. With clemency having brought most of the East back into the fold, and cold-hearted brutality bringing the rest into line, Aurelian's career east of the Hellespont was over. By the end of 273, he was back in Rome, attending to long-put-off civil matters, but more importantly, working up a plan to reconquer the Gallic provinces, a reconquest he could now finally turn his full attention to. The leaders of the Gallic Empire had been granted a stay of execution by Aurelian's preoccupation with the East, but with the emperor back in Italy, they knew it would not be long before he turned his fearsome attention on their little slice of the empire. That he did not celebrate a triumph for his victory over Palmyra was all the men of the Gallic Empire needed to know about Aurelian's intentions. why throw two small triumphs when you can throw one great big one to celebrate full reunification? When last we left the Gallic Empire in 270, Postumus was dead, and a man by the name of Victorinus had risen to take his place as Emperor of the West. Victorinus successfully saw the Gallic Empire transition from the personal domain of Postumus into a freestanding political entity, albeit one that had shed the Iberian Peninsula in the process. Victorinus vigorously pursued the Rhine defenses, just as Postumus had, and spent the majority of his time in office battling back the Franks on the lower half of the river. But though he had the loyalty of the army and the government, Victorinus's conduct in private earned him personal enemies, and it was these personal enemies who eventually took him down. The conventional story is that Victorinus made advances on the wife of one of his officers, and that as soon as he had the opportunity, the officer in question assassinated the lecherous emperor. The story may or may not be true, as jilted underlings is a standard trope of ancient literature, but whatever the reason, Victorinus was killed in 271, leaving the Gallic Empire leaderless once again. Rising up to fill the void was a man named Suvius Tetrarchus, who was likely a provincial governor at the time. Possibly with the backing of Victorinus's mother Victoria, whose bank accounts had bought the throne for her son, Tetrarchus was quickly installed and the Gallic Empire was put back on firm footing. I say possibly with the backing of Victorinus's mother, because there is reason to doubt her existence at all. God, I love the 3rd century. Tetrarchus was not a weak ruler or a weak man, but the future course of his career has tended to leave him with a reputation as something of a coward. For 3 years, though, he held the remaining provinces of the Gallic Empire together and enjoyed the support of the Rhine legions, whom he led to victory against the Franks on more than one occasion. But by the opening of 274, Tetrarchus found himself facing a serious problem. Aurelian was back in Rome plotting his downfall, and his friends and advisors were beginning to think seriously about the future. With a fatalist mood beginning to take hold, the governor of Belgica, a man named Faustinus, revolted and seized Tetrarchus's capital of Trier, while the Gallic emperor was in the south, attempting to regain the territory that had been previously lost during the reign of Claudius Gothicus. Tetrarchus led his army back up north, and Faustinus quickly gave up his bid for power. Knowing full well the fate of Postumus, Tetrarchus allowed his men to sack Trier, even though it was the emperor's own capital. In both psychological and material value, the sacking of the Gallic capital was bad news for the Gallic Empire. Aurelian could not have cared less about Tetrarchus's problems. Fully united or internally fractured, the Gallic Empire was going down. As soon as the campaign season of 274 opened for business, Aurelian was on the move north. Operating out of the beachhead in the Rhone Valley established during the reign of Claudius, Aurelian quickly secured the surrender of any town, city, or individual he met, while Tetrarchus and the Rhine army attempted to find a suitable position from which to face Aurelian when the final showdown came. The suitable position they decided on were the plains outside of Chalon in what is now northeastern France, and in due course, Aurelian and his army progressed up to meet them. It is difficult to say for sure what happened next. There are some reports, and some evidence to back the claim, that a full-on battle was fought between the imperial army and the Rhine legions, and that after a bloody, vicious day, Aurelian captured Tetrarchus, which decisively turned the tide in Rome's favor. But the more familiar legend has it that Tetrarchus and Aurelian worked out a deal prior to the battle. Knowing he could not withstand Aurelian's invasion, Tetrarchus would line up his men for battle, and then, right before the fighting began, he promised to surrender himself to Aurelian. In exchange for this bloodless victory, Tetrarchus and his son would be allowed to live. A third tradition maintains that both the prearranged surrender and the bloody battle took place, but the only way this last version makes sense is if you believe the Rhine legions decided to carry on the fight without a leader, which seems impractical to the point of unbelievability. Or you could believe that Aurelian forced the Rhine legions to fight him as punishment for their transgressions or something. But the loss of perfectly useful manpower this revenge battle would have entailed seems like it would have been too much for Aurelian to justify. So I reckon either there was no deal, and Tetrarchus led his men into battle and lost, or there was a deal and no battle followed. Pick your poison. Either way, Tetrarchus fell into Aurelian's hands, and the Gallic Empire, independent for 14 years now, was dissolved. Following his standard MO, Aurelian tempered his iron will with a generous spirit when dealing with the defeated Gallic provinces. He wanted reintegration to proceed as quickly and seamlessly as possible, so he undertook no post-war purges, and for the most part, left magistrates appointed by the Gallic emperors in place. Resumes posted on grave markers attest to the ease with which service in the Gallic Empire was recognized as a valid step up the career ladder in the now reunified empire. The only major change Aurelian made was to relocate the main Gallic mint from the far-off and repeatedly seditious city of Trier to the city of Lyon in southern Gaul, where it could be better controlled. This move was also undertaken as a part of Aurelian's wider fiscal reforms, which he could now implement fully across the empire. We have already seen that Aurelian took the matter of coin valuation very, very seriously, and you'll recall that the mint riots in Rome were caused by resistance to the reforms Aurelian was planning to make to the system. Without any sophisticated knowledge of how economics worked, Aurelian did not tackle the big problem of inflation, which was just beginning to make itself known, but he had a deep understanding of the problem of coin devaluation, and particularly of the effects it had on the army. Keeping the troops paid and paid on time was the key to everything, and if the imperial mint kept spitting out worthless hunks of metal, then the empire was going to have a very big problem on its hands very soon. The problem as Aurelian saw it was twofold. First, official imperial policy was ordering debasement, and second, there was very little oversight over the local mints. A related problem was where the mints were geographically located. With just a few main coining centers, problems at one location caused issues across multiple provinces, and potentially affected hundreds of thousands of soldiers. So, following Gallienus's lead, Aurelian further multiplied the number of mints across the empire, basically giving each major garrison its own mint. At the same time, he centralized the coining bureaucracy and put the entire operation under the auspices of an imperial agent, answerable directly to the emperor. The days of local operators producing coins of dubious value were now at an end. With these changes in place, Aurelian could then do something like order the silver content of a standard denarius to be raised to 5%, and feel confident that his orders would be carried out. Aurelian's stabilization of the currency system turned back the tide of the worst effects of debasement. But as I just hinted, it did nothing to help with the problem of inflation, a problem which was likely exacerbated by the proliferation of new coining centers. Inflation would be left to his successors to deal with, and boy, will they have fun with that one. But how much can you ask of one man? Aurelian's legacy was secure. He had reunited the empire, and that was how his contemporaries planned to remember him. With the Palmyrene and Gallic empires defeated, and Rome's dominance reasserted over all her previous domains, well, except for poor old Dacia, Aurelian returned to Rome in triumph, and, well, threw himself a triumph. Zenobia and Tetrarchus were the star attractions, and the two defeated monarchs were led through the streets in chains. But they were not the only stars. Exotic prisoners from the east were also on full display, as was the abundant wealth and treasure stolen from the defeated Palmyrenes. These were heady days for the jubilant Romans. For the past few decades, their empire without end had looked a lot like it was going to end. But now, Aurelian marched through the streets of the Eternal City as one of the greatest heroes in Roman history. This Illyrian general had given them back their empire. In gratitude, The Senate vowed him the grandiose but not at all undeserved title Restitutor Orbis, the restorer of the world. This new title was often combined with the further adjective Invictus, which turned Aurelian into the unconquered restorer of the world. Again, grandiose, but again, not at all undeserved. Aurelian was well aware that his now 4 years in office had been nothing less than a string of complete and unqualified successes. Apart from the one minor setback against the Juthungi outside Placentia at the outset of his reign, Aurelian was undefeated in the field, and had accomplished all that he had set out to do. While no doubt recognizing that his own native talents were to be credited, success of this kind in the ancient world usually called for recognition of something more. The classical world, as you may know, was awash in patron deities, who were believed to ensure good ends for their mortal clients. We need look no further than the divine aid Apollo granted Augustus throughout the first emperor's providential career to understand the archetype we're talking about. There was no question that Aurelian was being protected by a powerful deity. The only question is which of the literally hundreds to choose from did Aurelian attribute his victories. The answer, helpfully, speaks to the larger religious transformation going on in the Mediterranean world during the shift into late antiquity. After following convention and identifying himself with Jupiter early in his reign, at some point, most likely during the campaign against the Palmyrenes, Aurelian began to believe that he was in fact the tool of something much bigger. Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun, an overarching solar deity who came to serve as an important link in the ancient world's transition from polytheism to monotheism. Now, an overarching solar deity has already made an appearance in the history of Rome during the confused and doomed reign of Elagabalus. Like Elagabalus, Aurelian came to believe that Sol really was the one true god, and that all other gods were inferior. But unlike Elagabalus, Aurelian did not attempt to suppress traditional pagan religion with his kooky new theological conceptions. Aurelian saw no incompatibility between his own budding monotheism and the wider world of pagan polytheism. He paid studious attention to Jupiter and Mars and Apollo and all the other usual suspects, but with the understanding that these old gods were actually just the forms that the one true God used to manifest itself on the mortal plane. To thank his great benefactor, Aurelian established a new temple in Rome dedicated to Sol Invictus, and initiated a new priesthood dedicated to its worship. While he made no attempt to hinder any other religious activities, Aurelian, in word and deed, made it clear that he considered Sol to be the most important of all the gods, indeed, the one true God, and encouraged its worship wherever he went. In this, he was engaged not just in religious zeal, but also in a wider socio-political project he hoped would help reconnect the so recently fractured empire. From Spain to Syria and from Britain to Africa, the citizens of the empire worshipped a huge variety of gods and goddesses, who often bore little resemblance to one another. Aurelian hoped to provide everyone with a single manifest god to whom they could all equally worship. The natives of Gaul and, say, the natives of Carthage worship their own particular gods in their own particular ways. But if, at some point during each day, they turn their attention to the great overarching Sol Invictus, then the ties that bound the far-flung corners of the empire together would be immeasurably strengthened. That was the idea, anyway. And it was an idea whose time was coming. Constantine's vision of one empire and one church was in many ways foreshadowed by Aurelian's promulgation of the cult of Sol Invictus, and indeed, this earlier promulgation made the later transition to Christianity that much easier, as Jesus Christ was eventually identified with the sun god. So, if you were comfortable with worshipping Sol Invictus, then the shift to worshipping Jesus Christ became almost seamless. The last note I'll make about Aurelian's worship of the sun is that it was largely through his efforts that the Feast of the Unconquered Sun, which usually took place around December 25th, firmly took root on the Roman holiday calendar. And you should all remember from the History of Rome Christmas special that this feast was eventually claimed by the Church Fathers as the official birthday of Jesus, and is the reason we celebrate Christmas on the day that we do. It's worth noting that the switcheroo from Sol to Jesus didn't strike anyone as being too out of the blue, since, as I just mentioned, Jesus had already been firmly identified with the sun god. The unconquered restorer of the world, with the backing of the powerful Sol Invictus, next turned his attention on one of the few loose ends that had been left hanging in the past 4 years' whirlwind of activity. 14 years ago, the king of Sassanid Persia had taken the noble Emperor Valerian prisoner by means of a dirty trick. Then he had forced Valerian to submit to all manner of humiliation and torture before the good emperor was finally allowed to die. His body, allegedly, still sat stuffed in the Sassanid throne room. If the Persians thought that all of this was going to be forgiven and forgotten, then they had another thing coming. Shortly after his defeat of Palmyra, word came west that the great King Shapur had finally died. His death was a mixed bag for the Romans. On the one hand, it meant that they would not be able to exact revenge on Shapur personally. But on the other hand, it meant that the Sassanids were now dealing with a succession crisis, and were divided and weak. Now would be the perfect time to kick them while they were down, and take revenge for the capture of Valerian. Aurelian was not going to let this opportunity pass. Remaining in Rome for the winter, Aurelian made plans for an invasion of Persia, and in the spring of 275 set out east with his army, intent on avenging Rome's honor. He would never make it past Thrace. By far the most capable emperor since Septimius Severus, and really one of the most capable emperors ever, was cut down in the prime of his life by misguided assassins who immediately regretted their rash murder. As you can probably imagine, the stern and humorless Aurelian had very little patience for corruption and double-dealing, especially within his own staff. One of his personal secretaries had apparently lied his head off to the emperor about some random issue or another, and had either already been found out, or was about to be found out, and, terrified that he was going to be executed, he forged a document that purported to be a death list drawn up by the emperor with numerous high-ranking officers marked down for execution. This weaselly advisor then showed it to the high-ranking officers and let them take care of the rest. All these men knew Aurelian to be a strict and remorseless disciplinarian, and in the heat of the moment, they became convinced that if they didn't strike first, that Aurelian was going to kill them all, and unjustly at that. Encamped in Thrace in September or October of 275, the officers surprised Aurelian in his tent and stabbed him to death. Aurelian was 60 years old and had ruled the empire for 5 magnificent years. The rank and file were horrified to discover that their great general, the greatest that they had ever known, was dead, and the officers themselves were horrified when they discovered shortly thereafter that the whole thing had been a trick. The secretary, I can promise you, did not come to a quick or a painless end. So, just when it looked like everything was going to be okay, the empire was suddenly thrown into its own succession crisis. Only this time, the crisis did not unfold as a battle between men vying to put their own man on the throne, but instead as a battle between men who were trying to foist the question of who would rule now onto someone else. Next week, we will watch the amusing spectacle of the Senate and the Imperial Army, who had fought each other for so long over the right to nominate emperors, each now trying to get the other to pick a new leader for Rome. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all your future audiobook purchases. This week, I am going to recommend another title from the prolific Stephen Dando Collins, The Ides, Caesar's Murder and the War for Rome, a dramatic recounting of one of the most famous events in world history. I'm always down for a good Dando Collins book. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the award-winning podcast, The History of Rome. Episode 120, Interregnum. So, yeah, we won the podcast award for Best Educational Podcast of 2010. Totally cool. There is no way that I can claim any sort of sole ownership of the honor, because it was you guys out there who nominated the show, and then you guys who went and voted for it. So I consider this a win for everyone in the History of Rome community. I didn't win anything, but we just won Best Educational Podcast of 2010. Congratulations. Aurelian's assassination in late 275 AD came as a shock to everyone, and apart from a few irreconcilables in the Senate, the unconquered restorer of the world was mourned throughout the empire. The rank and file of the imperial army, still camped in Thrace, was especially grief-stricken, and their grief soon turned to anger. They wanted to know who was behind the assassination, and then they wanted them dead. It was this bloodthirsty anger that led the senior officers of the legions, most of whom had been in on the murder, to take the unprecedented step of punting on the question of succession. Normally, under these circumstances, one of them would have been put forward and acclaimed, but in this climate, imperial ambition would have been taken as evidence of guilt. What I mean by that is that the 3rd century assassinations preceding Aurelian's, those of Alexander Severus and Maximinus Thrax, and Philip the Arab, and Gallus, and Aemilianus, and Gallienus, were carried out with at least the tacit approval of the common soldiers, who understood that their erstwhile leaders needed to be pitched overboard, usually to save their own skins. But this business with Aurelian was a different animal altogether. He was popular, he was successful, and he faced no charismatic rival for power. He had, after all, already dispatched all of those. His death was not viewed with relief, or indifference, or hope, but with anger. To come forward and claim the purple, then, looked like a quick way to get fingered for Aurelian's murder, and then get lynched by an angry mob. So the senior staff decided the safest course of action would be to ask the Senate to vote on a new emperor. That way, none of them would look like they had killed Aurelian out of crass ambition. So a few weeks after the emperor died, official envoys from the army arrived in Rome and announced to the Senate that the men of the legions humbly put the choice of Aurelian's successor into the hands of that great and ancient body. The Senate, of course, thought that this was insane. As much as they liked to whine about it, they had learned not to mess with the army on the issue of succession. The Senate's guys always got killed, and the men who put them forward usually got killed too. So, the Senate told the envoys, thanks, but no thanks. Then the envoys went back to the army, but the officers again refused to nominate one of their own, and kicked it back to the Senate. Things went on like this for a while, though exactly how long is a matter of long-standing debate. Famously, among others, the Historia Augusta reports that the Interregnum lasted for a good 6 months, during which time neither side was willing to blink. In this telling, the Senate took over the day-to-day functions of the empire, while everyone waited for someone else to make the decision about who ought to be emperor. It has also been postulated that the emperor's widow, a practically unknown woman named Servina, actually wielded some kind of executive authority in her role as the Augusta during this period. But mostly, it seems like the whole notion of an extended interregnum only arises because of confusion in the ancient sources. There is no doubt that the soldiers and the Senate each tried to get the other to make the call, and that eventually, the Senate blinked and elevated a man named Marcus Claudius Tacitus. But the 6-month time frame appears to come from the fact that some 4th century historians completely dismissed the short reigns of Tacitus and his successor half-brother Florian, merely noting that 6 months passed between the death of Aurelian and the ascension of his successor, the general Probus. Later authors then picked this up and accidentally combined it with the story of the Senate and army arguing about who ought to follow Aurelian, and turned it into an interregnum of 6 months where there was no emperor at all, which doesn't really seem plausible. So I'm inclined to believe that Tacitus was elevated in December of 275, after one solid go-around between the army and the Senate. This shortens the interregnum to the period it took the envoys to go from Thrace to Rome, from Rome back to Thrace, and then back to Rome again. By that point, the Senate was ready to make the call, and they chose, as I just said, Marcus Claudius Tacitus, a man about whom we know almost nothing. Despite his tantalizing name, it does not appear that Emperor Tacitus was in any way related to the historian Tacitus, though that was a myth that was bandied about for quite a while. He is also described as being in his mid-70s at the time of his ascension, but again, that seems more myth than reality, something to gin up his credentials as the wise old sage of the Senate, a characterization which fit nicely into later historians' attempt to make his brief reign out to be the last great flash of senatorial relevance, before it was snuffed out completely by Diocletian and his Tetrarchy. Tacitus, whoever he was, however old he was, and whatever his agenda was in Campania when he heard that the Senate had chosen him for this great and terrible honor, and he quickly rode up to Rome to take his place on the throne. He allegedly gave a fine speech promising to renew the old partnership between emperor and Senate, that the great conscript fathers of Rome would once again share in the burdens and responsibilities of empire, turning back the clock to a simpler and better time, etc., 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 blah, blah, blah. Then he rode off to Thrace to take command of the army. The stay of execution the officers behind Aurelian's murder had earned by punting the succession question to the Senate was cancelled the minute Tacitus arrived in camp. Immediately taking note of the rank-and-file's still vengeful mood, Tacitus rounded up all the conspirators he could identify and ordered them killed. The bloodlust of the troops thus mollified, Tacitus announced that the march to Persia was now on indefinite hold. A swarm of German tribes north of the Danube had taken the news of Aurelian's death as an open invitation to recommence their raids on Roman territory, and the countryside was once again littered with barbarians. The imperial army spent the next 6 months engaged in a happy little game of whack-a-mole, as Tacitus attempted to impress upon the German tribes that Aurelian's death did not mean that Rome was suddenly some weakling who could be pushed around. And it was true. Of all Aurelian's legacies, perhaps the most important was the highly trained, highly disciplined veteran army he bequeathed to his successors. The legions of the imperial army were now as formidable a force as the empire had ever put together, and for the moment, there was no one on earth who could beat them in battle, a lesson the opportunistic Germans would soon learn. But Tacitus would not remain in command of this great army for long. Forced down into Cilicia to deal with some runaway intruders in the summer of 276, the emperor either succumbed to an illness or was assassinated by his own soldiers, who perhaps regretted allowing the Senate to decide their fate for them. He was supposedly 76 years old and had ruled the empire for just 6 months. So, like I say, the 6 months that Tacitus reigned correspond so nicely with the 6-month interregnum between Aurelian and his successor that tales of an extended power vacuum really do seem misplaced. There was a 6-month gap between Aurelian and the ascension of the man who could be considered his true successor, but that did not mean that there was a 6-month gap between Aurelian and any successor at all. The man who can be considered Aurelian's true successor was, if you can believe this, an Illyrian general, by the name of Marcus Aurelius Probus, who at the time was serving as commander-in-chief of the eastern provinces, a post so critical that it is easy to imagine that the childless Aurelian was grooming Probus to succeed him all along, though there is no hard evidence to support that one way or the other. Probus was of a slightly younger generation of officers than Claudius Gothicus and Aurelian had been, born around 232, rather than his elder colleagues 213 and 215 AD respectively. He came up in the army then, just as Valerian was taking power, and was eventually catapulted into the upper ranks of the officer corps when his Illyrian brethren seized control of the empire in 268. He served as one of Aurelian's key lieutenants, and as I said a few episodes back, he has traditionally been credited with the recapture of Egypt during the Palmyrene War, though other evidence points to his remaining in the west during that period, laying the groundwork for the Gallic War. Once the empire was reunited, though, Probus was definitely put in charge of all the armed forces in the east, a promotion that found him overseeing the all-important reintegration of the eastern provinces into the imperial fold. This posting alone speaks to the confidence that Aurelian must have had in his younger colleague. Only in his early 40s when Aurelian died, it is likely that Probus did not yet feel secure enough or strong enough to make his own bid for the throne. So, whatever his long-term ambitions might have been, this time around, he simply allowed the Senate and the army in Thrace to hash things out. But when Tacitus died in mid-276, most of the men senior to him in the chain of command were already dead, as a result of the part that they had played in Aurelian's murder. By virtue of his eastern command and the esteem that the still-beloved Aurelian had obviously held him in, Probus was now a natural choice for the job of emperor, and the men under his command did not hesitate to hail him as such. Probus immediately began to march west to cement his claim to power. In a poetic repeat of the circumstances surrounding Aurelian's elevation 6 years earlier, before Probus could secure the throne outright, he had to deal with a counterclaim by the dead emperor's brother. Marcus Aeneas Florianus, the maternal half-brother of Tacitus, had been named Praetorian Prefect when Tacitus donned the purple, and was on hand when his brother died in Cilicia. With the imperial army leaderless, and imperial blood now coursing through his veins, Florian did not hesitate to assume the mantle of emperor at the first opportunity. The Senate was never consulted in any of this. Their brief return to the forefront of politics was already becoming a distant memory. From here on out, individual senators, by virtue of their private control of so much of the empire's land, might hold sway in government, but as an institution, the Senate was dead, dead, dead. Florian decided to immediately march his larger and better-trained army east to knock Probus out quickly, but he did not take into account the bonds that had formed between the soldiers of the now quote-unquote opposing armies over the course of their years fighting together under Aurelian. Most especially, he did not take into account that Probus was seen by everyone as the logical successor to Aurelian. The soldiers under his command likely didn't know Florian from Adam, but they knew Probus very well. A battle was not even necessary to decide the issue. No one was going to fight Probus. 88 days after being proclaimed emperor, Florian was either assassinated by his men or he committed suicide, and Marcus Aurelius Probus became the undisputed master of the empire, one of the last men, incidentally, to hold that particular distinction. Rome, as you may already know, is about to go through a fairly momentous transformation. Probus took over the reins of power in 276, and would rule until 282, a 6-year stretch that, added to the 5 years of Aurelian's reign, combined to provide some much-needed stability to the empire. Unfortunately for us, though, the reign of Probus is like a poster child for the jumbled and confused chronology of the 3rd century. One of our main literary sources, a 4th century history by Aurelius Victor, cuts out right as he is about to go into detail about the reign of the good and decent Emperor Probus. So what we have to go on are some summaries, some snippets, and some coins. Not really the stuff that great history is made of, but we're going to do our best. It appears, first of all, that the Danube tribes were not the only ones to take Aurelian's death as an invitation to resume their attack on the provinces. Sending the army that had first declared him emperor back to Syria to garrison the east, Probus took command of the main imperial army, and likely marched over to the Rhine frontier, where the Alemanni and the Franks had broken across the border. Well, I guess they didn't really break across, so much as they just walked on over, seeing as how the old fortification lines developed by Domitian and Hadrian had been pretty well abandoned by this point. Archaeological excavations have shown that going into the crisis years, the Romans still manned and patrolled the same limes Germanicus that they had for more than a century. But by the time the Gallic Empire was reintegrated, all but a handful of the old forts had been abandoned. As I mentioned during the first Aurelian episode, the Romans had by this point fallen back to their newly fortified cities as the main defensive line. There were simply too many Germans moving in too coordinated a way to make manning a long wall made of turf and wood a viable defensive option. In the coming years, first Diocletian and then Constantine will completely reshape the Roman military posture to account for the new threats that the empire faced. But for now, the transition was just getting started, and Probus had to rely on walled cities, a mobile imperial army, and a lot of luck to help him push back the German invaders. Although, following Aurelian's lead, Probus was not 100% intent on pushing the Germans out of the empire. What he really wanted was peace and stability on the frontiers, and, in their own way, this is what the Franks and Alemanni wanted too. So as he campaigned against them in the late 270s, it became standard policy to settle defeated tribesmen in the lands that had been vacated by the long Romanized Gauls, who had fled to the cities in the face of near-constant invasion. Tens of thousands of Germans were thus settled on provincial land, giving the economy a boost, the legions new recruits, and the provinces a nice buffer zone between unpacified tribes and the Roman interior. Sometimes it took defeating the Germans to get them into Roman settlements, but other times they requested permission to migrate, permission that was granted on the condition that they disarm, disperse into smaller groups, and recognize the overarching authority of Roman officials, which seemed like a fine bargain for most of them, who welcomed the opportunity to share in the splendid riches of an empire they had for so long eyed with jealousy. For now, the process of Germanic integration was a gangbuster strategy for the recovering empire, and for the next 100 years, it worked out almost universally to the Roman advantage. Once the Huns got going, though, the whole ballgame would change, as the empire would have to deal with the settlement not of tens of thousands, but rather hundreds of thousands. And after Adrianople, it had to deal with hundreds of thousands who wanted settlement lands, but were no longer prepared to disperse or disarm. The West's inability to adjust to that new reality was one of the key reasons why, 100 years after that, the whole thing fell apart. But that is for another day. After pacifying the Rhine frontier, Probus then seems to have turned his attention back to the Danube, where he squared off and soundly defeated the Vandals. By this point, around about the early 280s, we begin to see a curious new sight. Soldiers, engaged in public works and land restoration projects, which could only mean one thing. After nearly 50 years of constant warfare, the legions were running out of enemies to fight. Just a decade before, Aurelian had been unable to spare a single soldier to help build his walls around Rome. Walls that were finished right at the outset of Probus's reign, I should mention. But now, we have reports of soldiers digging irrigation ditches and planting vines, and yes, working on better fortifications for the provincial cities. The Sassanids were a significantly less potent threat now that Shapur was dead. The Goths had been beaten down to the point where they would not be a significant adversary for another century, and the power of the Franks and the Alemanni was being siphoned into the Roman tank. On the home front, sporadic uprisings were being choked off with ease, and for the briefest of moments, it seemed like the empire was at something resembling peace. It is even reported that Probus boasted that in a few years, Rome would not even need her armies anymore. Proud words, not to be taken literally, but unfortunately, it seems that some men in the army did take the emperor at his word, and they weren't too happy about Probus's vision of a less martial future. Don't get them wrong, they were no more interested in perpetual warfare than anyone else, but it's just that, well, if Rome no longer needs her armies, then they're all out of a job. And they liked their jobs. They were well paid and well fed, and had a degree of prestige that the poor provincial lives they had all left behind simply could not offer. That they were already doing back-breaking manual labor at Probus's order certainly did not bode well for their particular futures. That is, there wasn't much separating them from the civilians anymore. And according to the limited information we have, it was just this combination of unease about the future and annoyance with Probus's public works projects that led to the emperor's downfall in late 282. One of the main legionary garrisons in Probus's hometown of Sirmium had finally had enough of ditch digging in late 282, and throwing down their shovels, they rose up in revolt. It is difficult to follow the chain of events, but it seems that Probus had been in Rome celebrating a triumph, and that he was on his way back to the frontier zone, possibly to get Aurelian's planned eastern campaign restarted, when news of the revolt reached him. Eventually, the troops in Sirmium would elevate a praetorian prefect by the name of Marcus Aurelius Carus to the throne, but it is unclear whether this occurred in conjunction with the original revolt, or whether it only occurred after Probus had been dispatched with. The bottom line, though, is that Probus arrived in Sirmium to restore order, found himself overwhelmed by the unruly troops, and was assassinated in September or October of 282 AD. He was 50 years old and had ruled the empire for just about 6 years. The murder of Probus, like the murder of Aurelian, was committed in the heat of the moment, and as soon as things calmed down, the soldiers came to regret their hasty violence. Carus, now donning the purple, had no trouble rooting out the men behind the assassination, nor any pushback from the rest of the men when he executed the murderers. The deaths of these two great Illyrian generals really served no useful purpose for the empire. They were neither tyrants nor incompetents. Quite the opposite. They were capable administrators and brilliant soldiers who had done the yeoman's work pulling Rome from the depths of its misfortune. History cannot be rewritten, but with both men being as young as they were when they became emperor, it is not hard to imagine that had either one of them been allowed to rule into old age, that we might be dating the end of the crisis years to their ascension. As it stands, though, we still have a little ways to go. Though, with the elevation of Carus, we have basically come to the end of the line. The new emperor is going to elevate both his sons, Macrinus and Numerian, to serve alongside him, and then he will march east to initiate the long put-off campaign against the Sassanids. While on campaign, he is going to die, and shortly thereafter, his son Numerian is going to die. And then, a general named Diocles will be elevated to the throne, and we can once and for all put the whole sordid 3rd century crisis behind us. Next time, we will close out the crisis of the 3rd century and bring to power Diocletian, the man whose passion for stability and order will lead him to overhaul the entire administrative structure of the empire, transforming it in ways that no man since Augustus had even dreamed of attempting. To say nothing of the fact that in a very short time there will not be one emperor, but 4, and not rivals for power, but colleagues, working in concert to ensure the safety, survival, and prosperity of the renewed Roman Empire. I say next time rather than next week, because the Feast of the Unconquered Sun fast approaches, and the New Year follows fast after that. I'll be traveling for the holidays and won't be able to get much writing done, so I'm going to have to take the next 2 weeks off. We'll be back, though, on January 9 to finally bury the crisis of the 3rd century, and then launch into the new age of the Tetrarchy, and then into Constantine and his newly minted Christian Empire. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment, with now over 80,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you will qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There's no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book download. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all your future audiobook purchases. This week, I am going to pass on a reader recommendation that is outside the scope of Roman history, Jack Weatherford's Genghis Khan and the Making of the Modern World, which is, by all accounts, a fantastic new biography of one of the most pivotal lives in the history of the world. So thanks to Charles for the recommendation, and remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 121, Phase 3 complete. Way back in episode 51, I talked about the generation of Romans who grew up during the factional conflicts of Sulla and Marius, spent their middle years embroiled in the political wars of the First Triumvirate, and, if they managed to survive, they then died in old age, having just been dragged through 2 decades of civil war. It was a generation that knew nothing of the golden ages of Roman history that had come before them and would come after them. Theirs was a world where crass ambition and an indifference to the rule of law led to a series of compounding burdens that crippled them economically, morally, and spiritually. To wit, human life was cheap, and everything else was expensive. The men and women born during the late Severan period could relate. Their entire adult lives had been given over to the crisis of the 3rd century. Now approaching old age, they could look back on a life that had been filled by nothing more than endless war, political instability, plague, famine, and economic depression. Theirs had been a hard road, as hard a road as had been endured by the generation that had witnessed the fall of the Republic. But that road was finally, mercifully, coming to an end, just in time for them to die. I suppose that of some generations much is asked. Not that anyone knew the hard road was coming to an end at the time. It would take a while before anyone realized that the Illyrian captain of the bodyguard who had just seized power was not just here to stay, but here to reshape, redefine, and restore an empire that had almost fallen apart completely. They didn't have the benefit of hindsight to help them clearly demark that before this point crisis, and after this point Tetrarchy. We use arbitrary labels as a convenient way to help keep history straight in our heads, but we should never forget that they are just labels. To the Romans at the time, there was very little that would help them recognize that some corner had actually been turned when Diocletian came to power in 284. It was all just one long, continuous evolution, and no one really had any reason to believe that the ascension of Diocletian would turn out later to be some epoch-defining moment. Most probably thought he would reign for a few years and then be killed off like all the rest. But history has a funny way of working itself out. Sometimes scrawny 19-year-olds of no consequence turn out to be Augustus, and sometimes relatively undistinguished soldier administrators turn out to be Diocletian. Who knows how these things work? But before we get to Diocletian, we have to pass through the last mini-dynasty of the crisis years, and cover the reigns of Carus and his two sons, Carinus and Numerian. Marcus Aurelius Carus, or possibly Marcus Numerius Carus, had been born around 224 in Gaul, and was thus a card-carrying member of that generation that had known nothing but toil and trouble. Born into a family of senatorial rank, Carus was of course insulated from some of the more abject deprivations endured by his less wealthy contemporaries, but still, Romans of every rank and class had to face a world that was not at all their oyster anymore. Carus had been born in Gaul, but educated in Rome, planting him firmly on the side of the old Roman aristocracy, and whatever his role in the assassination of Probus, it probably felt good to wrestle power away from the rough Illyrian generals and return it to the hands of a senator who at least knew who Virgil was. His career is mostly obscure, but we know that he had not yet received the honor of a consulship, despite the fact that he was approaching 60, which means that he could not have ever been particularly close to the previous imperial inner circles, but he was regarded enough by Probus to be named Praetorian Prefect in early 282, so we can probably trust that he was a capable administrator and solid soldier. As with the other beneficiaries of imperial assassination during this period, it is hard to tell if Carus took an active part in the plot to kill Probus, or whether he simply took advantage of the opportunity that presented itself once the deed was done. And really, we don't even know if he was hailed as emperor before or after Probus was killed. So was he a Machiavellian usurper who engineered the death of a man who had just named him to one of the most important positions in the government, or was he a diligent careerist who was well-positioned to be swept along by history? We'll likely never know. All we do know is that the Senate didn't fight the choice made by the Sirmium garrison, and none of the generals out on the frontiers who might have challenged Carus chose to fight him, and so in late 282, he became emperor of the Roman Empire. After dutifully punishing the men who had murdered Probus, Carus followed the lead of just about every other emperor who had come to power with living sons, and elevated his two boys, Marcus Aurelius Carinus and Marcus Aurelius Numerius Numerianus, to the rank of Caesar, putting both in line to inherit the empire from their father. We don't have birth dates for either of Carus's sons, but if we figure they were sired when Carus was in his 20s, as would have been typical, then I think it's safe to say that they were both in their 30s at the time. Though in reading about them, you do get the distinct impression that they were younger than that, with Numerian in particular being depicted as a young man, perhaps even in his early 20s. So as not to belabor the point, I would say that the two new Caesars were neither children nor middle-aged men, and simply leave it at that. With a new Augustus in place and two grown sons ready to take over in case anything happened to him, there may have been hopes floating around that a new dynasty was in the making, a new dynasty that would bring some political stability to the empire. But alas, in less than 2 years all three men would be dead, and the Romans would have to start all over again. Luckily, they would start all over again with Diocletian, who would bring political stability to the empire, so the demise of Carus and his sons didn't turn out to be the worst of all possible scenarios. Carus was the third Praetorian prefect to step into the purple, following in the footsteps of Macrinus and Philip the Arab. The former had been too bogged down by problems in the east to ever return to Rome, while the latter had made it a point to immediately return to the capital to solidify his position. Carus chose to split the difference. Remaining in Sirmium to keep would-be German raiders in check, and to finish preparations for the now twice-aborted invasion of Persia, Carus sent his eldest son Carinus to Rome to represent the interests of the new imperial family. To help ensure that Carinus would be taken seriously, Carus decided to further elevate his oldest son to the rank of full Augustus, and charged Carinus with the task of ruling over the west, while he and Numerian focused on the east. With Carinus consolidating the family power in Rome, Carus and his younger son, Numerian, began a slow march to Syria, where they planned to launch the long-delayed attack on Sassanid Persia. As they passed through Moesia and Thrace, they fought a series of short engagements against hostile Quadi and Sarmatian raiders, engagements that were just significant enough for Carus to plausibly claim the title Germanicus Maximus. Carus and Numerian then passed through Asia Minor into Syria without incident, and in 283 they finally initiated the punitive expedition against the Persians that the Romans, well, at least the Roman High Command, had been seeking since the capture of Valerian now some 20 years past. And they could not have picked a better time. The Persian succession crisis that had arisen following the death of Shapur in the early 270s had been settled, but the heirs of the great king were weak and perpetually undercut by rival nobles, leaving the Sassanid Empire vulnerable to the Roman advance. On top of these internal divisions, Bahram II, one of Shapur's sons and the now reigning king, decided in the early 280s to look to the east rather than the west as the best direction for his empire to expand, and launched an invasion of what is now Afghanistan. With the bulk of his available forces tied down thousands of miles away in the mountains of Central Asia, Bahram had no way to counter Carus's invasion of Mesopotamia, and the Romans were essentially able to do whatever they wanted, inflict whatever damage they wanted, and claim whatever territory they wanted unopposed. Carus re-annexed Mesopotamia, occupied Seleucia and Ctesiphon, and then led his army across the Tigris without once facing significant opposition. Things could not have been going better for Carus, but of course, the gods were always a fickle bunch, and right at the moment of his greatest triumph, the emperor fell over dead in August 283. He was almost 60 years old and had ruled Rome for less than a year. There are, as usual, conflicting stories about his death. No one seems to believe that he was assassinated, though that is a possibility that can never fully be discounted. And instead, the sources say that he either died of a natural cause, like disease or heart attack, or, and this is where it gets good, he was struck dead by a bolt of lightning. The lightning story, of course, received the most airplay in the Roman world, as a freak accident like that, especially one involving a murderous thunderbolt from the sky, was immediately interpreted as a warning from the gods that Carus had strayed from the righteous path. Or, more specifically, he had strayed too far beyond the Tigris River, the long-established outer bounds of Roman territory. The alleged lightning strike was, in any event, the rationale most often pointed to when attempting to explain Numerian's decision to withdraw from Persia despite facing, well, nothing in the way of Persian resistance. Carus had pressed too far east and had been struck dead by lightning. The message could not have been more clear to the superstitious Romans. I would venture to guess, though, that Numerian's withdrawal was actually premised on the same logic that had led to so many Roman retreats from the eastern deserts. It was not worth the men or the resources that would have been necessary to hold the territory. And there was no telling whether the legions would be even able to hold the territory if and when the Persian armies decided to come down out of the mountains, which they would almost certainly be forced to do if the Romans continued to press their luck on the east side of the Tigris. So, following the death of his father, Numerian ordered the legions back to Syria. The campaign of Carus, while uniformly successful, didn't do much to soothe the still bruised Roman ego, and it wasn't until the victories of Galerius some 2 decades later that the Romans really exorcised the humiliation of Valerian's capture from their psyches. Unfortunately for Numerian, the gods were feeling extremely fickle these days, and despite his attempt to appease them by heading back home, he too would be dead after ruling for just over a year. The new emperor was apparently in good health as the legions passed through Emesa on what appeared to be the first leg of a long and leisurely trip back to the west to link up with his brother Carinus, but by the time the army reached Asia Minor in November of 284, something was clearly amiss. The story going around was that Numerian had been stricken by some sort of inflammation of the eyes, and was unable to leave the dark, safe confines of his imperial litter. While the emperor was so stricken, orders were issued through his father-in-law, the Praetorian prefect Lucius Aper, a man who found his personal standing greatly enhanced by the death of one emperor and the sickness of another. So much so that his fellow officers began to grow suspicious. The story then goes that their suspicions were confirmed when the stench emanating from the imperial litter could no longer be covered up. The curtain of the litter was thrown open, and the rotting corpse of Numerian was revealed to everyone. That sneaky snake Aper had been issuing orders in the name of a dead man. Now, this whole story is of course preposterous on a number of different levels, but it's the story that Diocletian pushed once he was in charge of the history books, and so, for better or for worse, it is the story that has been handed down to us. Numerian's age was unknown, but he co-ruled the empire with his brother for just about a year. The story then continues that the general staff of the imperial army did not take too kindly to Aper's deception, and met in a closed council to decide, yes, the fate of that sneaky snake Praetorian prefect, but more importantly, to decide who ought to wear Numerian's now discarded purple robes. This was not a decision to be taken lightly, because there was, after all, a fully established Augustus sitting in Rome right at that very moment. Any decision the officers made other than recognizing the full authority of Carinus would be treason and precipitate civil war. But the still Illyrian-heavy general staff looked at the veteran imperial army at their disposal and figured that now would be a pretty good opportunity to get one of their own back into power. The one of their own they settled on was something of a surprise pick, a career soldier by the name of Diocles. Unlike Claudius or Aurelian or Probus, Diocles had not been a man who had won fame leading the legions to victory in battle, and at the moment of his ascension, he personally controlled only a small number of troops. But what he lacked in grand military reputation, he more than made up for with his skill in the less showy, but equally important game of backroom politics. That company of troops he commanded may have been small, but it just so happened to be the cavalry detachment that acted as the personal bodyguard of the emperor. Diocles may not have been a great general, but he had earned a spot in the emperor's inner circle, and carried with him the luster and authority of that association. Plus, over the course of his nearly 20-year-long career, a career about which we know almost nothing, by the way, Diocles had studiously cultivated relationships with every officer and soldier he came into contact with, and that network of allies was ready to spring into action when their friend, comrade, and benefactor decided to take the opportunity of Numerian's death to make a bid for power. The personal loyalty that Diocles inspired in the men he came into contact with was probably the single biggest factor in explaining his success as emperor, because only a man supremely confident in the continued loyalty of his subordinates could have even considered the kind of power-sharing agreement that the Emperor Diocletian would institute. And only a man who actually did inspire that kind of loyalty would be able to pull it off. As I just mentioned, we know almost nothing about the life and times of Diocles prior to his ascension. We don't even know his full name. He appears to have been born in 244 in Pannonia to lower-class parents, and his later detractors even went so far as to label him the son of a freedman. He would have joined the army sometime after the disaster of Valerian's capture, and thus would have spent the majority of his career as an officer serving under the auspices of his Illyrian countrymen, slowly rising up the ranks as that cabal of officers secured control of the military apparatus. He almost certainly commanded legions in Moesia, and the Historia Augusta records that he also served in Gaul, but modern scholars dismiss that whole episode as a fabrication that only served to put the future emperor in contact with a soothsayer who would helpfully prophesize that Diocles would attain great power after killing an ass, a prophecy that we will see fulfilled in just a minute. He apparently established a positive relationship with Carus at some point along the way, because when Carus became emperor, he not only named Diocles the captain of his personal bodyguard, but also awarded him with a consulship in 283. There is no telling what, if any, role Diocles played in the 3 imperial deaths that preceded his own rise to power. It could be that he played no part in any of them, played a part in some but not in others, or was in on every death from Probus to Numerian as a part of a long-term project to secure the throne for himself. Since he got to write the history books, though, tradition has it that Diocletian is innocent of all charges. His first act as emperor, in fact, was to declare publicly that he had had nothing to do with the death of Numerian, and that any and all blame lay squarely at the feet of the nefarious Aper. He made this announcement in front of an assembly of troops, with a bound Aper on his knees beside him. And in case you're wondering, yes, indeed, Aper is the Latin word for ass. Diocles then drew his sword and personally executed the prefect, fulfilling the alleged prophecy. Once Aper was dead, Diocles retired to his tent to plan his next move. First up on the docket was the small matter of creating a more, imperial persona for himself. The simple soldier Diocles thus announced that henceforth he was to be known as the far more regal Gaius Aurelius Valerius Diocletianus, a name change that explains why we know him today as Diocletian. Once this was done, he had to turn his attention to the small matter of Carinus, the sitting Augustus back in Rome. This problem he set about solving by issuing proclamations that Carinus was actually a hated and debauched tyrant who maintained his position through fear and violence. It was thus Diocletian's responsibility, and the responsibility of any Roman with a conscience really, to march on Rome and depose the hated tyrant. Whether or not any of this was true is highly debatable, especially since, again, Diocletian had 20 years at his disposal to firmly cement the idea that he rose to power as a divinely appointed defender of Roman freedom, rather than as just another power-hungry general. Diocletian needed a villain, and Carinus fit the bill. The villain in question, though, was not at all prepared to simply roll over for this upstart captain of the bodyguard. As soon as he learned that the men under his brother's command had decided to not simply transfer their loyalty to him, Carinus gathered up his own army and marched east to meet the army marching west under the command of Diocletian. While passing through Pannonia, Carinus apparently dealt with an uprising led by the local garrison commander and easily put the clamp down on any seditious activity. He then continued east with all deliberate speed, intent on preventing Diocletian from claiming any more territory than he already had de facto control of. The two armies finally met in Moesia in July of 285, and at the outset, it looked like Carinus was going to put down Diocletian's insurrection as easily as he had put down the one in Pannonia. In a series of short engagements, Carinus repeatedly got the better of Diocletian's men, and up until the decisive battle of the Margus River, it looked like Diocletian, whatever his political skills, was about to get thoroughly outgeneraled. But then Carinus was betrayed, and everything fell apart. The first explanation we have for Carinus' fall is that Diocletian had used those amazing political skills of his to induce Carinus' army to defect just prior to the battle. Backing this theory is the fact that Carinus' Praetorian prefect, the man who would have been most able to induce a defection of that magnitude, was kept on in his post after Carinus' fall, and you have to figure that he did something to secure that kind of treatment. The other, more salacious story is that a tribune who harbored a personal grudge against the emperor because Carinus had seduced his wife assassinated him, just as Diocletian's army was about to be defeated, instantly turning the tide of the whole battle. Remember when I said that the death of Victorinus sounded like maybe it was made up because the whole jilted underling trope was a common one in ancient literature? Well, here's another example of that. One way or the other, though, at the end of the day, Carinus was dead, and Diocletian stood tall as the sole ruler of the Roman Empire. As with his brother, we really don't know how old Carinus was when he died, but he had been Augustus for just about 2 years. His death, for all intents and purposes, marked the end of the crisis of the 3rd century. But as I mentioned earlier, no one knew it at the time. Diocletian was, at that point, just another usurper, and frankly, they were a dime a dozen these days. Next week, though, the Roman world will begin to realize that in Diocletian they were dealing with something else entirely. From the very beginning, his reign would prove to be a radical departure from what had come before him, and by the time he was done, almost every part of the Roman order, political, economic, social, military, would be transformed by the novel new policies of Diocletian. Ironically, though, Diocletian transformed the Roman Empire, not because he wanted to build something new, but because he wanted to restore something old. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 122, Jupiter and Hercules. I think it's fair to say that for the last 50-odd years, the Roman Empire had been flying by the seat of its pants. Emperors would appear on the scene, run around madly trying to deal with whatever that week's crisis was, and then pass the baton off to the next man, who would run around madly trying to deal with the next week's crisis before passing the baton off to the next man, and so on and so on. Improvisation was the order of the day, and if anyone even had a long-term strategy, they usually had neither the time nor the resources to put it into action. Most of the emperors who ruled during the 3rd century had no idea that they would even be emperor a year before they found themselves draped in the purple. Sometimes not even the day before. So it's not like these men were bringing with them carefully laid out plans when they took over power. But by all accounts, Diocletian was different. He had been thinking about it. He had thought long and hard about the problems facing the empire, and what he would do if he had the chance to solve them. This is not to say that Diocletian was immune from the twists and turns of fate, and he was forced to improvise with the best of them, but he at least had some broad notions about the direction the empire needed to go in, and he did his level best to keep the empire going that way. And after defeating Carinus in 285 AD, he wasted no time getting going. Right away, Diocletian set the tone for the kind of administration he planned to lead. Elites across the empire always viewed transitions of power as incredibly dangerous periods of time. Who knew what kind of purges the new emperor would initiate as he set about consolidating his power? But right from the get-go, Diocletian made it clear that clemency would be his watchword. Not only were there no executions or banishments for Carinus' allies, Diocletian actually kept on most of the previous regime's magistrates. But just as the relief was taking hold, the elites in Rome couldn't help but miss the other big signal Diocletian sent them. He would not be coming to the capital anytime soon. Diocletian had no interest in acknowledging even the symbolic power of the Senate, and though the frontiers were mostly quiet, and he could have made the trip easily, one of the things he had been thinking a lot about was that Rome needed to be removed from the political equation. The snubbing of the ancient capital was deliberate and permanent, and part of Diocletian's long-term project to wrest imperial legitimacy on something other than the consent of the long irrelevant Senate. The other big idea that Diocletian had firmly in the front of his mind when he came to power was that the job of emperor was now, without a doubt, too big a job for one man. At its core, the problem lay in the tension between external and internal threats. In order to ensure his place on the throne, an emperor has to keep with him at all times the largest and strongest army around. That way, ambitious generals elsewhere would not be able to muster any serious threats. But that meant that any significant external invasion had to be met personally by the emperor, since he was the only one with an army big enough to face it down. That meant a lot of running around for the emperor, and a lot of borderland left unguarded as he ran from here to there. It also meant that these invasions were not being met in anything even resembling a timely manner. Diocletian had thought about this seemingly intractable problem, and finally came to the conclusion that there just had to be two emperors. Now, this was not a novel idea, but previous examples of it had arisen out of dynastic concerns, going back to the partnership of Augustus and Agrippa that was initiated most of all because Augustus had almost died without there being a capable heir in place. Fathers and sons would rule together, or brothers would rule together to cement a family dynasty, but never before had the idea of co-rulers been premised on the simple notion that more than one emperor was actually needed. And these days, Diocletian recognized that more than one ruler was needed. The basic logic of this solution was simple. Two emperors operating over different spheres would each be able to respond to problems in their territories far quicker and more efficiently than any one emperor would ever be able to do. It would also, by splitting the load of administrative paperwork, create a far more efficient bureaucracy to deal with all the minutiae of governance. Some questions can only be answered by emperors, and with two emperors, twice as much can be answered twice as fast. Finally, and this is where the whole thing could unravel, Diocletian bet that by investing a colleague with imperial authority, that command of the huge array of armed forces that would come with that promotion, a huge array of armed forces that were needed to keep the empire safe, that would not go to said colleague's head. They would already have all the dignity and power of an emperor, so no reason to rise up in revolt after winning some victory out on the frontiers. Right? The question then became, who in the world could be trusted with such a promotion? Diocletian needed another imperial army out in the field, and he needed someone capable of leading it. And since he had no son of his own, he needed someone from outside his family whose loyalty he could absolutely count on. Enter Maximian. The man who would become known as Marcus Aurelius Valerius Maximianus was born around 250 AD near Sirmium, into a family of shopkeepers. He was 5 or 6 years younger than Diocletian, which meant that they were just close enough in age to have essentially risen through the ranks together, but just far enough apart in age for Diocletian to always be the senior partner. As with most of the Illyrian generals, the bulk of Maximian's early career is obscure, but it is almost certain that he was leading troops during Carus's eastern campaign, and highly likely that he was on hand for the drama of Numerian's death and the decision to elevate Diocletian. Depending on how far in advance Diocletian had been making his plans, it is entirely possible that he had been cultivating a friendship with Maximian for years, with the idea of appointing his junior colleague to share the purple with him if he ever got the chance to become emperor. Maximian was a good general, a stern disciplinarian, and a competent administrator. All of these traits recommended him to Diocletian, But perhaps more important than what Maximian brought with him to the table was what he didn't. Maximian had no native political talents to speak of. Elevating another man with a political mind might cause the new imperial partnership to devolve into mutual scheming, backbiting, and then, inevitably, civil war. But by choosing a blunt soldier who had no time for political machinations, Diocletian could be assured that he would have a partner in power, not a rival for power. The rapidity with which Maximian was promoted following Diocletian's elevation means that most likely all of this had been prearranged. Whether it had been arranged years in advance, or whether it was the final carrot used to secure Maximian's support following Numerian's death, is unknown. But we do know that immediately after the death of Carinus in July of 285, that the imperial entourage traveled to Milan, where, in a solemn ceremony, Maximian was elevated to the rank of Caesar, and formally adopted by Diocletian. The empire now had two capable men of imperial rank to watch over its domains. And it was a good thing that it did, because there was no time to sit around basking in the glow of newfound imperial luxury. There were things to be done. Diocletian had already determined that he was going to leave the new Caesar Maximian to handle the west, and in particular the troubled province of Gaul, while he himself traveled east so he could secure the Danube frontier and be ready for any fallout from Carus's previous invasion of Persia. Making his capital in the city of Nicomedia in Asia Minor, essentially for the same strategic reasons Constantine chose to build his capital in Byzantium, Diocletian settled a brief war with the Sarmatians before taking a tour of the eastern provinces to ensure that the new administration would not have to deal with any problems from seditious-minded locals. It had, after all, been only a decade since the eastern Mediterranean had nearly become its own political entity. For all of 286, Diocletian put his stamp on the east, and back in Nicomedia in 287, he received the good news that far from looking for revenge, the Sassanid king Bahram II was looking for peace. The Persian king sent an embassy to Diocletian with gifts and promises of a stable border between the two great empires. Delighted that he might be able to solve the Persian question diplomatically, Diocletian jumped at the overtures, and after some haggling, the two sides agreed to swap some territory in order to rationalize the border, and then pledged mutual friendship and eternal peace. It didn't turn out to be exactly eternal peace, but at that moment, with so much else to deal with, the promise of even a temporary peace on the Eastern Front was music to Diocletian's ears. Unfortunately, the reason there was so much else to deal with was because despite getting off to a good start, Maximian had run into some serious difficulties in the West. As I just mentioned, Diocletian was not omnipotent, and he was forced to improvise his plans on the fly. The first test of his ability to make it up as he went along came early in 286, when frantic reports came pouring in that a general named Carausius had broken free of Maximian's control and had proclaimed himself Augustus of Britain and northern Gaul. Well, hell. To go back a bit, after being named Caesar, Maximian had traveled north to Gaul, where he set up a capital in Mainz. His first major test came against a collection of peasants and ex-soldiers called, and I know I'm going to butcher this pronunciation, the Bagauti. We have very little understanding of the group, and no one really knows whether they were a real revolutionary force or whether they were just opportunistic brigands. But they had been running rampant throughout central Gaul for years and had to be stopped. Maximian, with the authority and resources of an emperor, was able to easily divide and conquer the gangs. But with Roman attention focused on the interior, tribes of Alemanni and Burgundians took advantage of the situation and began raiding into the empire. Compounding this threat along the Upper Rhine was the new threat of Frankish and Saxon pirates, who were based around the Lower Rhine. As Maximian dealt with the Alemanni and the Burgundians, he delegated the piracy issue to a highly capable general named Carausius, who was not only a native of northern Gaul, but also an experienced naval captain. At first, everything went great. Maximian pushed back the Germans in the south, while Carausius ran circles around the overmatched pirates in the north. But then troubling reports began to filter down to Maximian. Rather than returning the captured loot to its rightful owners, or at the very least collecting it in some public treasury, he was siphoning it off into his own private stashes. And worse than that, it was being reported that Carausius was waiting for the pirates to finish plundering before he made any move to intercept them, so as to maximize his own profit. Now, a little pocket lining is one thing, but this breach of faith, actually standing by and allowing pirates to plunder and burn, was something else entirely. Maximian may have been a rough soldier, but a sense of honor pervaded his commitment to the empire. The legions were there to defend, not to exploit. Carausius, whatever his merits, had gone too far. And this is where his lack of political savvy doomed Maximian. Rather than laying some careful trap for his wayward admiral, rather than coaxing him out of his stronghold with flattery and promises of friendship, Maximian simply demanded Carausius report at once to account for himself. Understandably nervous about what might happen if he complied, Carausius hesitated, which caused Maximian to declare him a public enemy and order his execution. This, of course, immediately negated any possibility of a peaceful end to the situation. Carausius had at his disposal the entire Roman fleet, as well as the massive pile of loot he had spent the last few months accumulating. If Maximian wanted him, he could try to come get him, but good luck with that. Carausius withdrew to Britain, where, with the help of his ill-gotten gains, he secured the loyalty of the legions stationed there. At the same time, everyone suddenly became aware of the back-channel talks Carausius had been engaged in with the Franks this whole time. When the split with Maximian became official, the Franks seized most of the Gallic coast, and in particular the port of Boulogne. With the help of his new German allies, Carausius now controlled an impregnable little kingdom. Even if Maximian were able to drive off the Franks, the Caesar had no fleet and no way of even reaching Britain, let alone fighting for it. And even then, getting bogged down in the north threatened the peace everywhere else. Reluctantly, Maximian allowed Carausius to hold his little kingdom. This sudden rebellion forced Diocletian's hand. Up to this point, the relationship between Diocletian and Maximian had been one of Augustus and Caesar, father and son. But with Carausius declaring himself Augustus, Diocletian had to match the bet on the table. It wouldn't do from a public relations standpoint to have an Augustus, self-proclaimed or otherwise, being met by a mere Caesar. The optics of it were all wrong. So in April 286, he further elevated Maximian to the rank of Augustus, and henceforth their relationship was one of brothers, rather than that of father and son. Though he had botched the handling of Carausius, Diocletian still had faith in Maximian, and Maximian, for now, continued to prove his worth. He may have been politically inept, but as a soldier he was second to none. Refusing to launch a rash campaign to retake Britain, Maximian kept his focus on southern and central Gaul, campaigning on both sides of the river to completely pacify the region before allowing himself to turn to the north. Not that preparations weren't underway. A fleet was even then being constructed for the eventual invasion of Britain, but Maximian wanted to make damn sure that his back was covered before he went north. Plus, Carausius' rebellion had led him naturally into alliance with the German tribes. By launching a scorched earth campaign in Germany, Maximian hoped to devastate all of Carausius' allies, leaving the treasonous general isolated on his island without mainland support. All through 286 and 287, while Diocletian was settling things diplomatically in the east, Maximian was settling things with the sword in the west. In the spring of 288, however, Diocletian felt confident enough in the stability of the eastern provinces that he decided to come to Gaul himself and aid his brother emperor. The breakaway of Carausius was without a doubt the single most important thing going on in the empire at that moment. The prestige of the new administration was on the line, and Diocletian wanted to make sure that nothing was left to chance. The senior Augustus had his sights set on completely redefining the imperial order, with the express aim of denying future ambitious generals access to the kind of legitimacy they would need to usurp the throne, and, as you can imagine, the existence of a usurper in Britain was seriously upsetting Diocletian's plans. And to explain what I mean by denying access to legitimacy, we have to go back in time a bit. When he was reorganizing the state, Augustus used the Senate's long-standing and unrivaled authority to convey legitimacy onto his new regime. After 2.5 centuries, though, the Augustan system had finally cracked, and legitimacy was now conferred not by the Senate, but by the troops in the field. You could say that this had always been the case, but it was never so nakedly apparent to the soldiers themselves as it was during the crisis years. They used their new power with reckless abandon, and emperors were made and unmade at the drop of a hat. Diocletian had thought about how to wrest this power away from the soldiers, and he thought that he had hit upon a solution. Rather than looking down to the legions, or over to the Senate for their legitimacy, emperors should henceforth look up to the heavens. This was a hugely important step in the history of political theory in the West, as it was here in the late 280s AD that Diocletian laid the foundation for 1,500 years of divinely appointed kings ruling over Europe. The fascinating thing about all of this is that this foundation was laid because of the specific circumstances facing Diocletian. He needed to restore discipline to the troops and restore a sense of awe-inspiring majesty to the office of emperor in order to restore stability to the empire. In his biography of Diocletian, Stephen Williams makes the point that though their policies were miles apart, that at heart, Augustus and Diocletian were really the same kind of man. Both were acutely aware that they needed to find a way to restore order after years of chaos. Had their roles been reversed, it would not at all have been out of character for Diocletian to have used the institutions of the Republic to stabilize a new autocracy, nor would it have been out of character for Augustus to argue for divine right following the crisis of the 3rd century. Neither man was an ideologue. They were pragmatists, more than willing to follow whichever course they thought would best achieve their ends. So, it was not megalomania that led Diocletian to begin telling everyone that he was appointed by Jupiter, and nothing less than Jupiter's agent on Earth. Just as it was not humility that led Augustus to tell everyone that he was merely the first citizen. It was rather, in both cases, a carefully thought-out piece of pageantry that each believed would halt the entropy that had afflicted their empire. It was in this way that the formal slide, and here is another one of those arbitrary labels we use to keep history straight in our heads, from Principate to Dominant, from the emperor styled as first citizen to the emperor styled as your lord and master. It was as he was finishing up his negotiations with the Persians in 287 that Diocletian first began to claim the divine authority that would become the foundation of his regime and the foundation of all future regimes. He took for himself the title Jovius, and gave to Maximian the title Hercules, references to the respective patron deities Diocletian had chosen for them, Jupiter and Hercules. The former, the head of the gods, the master architect, the supreme authority. The latter, the great hero, the indefatigable defender of mankind. And, this is where the supreme political artistry of Diocletian becomes apparent, the ever-ready tool of Jupiter. As Diocletian was setting up his new imperial paradigm, he made sure that it cemented the relationship he wished to have with his brother Emperor Maximian. Diocletian would be Jupiter, the architect of policy. Maximian would be Hercules, the hands that carried out those policies. It was a relationship that suited both men just fine. Maximian was no politician, and Diocletian was no general. Down the road, though, these new divinely inspired dynasties would run into problems. What if the new Jovius lacked vision? What if the new Hercules didn't want to take orders? But these were questions for another day. For now, Jupiter and Hercules would rule the united empire in harmony. Well, dang it, not fully united anymore. Hercules had gone and blundered away the island of Britain. Next week, Jupiter will travel to the west to help his faithful hero regain his footing. But it won't do much good. After running a joint campaign to put the final crackdown on any German troublemakers, Diocletian would leave the recovery of Britain in the hands of Maximian, but good old Hercules would botch the job again, and wind up leaving Carausius's position even stronger than it had been before. The upshot of the botched retaking of Britain was Diocletian's realization that 2 emperors were perhaps not enough. The British question wasn't going anywhere, but the empire couldn't afford to have Maximian forever bogged down on the Gallic coast. He was needed elsewhere. So next week, we will see another doubling of imperial authority, and for the first time in its long history, Rome would have 4 emperors working in concert with each other, a system that we have come to know as the Tetrarchy. Before we go this week, I want to mention 2 things for those of you out there who just can't get enough Mike Duncan in your lives. First, I did an interview last week with Andrew Johnston on his podcast Squared show, so if you want to listen to me ramble on about various topics and say and sort of a lot, you can download Podcast Squared on iTunes or at the Lifestyle Pod Network. The URL for the direct download is a mouthful, so I'll just post a link at thehistoryofrome.typepad.com. Second, in the more funsy category, I will be a guest on listener Matthew Johnson's local Austin radio show Remix on Wednesday, January 19 at 2 p.m. Central Time. What I get to do is bring in a mixtape of music and then talk with him about the relationship between work and writing and music, so it should be lots of fun. If you want to listen to the music that I listen to while writing the show, you can stream Co-op Radio online at www.koop.org. That too will get a link at thehistoryofrome.typepad.com. So January 19 at 2 p.m. See you then. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 80,000 titles to choose from. And when you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book. Or you can keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all your future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to pass along a recommendation from the paterfamilias of the history of Rome, Unbroken by Laura Hillenbrand, the amazing, gut-wrenching story of the man who should have broken the 4-minute mile, but instead, well, let's just say there's a reason why it's a whole book, and a reason why it's been on Audible's top 10 list forever. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 123, The Tetrarchy. I want to begin this week with a correction regarding the legend of Diocletian's ascension. As many of you have noted, the doomed Praetorian prefect Lucius Aper's name does not translate into English as ass at all, but instead as boar. And it's a good thing that it does, because when I went back and checked the supposed prophecy issued to young Diocletian, It actually says that he would gain the throne after killing a boar, not an ass, as I said. So the pun still works, I just wrote down the wrong animal name when I was working up the outline for that week's show. I feel doubly silly for making this mistake, since way back during the episodes on the First Punic War, I told you all the story of how Gnaeus Cornelius Scipio managed to earn the cognomen Asina after leading the Romans into their first naval battle, and consequently, first naval defeat in 261 BC. Scipio the Ass, they called him. Why I thought that Aper should now also translate as ass is a mystery for the ages. I regret the error, and thanks to all of you out there who corrected the mistranslation, with an official hat tip to listener LB for being first on the scene. Last week, we covered the first few years of Diocletian's reign, and specifically, his decision to elevate his colleague Maximian to the rank of Caesar in 285, and then to co-Augustus in 286. This week, we will see the Imperial College expand even further, as two more generals, Constantius and Galerius, will be invited to share in the purple in 293. This division of sovereignty at first proved to be an inspired move, and helped to ensure that Rome remained ascendant from Britain to Mesopotamia and everywhere in between. But eventually, the system will collapse when it comes time to hand off the so-called Tetrarchy to the next generation. But though it would not survive, the years of the Tetrarchy are amongst the most important in Roman history, and not just because they set the stage for the rise of Constantine the Great. Under the watchful eye of Diocletian and his colleagues, the Roman world will be transformed in ways both large and small, to better meet the challenges that it now faced. All of which poses a bit of a problem for your humble podcaster. You see, this fragmentation of imperial authority leads to a fragmentation of the narrative, as now 4 separate centers of power are running 4 separate political and military apparatuses simultaneously. And when you couple this with the fact that along the way life as everyone knew it was being radically redefined, what you get is a big old mess. Say what you want about the drawbacks of Aurelian running around like a crazy person doing everything by himself, but at least it made for a coherent storyline. The 290s and early 300s AD, on the other hand, are a confused mess of war, politics, economic reform, and social reconstruction all happening all at once. So what I've decided to do is to try to run the chronological narrative up to the beginning of the Great Persecution of 303 AD, which will take maybe 2 full episodes. And then we'll double back and cover the reforms Diocletian made to the military structure, the governmental apparatus, and the economic system, all of which may require separate episodes unto themselves, though I haven't yet decided how exactly I'm going to break it down. We are in the process of establishing the ground rules for late antiquity, so I don't want to gloss over anything, but I also don't want to get so bogged down that we don't make any forward progress at all. Okay, are we ready? Here we go. In the spring of 288, Diocletian arrived in Gaul to meet with his brother Emperor Maximian and help lay the foundation for the eventual retaking of Britain and the Gallic coast from the usurper Carausius. Without a fleet of their own, the 2 Augusti, for the moment, had to focus on pacifying the mainland so that when the inevitable invasion of Britain was launched, they would not have to worry about trouble from the Germanic tribes at their rear. For the rest of the year, they ran joint campaigns on the far side of the Rhine, with Maximian operating on the lower half of the river and Diocletian covering the upper half. It was a merciless scorched earth war that saw crops and livestock as much the target of legionary aggression as the tribesmen themselves, and by the end of the year, the exhausted and starved Germans were in no position to threaten Roman interests. Fortune was finally smiling on the Romans again, and the 2 Augusti even began the process of reoccupying portions of the Limes Germanicus that had been more or less abandoned some 20 years before. Satisfied with the hammer he had just laid on the Germans, Diocletian withdrew back to the east at the end of the year to keep an eye on the rest of the empire, while his colleague was busy with the British question. And in the spring of 289, Maximian was ready to answer that question. An invasion fleet had been under construction for some time, and now that the Germans were fairly well pacified, Maximian was able to use the Rhine Delta as his launching pad into the North Sea. Though the emperor had no choice but to attempt to retake Britain, from the very beginning he faced an uphill battle. Carausius and his navy were experts at navigating the rough northern waters, and their experience stood in stark contrast to Maximian and his utterly green navy. On top of that, Carausius had been hard at work fortifying the British coast, and in particular beefing up the so-called forts of the Saxon shore, a series of 9 fortresses, which though built at different periods, were very likely fused by Carausius into a single unit of command at this point in history. What this all meant is that even if Maximian ran Carausius's blockade, he would find no easy landing sites on the other side. But still, Maximian had to try, and so try he did. It is perhaps not surprising that all we know today about the invasion of 289 is that it failed. Emperors were not in the habit of dwelling on their defeats, so it is only by way of a few passing references that we even know the attempt was made at all, and these diplomatically blame the weather for Maximian's failure to retake Britain. And who knows, maybe it was the weather. It's not like the North Sea and the English Channel are the calmest bodies of water in the world, but it's just as likely that Maximian's inexperience on the seas made him easy pickings for Carausius's expert fleet, and that it was man and not nature who drove the emperor back. Whoever it was, Maximian's fleet was destroyed, and Hercules was now further from recapturing Britain than he had ever been. As fast as the imperial post allowed, news reached Diocletian, who by that time had planted himself far in the east to help settle the new boundaries with Persia, and the no doubt severely disappointed emperor spent 290 AD making his way back to the west, very possibly forming in his mind the new order he would soon introduce to the world along the way. Beaten and battered, Maximian at this point seems to have taken at least some note of what could now only be described as his shaky political position. Whatever the long-term consequences of Diocletian's new argument of rule by divine right, at that time, at that moment, legitimacy was still based on one thing and one thing only: military victory. Perhaps sensing that his subordinate commanders were salivating, Maximian secured the loyalty of the best and most ambitious of them all by arranging for the man to divorce his wife and marry Maximian's daughter Theodora, thus securing a familial alliance that Maximian hoped would help keep him propped up in power while he, or more accurately Diocletian, figured out what to do next. The man in question was a fellow Illyrian general with a naturally pale complexion by the name of Constantius Chlorus. Constantius had been born around 250 AD in Illyria, so he was just about the same age as the man who was about to become his, quote, father. Though there is a whole tradition that has Constantius being the son of nobility, it is more likely that, like the rest of the Illyrian emperors, he was of low birth, and that his son Constantine went back and gave his father a more prestigious pedigree to bolster his own imperial claims, specifically linking the family to the Emperor Claudius Gothicus by way of Constantius's mother Claudia. Whatever his genealogical heritage, Constantius proved his worth as a soldier right away, and while still in his early 20s, he was promoted into the ranks of Aurelian's elite bodyguard. Right around this time, he also sired a child with his wife Helena, a son who would become known as Flavius Valerius Aurelius Constantius, but who we know today as Constantine. Constantius, meanwhile, fought alongside Aurelian during the Palmyrene Wars, and then continued his climb up the ranks during the reigns of Probus and Carus, eventually finding himself governor of Dalmatia when the confrontation between Carinus and Diocletian exploded into open war, which meant that he was quite literally caught in the middle when the fighting began. But displaying some nimble prescience, Constantius declared for Diocletian right before the issue was decided, and it should be remembered, right before it was at all clear that Diocletian was going to win. And so he wound up squarely, but just barely, in the victor's camp in 285. When his term as governor was up, Constantius was promoted to the position of Praetorian Prefect in the west in 288, where he continued to distinguish himself during the campaigns on the east side of the Rhine in preparation for the invasion of Britain. We don't really know what role Constantius played in the failed invasion of Britain, though as prefect he had to have been neck-deep in the preparations, and later he showed very clearly that he had learned from the mistakes that were made in 289 when he initiated his own successful invasion. We also don't really know what long-term dynastic plans were at work when Maximian married his daughter to Constantius that same year. That is, did Constantius marry Theodora because Diocletian already planned to make him a Caesar, or was Constantius made Caesar because he was already married to Theodora? This question hinges on when Diocletian first conceived of the Tetrarchy, which is, unfortunately, a question we do not have a good answer to. However, we do have a good answer as to when Diocletian probably first broached the subject of further dividing the empire with Maximian, and that would be over the winter of 290-291. By that time, Diocletian had traveled all the way back to Milan to meet with Maximian and shore up the regime after its nasty setback in the north. The two emperors oversaw solemn ceremonies and exuberant games to celebrate their rule, the peace and stability of the empire, and their mutual support for one another. Whatever else he took away from the pageantry, there was no denying that despite the recent failures, Diocletian still stood behind Maximian 100%. Over the course of the winter and the following year, the two men met often, and Diocletian likely laid out his plans for the future and what he expected of Maximian, which is why some surmise that it was at this point that Diocletian revealed his plans to appoint junior colleagues to aid in their massive struggle to secure a bright future for the empire. After the meetings in Milan, Diocletian headed back to his de facto capital in Nicomedia, while Maximian remained in Italy. Where exactly Constantius was at this point is unknown, but he was somewhere in the west, either seeing to things in Gaul or staying in Milan with Maximian. The whereabouts of the fourth member of our eventual Tetrarchy, though, is an even greater mystery. Though Galerius will soon emerge as a formidable force in Roman history, for example, in many ways he wound up being the unwitting author of Rome's Christianization, which is not a small thing at all, his life and career up to this point is shrouded in mist. He was born sometime between 250 and 260, and was probably slightly younger than Constantius, though not by much. Unlike the rest of his colleagues, Galerius also appears to have been born in Thrace, rather than one of the Illyrian provinces proper, and for a time he followed his father as a herdsman before deciding to join the army, most likely during the reign of Aurelian. He too no doubt established himself as a highly capable soldier, because in just a few years he went from new recruit to high-ranking officer, and like his future colleague Constantius, he was very possibly appointed Praetorian Prefect by the late 280s AD, serving under Diocletian in the east. But beyond this, we know almost nothing about how Galerius managed to distinguish himself from all the other viable candidates when it came time for Diocletian to expand the imperial college. But distinguish himself he did, and in the spring of 293 AD, after much consideration, and with so many of the empire's long-term problems still unresolved, Diocletian made the move to name two more members of the Imperial Brotherhood, and establish what we today refer to as the Tetrarchy. Though, it is important to note that like the first triumvirate, no one called it the Tetrarchy at the time. In simultaneous ceremonies in Sirmium and Milan, the two Augusti each formally elevated a colleague to serve alongside them, Maximian investing Constantius, and Diocletian investing Galerius. To cement the imperial alliance, each new Caesar was married to the daughter of an Augustus, though the timing of these marriages is still a matter of debate. As I said, Constantius appears to have already been married to Theodora, which, if true, may have been the reason why he got the nod in the first place, and it is likely that Galerius, too, was already married to Diocletian's only daughter, Valeria, when he was elevated to power. Though this is all still up in the air, we know for sure that by 293, each man was the son-in-law of their respective Augusti. Now, as with Maximian's initial elevation, Constantius and Galerius were not made full Augusti, but were instead raised to the rank of Caesar. Though they would outrank every other man in the empire, and would in their own territorial spheres have almost complete autonomy, they were most definitely styled as the junior partners in the equation. Maximian and Diocletian still outranked them, and by virtue of both his seniority and his overpowering gravitas, Diocletian outranked them all. The empire was then roughly divided in fourths, with Constantius taking Gaul and eventually Britain, Maximian in charge of Spain, Africa, and Italy, Galerius taking the Danube provinces, and Diocletian watching the Far East. The split in provinces reflected the relative seniority of the Tetrarchs, with Diocletian and Maximian taking the rich and relatively peaceful portions of the empire, while their junior Caesars handled the much rougher regions along the Rhine and Danube frontier. Constantius in particular was given the toughest assignment of all, as it was made clear to him that his entire reason for being, and possibly the whole reason the new Tetrarchy existed at all, was that Britain had to be retaken. And retaking Britain, now 7 years gone from Roman control, had proven to be an impossible task up to that point. So, yeah, good luck with that. Now before we go on, I should note that these territorial divisions were in no way officially demarcated political units, and in fact, every chance he got, Diocletian emphasized the unity of the empire. He was sensitive to the fact that Rome had just gone through a traumatic decade and a half, where the empire really was divided from itself, and he was not keen to reopen that still healing wound. So he established a precedent whereby each of the Tetrarchs would share in the victories of the others, coin in each other's names, and come and go and shift spheres of influence as the situation dictated. As we'll see, Diocletian and Galerius in particular would flip-flop depending on where the empire's fires were burning brightest. Power was being shared by 4 men, and for obvious reasons, each established capitals, allowing them to easily manage a different zone, but the empire is still one empire. It is not, Diocletian went to great lengths to express, nor will it ever be, he repeated again and again, 4 separate empires. Following their respective elevations, the 2 new Caesars went to work right away. For Constantius, this meant heading north to Trier, where he immediately began to prepare a second invasion of Britain. Galerius, meanwhile, immediately put lie to the notion that the Tetrarchy's territorial divisions were hard and fast by heading to Egypt to help quell an uprising on the Upper Nile, and he spent most of the next 2 years pacifying the Egyptian natives. While he was engaged in Egypt, events in Sassanid Persia hinted at what Galerius's next assignment would be. In 293, the Persian king Bahram II died, leaving the throne to his young son, Bahram III. But just a few months later, Bahram III would be deposed by another of Shapur's sons, a man named Narses, who despised his weak-willed brother and nephew, and planned to reintroduce the martial vigor of Ardashir and Shapur. In 295, Narses broke the eternal peace that had been established with Rome in 287 by invading Armenia and seizing the territories that had been ceded by Bahram in his negotiations with Diocletian. Conflict between the 2 great empires was now inevitable, and Diocletian called Galerius to Antioch to begin preparations for war. Back in the west, meanwhile, Constantius faced the question that had basically broken Maximian. How do we retake Britain? Now, the new Caesar had some ideas as to how to run a better invasion than Maximian, and when it finally came time to take back the island, Constantius did run a much more strategically sound campaign. But the real problem, the big problem, was Carausius himself. The self-proclaimed Augustus of Britain and Northern Gaul was no dummy, and he was no tyrant. By all accounts, he was a sound administrator, a savvy negotiator, a charismatic leader, and an excellent soldier. He was essentially everything that you would want in an emperor, and the citizens of his domains were highly conscious of that fact. The merchants loved him because he kept trade flourishing, his Frankish allies loved him because they were treated almost as equal partners, the legions loved him because he maintained high currency standards and was always on time with pay, and the general population loved him because he protected them from marauders and pirates. Carausius, much like Postumus in the Gallic Empire, was a capable leader, leading capably. There was no reason for anyone to wish him ill will. So, when Constantius was working up his invasion plans then, he could pretty much bank on the fact that there wasn't going to be some fifth column working behind the lines for him. This was going to be an invasion of enemy territory in almost every sense of the word. And they had a better navy than he did, and their coastlines were fortified, and the British legions were well paid and well supplied. There was a reason Maximian had failed so completely, and it wasn't just that Maximian had screwed it all up. The recapture of Britain was a really, really hard assignment. Next week, we will see the empire at war on two fronts. In the east, Galerius will indeed be called upon to lead a counterattack against a resurgent Sassanid empire, and though in the end he will avenge the memory of Valerian, at first, like so many Roman wars, things did not go well at all. In the west, however, things will go a bit better, as Constantius will carefully and methodically isolate Carausius by leading a brilliant little campaign against the Franks on the mainland. Then, he will be given the greatest gift of all, as Carausius, like Postumus and Odenathus before him, will fall victim to an assassination plot that will leave Britain wide open for reconquest, and allow Constantius to style himself the restorer of eternal light. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 124, The Tetrarchs at War. We left off last week with our two newly appointed junior emperors, Constantius and Galerius, ready to begin the wars they had been assigned by their senior colleagues. In the north, Constantius was making final preparations for his invasion of Britain, while in the east, Galerius outlined his strategy for a punitive expedition against the Sassanids, who had recently broken their treaty with Rome by invading Armenia. For the moment, it looked like Constantius had drawn the short straw. Forced to fight fellow Romans in an attempt to retake a nearly impregnable island that had thus far proved to be an impossible nut to crack. Galerius, on the other hand, got to fight Persians, and in addition to the riches and glory that usually came with campaigns in the east, Galerius also stood to be the man who finally avenged the long unavenged capture of Valerian. Constantius's assignment was hard and unglamorous. Galerius's was, well, not easy, but certainly not as hard, and it was most likely going to prove 10 times as glamorous. But despite the relative difficulties of their respective wars, it would shortly be Constantius who was bathed in glory for reconquering the province of Britannia, and Galerius, who was forced to walk a mile in front of Diocletian's litter, as penance for the defeats he had suffered. To deal with the Western Front first, we must follow Constantius from Milan up to Trier, where he established a capital for his coming campaigns. As I mentioned last week, Constantius was probably involved at the highest level in the previous attempt to retake Britain, and so was acutely aware of what had gone wrong. Two big mistakes appear to have stuck out to him. First, despite the understanding that they needed to pacify the Germans before proceeding, they had not taken this to its logical conclusion. That is, they knocked out all the periphery tribes and established a launching pad from the Rhine Delta, but they had done nothing to directly attack Carausius's Frankish allies in northern Gaul. As long as Carausius controlled both sides of the English Channel, not only would his supply and trade lines remain open, and those trade lines were a part of the key to his legitimacy, but he would also be able to concentrate his defense forces on the eastern approach to Britain, since that would be the only direction an invasion fleet would be able to come from. So Constantius resolved to make his first objective dislodging the Franks from the Gallic coast. Once they were out of the way, he would be able to deal with the second big mistake, namely, that a single invasion force approaching from a direction the enemy expected was no way to break through a naval blockade. You have to at least be a little sneaky about these things, and so Constantius resolved to be a little more sneaky when it came time to put his own ships in the water. Taken together, these two corrections wound up winning the war for Constantius. The first fatally undermined Carausius's regime, the second completely paralyzed his successor. Right away, that is in late 293 AD, just months after being made Caesar, Constantius launched the first of his attacks in pursuit of Objective 1, neutralize the Franks. The key port on the Gallic coast controlled by the Franks was Boulogne, and so, not beating around the bush, Constantius laid siege to the city in the autumn of 293. The Frankish leaders felt pretty good about their ability to hold out. Constantius was in no position to threaten their access to the sea, and the approach by land was thin and heavily fortified. But Constantius was not here to mess around, and even though no one, probably not even his own men, expected it, the Caesar went right for the jugular and began to threaten the Franks' access to the sea. It's a little hard to describe, but in essence, Constantius had his men build a dam across the harbor, cutting off any possible sea traffic. Though he had no navy to speak of, Constantius was thus able to cut off the Frankish ships from their main port of call and leave the defenders of Boulogne stranded without the possibility of relief. It did not take long for them to recognize that their situation was hopeless and capitulate to Constantius's legions. The capture of Boulogne, while in and of itself a good thing, actually turned out to be a bigger boon to Constantius's chances of winning back Britain than even he could have predicted at the outset. Because the loss of access to the mainland caused by the fall of Boulogne dealt a major blow to Carausius's legitimacy and left him vulnerable to a murderous palace coup. I haven't been able to find a good answer to the question of what the conspirators thought they were going to accomplish by assassinating Carausius, but in the winter of 293, a cabal led by the British finance minister Electus killed the man who had been their Augustus these last 7 years. With Carausius out of the way, Boulogne remained lost, and the little British Empire was now deprived of its most able general. So, yeah, I'm not sure what they were hoping to accomplish. Sometimes, I guess, power is its own reward. Electus declared himself Augustus, and the noose was pulled a bit tighter. But the now practically inevitable execution of the British regime did not follow right away. The problem seems to have been that in the aftermath of Maximian's defeat, there was no concerted effort to rebuild the navy that had just been annihilated. So in the aftermath of his own victory at Boulogne some 4 years later, Constantius still had no navy. As with the reason for Carausius's assassination, I haven't been able to find a good explanation for why a fleet was not being rebuilt, especially since everyone knew there was going to be a second invasion attempt. But if I had to speculate, I would say that no one really knew when or under what circumstances the next invasion would take place, so why waste time and resources constructing a fleet that might sit idle for years, and in the interim be sitting ducks for Frankish attacks that might see the new ships destroyed before they even had a chance to launch? But I'm just guessing. All we really know is that following the capture of Boulogne and the assassination of Carausius, 2 years would pass before Constantius set sail to retake the island. In the meantime, he seems to have followed the same basic policy as Maximian and Diocletian, and campaigned extensively against the Alemanni in order to ensure that the mainland would be pacified when he headed across the water. And, of course, he continued to campaign against the Franks until they had been brought completely to heel, culminating with the placement of a new pro-Roman king at the head of their confederation. By 295, though, things were all set. Maximian moved up from Milan to watch the Rhine frontier, and Constantius readied his fleets to sail. What's that? Fleets, you say? That's right. Taking advantage of his control of the Gallic coast, Constantius divided up his forces in two, launching them from two different ports with two different landing spots in mind, so as to divide the enemy and keep them guessing as to where the invasion was headed. Constantius himself launched from Boulogne on his way to Dover, while his Praetorian prefect, Asclepiodotus, launched from the mouth of the Seine River on his way to the Isle of Wight. Just as with Maximian's invasion, supposedly, the short trip to Britain was complicated by bad weather. But with two fleets on the water, instead of just one, the operation was able to keep moving forward, rather than coming to a complete standstill when Constantius's ships were stalled out in the storm. Asclepiodotus's fleet was able to navigate the rough seas and make a landing somewhere near Southampton. Once ashore, the prefect burned his ships, not just to prevent their capture, but also to remind his men that there would be no retreat. Victory or death. That is what the gods had in store for them. Now, Electus, the self-proclaimed Augustus of Britain, who had been running the island for the last 2 years, was not a tenth of the soldier Carausius had been. Believing Constantius was coming from the southeast, since that is where the previous invasion had come from, Electus had massed his forces down in Kent to meet what he thought would be a single invading army. When reports suddenly began arriving, detailing an invasion force marching north from Southampton, Electus panicked and pulled his forces up to block the road to London. But in his haste to get the army moving, they became disorganized and spread out, with the British legions proper divided from the Frankish mercenaries the British regime had been employing since Carausius first established his independence. So the defense force Electus planted on the road to meet the advancing Romans was not at full strength, nor well organized, nor well led. Asclepiodotus did not have to work very hard to smash them to pieces, and Electus himself died in the fighting. When the weather cleared up, Constantius landed his forces and began his own march on London. With the news of Electus's defeat already circulating throughout the island, the arrival of Constantius suddenly had a whole new vibe. The Frankish mercenaries who had not fought and died were now viewed as a far greater threat than Constantius and his legions. The citizens of Britain were shutting up their homes and cities, not because they feared Constantius, but because they feared what the Franks would do now that they were off the leash. And their fear was well placed, as it appears that the Franks took Electus's defeat as their cue to sack as much of the countryside as they could. Constantius caught up with them before they reached London, though, and in a quick battle, annihilated the marauding Franks. When Constantius set sail, he had every reason to believe that the battle for London would be a hard-fought affair. But now, as he approached the capital, he found himself greeted not as an enemy, but as a beloved hero. This great and mighty Caesar had delivered Britain from the destructive wrath of the Franks. Just like that, the province of Britannia was reabsorbed, more than willingly at this point, into the empire. To celebrate this victory, Constantius began issuing coins with his own face, bearing the legend, Restorer of Eternal Light. Just as Constantius was celebrating his victory in the west, Galerius was beginning his campaign in the east. After spending most of the last 2 years in Egypt, the Caesar had been brought north to Antioch to confer with Diocletian and figure out what to do about the resurgent Sassanids. Diocletian had been watching with alarm as the new Persian king Narses adopted an increasingly hostile posture towards Rome. At first, this new posture manifested itself in relatively harmless displays of strength by the Persians along their western frontier. But lately, Narses had been making troubling alliances with the tribes and petty kingdoms of the borderland. Then, in either 295 or 296, the Persian king moved out of the theatrical and into the martial by invading Armenia, defeating and deposing the pro-Roman king Tiridates in the process. From Armenia, Narses moved his forces south through Osroene and stood poised now on the Syrian border. Diocletian knew that Narses was self-consciously styling himself as the new Shapur, and it was entirely likely that the Persian king was getting ready to invade Syria and sack Antioch, just as Shapur had done. Diocletian was unwilling to wait for the other shoe to drop, and so in mid-296, Galerius marched out at the head of an army to confront the Persians before they decided to cross into Roman territory. The two armies met near Carrhae, a site of Crassus's great defeat some 3 centuries before, and after wasting precious little time on diplomatic niceties, the Romans and Sassanids threw themselves at one another. The result was an unmitigated disaster for Rome. Narses ran his heavy cavalry and archery detachments in perfect tandem, and this Persian 1-2 punch caught the Romans completely flat-footed. After suffering extensive losses, Galerius was able to extract what was left of his army and lead them on a limping march back to Antioch. Legend has it that upon his arrival, Galerius was met outside the city by a furious Diocletian, who made the defeated Caesar walk a mile on foot in front of Diocletian's imperial litter as punishment for his failure. It is likely that this episode is a colorful invention, but there is no doubt that in the aftermath of the defeat, Diocletian made Galerius take full responsibility for the episode. Such was the cost of maintaining the Tetrarchy's stability. Victories would be shared by all 4 men equally, but defeats would be the responsibility of the losing general alone. That being said, in all likelihood, Diocletian's public shaming of Galerius is a later invention. For one thing, no contemporary source mentions the incident, but perhaps more importantly, it would not at all have been in keeping with Diocletian's character. The senior Augustus was careful to cultivate a public image of the imperial college as one of unwavering mutual support and unity of purpose, as was so demonstrated in the aftermath of Maximian's failed British invasion. To humiliate Galerius out in the open like that would not just have poked holes in that public image, but it likely would have done real damage to the actual unity Diocletian was trying to maintain behind the scenes. Eradicating the conditions that led to the rampant civil wars of the crisis years was one of Diocletian's biggest concerns, and I highly doubt that he would have so carelessly undermined all of his efforts by slapping his junior colleague around in public. Honor was a huge part of what made these men tick, and humiliating Galerius so brazenly might have ticked the Caesar off to the point that he would have viewed overthrowing Diocletian as a reasonable response. So, while I have no trouble believing that Diocletian bawled Galerius out in private, in public, I can't imagine he would have done anything to risk imperial unity, especially for something as petty as making a guy walk in front of your horse for a little while. But it was not all bad for the Romans. Despite the fact that he had been bested in the field, Galerius had obviously put up enough of a fight that the Persian king, whatever his intentions had been before, did not immediately follow up his victory with an invasion of Syria. And it's a good thing that he didn't, because just a few months after the defeat of Galerius, word came up from Egypt that yet another revolt had broken out. The origins of this latest unrest will be dealt with more fully a few episodes down the road when I dive into Diocletian's economic reforms. So just know for now that Diocletian's crackdown on tax evasion did not at all go over well with the perpetually tax-evading Egyptians. Leaving Galerius in Syria to oversee the rebuilding of the frontier defenses, Diocletian decided to personally see to the problem of Egypt. In 297, what had begun as a series of local uprisings had coalesced into a province-wide movement that even had its own self-proclaimed Augustus, a man named Lucius Domitius Domitianus, who was attempting to reassert all the special privileges Egypt, and in particular Alexandria, had always enjoyed, and that Diocletian was now trying to take away. Diocletian, though, had a vision for the future of the empire, and special treatment for special people was not at all a part of that vision. Just ask the citizens of Italy, who, at that same time, were having all of their long-held privileges revoked one by one. Pay taxes? You've got to be joking. But like I say, we'll get into all that later. So Diocletian came down to Egypt, and despite stiff resistance from the natives, he thoroughly smacked down the rebellion with an iron hand. The emperor had no intention of allowing Egypt to become the bleeding ulcer that Britain had been for so long, and mercy towards the rebels was in short supply. There is even a charming little story about how, when he finally took Alexandria after a surprisingly difficult 9-month siege, the enraged Diocletian announced that he was going to slaughter everyone in the city until the blood ran up to his horse's knee. Then, as if on cue, the tired horse decided at that very moment to kneel down, knees, of course, now touching the ground. Diocletian took the hint the gods sent him and ordered a stop to the massacre he was intending to unleash on the Alexandrians. This little story is even more charming because in gratitude, the Alexandrians allegedly built a statue in honor of Diocletian's horse once the emperor had moved on. By the end of 297, though, the revolt was nipped in the bud, Domitianus was dead, and the emperor could turn his attention back to the Persian problem. Back up in Antioch, Galerius had spent the year successfully rebuilding the Syrian legions, and when Diocletian arrived, the senior Augustus was pleased to discover that his junior colleague was ready to go back on the offensive. And it was the offensive they would have to go back on, because, despite his initially bold moves, King Narses had learned that the Romans were not the pushover he had perhaps led himself to believe they were. He didn't give up his position in Armenia or Mesopotamia, but he also didn't press on any further. When it became obvious that the Persian king was not going to invade and press his luck inside Roman territory, the emperors decided to take the fight to him again. As we've seen over and over again, the Romans never took a defeat as the last word in anything, and it was in fact almost axiomatic that the last word had to be a Roman victory. If the Romans lost, it was only a setback on the road to final victory. It could not possibly mean an end to hostilities, because the only time the Romans allowed an end to hostilities was when the Romans won. They were simply a maddening opponent that way. So in 298 AD, Galerius marched out at the head of an army to track down Narses and bring an end to hostilities. This time, the Caesar played it a bit smarter. Rather than heading straight for the Persian army, which was then encamped on the plains of Mesopotamia, he decided to take the road in through the mountains of Armenia and force Narses to fight on ground that Galerius hoped would neutralize the Persian heavy cavalry advantage. Narses took the bait, and this time, when the two armies met, the legions routed the Sassanids, though the battle was not at all decisive. Narses retreated, and Galerius pursued, hoping to catch the Persians before they re-established themselves on better ground. Luckily, the Persian withdrawal was haphazard, and with the help of local guides, Galerius was able to close the distance between the two armies and launch an attack on the utterly surprised Sassanids when they were still in their camp one night. This time, the battle was decisive. Not only was the Sassanid army cut to pieces, but Narses was forced to flee for his life without being able to stop and collect his wives, his harem, or his royal treasury, all of which fell into the hand of the triumphant Galerius. The Sassanid military was now broken, the king was now running for his life, and valuable hostages had now been seized. Now hostilities could end. Well, not quite yet. Galerius took a victory lap down through Mesopotamia in order to sack the Persian capital of Ctesiphon, which at this point was practically a rite of passage for Roman generals serving in the east. Unchecked, Galerius probably would have marched all the way to India, but he was stopped by Diocletian, who was able to see the bigger picture. Diocletian had no desire to rule over Persia. He just wanted peace with the Sassanids on the best possible terms, and with the king's wives and harem being treated with the utmost respect by their Roman captors, Diocletian was now in a position to leverage an even better deal than he had worked out with Bahram in 287, and leverage a better deal he did. A summit was arranged between the Roman emperors and Persian ambassadors at Nispus in 299, where Diocletian laid out his terms. After an amusing but likely fictitious exchange that saw the Persian envoys attempt to lecture the Romans on the importance of being magnanimous in defeat, and Galerius then practically blowing a blood vessel, demanding to know where the Persians got off lecturing the Romans about magnanimity when the stuffed corpse of Valerian was still being held as a Sassanid trophy. After this, the Persian envoys agreed to all the Roman terms. Not only was Armenia brought back into the Roman fold, but for the first time, the kingdoms of the Caucasus Mountains were made Roman clients, and cities on the east side of the Tigris were ceded to Roman control. In every way, Diocletian got the better of the Persians in the Peace of Nispus, and the capture of the Persian royal family was understood to balance the scales for the capture of Valerian. All of which was nice, but what was even nicer was that the peace brokered in 299 would last for the next 40 years, and that was a victory for everyone. So it was that at the close of the 3rd century, a century defined by the empire's near collapse, Rome was as strong as ever. 15 years of political stability overseen by one of the best leaders the empire had ever seen. Internal revolts squelched, external threats neutralized, and a socio-economic order redesigned to match with the realities of this new age. Rome would never again be allowed the kind of freedom of movement it had enjoyed during its various golden ages, and it would indeed be a constant daily struggle just to maintain what Diocletian had established. But something had been established. In the next few weeks, we are going to investigate what exactly had been established, starting next time with an analysis of Rome's new military posture. After that, we'll deal with Diocletian's economic reforms, including his famous edict on prices, and then cover his reorganization of the governmental apparatus. Taken together, Diocletian transformed just about every aspect of Roman life. But again, as I mentioned before, he was not trying to create a new world order. He was trying to save the old world order. This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 80,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book. Or you can keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all your future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to recommend a new book that I haven't had a chance to read yet since it just came out, but it was a finalist for a National Book Award, so you have to figure it's pretty good. The Poison King, The Life and Legend of Mithridates, Rome's Deadliest Enemy, by Adrian Mayer, a biography of the man who vexed Romans from Sulla to Pompey and just kept popping back up every time they thought he was finished. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 125, The Best Defense is a Good Defense. Over the centuries, the Roman legions had been transformed and then retransformed anytime the old way of getting things done stopped getting things done. The Romans loved their traditions, but they never for a second allowed sentimentality to get in the way of always having the best strategic and tactical military operation in the world. For years, Rome was just another city-state, fielding small armies composed of farmer soldiers who fought using the traditional Greek phalanx. When the phalanx proved unworkable in the hills of Samnium, the Romans adapted the legions into the famous three-line maniple system that they then used to conquer most of the Mediterranean. Then Marius came along and revolutionized not just how the Romans fought, but who was doing the fighting, ushering out the age of the temporary conscript army and ushering in the age of the professional standing army. This, of course, wound up having the unintended side effect of also revolutionizing who these new standing armies fought, because for practically the whole of the next century, the enemy the Roman legions fought more than any other was other Roman legions. Following the triumph of Augustus, the mission of the legions changed again. No longer was their primary objective to conquer foreign lands, but instead it became to protect the lands that had already been conquered. Legionary garrisons were posted on the frontiers to monitor the borders, and that is where they basically stayed for the next 3 centuries. Domitian and Hadrian cemented this mission in the late 1st century and early 2nd centuries AD by literally building walls to demarcate the empire from the barbarian lands beyond. You'll recall from earlier, though, that these walls were not designed to act as insurmountable fortifications, but rather were erected to control the flow of traffic and serve as a stable line from which the legions could mount forward operations and smother potential threats before they actually reached the empire. The utility of these lines, though, was premised on the notion that the Romans would always have superiority of numbers in the local theaters of operation. As long as the tribes along the Danube or the Rhine or up in Britain were divided from one another, one random chief getting it in his head to cause trouble was no big deal. Send in a legion, smack them around, be home by dinner. But by the late 2nd century, this assumption of numerical superiority became a dangerous fallacy. The tribes were beginning to join forces, something Marcus Aurelius learned full well during the Marcomannic Wars. As the 2nd century gave way to the 3rd century, this evolution of the Germanic tribes from disparate groups into larger confederations only sped up, and for most of the next century, as we saw ad nauseum in the last 15 episodes or so, the local legions stopped being a match for the invasion forces that now vastly outnumbered them. The legions and the provinces they protected were overrun, and only through immense effort and more than a little luck was the empire eventually able to turn the invaders back. For almost the entirety of the 3rd century, this shift in the balance of power forced the Romans to play catch-up, always 1, 2, or even 3 steps behind their enemies. A combination of improvised new strategies, think Gallienus's mobile cavalry, and sheer force of will, think Aurelian, allowed Rome to emerge intact into the late 3rd century. But it was clear that one of these days they were going to have to completely reassess their military posture. With the ascension of Diocletian, that day finally came. Not only did the new emperor possess the intellectual heft to conceive of something more than just another run of ad hoc responses, but when he came to power in the mid-280s AD, the empire had gotten just enough breathing space that it was open to change. In the north, the tribes of the Rhine and the Danube, and especially the Goths, who had been such a destructive force, had been beaten back by Diocletian's predecessors, and in the east, the Sassanids were temporarily weak and divided following the death of Shapur. The time to act was now, and Diocletian did not miss his opportunity. So, what did he do? Broadly speaking, there are 4 things I want to talk about today. First, Diocletian's administrative redistricting that created a ring of small, militarized provinces around the edge of the empire. Second, the final separation of military and civilian career paths. Third, the division of the army into two distinct forces, the legions proper and a new static frontier militia. And finally, how these reforms interacted to create a web of varying depth surrounding the empire that would ensnare and then destroy an invading enemy. This is the so-called defense in depth theory proposed by Edward Lutwyck, and we will talk both about the model he proposed as well as the critiques other scholars have levied against it. Now, before we go on, I should note that all the usual caveats about a lack of good sources for all of this stuff still applies, and that as historians and scholars have cobbled together a picture of Diocletian's military, that they have been forced to rely on historians writing decades and even centuries after the fact. It is, in short, difficult to separate out things that were specifically initiated by Diocletian from things that were merely attributed to him. Difficult to separate out things that were centrally planned from things that were initiated on the local level. And finally, difficult to weed out descriptions of his armies that are 100% free of anachronisms. That being said, the composition and posture of the legions did change during the period of the Tetrarchy, and the items I just outlined represent a fairly conservative estimation of the changes Diocletian undertook. Back in episode 89, Provincial Matters, we took a 45-minute-long tour of the empire that touched on each and every province in existence at the height of Rome's fame and fortune. That tour is now officially obsolete. In the mid-290s AD, most likely right as the Tetrarchy was being formed, Diocletian initiated a redistricting of the empire on a massive scale. At its most basic level, Diocletian waved his imperial wand and doubled the number of provinces overnight. We will deal more with the administrative implications of his redistricting next week, though, no, we will not be going on a tour of the now 100-odd Roman provinces. And for now, I want to focus solely on the military implications of the new boundary lines. Diocletian undertook the redrawing of the provincial lines for two main military reasons. First and foremost, by fracturing the size of the provinces, Diocletian hoped to cut down on the amount of power a single commander would wield. No more governor of Britain controlling 3 legions by himself, or the governor of Lower Germany personally commanding 3 or 4 of his own. Smaller provinces meant a local commander would usually have at his disposal what amounted to a single legion. This hopefully meant less threat of revolt. And the second reason the provinces were fractured is that Diocletian wanted to divide up the dangerous and perpetually besieged outer rim of the empire from the softer and more prosperous inner territories. The former would become essentially military districts, while the latter would be allowed to go back to being simply provinces, or, more accurately, undistracted economic engines for the empire. In essence, Diocletian wanted the ministers in charge of the outer provinces to focus on defense, and the ministers of the inner provinces to focus on the economy. These two factors had to work in tandem for the empire to thrive, and the emperor no longer wanted economic concerns to go unaddressed because the governor was off fighting the Alemanni, and he didn't want the frontier lines to be neglected because the governor of Pannonia was stuck dealing with a grain distribution issue. Related to the division of the empire into what amounted to military and civilian districts was the final severing of military and civilian career paths. This was not a novel idea by any means, but Diocletian brought it to its logical conclusion. Since the reign of Gallienus, the Senate had been denied military postings, which meant, in practice, that key provincial governorships were now handed over to military men, rather than rich aristocrats, as had been the previous custom. But this was not enough for Diocletian. In his mind, it was just as bad for career soldiers to be running administrative offices as it was for untrained senators to be leading armies. It was an inefficient misallocation of talent, and he aimed to put a stop to it. So, flying in the face of the whole of Roman history, Diocletian decreed that the political governor of a province and its chief military officer would no longer be the same man. He did this for the same basic reason he divided up the provinces. First, the checks and balances created by the separation of military and political power would undercut potential rebellion, and second, it would allow each leader to focus on his appointed tasks without being suddenly called off to deal with a foreign invasion or a new tax law. Of course, political and military power could never be divorced from one another at the highest level. But from here on out, on the provincial level, a general, now called a dux, the precursor of the medieval duke, was not in charge of tax collection, and the governor was not in charge of any troops. Together with the creation of the militarized Outer Rim provinces, the split of defense concerns from political or economic concerns meant that the army would no longer be distracted in any way from their all-important task of keeping the empire safe from attack. The question then is, what did Diocletian's army look like, and how did it differ from the army he inherited? Well, we've already seen that right off the bat he was troubled by the concentration of force around the emperor, and how that left huge swaths of the empire open to attack. That was the main catalyst behind his initial decision to elevate Maximian, and it played a huge part in his further decision to create the Tetrarchy. A sole emperor running around trying to plug every leak in the empire was as dangerous as it was impractical. No matter how fast it could move, it would never be fast enough. So right away, we see the armies return to something resembling their pre-crisis years deployments. Only now, each section of the empire was not commanded by a potential usurper, but a fully initiated member of the Imperial Brotherhood. But wait a second, didn't that old system completely break down in the face of immense new pressures? Why, yes it did. But we should not forget that a big reason why it broke down was that usurpers kept leaving the frontiers undefended as they made their bids for power back in Italy. The establishment of the Tetrarchy was supposed to negate that possibility, and at least while Diocletian reigned, that's exactly how it worked. But of course, usurpers abandoning their post was not the whole story, and Diocletian knew it. The other big problem was that the old legionary deployments neither spread the Roman forces out enough to effectively monitor the frontier, nor concentrated enough force in one area for them to overwhelm their new, larger opponents. In other words, the 4,800 to 6,000 man Roman legion, which had been in existence for 800-odd years, was now becoming obsolete. Previous emperors had of course realized this already. Gallienus's creation of the mobile cavalry is an obvious result of this understanding. But Diocletian's reformed legionary formations would actually flow from a different tradition. For years, cohorts of soldiers, usually labeled vexellations, would be peeled off from their parent legion and deployed elsewhere to shore up some undermanned area or lend a hand in some difficult situation. Sometimes the vexellations would return home when their specific task was complete, but often they simply never returned to their parent legion at all. In many theaters, these vexellations, usually numbering between 500 and 1,000 men, began to be regarded as the de facto unit of deployment. Smaller and faster than a standard legion, they could be bunched together when a concentration of forces was needed, and kept spread apart when the danger had passed and frontier-wide surveillance was needed. Diocletian knew all about how these vexellation units functioned, and how much flexibility they gave commanders, and when he took power, he aimed to make their status official. That did not mean that the old legions were simply scrapped, and indeed most of the existing legions kept right on functioning as they always had. But it did mean that when Diocletian created new legions, as the circumstances of his times demanded that he do, they were not the traditional size. Diocletian's legions were instead a complement of just 1,000 men, which helps explain how he was able to add 30 new legions to the rolls over the course of his reign, which would be a staggering number if you fail to account for their reduced size. These new legions were stationed across the empire at strategic points, far enough apart that they could watch a wide swath of territory, while simultaneously being close enough to one another that if a major invasion broke across the frontier, they could quickly join together and fend off the attack. We'll get into a deeper discussion of that in a minute. The other real innovation that Diocletian introduced into the army is a little bit trickier to nail down, because it involves the possible insertion of anachronisms into the historical record. The traditional account is that it is at this point that the legions were joined on the frontiers by a less well-trained, less well-paid, quasi-militia called, and I hope I'm pronouncing this right, the Limitanii. These troops, drawn from the local population, would be part-time soldiers and part-time farmers, and thus, in addition to helping defend the empire, they would also help keep the heavily garrisoned frontier provinces at least somewhat self-sufficient. Their mission was twofold. First, to police the frontier lines and defend against small-time brigands, and second, to act as a warning bell for the rest of the army if something bigger was on the way. No one expected the Limitanii to stop anything of substance coming across the border, but they were expected to raise the alarm and hold key fortifications until help arrived. The problem with all of this is that though Diocletian usually gets credit for introducing the Limitanii into the system, these militiamen really aren't fully documented until Constantine's reign, leading some to suspect that later historians mislabeled Diocletian's frontier deployments using a vocabulary that had not been invented yet. We have a good idea that small detachments were posted along the frontiers, but the debate over whether these troops represented the same type of Limitanii forces that Constantine used is still a matter of much debate. What is a matter of less debate is how much all of this increased the overall size of the army. Again, we are working from sources that are further removed from Diocletian's own time as we'd like, but the consensus seems to be that all told, Diocletian took an army roughly 350,000 strong, and cranked it up to about 500,000 by the time he retired. He pulled this off by ordering his agents to engage in some pretty heavy-handed recruitment efforts, which is to say, they didn't linger too long on persuasion before moving right on into conscription. And of course, if you're wondering what the effect this vast increase the size of the military had on the overall economy, as the Romans were essentially transferring 150,000 young men from productive farm labor to non-productive soldiering, well, the answer is that the economy took a pretty substantial hit. A hit we'll get into in more detail in 2 weeks when we look at Diocletian's economic policies. The other matter that is still hotly debated today is how all of this fit together. Back in 1976, Edward Lutwyck advanced a fairly comprehensive theory of what he called defense in depth. What he argued is that Diocletian essentially gave up trying to defend a static line in the sand, and opted instead to weave a web of defense that an enemy could enter at will, but then only make it so far into before becoming permanently entangled. The key to this defense-in-depth strategy was something that we've talked about earlier, but that I haven't mentioned so far today because it wasn't really one of Diocletian's overt reforms. Namely, the intense effort the Romans undertook to build strong defensive walls around every city, town, and granary in sight. These fortified positions became key hinge points for the new defensive strategy, and the reason why the whole system was able to function as conceived. The way it worked was this. Out on the front line, the Limitanii forces would keep an eye on things from a series of small forts connected by a military road. A little bit behind them would be stationed fewer but larger contingents of cavalry, and a little bit behind them would be one or two main legionary garrisons. A large invasion force would then be able to easily blow past the Limitanii, but that was okay, because they could take refuge in their well-supplied, easily defended forts. Then, the invasion force had two options. If the invading army chose to use the Roman roads for easy travel, they would pretty soon hit one of the larger fortified camps, and be forced to choose between besieging it, which would cost them time and resources, or they could bypass it, leaving themselves open to attack from the rear. If, on the other hand, they abandoned the road completely to avoid either of these scenarios, their pace would then be slowed considerably, usually preventing them from making it very much further before they were met by the Roman response. In any event, the enemy would find no easy access to provisions, since the Romans would have all of those locked up behind the walls of their forts, and quickly either retreat out of frustration, or stick around long enough for every Roman soldier in the region to collapse on them simultaneously from all sides. Thus, would the invaders be repelled quickly and efficiently. Now, is this really the way things worked? The answer is we have no idea. Some archaeological evidence, particularly in the East, seems to support Lutwik's theory, while the rest seems either inconclusive or downright hostile to the notion of a centrally planned defensive web surrounding the empire. Plus, it has been argued persuasively that whatever else you can say about the Romans, you can never say that they just wanted to sit back and wait for attack. True, during the crisis years they were constantly sprinting from this invasion to that, but except for that period, the Romans always wanted to take the fight into enemy territory, and it would have been anathema to their most basic ideologies of warfare to design a system that was premised on a defensive posture. We have ourselves just gone through campaigns on the far side of the Rhine by Diocletian and Maximian, and on the far side of the Tigris by Galerius, both undertaken to preempt possible invasion into the empire. In neither of those cases were the emperors willing to just sit back and catch the enemy in a web. Debate still rages about what exactly Diocletian's overall strategy was, and indeed, whether or not he even had an overall strategy, or whether this was all just randomly hashed out at the local level. But during his reign, we do seem to see wider and deeper force deployment patterns, an increase in the total number of troops, and a concerted effort to create a militarized ring around the empire, all of which suggest that he did have some kind of long-term defensive strategy in mind for the empire. Unfortunately, as with so much of Diocletian's work, the coming civil wars of the Tetrarchy, civil wars Diocletian had tried so hard to prevent, would wind up overwhelming many of his reforms to the military structure, as Rome once again fell back into the familiar pattern of waging eternal war on itself. What we can say for sure, though, is that Diocletian helped the empire transition its military from its classical configuration into the force that would be familiar to students of late antiquity, a force that in time set the stage for the armies that would be familiar to students of the Middle Ages. Rome is already practically running its military out of castles, so can King Arthur really be that far behind? Next week, we will get into one of the other ways that Diocletian set the stage for the next 1,000 years of history by discussing his reorganization of the imperial governmental apparatus. I'll talk more about his reordering of the provinces and some of the non-military aspects of the shift, as well as introduce a new term that we should all be familiar with today, the diocese, those overarching administrative zones that were taken over by the clergy as the empire in the west was falling apart, and whose borders, in many cases, have remained unchanged down to the present day. One last thing I'll mention before we go is that as of today, there are still 7 spots available for the final tour we have scheduled, which runs from May 28 to June 7, 2011. So if you thought you had missed out, or maybe you've been sitting on the fence about coming, by all means, drop by historyofrometour.com, check it out, and sign up. It's going to be really, really fun.